So what are we going to go over in this course? Okay, from beginning to end, we're going to be basically bringing you from nothing, from having never really done any kind of web development, up to the point where you can fairly confidently put a map type spatial application onto the internet, maintain it, update it, make it look kind of nice, and get a good grasp, feel confident about building another one and building one on your own. So we're going to be going over, the idea here is we're going to be starting from zero web development, and we're going to focus on GIS web applications as we go along. But before we really get into that mapping GIS side of things, we have to go over a lot of just very, very basic stuff with web development. So we're going to be going over the basics of the internet. How do we code as developers online? So the core languages that you might have heard or maybe not would be HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, or JS. We're going to be going over these separately and giving a bunch of examples and kind of wrapping up. We're going to be going over like how do you debug things when they don't work? How do you actually develop? Like what kind of programs do you need to use in order to develop? What kind of websites should you go to for help and different types of answers to when you get stuck? And how do you solve problems when they crop up when you're developing? We're also going to go into actually like putting the website online, which can be a big challenge. It's one thing to make it in what we call locally on just your machine, but then you also need to upload it to the internet somewhere, and there's hosting involved, or maybe you need to figure out WordPress or some kind of other system like that you're going to be uploading things into. So we're going to go over a couple different ways that you can upload files, make hosting, and then update them over time. Along with that also comes storing code. Where are you going to store code so you can update it? We're not going to get too deep into all the different tools that exist out there, but just to kind of give you a bit of a taste so that if you continue along, you're not like completely unfamiliar with all the terms and systems that we use as web developers. After we kind of figured out a lot of these basics and got a first version online, we're going to do like some intermediate level topics in this same system of HTML, JavaScript, and CSS, which is basically just to like make your website look a lot nicer. So that's going to involve what we call frameworks or libraries in CSS and JavaScript. And these are just like pre-packaged collections of code of different types that are going to make your site a lot easier to make, and where you don't have to like reinvent the wheel every single time that you develop a website. We'll get into what that means once we start getting there, and you'll be really happy that we're going over it. So once we do all that, you're going to have like a decently nice looking little website, but there's going to be no mapping side to it. And so from there, we have the basis, we have that foundation, and we can move up into the web map side of things. So we're going to be going over the different types of web maps that are out there, how you import them into a project, how you get them started, which ones are free, why should you choose one or the other. We're going to make a first one in a couple of different libraries and a couple of different of these systems that are available, and I'm going to kind of help you choose one that you want to use for your project. And then we're going to basically, after we have just some of the basics, we're going to go over like how do you figure out what you want to do, because chances are that this course isn't going to tell you exactly your web map, because your web map is going to be your own idea. But hopefully I can give you enough of the different tools and also teach you enough about where to go that you figure out where you need to go. And there are some common patterns or themes that we see in web maps, things like searching for locations, or maybe heat maps, or having some 3D terrain, showing points, having directions, these kinds of things that are fairly common that at least lead into understanding a lot more about how web maps are built, or having a bunch of examples that can help you get going. So once we do that, you're pretty much set. You can pretty much start putting your map together. We're also going to go over data and like what's the importance of data, how do you get data, and what kind of formats are there for data when it comes to web maps. We're going to be going over that so that you really understand things from back to front. And once we get to there, you're pretty much ready to get rolling on your own web map, and then there'll just be a couple advanced topics, more advanced functionality, but still stuff that I see fairly regularly with web maps. And that'll just be a launching point, hopefully, for learning more. And I'll have more advanced courses or more specialized courses on some of those specific topics once you get that far. But you'll be happy to be up and running at that point, and I really love to see what you're going to do with this knowledge. So that's overall what we're going to go over in this course, and so let's get into it. So who am I? I'm Victor. My name is Victor Temprano. I've been a web developer for many years, at least a dozen years now. I've lost track. I didn't go to school for web development or computer science or anything like that. I actually have a Buddhist studies degree, of all things, and a history degree. So I'm an arts major. And I just got into computer science because I've always been kind of nerdy and because it seemed like a good way to make money. I started off just doing freelancing, so I was really kind of your mercenary web developer. I built anything that people wanted, circus-related websites, dog walkers sites, apps, whatever people needed, bug fixes on their site. So I've worked in WordPress, I've worked in JavaScript, I've worked in PHP, I've worked in so many different languages over the years. I've worked on lots of different hosting platforms. So I have a really good general sense of knowledge of how the internet works and how web development works, what the key things are that you need to do to practically get things working. And that's really my focus. I really focus on doing things practically. Things aren't always going to be as neat and as tidy and as perfect as you might get with some other teachers on this subject, but you're really going to fire along and learn how to do things, learn how to get it working. And then later, when you're a much more advanced developer, if you want to continue down this in a much more concrete way at another point in your career, you can learn all the theory and all the very, very precise things about developing one way or another. I really want to give you all the tools and the basics and avoid you having to spend years of stumbling around trying to figure out everything for yourself, which is kind of what I did. So be smarter than me and learn from me. Learn from all the kind of experience I've accumulated. Now, aside from just being a general web developer, I've focused very heavily in maps for about the last 6 or 7 years. I have a very popular web app that I created. It's called nativeland.ca. It maps out Indigenous territories, treaties, and languages. Go check it out. But I've also just worked on dozens and dozens of map-related projects. I built a small company called Mapster Technology, which is focused as its niche really on web map development and doing spatial type applications. So I've built tons of spatial applications, built tons of maps, and I ran this company and still run this company, although I've scaled it down a lot in the last year, just because I wanted to focus a bit more on things like teaching and just some of my own personal projects. Like I've got a YouTube channel and I'm into history and these sorts of things. So I'm kind of refocusing a little, but I have all this experience and I know a ton about our typical types of web maps and spatial applications, and I want to pass that on to you. So I'm going to be able to talk about a lot of different types of mapping applications, a lot of different ways that we go about building these types of websites, and the common problems you're going to run into and common use cases that you're going to use. So I'm going to be trying to give you those different types of examples. So that's me, that's my whole spiel. In terms of being available, I'll be trying to check the messages for this course as much as I can, but if I don't get back to you in time, just send me a message to victor@mapster.me. That's my email that I have open all the time. So sometimes I don't see messages depending on the different platforms. Send me a message there if you're confused, if there's code missing, if the video is kind of messed up, or whatever questions you have, and I'll be sure to get back to you. So we'll see you in the next video, and I hope you enjoy working with me. Okay, so what do you need in order to get started? What do we need before we go? So if you do have some basic understanding of web development, if you've done a little bit of HTML or JavaScript or CSS, or you had a WordPress site or something like that in the past, or even like, if you're old like me and you once had a MySpace page or something, any of that's going to help, but you don't really need it. You do need to have some kind of enthusiasm or a little bit of resilience here to stick with a couple of these ideas. A lot of this will look unfamiliar. It's weird looking code. It's not always clear exactly how it works right out the gate, but I'm going to try to walk you through. Just be patient with me and let's go through the examples together and we'll have a good time. Obviously, you need to have a computer. Just using a mobile device isn't going to work for this unless you can keep it all in your head. We're going to have to download a few programs like code editors or some other things to help us upload files to the internet. We'll even get into occasionally using what we call the command line or your terminal if you're on a Mac, and learn how to move around the computer a little bit using that. We're not going to go crazy on it, but having a full proper computer or laptop, whatever, that's really important for this. If you have an idea for a web map, that's going to really serve you well, but you don't have to have one. If you're just kind of like a spatial nerd, you're into GIS, or you're taking this because you want to get a certain type of work in the company you're working at or whatever, then that'll do fine. But it will help a lot if you have a web map, because you can kind of focus on what you want to learn in particular. Other than that, having a little notepad nearby to write down a few of the key concepts wouldn't hurt. I am going to put some quizzes in here now and again to just make sure that you're reinforcing the really core topics as we move forward. So that's basically what you need to get started. Now let's actually get into it, and let's start making your first web page. Hey everyone, so here we are. First web page, first time. We're just going to get in and start looking around at the guts of what web pages are made of. First, we're really going to start with this thing called HTML. Then we're going to look at this other thing called CSS. And finally, we're going to wind up with something called JavaScript, JS, sometimes we call it for short. So before I try to explain what all of these are, we're actually just going to go and look at them. And you can do this too if you're using Chrome as a web browser, whether you use Firefox or whether you use Safari or Internet Explorer. They all have this similar thing going on where you can inspect the page. You can open up something called the Developer Tools or Developer Console. I'm going to be showing you this in Chrome, but if you're at all confused, either message me and I'll send you a screenshot of how to access this in your particular browser, or just do a quick Google search for DevTools Safari or Developer Console Safari, and you'll find out that there's very similar ways to access the same thing. So all I'm going to do is open up Chrome here. You can see here I'm just landed on my own personal super simple profile web page. I made it really simple on purpose. And this is a good first page for us to look at because it's not super complicated. It's not created by some company that's got really complicated web development stuff going on in the background. I just made it. I know how it's made. It's pretty straightforward, and I built it to be simple. So what we're going to do is we're just going to right click. And when a menu pops up here in Chrome, we have a few different things. You know, I have some stuff that's particular, but right down here, we have both view page source and inspect. So view page source will open up the code for this page, basically the HTML document. So if I pop that open, we get this whole document. It's a little confusing, but you can see that it corresponds a little bit to what we have on the first page. We have here Victor Temprano, CEO, founder. And if I look down here, we can see it says Victor Temprano, CEO, founder. Now, I'm really fast at seeing this because I'm used to reading these kinds of documents. So I know what to ignore and what to focus in on. You, as someone brand new to this, you're going to get caught up in a lot of this stuff. The head, HTML, these meta things, links. That's, clicking on random stuff apparently. That's really normal. And don't be like too intimidated by the fact that I do this quite quickly. That's just nature of having experience in it. But I am going to try to train you to kind of be able to see the important bits. Ultimately, that's something that can only really come with experience. So there is going to be a bit of speed that I have that you might not, but I still just want to show you the basics. So we can see here, we have some similar text. That's CEO stuff, founder stuff. We have this stuff about maps. And as we go down, we can see, you know, on my page, I have a bunch of list items that are links. And if we go over here, we can see there's the same text, native land, project 44, there they are, the same thing. So we can see that this code is referring to this page. And as we scroll down, we see all this other stuff, and there's a whole bunch of it, and it's all here, all this text. So this is the original document that the browser actually gets, and then it presents it this way. It basically takes that and then puts it into a nice, more human-friendly looking format. But this is kind of what the computer gets. So this itself is an HTML file, and this is the HTML file of this particular page. You can see it starts up here with HTML, okay, and it says document type HTML. Now, another way we can look at this, rather than having to look at the whole thing at once, which can feel a little bit overwhelming, there's a lot going on, we don't know where to look, is we can also left click on a particular place and press inspect. And this will open up another window, which I'm going to bring in here. And this is called the DevTools window. You're going to have something very similar, like I said, in other browsers. And this basically opens up that same document, but it pinpoints to where I left-clicked. So it'll tell me, oh, in the HTML document, where you left-clicked is this particular spot in that document. So if I go down here and I say, oh, I want to see this particular spot, I left-click there, or sorry, right-click. I've been saying left-click. I right-click in these places, and I inspect, and there it opens up to that particular bit of text. Yeah, you can see it opens up here, this work experience bit. So this is a great way to pinpoint specifically, and this is kind of fun to do. Now with these two tools, we're just going to go, before we explain what's going on in all this, and what all this means and what HTML is, we're just going to go like look at a few web pages and just see what's going on and look at that we can do this. So I can inspect here, I can see, oh, there's this bit of work experience text and it's surrounded by some other stuff. And one other really nice thing is that when you inspect, at least in Chrome and usually in the other ones as well, you can, as you mouse over, it will actually like highlight and show the area that your mouse is over. So when I mouse over this thing called container, you can see it highlights in blue a certain part, in green a certain part, and in kind of orange color another part. And as I go all the way down here, it highlights that block there, and then it highlights just this work experience block, and then it highlights each one. So I can really easily mouse over and see which part of the document is referring to which part of the page that I can see. So looking at another page, I looked at Berkshire Hathaway because it's kind of funny how simple this website is. It looks like it was made, in fact, it probably was made in the 1990s and never updated because that's Warren Buffett's style. But you can see the same thing. We can highlight the whole page and then we can go down and look at each individual piece. You can see here they actually have a little thing for the B, and then for the Berkshire, and then for the H, and then the Hathaway, and something for the rest of it here, which is kind of all over in these different chunks. So there's all these different chunks, and this is kind of nice for you to just do a little bit across a couple different sites, just to mouse over and start digging in a little bit yourself before you even really know what any of these things mean. Just by looking at these, you're going to start to get used to seeing some of these types of tags around, seeing things that say body, or a little P there, something that says font, or a little center thing, or an HR. There's some common things you're going to see. Now, if we just go to Google, this is a major corporate site. So it's a little bit different. And you can see here, it already looks a little more complicated. There's like some crazy stuff written up here. There's all kinds of like different things going on in, referring to this image or whatever this is doing. There's all these strange characters all over the place. And this is, of course, because it's a very advanced site and there's some confusing things going on that you're not going to have to learn about for a long time. But that's normal. You can still mouse over each part. And in this case, I can actually see, oh, that's telling me that's where the image is loaded. And then that's the little block that it's loaded in. Okay, and here's another little block of stuff. And if we open that up by clicking this little triangle, we can see, oh, there's a little bit more of a block, and go in more and more, and just keep going in and see, oh, there's the actual search bar, right? So that's, and just as a last example, let's just look at Twitter, another big web page. And we can see here, there's lots of stuff going on. Look at all this craziness. But again, the same basic idea. There's like this document, and we can mouse over stuff, and we can see how it's kind of broken down as we mouse over more and more. Things are general, and then there's stuff inside of stuff, and then more stuff inside, and it's just kind of like this nesting doll where things keep breaking down further and further. Now, to give a very basic idea, that's what we call the document tree of an HTML document. It kind of goes in like this, and things, you have a block, and then you put another block inside it, and then you put another block inside it, and then there's your little bit of text. And then you have another little block, and you have a little bit of text. And that's really the very basics of an HTML document. But this video is not necessarily to actually start the HTML journey, but just to get you used to looking at sites like this and looking at them a bit, inspecting them, getting familiar, seeing that you can do this. Because in our next sections, as we start actually building with HTML, we're going to do this with our own sites, and we're going to look at other people's sites to see what we can steal of what they did, what we can copy, what we can learn from them, and also like some common things that we see out there when it comes to HTML documents. So I hope this was fun. I hope you feel like you're starting to become a developer already, getting into the guts of the internet. And in the next section, we're going to go into an even cooler thing, which is that you can actually change stuff on the page right from within there. And from there, we're going to move into actually starting to make some of our own HTML documents. See you in the next video. Okay, so we have learned to use the dev console, the inspector a little bit, and now we're going to get into using it even a bit more and actually start like messing around with pages. So instead of just looking, now we're going to right click, we're going to inspect again. Here we are at our little thing, and we're going to start removing stuff. And I'm going to just delete where it says Victor Temprano. I just pressed the delete button on my keyboard and it went away. Okay, backspace, whatever, it disappeared. So we've actually, what this means is that we are, with this DevTools thing, it lets us change the HTML document live, like so we can see it instantly. So again, if we go to this view page source, we can see the original document, and you can see that thing I deleted is still here. But just for the sake of our little version, just in our browser, we can actually manipulate it and change it. And it doesn't change anything on the actual website. It's just our little copy, our little version of the HTML document that got sent to us while we're browsing the internet that we can change and stuff. And Google Chrome or whatever browser will show it to us. And this gets to the idea of what a browser is. A browser is just a program that's installed on your computer that knows how to read these HTML files and some other complicated stuff, but that's really the core. It knows how to read and present them to you. It's not actually like changing anything where the file lives. So the file lives somewhere on some server, some computer, somewhere else in the world, and you just get like a copy of it basically onto your computer, and your browser reads it and presents it to you. So this little local copy that you have of it, you can now manipulate and change, and it won't change anything bad on the actual web page. But it's a great learning tool, and it's great for us and helping us learn HTML. So not just deleting, I can also open up this next one. So I've moused over and I see it has CEO of Mapster. I see there's this little thing, and I can double click on this CEO part and put Joker and press enter, and then it says Joker Mapster. Let's make it Joker of Mapster. And wow, cool. Now I just like change the page. This is going to be really helpful when it comes for us to debug our pages, practice making changes, do changes without having to reload the page all the time, see how things look, because we can just change it right there live without having to change our original code. So we can do that a bit and also start to notice a couple of common things we're going to see a lot. We're going to see a lot of these things called divs. Divs, we're going to see a ton. I'm not going to explain what they are yet. We're just going to get into using them, and you don't really have to worry about what they are in a theoretical way. But just to get used to, we're going to see them. Divs, we're going to see a lot of P, we're going to see a lot of A, and those are kind of our most basic. We're going to see some of this UL and inside that LI. And that's really our core stuff that we're going to see. There's going to be a lot more other than that you're going to get to know as we go further and further. But really, a web page is made of divs, paragraph elements, P, A elements, which is linking. This is basically a link. And then some lists, which are the ULs and the LIs. We're going to get into using them. Don't worry about the acronyms and stuff. I still don't know exactly what A stands for, but we're used to using it, and so it's easy to do that way. So yeah, let's hop into let's say Google's thing, and we're going to look at that one, and we're just going to delete the Google logo. Boom, there, Google logo is gone. So this is also how scammers sometimes like mess with people when they take over their computers. Scammers can take over your computer, send you to a website like make you go to your bank website or something like that. And then they go into the inspector like this, and they type in a bunch of other numbers to make it look like your bank like transferred money from them, and now you have to send it back. And they'll trick people because people don't understand what's happening, and it looks like a bunch of developer crazy code stuff when this is opened. So, they can't do that to you unless they have control of your computer, because this is just local on your computer and no one can do it except for someone who actually is controlling your computer. But just so you know, it is powerful that way, and you can make some changes. You could trick someone. If you made your own version of the Google site, put your own little face on it or something, you could be like, hey mom, look, they're featuring me on Google, and trick somebody with that, right? So play around a bit, get in again to some of your favorite sites, delete some stuff, look at what they have going on in these different parts, what happens if you delete something. And in the next section, we'll actually start building some HTML, starting to modify and change stuff with our own HTML, and then keep moving forward into making it look cool and making it interactive. See you in the next one. Hey everyone, so it's been a little while actually since I recorded the video you just watched. You can see my hair is a bit longer, and it's actually getting to be spring outside. It's been about 3 weeks, and I went over the course and reorganized everything to make sure it's really straightforward and that I'd be really prepared to go through all this. So that's why I look a little different, and maybe you'll notice a couple things are different. But anyway, for you, there's no difference. You just watched that last video, and now we're into the next one. So we've done a bit with the dev tools. We've looked at HTML a little. We've poked around a bit. We've deleted some stuff here and there. So now we're going to start playing around with actual HTML ourselves. Now we're going to do this inside what we call a sandbox environment. So this is like an environment where you can play around. You don't have to start setting up all the code editors and how did all the files work and all that sort of stuff. We're going to get to that later. We're going to walk all the way through to there. But just to get started in an easy way, I'm going to get you set up on this site that you're looking at right now, which is called CodeSandbox.io. So I'm going to sign in, but you can just log in. All the stuff you need will be for free in this. And this is basically a site that lets developers play around with HTML, JavaScript, CSS in a purely browser format. You don't need to download anything. All the different sections will be there, and you can press render, and it'll just kind of do all the stuff for you, and we can start working on things directly in the browser. So let's sign in here. I'm going to sign in, and we'll sign in with my GitHub account, but you can sign in with Google or whatever you're going to do. Okay, and now that we're here, we're going to get started. So we're going to make our first little HTML document. All right. What we're going to do is we're going to go to where we have new sandbox, and we're going to create the static sandbox. It might be one of the ones that's a little further down. There's all these different types and stuff, but the static is the most straightforward for where we should get started. Now this will create a little draft for you. It'll be now saved, and this will be here if you leave this and come back. And you can see here it just set up an HTML document. It's got some files on the left-hand side, kind of mimicking a file system. Then it's got the HTML document here with some line numbers. Then HTML, which we've seen a little bit of before, just bouncing around, not these specific tags or whatever, but we're going to look at that in more detail. There's a little bit of text here, and over here we have the example of what it actually looks like and a little URL. We can also push this out so that we actually can see this in a new window if we want to see it all on its own. So that's pretty handy, but this is kind of cool. And we can kind of change stuff. We can put a bunch of commas, and then we go, okay, what's happening? And now you can see this little dot appeared here, which means that we should save. So if I press now Control S and save, it changes the render on the right-hand side. Okay, so great. So that's what we're going to be working in. So before we start learning about HTML, let's try just playing a little with this. So let's again go to Google, and we're just going to do our inspecting thing. We're going to inspect here. There's a bunch of stuff here with Google, text areas and a bunch of things called divs and stuff. Let's just copy this. We can just go copy outer HTML, and it will have copied it. And we're just going to come back to here, and we're just going to paste this in. Okay, pasted it in. We're going to save it. And oh, a thing appeared. It's a text area. It's got all this junk in it that we're not going to really have to know all about, so whatever, but we can see here it's done something. So this is kind of a key to how it is to learn when it comes to learning HTML, learning how to make websites. There's going to be a lot of just pasting stuff, checking it in, what works, what happens, how can we change it. A lot is learned by practical use. Sitting there and trying to learn all the theory or all the stuff beforehand is really hard. So the way we're going to approach this is really from a practical angle. We're going to create like a project, and we're going to go through all the stuff you need to do to make that project. And kind of by going through all that, you're going to get a lot more concepts. Some people choose to teach web development by starting with theory. What is HTML? What is CSS? What's JavaScript? What's a variable? What's an object? What are all these things? And we're going to do that to some degree, but I really want to couch it inside of a project where we're throwing stuff in and seeing how it actually works on a practical level. So feel free to play around a little bit with this on your own if you want, but hop into the next lesson once you've pasted around a couple things here and there from different websites you were looking at, seeing what broke, seeing what didn't work, seeing what worked. And then in the next one, we'll start getting into actually what is HTML and getting started on our sample project. I'll see you in the next one. All right, time to get started in our web development journey here with some real code, some real HTML stuff. So what we're going to be building in the long run, once we get around to it, is we're going to be building a calculator. Just a simple math calculator that adds, subtracts, divides, multiplies, that sort of stuff. In order to do that, we're going to be going over a couple things. So to get started, we need to start off with HTML. So what's HTML? HTML is all about the structure of a page. What we're looking at here in this index.html is HTML. It's a special kind of way of formatting a document so that your web browser, whether that's Chrome or Safari or whatever, can actually read the document and output what the web view looks like to you. That's what HTML really fundamentally does. It's not about making things look nice, like it's not about changing colors or the way things are laid out. It's really just like raw structure. What comes first, what comes second, what's on top of what, and what's the actual content, like the actual text, that sort of thing. That's kind of what goes into HTML. So the browser can read this file. Now it can only read it if it's in what we call the proper syntax. This is a word we're going to use a bit. Syntax, like when we speak of grammar or the way you put a sentence together, is basically the right way to format your code. So in this case, HTML has a particular syntax. Now when we look at this HTML document, we can see a couple things going on here. So we can see even when we hover over this, CodeSandbox provides us with a little bit of information. The body element represents the content of the document. So HTML is a document. So what's the syntax that we see? Well, we see these less than, greater than signs, and inside of each of them is some letters. This one says HTML, this one says head, there's a bunch that say meta, title, body, H1. So these are called tags or elements. We can sometimes use those terms interchangeably. Sometimes you'll hear me calling them tags. Sometimes you'll hear me calling them elements. They are a little bit different, but it's okay for now if you just kind of imagine the same thing. Basically, you imagine it's one of these little things enclosed with this greater than, less than sign. Now, some of them you'll see have content inside them. So this body one has a beginning to it and it has an end. The end starts with this slash, whereas the start doesn't have that. Same with the H1. H1 opens here and closes here. So that slash represents the closing of a given HTML element or tag. So in this case, you can see that we actually put the text content for the H1 inside the H1 tag. Now, what does that mean? Well, H1, it says here, represents a section heading. So H stands for heading here. So heading 1. And there's different. You can imagine there's heading 2, heading 3. Another one that we're going to run into a lot is the P tag, and this stands for paragraph. So we do an open tag and a close tag, and we say this is a paragraph tag. Okay, and if we save that, we will see it appear beneath, and the font is preset to be different. We still can't change the color very easily. We're going to get into that when we get to CSS, but HTML provides some of these like basic building blocks that we can use to stick different pieces into our site in a rough way. In the very early internet, things were mostly HTML. In fact, if we were to go to a website like Berkshire Hathaway, which we looked at briefly before, we see that this is not so styled. There's a little bit of color, but really everything's white. There's a few lines. The font is the same as this default font, and things aren't really styled up all that much. There's maybe a little bit of larger text here and there, but this is using mainly HTML. So it's simple. It's the original kind of internet. One of the most important elements or tags that we're going to use all the time, you're going to use all the time when you're developing, and one that you've seen if you were inspecting things on different websites, is one called the div tag. Now, this doesn't really do anything in itself. If I was to put the div tag here, div, and press save, nothing changes, nothing happens. It stands, I believe, for division, but it says it has no special meaning at all. So what it really is it's a block that's used to just like kind of organize and break up content. You should really think of it as like a rectangle. So I could put all this content inside the div tag and it won't change anything again. But now this is kind of like contained. So we're going to get into why we're going to use this. I want to show it to you because we're going to use it to organize the different blocks of content that we're going to have. Oh, I want this part to be over here and I want this part to be here, but it's got text and images and everything in it. So we put it in a little basket, which is the div tag. The div tag is like a little container, a little box that we put different chunks of HTML in so we can later move it around or style it or do whatever we want with it. Div is quite important. Another one that we're going to use for our uses is the button tag. So we have the button tag, which again opens and closes, and we can save that, and we can see we have this one. It can say click me. Doesn't do anything, but it's a kind of preset element that exists in HTML. Now we've gone over opening and closing a tag in this case. Another important thing is nesting HTML. You can see here that HTML documents is like it's stuff inside of stuff inside of stuff. So we have our body tag, and inside the body tag we have the div tag, and inside the div tag we have the h1 tag, and then it closes, then we have the p, and then the div closes. So again, it's a little hard to just say it, but even looking at this document, you got to get used to seeing this idea that things are nested inside other pieces. Like when you make a bullet list, when you're taking notes on something, you go, oh, I need to add more information that pertains to this other note. Let me put it in a nested format. That's how HTML works. Everything is nested inside everything else. So we're going to run into that all the time. Now, in terms of trying to break this, what happens if you don't close a tag? So the thing about HTML is sometimes things will still work. So it can really trick you and it can screw you up and lead to a lot of bugs. So for instance, if I just take away this p tag and I save that, nothing really broke. Look, this button moved, which is kind of weird. And I can see here that because CodeSandbox is trying to prevent me from making errors, it closed the p tag automatically for me. So you can see it actually automatically closed it for me. So I can't really show you what happens. But let's say I take out this h1 and now it made everything the same as the h1 tag instead of the paragraph tag. So different weird things might happen when you don't close tags, but it won't always break your site. If I remove this div tag, everything kind of works the same, and it didn't actually automatically close it for me. If I move stuff around, it looks okay, but this will probably end up causing bugs. So it's something to bear in mind that you should really be careful about closing your div tags and your HTML tags and elements. You should really make sure that you do that, but you might mess it up sometimes. You might forget it, and you'll probably run into weird stuff. So getting used to the fact that that can happen is going to be important to fixing bugs and problems down the road. You can't avoid it. We all are going to do it, but you should know about it. So anyway, in the next video, we'll now get into a little bit more detail about HTML and a couple more tags that are really important that we're going to be using throughout. Okay, here we are continuing along with HTML. So in case I didn't say it before, you should be following along in your CodeSandbox, making some similar elements, dropping in stuff here and there, typing some of these tags, playing around. I want you to get a feel for this. Don't just be watching what I'm doing. Follow along a little, especially when we get a little further and we're actually start building our calculator. You're going to be following along for sure. So anyway, I have our little thing here where we've added a couple elements. I want to go over a couple more elements and then we'll really jump into building the actual calculator. So before we get into these other elements, we need to learn something about what we call attributes in HTML. Now we have a few attributes actually showing on this page. They are these things. Oh, this is in the way. They are these things on the HTML elements. So on this whatever meta element, there's one attribute called name. There's another one called content. And then there's one here called http-equiv. We don't need to know at all what these actually are or what they do, just the idea that we can give attributes to HTML. You can see here the one for the HTML root element is lang. That's probably language, and en is probably English. So this is telling something, telling the browser or whatever, that the language of this HTML document is in English, okay? So that's not really important, that actual thing. Who cares? I've never really seen that used. That's only going to be important in pretty specific circumstances, and you're probably not going to run into it. But this idea of attributes is important. And there are certain HTML elements that don't really do anything unless you have a certain attribute in them. So these H1P button, they all work just fine without an attribute, but there are others that don't. And one of those is really important. It's links. So to make a link, we go, it's an A element. I don't know what A stands for. It doesn't really matter. But if I put A and I say this is a link and I save that, it will just have this as a link. But it doesn't do anything. It's not a link because we need to tell it where it links to. And we do that with an attribute. And that attribute is the href, which stands for hyperlink reference. So in this case, we can say, oh, we're going to have it go to google.com. Okay, so now if I save, we will see it gets underlined and now it looks like a proper link. Now if I click this, it will open right on top of my CodeSandbox. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this static template. You know, I've opened it in a new window. Okay, and now I'm going to click the link and we'll see I go to Google. There we go. Now it wouldn't work if I didn't put the href. Okay, and we can put a link to any site here, doesn't matter. Great. So that's, you know, an attribute at work in an A element for a link. Another one that uses this attribute and is also a special HTML element is an image element. So an image is like this. Now you can see I did something different there. I put this slash after the image. So I could have done something like -image, but an image doesn't have any information inside it. It's just a block that's referencing some URL somewhere where that image is, where that PNG is, or the JPEG or whatever. It's just saying like, here's a rectangle and its content is whatever that link is, okay? It's a bit confusing, but we wouldn't put anything inside this. That would just probably be weird. It's probably gonna appear here, but that's not what we do. We don't use image tags with anything inside them. So image elements close in the same line they open, okay? Some elements are going to be like that. If we try doing that with a paragraph, it just doesn't make any sense because why would we have a paragraph unless we have text inside it? So paragraphs don't work like that. Well, they could, but we never use them like that. Images do. Now, if I just put image and save it, it doesn't show anything because there's no image, but we have to reference again like some kind of URL or file, and we do that with src, which stands for source. So we're telling it what the source should be of this. For some reason it's different than the href. It's just the way these things work. So again, we'll go to Google here and we'll inspect this element here and we see it comes up and it's actually an image. You see that? Okay, and then they have an src. Okay, and here is what the source is. So if we click on that current source, it opens this image at whatever URL. Let's try taking that and putting it into our page. So we're going to have this image source, Google. Okay, now let's try saving that. Boom, we have the Google logo on our site. Now, normally you don't want to do this. It's best not to like use images directly from other websites on your website, just because it's not really a good practice to do, but it actually works and we can see this at play. So we start to see a little bit how we can grab stuff from existing sites and actually make it work. So coming back, there's one more that I want to go over here, and that is another self-closing tag, and it's called the input tag. And it also self-closes. Now, if we just save this it actually appears here. Here's a little text input where we can put information. Now there's different types of inputs. So one of the things that we typically use is we have type. Type equals text, or type equals number. You know, if I put type equals number, it will not really let me type. I'm trying to type right now, and it'll come up with these little numbers, these little clickers that I can raise or lower. But we're going to be using input type equals text, and these are all the building blocks that we're going to really need for our calculator. We have an input for showing and typing in a number. We have buttons for clicking. We have a little bit of headers and paragraphs for being able to put information about it. And then we have our divs for helping us organize little blocks of content. So in the next video, let's get into actually starting to put these chunks together. Okay, here we are in the next one. Let's actually get started making our calculator. So the first thing we should do whenever we're starting a new project where we're building something is go do a little research, see what's out there for things that already exist. So I use Google's calculator all the time. If I just do 10 plus 10, we can see there's this whole calculator here. Or if we search for like math calculator online, we'll probably come up with all kinds of them, and there's all kinds of complicated ones out there. Look at all this stuff going on. But let's look at them and let's first of all think about them, knowing what we know about HTML. So imagine little blocks. So there's a block here, and this is some kind of input. Then there's buttons, and these are probably in little blocks, or there's probably a block for this whole thing. And then this whole row or these columns are in blocks. They're somehow organized so that they all sit on top of each other and they have this nice spacing. And now if we actually inspect, we'll see, okay, there's a bunch of divs. There's this thing called a table, which we didn't go over and we're actually going to skip for now, but they are using it here. There's more divs and divs and divs and divs, and they're not actually using buttons. So, oh man, do we even need to use buttons? So there's so many ways to build things in HTML. You're sometimes going to run into weird stuff, but you can still get the rough idea of structure from this. Now let's go to this one and inspect a little and see how they're building it. And we can see here that they also are using all these divs. There's a div for every one of the buttons, and each of the buttons is just a div. It's not actually a button element. It's just that. And we have things in rows here. Each of them are in rows, and they go all the way through rows, and the whole thing is in a big box. So, okay, other people aren't using buttons. We're going to use it just because we want to demonstrate using buttons, but you don't have to. And we can see people put them in rows, and there's different kinds of ways of organizing this stuff. So, you know, we wanted to look just a little to see like what's out there and to get used to the idea of looking at these kind of things. So first of all, let's change our header. We're going to change it to be, you know, Mapster calculator. That's what I'm going to call it. And we're going to say this calculator will be our first go at HTML, CSS, and JavaScript in web development. Okay, great. We save that. It appears there. Great, we're already on our way. Now, we're going to make some buttons. So what do we want our buttons to be? So we want our buttons to be all the different numbers and all the different stuff that people are going to be putting in. So we're going to have a button that is 1. Obviously, we're going to have a button that is 2. And now that we have these 2 buttons, we can save, and we see they appear here. Okay, that's nice. They're right next to each other. And then we can just paste them, copy paste. We can go 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then of course we also need a button for 0. So that's all useful. Save that. We see they're all here. Okay, great. Now we're also going to want a button for plus, for minus, for multiply, and for divide. We're also going to want one for equals. And then we're going to want a clear button. We see that on all these examples. They have all the numbers. They also have a decimal place. They have equals, plus, minus, blah, 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 and they have AC. Then there's all this other crap. We're not going to get into those hyper complicated calculators, obviously. We're just trying to build this simpler one. Another reason why it's good to look at examples. So, okay, we have all these buttons here. Okay, so one other thing we wanted to make was an input. So we want to input type text. And we can just put that there, and this will be something to do with where the user will like enter numbers. Okay, so now we want to use divs a little to start breaking this up. So I want to put this whole thing in a div to kind of keep the whole calculator in one big basket where it's all together. That doesn't change anything. Now I also want to put this input in its own little basket so that later I can style it a special way. Okay, that's nice too. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm also going to put all the buttons in their own little baskets. Now I could do it where I just put the numbers in a basket like this, and then put all the operations in another basket. That's totally fine too, depending how I want to organize it. But you can see it's kind of, we're getting to be able to organize things a certain way. Now, I probably want, when I look at these, I see that they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 like that. This one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 along the bottom like that. That seems to be a pretty standard way that people do these kinds of calculators. So maybe I'll want to reorganize that where the button, the 1, 2, 3s will actually be along the button bottom, and then the 4, 5, 6, and then the 7, 8, 9, and the 0 would be in some other place, you know, maybe it's in its own div, the 0. Let's do that and see how this all looks. Okay, so we have this 1, 2, 3, but they're still not in a line. So we can put that again in another little div. So you can see how we're nesting things. We're trying to break them up according to what groups we want to have them appear in. And then we have another div here. Okay. And we end up with something that looks like those calculators. And then this is kind of weird. It's not on the right side. I think that probably this could be its own, you know, the equals and the C are kind of different than the operations. So we have this rough layout of our calculator now. So this is a great starting point. We've used H1 tags. We've used attributes here in our input. We've used divs to do all kinds of nesting to make it kind of look in a rough way like we saw. We used buttons, although they don't do anything yet. And we used some basic tags like H1 and P tags. So great job getting this far. Now, next we're going to start getting into CSS, which is going to let us style this a bit more. Like, how do we get these pieces to be on the side like we see here, right? How do we make these buttons look a little nicer? How do we change the font? How do we color these or put space between them? This is the kind of stuff that CSS is really going to let us do. Changing the background of the page, changing text color, all the fun stuff that makes a page look nice. And then once we get past that, we'll get into the JavaScript part, which will be actually making it work and do something. So we'll see you in the next one. Great job so far. Hey everyone. All right, so it's time to get started on CSS. This is pretty cool. So we've done a little bit of HTML. We have a sense of these elements, and we're going to jump in now to CSS. So what is CSS? You don't need to know what it stands for. Look it up if you want. It doesn't matter. It's just another type of code, kind of like HTML, that tells the browser what to do with certain information. Now, CSS only works together with HTML. It won't do anything without HTML. And it's basically like a type of syntax. Again, there's that word. It's a way of writing some specific instructions so the computer, so the browser, knows different styling information to give to the HTML. In the early days of the internet, before there was something like CSS, everything would just look kind of like it does in our calculator right now. All the buttons would look the same. All the inputs would look the same. The headers would look, you'd only have like 2 or 3 different fonts to choose from, really. And everything would look really, really basic. Sometimes you even stumble on old websites that kind of look like this. But CSS over the years has just expanded so much, and lots of design principles have been created. And so we use CSS. It's a really important part of every website, and you have to know it if you're going to be a web developer. And it's totally crucial to making things look the way you want them to look. So CSS, like I said, it only works with HTML. Now, we have to then find a way in our CSS to refer to specific elements in HTML. For instance, if I want this button, the equals button, to have a specific color, but I don't want every other button to have that color, I need to be able to tell the CSS to change that one button. Or if I want all the buttons to have a color, I need a way to tell, for CSS to tell the browser that all the buttons should have a color. We need a way to refer to things in CSS. The syntax of CSS is something like first we write some kind of instruction or like a pointer to tell the browser what we're referring to, what element or tag in the HTML we're referring to, and then we tell it the instructions for how to style it. So let's just try this out, first of all, with something simple. So we can write it right here. Later we'll separate out CSS into a separate file, and that's totally fine. But HTML has a special tag, the style tag, where we can write CSS right into the same document, so we don't have to worry about that yet. So in this case, I'm going to write button, and that's going to tell the browser that I'm targeting all the buttons. And then I'm going to put these curly brackets, which you're going to see fairly commonly, and we're going to write, let's say, background blue. We're going to do that. We're going to save this, and we'll see that all the buttons change to have a blue background. Now, it doesn't look very good. It looks horrendous, actually. And you can see this little thing in CodeSandbox actually gave us the color blue. That's just a nice little thing that comes, and maybe you'll set that up later when we get to the part of setting up our own code editors on our computer. But you can see here the core of what I'm talking about. We write here something to tell the browser what to target. We're targeting the buttons. And then inside these curly brackets, we write a rule. We write the background, a colon, and then whatever the value is, and then a semicolon. Each of these is quite important. If you miss one of these, it won't turn out right. So if I just change this to background blue, you'll see it gives us a spelling error and it actually doesn't work. And also if I write background blue and I remove that, it will automatically add it in this case because it won't work without it. Now we can write more than one rule, and we have lots of different types of rules in CSS. There's so many, we're not going to worry about going over all of them. That would be inconceivable. I don't even know all of them. But we're going to go over some core ones that we're going to see again and again. So here we have our background be blue. Now, if we want to change the color of the text, that is called color. Now, I don't know why color isn't the background and there's not another one that's specific or whatever, but this is kind of the way it is. You'll get to know it and you'll get used to it as you start using this a lot. So color, I'm going to make it white. Okay, and if I save that, we'll see now the buttons have a white color for the text and a blue color for the background. So we've made a couple changes. Now you could keep doing these in a progressive list of things, and each of these lines is referred to as a rule. So this is a CSS rule, there's another rule, and there's many rules that you can apply to any given element, tag that you're working on. Now, it's really important that we know that there's another way to refer to items in the HTML. If we just had button, we could never pick that equals button in particular. So there's a special way that HTML and CSS kind of work together. So we talked about attributes before. Now there's some special attributes that you would have seen if we were, let's say again, looking at Google, and we just inspect this. There's obviously tons of attributes here. One of the core ones is class. You'll see that one has a class, this one has a class, this has a class, this has a class. Class is very, very common, and it's one of those things that we're going to use all over the place. Another one that we don't see there, but we're going to use sometimes, is ID. So how do we apply a class? Well, in this case, I'm going to scroll down to my equals button, and I'm going to say class equals equals button. And we can give it a dash like that. We can also give it an underscore. That's generally what we use to kind of represent a space. We don't want to do a space. That actually is two classes. We've now given it the classes of equals and the class of button. So those are different. So we're going to just have equals button right now. Now to refer to this, we have a special little syntax we can use. We do dot equals underscore button. Now the dot is just saying, it's just CSS's way of doing, oh, there's a class named equals button, and we're going to give it some kind of style. Okay. Now in this case, let's make the background green, and we're going to leave the color as white. So what's really cool here is it changes this to green, but it keeps the rule from the button. So the first rule here, this set of rules, is general. It's for all the buttons. And then this equals button rule is specific, and it overwrites anything from the button rule, but otherwise keeps it, since the equals button is a button. it keeps the general styles, but then it regards it as more important to apply the specific styles just for that one. Now it's a little confusing. We'll see it at work more and more as we get further in. But you can know that multiple rules can apply and they can override each other. And this can sometimes, as you can imagine, make problems as well. Now, just to go a little further here, there's another way to refer to a specific element. So if I wanted to refer to the C button, I don't have to use classes. I could use an ID. And an ID could be CID button. I'm just making something up here. And to refer to an ID, we use this hash or whatever. So it'd be CID button. It's the same idea, and this time we're going to make the background black. Now, it's the same idea as the class thing. It just is a dot means class, and this hash or whatever means ID. So if we save that, we'll see that it turns black. This one's green. You kind of get the idea. So we're going to be going over quite a lot of different properties in CSS and different ways that you can edit stuff. One more property to just look at is we're going to go class equals main text on our paragraph text, and we're going to change the text alignment. So this is another thing. So main text, and we're going to say text align. We're going to say right. And so now you can see it moved to the right. We can also make it to the center. Now, how do you know what the different things of are CSS? Some of it you're going to learn in this course. How do you know whether it's right, left, center? You Google it. You Google CSS align text, CSS background color, and you're going to find resources on this kind of stuff. Okay, so we're going to jump in a bit more into the next video and start learning a bit more about some other ways, some more advanced ways to apply CSS and some more properties. See you there. Okay, we're getting into the CSS. We're getting into the fun styling stuff. Hopefully you like making things look pretty because we're making our way towards that. It's not going to look super pretty just yet, but we're going to get there bit by bit. So we have our stuff. We can start styling a bit more. Let's learn a little bit more about some more properties, some ones that are really important to us that we use all the time, but don't necessarily have such simple values or have ways to enter in different types of values. So we saw with text align, for instance, we have center. We see with colors, we can enter in the names of colors. Now, there's another way to do colors because let's say you want a darker green. You might not know how do I write dark green. So we use a few different ways of doing this, but one of the common ones are called hex codes. So if we look at a hex code, we can go to something like one of these websites here. I do this all the time. Programmers do this. And you move this color thing around, and it'll give you this number here, this thing, it says hex. That you can enter into CSS also, and it'll change that to that color. So we're going to pick one here. Let's make it a little darker, a little red. Okay, so a red one that we can change our equals button to that instead, and we put that that sign there, the hash sign or whatever, and then we change that, and there we go. Now the equal sign has changed. So the values aren't always super obvious. Now, some other important things to know is certain values take numbers, take pixels, take percentages. There's other types of units. A lot of this you're going to learn because you're going to want to do something. You're going to be like, how do I get these two things to line up or be wide enough or stretch to fill or put under the other? And you're going to Google around and you're going to find answers and you're going to be pasting stuff in. I can't go over all of it here, and it would be crazy to because you would just forget it all. But what I want to give you is some of the core of knowing that these varieties of how CSS work and throwing some very common ones at you. So we don't want to memorize CSS. We'll memorize it over time by using it a lot, but you don't want to go out there and try to memorize it because it'll drive you crazy. So width and height are very important. That's a very important one that we want to use. Let's say we want this input to be maybe 100% of the width, or we want it to be shorter, like only the width of the buttons. So to do that, first of all, we're going to give a class, and we could give an ID. Why don't we give an ID instead? We'll say text input. That's what we'll call it. So when it's text input, and we copy that, and we give it an ID, so it's a hash thing, and then we can say width, and we can say 100%. Okay, and that will make it 100% of whatever div that it's in. Now, if we inspect, we can see here that as we hover over this, we can see the div on the screen above is that same width. It's 100% of the width of the page. Okay, so then that means the text input will fill whatever the div's width is. So if I say 50%, it will fill 50% of the div. Now, I can actually also change the width of that div, which is kind of a crazy thing. So if I give the div a class, div class equals parent container, that's a common way we talk about divs is as containers. So I say parent container, and I put parent container, and I say the width of the parent container will be 50%. Now when I save, everything, you can see everything that's inside that div goes to, it's marked off at that 50% place. And if I hover over it here, you can see that it gives this like orange look on the right side, which is basically saying, oh, the div isn't over there. That's just like empty space beside the div. The main div is this 50% blue box there. So that gives us some sense of why we nested HTML. And we can again change our text input now to be the 100% width, and it'll only fill up the div. It's not just going to 100% of the page. Okay. We can also use pixels, and there are other units with width. There are lots of different units. So without really knowing pixels, this is a bit weird, but the idea is you can give it specific units. So if I needed it to be specifically a certain width, I could say, oh, be 100 pixels, or I could say, oh, be 105 and it's a little longer. Oh, it'd be 205 and it's a little longer. We don't always work in percentages. So pixels is a very straightforward way to make them exactly the width you want. Let's say I wanted it exactly the width of the buttons. I could just kind of work by trial and error and say, okay, maybe I'll make that 85. Oh, maybe it's less, maybe it's 65. Oh, it's a little bit more, it's 70. And it's pretty much the width of the buttons now, right? So we can do that kind of thing. We're going to change it back to 100% because I think that looks kind of nice. And I'm just pressing Control. There we go. Okay, so that's width, and height works in a similar way. We can also say height. Generally, we don't give percentages for height. It's a confusing thing, but don't think about it too much. Just think of height more as something where you're entering specific values for it. It's just easier that way. Trust me on that one for now. You'll thank me later. So height, we generally will use some kind of specific value. Width, we'll sometimes use percentages. Okay, now we have something called margin. Margin and this other associated thing called padding are something we use all the time. So margin and padding are kind of what creates space between elements. So for instance, for our header here, it's not flush up against the top of the page. And that's because by default, a header has margin. So if we went to our header and we gave it a class of header, heading, let's do heading, and we put that up at the top, and we say margin 0, we're going to find that it goes up a lot further. Now the rest of its space and why it's still far away is another property called line height that's not very important. It just has to do with fonts. Again, one we can set aside for later. But another important one, aside from margin, is padding, which also deals with the space around things. Now a good way to illustrate this and to remember it is that margin is for the outside of an element and padding is for the inside. So buttons make this quite easy to see. So for our buttons, let's say we make the padding 0. We're going to see them all get real squished up because there's no space around the text anymore. By default, the padding probably has, I don't know what value it by default has, but we could look at it in the inspector if we really wanted. But let's make our padding be something like 10 pixels. Now we're going to see the buttons get a lot bigger, but that's just because the padding got larger. Now we can actually give multiple values to this because some of these CSS things, actually the padding is being applied to the top, the right, the bottom, and the left. So when we say 10 pixels, we're saying give 10 pixels for every one of these values. So that's all a little crazy. We're gonna use it, we're gonna get into it, but let's try giving 10 pixels for the top and bottom, or let's try giving 5 pixels for the top and bottom values by giving it first, and 10 pixels for the right and left. And we'll see how that kind of looks. They're a little more square, a little more neat looking. Now, margin is going to be between the elements. So if I give a margin of 10 pixels, you're going to see they all spread out. So padding's on the inside, margins on the outside. I think we probably want our margin to be fairly small, something like 2 pixels. Looks like okay. Of course, I don't like the colors of these buttons very much, but we'll fix that up. So those are some more advanced concepts in CSS and a few more properties. We went over padding, margin, we went over width and height, the idea of pixels, the idea of percentages, the idea of having multiple values. It gets so much more complicated and I don't want to get bogged down. But we're going to have one more lesson that's kind of contextual here, going over something that's really important in CSS, which is putting divs, these different div containers, beside each other. So we'll go over that in the next one, and then we'll get back to actually styling this calculator and making it look good. Okay, so far we've done some styling, we've done colors and margins and some padding and stuff and width and height, but a really common thing we run into is how to put divs in columns and in grids and beside each other. And this has been tackled a lot of different ways over the years. By default, the divs are always stacked on top of each other. We can see that again if we look at our inspector while looking at our little example page. So if I go over this and we hover over this div, it's just one rectangle, and then we have another div here, and these divs are all on top of each other. The 0, the plus minus, the equals, they're all one on top of one another. None of them are beside each other. So how to get them beside each other has been this long thing that there's lots of ways to do it. I'm going to go over briefly one of the more modern ways to do it, which is called CSS grid. But you should be aware when you search for this online, as you're trying to figure out, like, how do I make a grid? How do I do this? You're going to find a lot of different answers depending on the year that the answer is from. There used to be this thing called Flexbox, which still I use a lot and a lot of people use. Way back, there was this thing called floating, where we'd float elements around and position them, and that's gone way out of fashion. But CSS grid is kind of the big way that people do that today. So we're just going to throw a little bit of code in there just to see it work, so you have some direction on where to go with this. But we're not going to go over it in detail because it's a bit hefty and a bit advanced. So let's do a little bit of CSS grid. So we have a kind of good example here, which is these elements, these plus minus and the equals and the C. So we have all these operations buttons here, and let's say we want to move them up so they're beside our number buttons. So we know we could sort of do this. We could put like a plus button at the end of the 9, we could put a minus button at the end of the 6, and then so on, and they'd start moving over there. But then we've kind of disorganized our code a little, and now the plus is beside the 9, when really we want to keep all those operation buttons together. Now, we don't have to do it this way. We could do it many ways, but this is partly for the reason of showing you how it works, right? So we have basically these different divs. We have, we're going to move this 0 button because it kind of belongs in this group of the numbers, and we're going to say class equals number buttons. And then here we're going to say class equals, actually we're going to make another container around this and say class equals operations buttons. And you can see how classes also help us divide up the HTML. So it's not just a div after div after div, and it like you can't even keep your brain together because there's so many divs. We can see, okay, I have a group called number buttons and I have a group called operations buttons. We save it, everything looks the same. All we did was encase them in more rectangles. But we want to put this operations button beside the number button. So how do we use CSS grid for this? Well, there's basically a couple CSS properties that we can use for this. So what we're going to do is we're going to wrap the whole thing in another div. So on top of this, we're going to give it div class equals main grid. And we're going to wrap all of this in that big main div. Okay, so this is a really common thing that you see when it comes to dealing with HTML and CSS, is you just keep adding more divs, and they're wrapping around each other, and they all have these names, and that's how we style them all up. It gets pretty wacky, which is why when we go to that Google site and you inspect it, it's got so many divs. They're nested. Div, 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 div. Yeah, that's because that's what ends up happening once you get way into the complicated types of styling that are out there. Now, we're going to try to keep it simple, but we can't avoid some of this. So with our main grid, we're going to go ahead and apply some of these styles. So what we're going to do is we're going to say display grid. That's the first thing we're going to do. Now, when I saved that, nothing changed because it doesn't know the specifics of how we want to display the grid. So what we're going to do is we're going to enter in this little property, which is pretty cool, which is called grid template columns. Grid template columns. And we're going to give it some weird looking units, which is 1FR, 1FR. We're going to save that. Now we can see it split it up into 2 columns. And those 2 columns are equal. So the FR, I think it stands for fraction. And basically what you're telling it with this second thing here is you're telling it, oh, give the first one half, like 1/2 of the fraction, and give the second one 1/2 of the fraction as well. If we make the first one 2FR and the second one 1FR, this one will get 2/3 of it, and the second one will get 1/3 of it. So if we save that, we see that this gets moved over. So this is a little bit how grid works. There are a lot of caveats. There's things you can do to make space between the grids and make all kinds of details here, but that's a really rough look at how you can space out these things beside each other. So, okay, armed with this knowledge that we have now, with some of the background and text color, and we can kind of lay things out in a bit of a grid layout. We've got padding, we've got background. I want you, if you're feeling comfortable enough, if you're enjoying it, to maybe try to make this calculator look a little bit nice. Maybe try changing the colors to something you like. Maybe try looking up how to make rounder borders so that the buttons aren't totally square looking, but they have that kind of rounded edge like we see in the calculator from Google. If we go here, we see they have this kind of rounded edge. How do we get that? If you want to try Googling that. Try laying this out a little bit. In the next video, we're going to go over that together. I'm going to lay things out a bit in a way that I think looks nice. You'll get to see my process for sort of touching this up, moving stuff around, trying to get it laid out, and how to make this text input look kind of nice in a way that I like. But ultimately, CSS is going to be all about expressing yourself. It really is a kind of artistic thing, much more than HTML, which is really just about information. But CSS is creative. So try getting in there, try playing around with some stuff. Maybe the quizzes will help you a little with getting your creative juices going. And we'll see you in the next video where we'll do some more of this together. Hey, so you might notice things are a little different. I'm just finishing up this course, actually, finishing up putting it all in, and realized there's one more video I should make here, which just is a really useful tool that I didn't talk about and should have gone over now that we're finishing up some of the CSS stuff. So we're going to go over that a little bit here, and that's using dev tools to actually write and test CSS. So far what we've been doing is writing CSS, then saving the file, and then like reloading the page or seeing if it automatically updates sometimes in CodeSandbox. But you can do stuff live the same way we did with HTML, where you could like delete stuff and change some stuff. And it's really helpful when it comes to CSS. So if we look here at DevTools, I've opened it up again on this victortemprano.com site. And you can see down here there's some errors, and here's our old HTML, and we can hover over different parts and see it. And on the right here is styles and some CSS, and we can see the CSS. It's referring to certain classes, and then it's telling the font sizes, and we can check things on and off. So like if I check that on and off, you can see it goes to a different CSS rule. This is a really great way to like just get to know different rules or test them out. Like I can now make this, if I click on it, I can make this 100 pixels and it grows in size big time. Or I could change, I could undo that, press Control Z and undo that, and I could change the color. I could go color, let's make it green. So there, it just changed the color of it right in the browser. So that's really handy because I can make all these kinds of different changes here, and then I can just highlight this, press copy, or copy this, and just go paste those rules into my CSS style document. And when I do that, I just got to make them all without having to do guesswork. I didn't have to guess at the right font size, go back and change it. Or if I'm changing margins, I can do it in a way here, like for instance, this padding, I could change clicking up here and go padding 20 pixels. And that's a lot less, and you can see it immediately overwrote those other two, and you can see that because they get crossed out. So there's a lot here, and I just wanted to make sure that you knew that you can jump into dev tools like this and change CSS, write CSS right here copy it over later, paste it into your documents, and it just makes writing CSS a ton easier than having to just do it all, reload the page, do it all, reload the page. So that's it, just a short one, and we'll see you in the next video as always. Hey everyone. Okay, so you've learned a little about CSS. Maybe you've played around a little, maybe you've done a little styling. Hopefully you learned a little bit about border radius after the last lesson. You managed to look that up and then maybe learn it from the quiz a little if you are doing this on a platform that has the quiz. And now what we're going to do is we're going to do something a little different. Rather than walking you through, some basics and stuff like that, I'm going to basically go through and design this in a way that I think looks kind of nice. And you're going to see me searching up different CSS rules, different properties. Obviously, I'm going to talk you through it as I'm doing it, but I'm not going to spend a ton of time explaining every single property. I want you to start to get used to the idea of looking things up yourself. How do you Google things? How do you find answers? What kind of sites are good to use when you're trying to figure out how to do something when it comes to CSS? And this is going to apply across your web development career. I've been doing this for many years, and I still Google very, very basic things that I learned 12 years ago. But because I haven't memorized the rule, it's much easier to Google it. So you're going to see me going through this, making a couple design decisions, probably screwing up a couple times, doing things wrong, eventually winding up with a little calculator that I think looks okay as our starting point for right now. And then in the next video, we'll move into making it interactive, and then we'll go into actually styling it even more. So what are some of the things that I think I want to do with this calculator? Well, I think the buttons are way too bright and crazy, and I don't like that the number buttons don't stand out at all from the operations buttons. I think the font could be a little bit nicer. I don't really love the Times New Roman. I'm pretty sure that's the default. There's also not a lot of spacing between the text input and the various buttons, and they're kind of not we have them in those two columns, but they don't really fit evenly. So I'd like things to be fit a little more evenly across this whole thing. Maybe the buttons should be bigger, that sort of stuff. So we have to start somewhere. So why don't we try? I'm going to try changing some of the font. So okay, we're going to look up font CSS. And as we go in there, I don't usually like W3 schools. I tend to like the Mozilla sites. I find it's a little better. They have some different types of fonts. So font family, that's a common one we use to change the font itself. They have some examples here. So they have this Gill Sans. I don't know that I've ever seen that actually used in a site. So here I'm going to do it to the whole body tag, which is here as the entire site. So this will change all the site to be using this Gill Sans. That looks a little nicer. I think I want this to actually be left aligned. So we're going to go to that main text and change it to be left aligned and save that. There we go. Okay, looks okay. It's not like this is absolutely incredible, but it's not bad. I kind of want the calculator itself to have a little bit of a background. So I'm going to, let's see, right here is where we actually have the calculator. So I'm going to call this, calculator container. Make sure I spell that right. And then I'm going to add another, I'm going to put that down here, and at the end we'll probably organize this nicely, but background, color, and then I know this, I know a couple basic hex code for things like gray colors, and I know EEE is basically a very light gray that you can see here. I also want this to have some padding. I think that would make it look nicer on the inside. So it sticks out a little differently on the right and left side, but maybe we'll deal with that a little later. I just want to do broad strokes to get started. And okay, so now let's start in. So when I type in here, this font, it's, who cares? It's just a number or whatever. I'm not going to worry about it. But I wouldn't mind a little bit of spacing inside. In some of these other ones, like the Google calculator, you have it's a little bit more spacing, and there's some even border around this. So we're going to have our text input, which is here. And we're going to give it a border radius, and we're going to make that, let's try 10 pixels. And that's a little too much. I don't quite like how that looks. So now we're making that 5 pixels. That's a little bit nicer. It's a little bit cleaner, or I just kind of like it a bit more. And then we're going to add a little bit of padding. Maybe we're going to add just like a 3 pixel padding in here. And so when I type, there's a little bit of space around it. Maybe we'll even increase that padding. Let's try it at 5 pixels. So yeah, that's a little nicer. That's a little bit bigger. It's a little looks a little simpler. I kind of like that. And because I think that usually calculators don't work from the left alignment, we're going to change it to be right aligned so that now the numbers are typed in on that other side. Now we have the width at 100%, but it's not quite fitting quite how I'd hoped. So I'm just going to do a cheap kind of thing and not really try to figure out why it's not exactly fitting perfectly, and just make it 95% instead. And that kind of made it, okay, so now we have kind of a nice thing going on. Okay. Again, I'm just walking through quickly. You're not going to necessarily be this quick. You might have to play around. But I, again, just want you to kind of get the feel for how the flow of this stuff might work. There's some playing around and messing around. Now, I want there to be a little bit more space between these two, like the buttons and the area. So I could do that in a couple places. I could change this main grid and maybe add it to have a margin top. So we went over margin, and margin can be a value that applies all at once, but you can also break that down into margin top, margin left, margin bottom, margin right. So we're going to make it a margin top, and that adds a little bit of space. Okay, we're already looking like a little bit neater. Now let's tackle the buttons. Actually, before that, let's organize this a little. So we're going to have, we can add little things called comments inside special tags, which will be grayed out. And that can help us organize our CSS code a little. We're going to run into this more in JavaScript. We're going to go over commenting more in detail. But just to help us organize, I'm going to have like general styles. And the body, for instance, is very general. The button is kind of very general. It applies to all of them. And then I'll have something like, you know, class styles. Or I might even have like input styles. And then under that, I would just put the text input. And then I could put under that, you know, calculator button styles. And maybe, you know, when I write that, I go, actually, maybe then I should move the button down there. And we can move the heading up to the general styles. And then there's all these button styles. And this text align is kind of general. Okay, and the main grid, that's definitely falls into the calculator, but maybe not the buttons. So calculator container, or calculator layout. Again, I'm just making this stuff up to kind of, you know, organize this a little so it's a little easier to look at. There's a parent container, which is kind of a general style. Okay, so I've just reorganized. Nothing changed, but it just made it a little easier for us to look at when we're adding new styles. Okay, so now let's actually try changing the buttons. So first of all, let's go look at hex codes a little and try to figure out, I mean, the Google Calculator uses these nice light gray, which are probably a really good idea. So why don't we just try doing that? Instead of that, we're gonna have the default color be something like, we already have a light gray background. Maybe we make it a little bit darker than that. So we're gonna make it CCC. Again, I've just memorized these, but you could go look them up. It's a little darker. We probably want the color to be black then so that they stand out. Okay, and we have the padding and the margin. Let's give it a border radius as well on the buttons, like 3 pixels. Kind of rounds them a little. Oh, that looks a little, even that little bit of rounding really made things look a lot nicer, just like that. We could also change the border, but I don't actually mind. I think this looks kind of nice. That little bit of border radius really changed things. Okay, let's make maybe the font size a bit larger because I want these buttons to take up more space. So if I make them 14 pixels, let's make the 20 pixels the font size. Okay, it's a lot bigger. That's a lot more readable, a lot better. Now, I noticed that some of them have different widths, so maybe we can make them all have a uniform width so that we're not dealing with like buttons that are different in size. So we're gonna go width something, let's try 50 pixels and see what happens. Okay, that's kind of a nice width. And even this is kind of lined up, not bad. Maybe we could just do it a little bit less, 40 pixels. Okay, that's looking pretty good. And then we have room maybe to put the plus and the C up here beside these operations. Okay, that's a nice thing. Let's change, we kind of decided, okay, I can put these up here beside the operations buttons. So the operations buttons here, do we have that as an actual style? No. Well, what we're going to do is make this like another grid. We already have the grid holding these two divs, this one and this one, but now we can make another grid just to hold the 2 columns that we want to show here. So now I'm going to have operations buttons, and I'm going to make this display grid. All right, so then we're just doing the same thing with our operations buttons, and we're going to make it grid column 1FR, 1FR. And there, it broke up inside this. If we inspect, we can see it real quick. So if we go inside, we can see this operations button split up the divs into one column and then the other column. Pretty cool. And then, but the main grid still splits it into one column and the other column. So this is already looking pretty good. I don't mind how this looks. I think I can probably almost leave it here. Maybe I'll just color these buttons a little bit differently. So the equals button, maybe we'll make that green instead. So we'll go to color codes and we'll try to find a nice green color, maybe something like that. So we make the equals button green. That's pretty cool. And the C button, maybe we make that white just to really stand out. And that's kind of cool. And maybe we make the operations buttons just a little bit of a different background, just so they stand out a bit differently. So we then can do operations buttons button, which actually selects all the buttons that are inside the operations button div or class. So we have this div, and then inside it we have buttons. So our button declaration, where was it? Here, applies to every button on the page, but this one applies only to buttons that come inside this one. So you can do this kind of chaining of things with CSS. We're going to see that a little later on, but just to get a handle on this, you can put more specific rules when it comes to CSS. There's so much to learn, so much to do. You'll run into a lot of it when you are out there using CSS in the wild. But here we're going to change, let's say we're going to go again, background, and instead of CCC, we're going to make it maybe a little bit lighter, and maybe make it DDD, and we'll see if it even is noticeable. Oh yeah, it is noticeable, but it overwrote our equals button. What's that about? Well, we also have this thing that CSS has to choose which rule to apply, and here the ID button still has to change, but this one doesn't. And so one of the things in CSS is different types of targeting has different priority. And I'm not going to, again, go over this because it's just going to get confusing. But if we just change this to an ID instead of a class, and then we come down here and change the equals button to be an ID instead of a class, then suddenly it works because IDs have more weight than classes. So that's all a bit crazy, but I think overall it's okay looking. We could probably spice it up with a little bit more color, but I think this is a nice place to leave it. You've seen a bit of the way I mess around, the way that you can put CSS together in different ways. And now we're going to start moving into a little bit of interactivity. So I hope this was helpful. I hope you can play around a bit, start decoding how CSS works on your own, and we'll see you in the next video. All right, we've made it this far. We've learned how to do some HTML structure, some CSS styling. Now it's time to start programming. We haven't really done much programming so far. We've basically been writing documents that the browser can interpret. But programming is kind of its own beast. Programming is where you write scripts, you write little programs that actually do something that isn't just showing a static document. Things now can change. Things can add together, like in a calculator. A calculator won't do anything unless there's a program that tells the computer how to add, how to divide, what numbers to use. So programming is going to be all about that. Now, when it comes to the web, we use JavaScript. That has kind of been the decided thing for a long time. It's a language with some interesting history worth looking into if you're a history buff. But at the heart of it, that's what we use online. That's what you're going to be using throughout your web dev career. So you'll become very intimately familiar with this. Now, as a language, it's got its own syntax and its own rules, just like we've run into with HTML and with CSS. And you'll recognize a couple things from that, but it's also very different than that in a lot of ways. A lot of the core concepts that we're going to go over when it comes to learning JavaScript are also going to apply at a very fundamental level to any other programming language out there. All the programming languages out there are going to have things like variables. They're going to have things like functions. They're going to have things like loops and arrays and something like objects. So those terms don't have to mean anything to you yet. We're going to go through them and you're going to see them in action, and we're going to kind of get a basic understanding of what they do or why they're useful. But the nice thing is that wherever you learn your basics of programming, those basics are going to apply across a lot of different languages, whether you're going to use Python or PHP or R or whatever you're going to use. Learning it in JavaScript is just as good as learning it anywhere else. Other than that, the syntax and the language might write them in little bits of different ways. Now, we do have to be reasonably precise with our syntax, sort of like CSS. JavaScript has a little bit of looseness there. You can sometimes leave out a semicolon, sometimes not. But just like we saw in HTML, sometimes there's unexpected effects if you do that. So in general, you're going to want to try to follow the rules as much as you can, and only over time will you get good at spotting missing semicolons, or somewhere you used a space when you should have used an underscore. At the start, it's very hard to see that until you get really used to seeing it. It's a bit like being able to find a problem in spelling when you don't really know English. You can't even identify which words are spelled right or wrong anyway, so how are you going to find an error? Same thing's going to apply here. It's going to take some time for you to get really familiar to the point where you just see an error, especially at the speed that you might find that I find them. Obviously, I have a lot more experience here. So the point when it comes to programming, and the point of why we write programs, is generally a good way to think about this is that we're trying to get the computer to do things that we could do, but are kind of tedious or repetitive for us. So a computer is much faster than a human, but it can't do things like a human can do. Computers are only just starting now to learn how to make things like emotional art or write songs. But a computer has been able to add for many, many years now. For a long, long time, computers have been able to add numbers together. So certain things that we do as humans are very repetitive and can be turned into a step-by-step process that can be followed by a computer. And that's basically what we're doing when we're programming. We're creating a step-by-step process that the computer can logically follow to do one thing, do the next thing, add this together, and give me the answer. That's going to be the fundamentals of what we're doing. So when you're programming, and as you start to think of what you could build, you're always looking for those things that are repetitive, that people are doing over and over again and are a little bit mindless, that aren't things that take really, really strong concentration or a creative or emotional element. Things like pasting stuff into spreadsheets that can be programmed, spell checking. We have a huge dictionary of words that we can use and run it over every single word and figure out which ones are wrong and underline them with a little red line. So anyway, that's really just a broad structural outlook. So we're going to need to go over a few basics, but I want to do them in the context of actually writing the program for this calculator, because I find it's very hard to understand these concepts in a completely abstract manner. So starting off, we're going to start writing a little bit of code, and we're going to go right into what I think are some of the most useful things to get to learn right out the gate. So there's a special HTML element that's called script that we can use later. Just like the CSS, we're going to break the JavaScript out into its own file, but for now we don't need to do that. Okay, so to start, we're going to write a comment. We looked at comments a little bit in the last episodes, but with JavaScript, we write them either with double slashes or the same way we did in CSS. You don't really have to worry about that. Double slash is fine. And a comment is going to be something that you're telling the computer, don't look at this. This is for the humans. And we're going to just write testing the console, learning basic syntax. And this is going to help us stay organized with our code over time. So the first little command we're going to learn is console logging. So we are going to console log the word hello, and we're going to put that semicolon at the end, and that's our little bit of syntax. We have this console.log, and then in parentheses, we are telling it to output hello, and we have to put the hello in quotation marks like that. So how are we going to test if this is working? What we're going to do is we're going to open the calculator in a new window. And you can see our layout got a little screwed up here because it's not in the same thing as this. So that would be a bug that we want to fix, but we're going to leave that for now. We're going to inspect this, and we're going to see what happens if we reload now after we save this and reload. And we see here in our dev tools, there's a thing that says hello. So this is what's called the console. It says it right here, console. So when you tell JavaScript to console log, it will console log some information here. So that's just a really useful thing to use. You will use it all the time. And just to write a couple different ways we can write things, we can also write it like this. With single quotation marks, JavaScript will recognize this as the same thing, which is pretty cool. Now we can also write it as console.log, another hello, and leave out the last semicolon, and it will still work. Let's see if this all shows up. We have 3 different console logs. We reload this page, look at the dev tools, and here it is, hello, hello to, and another hello. They all worked. I'm also, I'm not inspecting this every time. There's a keyboard shortcut that I have to open this. So if you see me open this really quickly some ways, opening it with the inspect thing is just fine as well. Anyway, you can see it console logs this stuff. Okay, that's great. That teaches us a little bit about syntax. There's stuff about quotation marks. We can change it. You can see that this actually automatically changed it back to double quotation marks, which is not necessary. Let's say I had a single quotation mark. I'm using the single quotation marks, and I want to output a double quotation mark inside that. That's why we might want to use these singles. Anyway, that's confusing. We don't need to get into it, but I saw that it automatically changed it. And you should know you don't have to use the double quotation marks. Now, okay, we have parentheses here. We're going to be using things like curly braces, the brackets that we used in CSS. We're going to be using equal signs. There's a period here that's used for some reason. We're going to get into all that. Things like case matter. If we do console.log, that's not going to work for us. That's going to break. Now, if we try doing that and then we reload this page and open it, it's going to give us an error, uncaught reference error. Console is not defined. It's saying, hey, you told me console, but I don't know what that is. Whereas this one is built into the browser. It's built into JavaScript so that it knows, oh, console. I have a thing that's called console, and it has a thing called log. I'm going to do that. Okay, so that's it for our first lesson. We just wanted to open up the script tag, wanted to tell you a little bit about programming in a general way, and just start off with some very basic syntax. So next we're going to get into functions, and we're going to write a first function, and we're just going to dive right in. So see you there. All right, here we are, we're back. Time to write some functions, time to get into the real JavaScript. So I've expanded this out. All I've done is just dragged these side things to the side so that we have more space to look at our JavaScript, since we're going to be looking at it in this other page whenever we reload it anyway. And I've pasted in a bunch of code. Now, this is a ton of stuff. We're obviously not going to go over this all like right now, and you don't have to understand it right now. But I wanted to put a whole function here instead of trying to build it step by step, because I find that building it step by step is just too confusing. You have to explain everything as we go along, and we still don't know what the heck we're doing. So we're going to start by writing a function. So a function is basically something that you tell the computer, hey, I want some information. I want you to do something. Again, we talked about doing step by step. A function is where you tell it the steps that you want it to do. When you say the toaster is functioning, you mean that when you put bread into it and you press down and it does its thing, and at the end it gives you toast. It took something and it changed it and it gave it back to you. And that's a very good way to think about what we're doing with a function in programming too. We're giving it something, we're telling it to do something, and it's giving us back some kind of change that it did. Very abstract, but we're going to get into that. So let's learn the syntax of this function by looking at it. First of all, we write the word function. That's a special word in JavaScript. And when you write the word function, the next thing that you write is going to be the name of the function. Now, there's two normal ways that people write names of functions. One of them is with this thing I've done here, which is called camel casing, which means there's a lowercase, then an uppercase, uppercase, uppercase at each word. Another way would be to do something like function pick a random word with underscores between. That's also very common. You can't use things like dashes when you're saying what a function is, and you generally don't want it to just be like one long text like that. It becomes hard to read later on. A big part of programming is making it easy so that when you come back to it later, you can figure out what it's doing. So usually when we have a function, we want to describe what it's doing. We don't want to call it like function 1 or new function or something. So you're going to be confused. So here, what my function is doing is it's picking a random word. Okay, well, it's picking a random word. Obviously, it's not super useful, but that's what we're doing. And I've done it in this camel case style. Then I have to do these two parentheses, and we'll get into a bit later that there's more details around what can happen in these parentheses, but that's also telling a function, hey, this is a function. If you put these parentheses after, function, name of the function, parentheses, we're good. And then we have our curly braces, just like we saw in CSS. And these curly braces, everything inside of them is going to be the actual steps of our function. That's where the real juice is going to happen. So in this case, let's walk through it. First of all, we want to pick a random word. Now, the words we're going to pick from are going to be word 1, word 2, and word 3. Those are the three things I've defined here as being possible things that this function will return. That's the language we use, like the toaster returns your toast to you. So you can see here there's this word return. So in one case it's returning this first word, in another case it's returning the second word, in another case it's returning the third word. You might have noticed that these are a little different. We'll come back to that. Let's just go step by step. So when we're picking the random word, first of all, we need to get something random so we can actually pick a random thing. JavaScript doesn't have the ability to pick a random word for you because it doesn't really know words, but it can pick a random number. They're good with numbers. Computers are good with numbers. Let's just go with that. So there's this thing, in just like we saw with the console log, there's a thing called math, which weirdly has an uppercase M instead of lowercase. I don't know. So it has this little thing that's called math.random, which is actually a function itself, which returns a number between 0 and 1. That's the random range that it has. It could be anything from 0 to 1, but it'll be a random number in that range. Now, next, I console log the random number because I want us to see what it is. And then we check. We go, if the random number is less than 0.5, then we're going to return the first word. We'll go over this a bit more. If the random number is greater than or equal to 0.5 and the random number is less than 0.75, we'll return word 2. And if the random number is greater than or equal to 0.75, we return the word 3. Now, that's just a real quick look. We're going to just do it here, and we're going to see what happens, and then we're going to come back and look at actually it a bit more. So we first of all do this thing. We have this random word, and it equals, and we look at that function that it looks like we're calling that function now. That's what we call it. We're running the function or calling the function. We're turning the toaster on. And then we're going to console log whatever it returned, whatever it came back as. So let's step aside from what all the questions and confusion that's probably bubbling in your head right now, and let's see how it works, and then we'll take a closer look. So if we refresh the page, so we're just going to open up our dev tools and look at this beside it. So first thing that happened is that our function ran. This is where we actually ran the function. Then inside the function, it defined the random number. Here it console logged it. So we see it came out with 0.222 and a whole long number there. So that is less than 0.5. So it went, oh, it's less than 0.5. Then it did this thing where it did an equals first word equals word 1, and it returned that. And then at the end, because it returned that, here we're console logging random word, and we come up with word 1. Let's try running this just a couple other times and see what other results we get. So we run it again by refreshing the page. This time it's greater than 0.5, but it's less than 0.75. So we get the second word. Now let's reload it again. We get 0.29. Again, that's a value we've seen. 0.63, that's word 2. Let's see if we can get a word 3. Okay, we got a 0.99. So that gives us word 3. So one of the reasons why we made this second if statement, which is what we call this if statement has two different conditions to it. Whereas the first one was just if it's less than 0.5, then give us word 1. And the last one is if it's more than 0.75, give us word 3. We have to have more than 1 for the second if condition. So why is that? Well, because that number we just got, 0.99, if we just had one condition like this, it would return, it would be confused a little, right? Because 0.99 is greater than 0.5, and it's also greater than 0.75. So we want it to return the second word only if it's between 0.5 and 0.75. So we have to tell JavaScript, oh, the random number is greater than 0.5 and the random number is less than 0.75. Okay, all kind of crazy stuff. But the point is mainly to show you that you can have multiple conditions inside one of these if statements, which is checking to see if something is the case or isn't the case. Now, another thing we need to go over real quick is variables. So throughout this, we've been using variables. Here, when I have this thing that says let, it says let random number equal math.random. So this equals sign is taking the math random value and putting it into a little variable called random number. A variable is basically just a little label that's being given onto a bit of information, in this case a random number. And so later I can refer to that label and the computer knows what I'm referring to. So we do this a lot. Variables are really important, and you can think of them basically as labels. So here in this case, the random number equals the math.random. Now here we have the first word equals word 1. So these variables can be numbers, they can be what we call strings or sets of text. They can be a lot of different things, but you should know that you need to use them, and variables are going to be a big part of how we do things. Now here in our actual if statement, we reference the variable because we defined it here. We said let random number equal the random number returned by this. And here we reference it. We say, hey, you know that thing I called the random number before? Can you check to see if it's between 0.5 and 0.75? Oh, can you? It's not, eh? Okay, can you check to see if it's above 0.75? And so we're telling it, hey, I labeled something before. Can we check it now? This is all the step by step. We can't just tell the computer in one single step, hey, check and give me the random word. We have to find these kind of contrived ways to do the step-by-step process. And that's really what programming is. That's the real magic. When you start to think like a programmer, you start to break things down into these kind of steps. You know, when you think about tying your shoes, now, because you're an expert at tying your shoes, you don't even think about it. You just go, oh, I just need to tie my shoes, and you're done. But when you were a little kid, someone had to teach you every painstaking step. And it was hard for them to explain it to you because it's so automatic, and it's hard for you to figure out because this step by step is strange until it becomes automatic. So with programming, we always have to break things down to step by step because the computer just doesn't get it if we try to tell it what to do. We have to spell it out every step. So we use things like functions, like variables, like numbers, and like returning things, you know, having a function return some value and console logging it so we can see it to see if it worked. We do all these kinds of things with programming. So this is probably a little overwhelming. You're feeling a little bit like I threw a lot at you, which is good. You should feel a little bit overwhelmed. There's going to be a little bit in the quizzes if you're doing this on a platform with quizzes to kind of help drive a couple of these very basic ideas into your head. But the main way that I want you to get these ideas is not by staring at this and just trying to figure it out. We're going to do it by doing this over and over to where a variable, even if you don't really understand like what it is or like why it's a thing, you're going to just start using them. And that, I think, is the best way to really learn programming, is just by using it. So in the next series of lectures, we're going to be going over different types of variables and all sorts of stuff like that. So let's go into that. All right, so in the last video, we touched on a lot. We went over functions, we went over variables a little bit. We went over the idea of returning values or doing functions and random numbers and if statements where we're checking to see if something is between certain numbers and this sort of thing. So, okay, there's all kinds of stuff in there. So we're going to break that down. We're going to come back a little bit and just talk about variables for a little bit. We're going to be doing a lot with variables, and that's going to be one of the big things that we're going to be touching on over and over. So in this last video, we used the variable to basically label or like hold the value of this number, this math.random. So just looking at that a little more, we could console log here math.random, and it'll give us a random number, if I can spell it right. And then after that, let's console log it again, math.random. So the thing about this is a function, just like this one. It's a function that's being run. You can identify it as a function because it has those little parentheses on the end. It's not just some value. It's not a variable. It's a function that's actually running. So every time we run the function, we get a different number. So let's save that and we'll reload this page. And we'll see here we get 0.17, then we get 0.13, and then we get 0.42. And that's going to correspond to, you know, this is the first one, this is the second one, and the third one is our random number. It's doing the same thing. So that random number is really just, again, it's just a label. It's not like, it doesn't change the number in any way. It's just a label that we can hold it for later. Because, for instance, if we didn't hold it and we just put, oh, if math.random is less than 0.5, and then later we checked if math.random, then every time it would be a different value. So we need a way to hold it once we create it and that it doesn't change again. That's really one of the great uses of variables. They're just holding a value for us. So the simplest types of variables are strings, which are text like this, word, and also like this hello or these hellos. These are strings. They're what we call strings, strings of text. Strings and numbers, and there's different types of numbers and blah blah blah, but you can just think of strings and numbers as your basic types of variables. We're going to be going into others later called arrays and objects, but that's for a couple videos down the line. So we can use different ways to define variables. Even in this example, I've used two different things. One says let, and then this one down here says const. So you don't really have to know the difference between these. The idea is that when you define a const, it stands for constant, and that means you're not changing it later on. Whereas the let one, you could change later on. But I just use them because you're probably going to see these different ones when you go look at JavaScript code. There's also an older way, which you'll see if you go look at older JavaScript code, which is var, which is very straightforward. It means variable. And that would have been like var random number equals 10 or something like that. So there used to be this way with var that you'll probably see, but it's basically the same as let. And for the most part, I'd recommend as a beginner, you just use the let thing or even the var. You know, later on, once you start to really get a handle on this, you can start using things like const or whatever. But I just didn't want you to be confused if you see that around out there in the wild. So one thing that's important to learn that we kind of have to learn about variables right away is the idea that we call scope. Now, there's a lot of terms I'm throwing at you, and hopefully you'll be able to write a couple of them down. But again, these will be best illustrated in practical terms as we do more and more coding and as we make problems. But let's try dealing with this idea of scope. Scope is basically saying that inside of a function, all the variables that are defined inside that won't exist outside the function. Okay, so for instance, in here we define this random number. Now, nowhere else in this code did we say let random number equals, right? It's only here. We define it here, which is inside this function. So if outside the function, I try to console log random number, let's see what happens. Okay, so I will console log random number. I'll reload this. And it's going to say random number is not defined. So that error happens because it doesn't know about random number because random number is inside the function. Okay. Now, if I defined random number outside the function, if I said random number equals 0 out here, or even if I made it say math.random, let's just say I take this whole line here and I cut it and I paste it above and I say let random number equals math.random. Okay. Now it's defined outside the function. Inside the function, we don't define it. We reference it, but we don't define it. So I reload this and I don't get that error. And actually it console logs the same thing for both because it's defined what we could say globally. It's defined for the whole script that I'm writing, the whole program that I'm writing, everywhere has access to this random number variable because it's defined outside the function, okay? So it's a bit of a weird concept and you might not understand the implications of it yet. But for instance, if you tried later to change the random number value by saying, now I want random number to be 0, or if you tried to define another variable inside here that said random number, let's try doing that. Let's try defining another variable called random number and see what happens. We reload it and it works, but now we have different values for these two. Even though they're the same variable name, now there's different values for them because we've defined it in one place, then we've redefined it again, and now it's not so bad for the computer. The computer's not confused, but that'll get really confusing for us. So when it comes to variables, you really want to make sure that you are kind of careful about reusing the same variable name over and over, and really pay attention to this thing of, am I defining it inside a function or outside of a function? So I just wanted to introduce you to this idea and to the notion that you should be a little bit careful with how you're doing the variable stuff. A lot of your bugs later on when you're writing your code are going to come from variables being defined wrong or undefined or not being sent to the right place or being the wrong type of variable. All this kind of stuff is going to be very, very common. So getting used to variables and naming them nicely, you know, like just like we named the function pick a random word, we named the random number. We didn't just name it, you know, variable 1 or something, which would be, you know, that it would still work the same. But for us later, coming back to this code 2 years later, we aren't going to know why the heck we named it variable 1, and we're going to have to actually figure out what the code's doing. So we want to name things in a legible way that's readable. So later we come back, we're like, oh, I know what that variable meant. That's easy to understand. And we want to make sure we pay some attention to this idea of scope, or this idea that variables are defined in certain places in the code and can be passed around. Okay, so again, we're throwing lots at you. We're diving right in, but you wanted to learn some JavaScript, you wanted to learn some web development. So in the next videos, we're going to go over this same function and some different ways to write it. We're basically going to do the exact same function, but we're going to use different variables to write it and just explore those different types of variables and also how to manipulate them in different ways to do some cool stuff for us. And at the end of all that, once we've got this base of like what are variables, and we have functions, and we have you know, loops and some other stuff, then we're going to go and make our calculator work using the concepts that we've learned. So thanks, we'll see you in the next one. Hey, so next up, we're going to start looking into some different types of variables. We're going to look at arrays first and figure out what arrays are, why they're theoretically useful, and then see a little example of an array being used with the function that we already went over in the last couple of videos. So first thing I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to comment out what we already did. Now, I can do this by typing / / in front of everything. You can see it goes gray like that. Or I can highlight the whole thing, and on my computer, I press Control / and it comments it all out. If you're on a Mac, I believe it would be that like Option / same kind of deal. And that lets us comment out a whole bunch of lines at once. So now none of this will run. Now I'm going to scroll down a bit, and I'm going to comment in this. So here I have another function, and it, like I said, these functions do the same thing, but in slightly different ways so that you can get a feel for how different variables work. And this is going to pick a random word from an array. So we have an array right here. So what is an array? An array is basically a list of different variables. It's a list of either numbers or strings, or numbers and strings, or other stuff that we'll get into. You can have arrays inside arrays as well. So arrays basically are like a list of variables. So in theory, why would we ever make a list? Well, sometimes it's easier to store data as a list instead of having to define like let first kid in class equals Sasha, let second kid in class equals Dave, let third kid in class equals Victor. That becomes really verbose and long, and you get confused, and it just becomes a mess in the code. So we want to sometimes have kind of a shorthand for making a list of a bunch of these. So we might have a list of students in a class, like I said, or we might have a list of, say, like relay times that came back from a particular relay team. So if we just for the moment comment this out, and I'm going to write what we do to normally make an array, I'll say let array example equals, and we put this square bracket, and then we would put, Sasha, Dave, and Victor, and then let's just console log this. We'll console log array example. We'll save that, pop it open in a new window, and let's check it out in our dev tools. Okay, so we have this thing that says array3. If we click it, we see it says 0, 1, and 2, and it says length 3. So it's quite obvious that this is a list. It puts them in order, and it gives us the length of it. Now, a funny thing that we always have to deal with as programmers is that arrays always start with the 0 rather than the first element. And this is just a wacky thing that you have to get used to. So you can see here 0 is Sasha, Dave is 1, and Victor is 2. Even though the length of the array is 3, the highest number in there is 2. So it's kind of weird. So that's important because as we look at later how we reference items in arrays, sometimes you have to put in that number. So for instance, let's just look at that right now. If I wanted to just give us like the second item in the array, you might think I put something like, oh, get me the second item. We can reference it again with these square brackets. But actually, if I want to get the second item, I have to do 1. So now if I save that, reload, and we check our dev tools, it'll give me Dave, and Dave, if we remember, was the second item. So a bit funny. You don't have to worry about this little syntax right now, but there is a way to reference specific items, and we often get confused because the first element's actually 0, not 1. So we call, just to confuse you more, because we already have a thing in HTML called elements, we call each item in an array, we call an element of the array. So to get the first element, the second element, the third element. Again, one of the things we do with arrays is make lists. And arrays are good for this because they keep things in order. Whatever order we put it in for the array is the order we're going to get it back. So if we wanted to have the students in alphabetical order, we could put them in alphabetical order, or we could sort them, which is a whole other world. Or let's say we have all the relay times. We have individual relay times, 8 seconds, 10 seconds, 12 seconds, and we wanted to add them all up. We can do that in some nice ways with arrays. They just make stuff that involves handling a list a lot easier, and so that's why we use it. Now, a really important thing that we do with arrays that is not going to be in our little example, but it's really important, is we do this thing called looping. Now, looping is a really key concept in programming. It happens across all languages, and the idea is that you go over every element in an array and do something to it, okay? So this is kind of abstract, and the only good example, and the only example I can really come up with is also sort of abstract until we start doing things with real code. But for instance, let's say we wanted to know how many letters are in every student's name. Well, what I can do here is I can write array example for each. So how this thing works, we're going to go over a little bit more later. Just follow along just for the concept of it right now, not all the details. We would write function name, and it'll then give us every name as it's doing its little loop. Then here we can console log name.length, okay? Again, just ignore how this function, how this is kind of made. We're going to go over that later on, don't worry. So when we loop it now, we can see it outputs the array, and then there's 5 letters in Sasha, there's 4 letters in Dave, and 6 letters in Victor. Okay, so again, not really that useful. Just the core idea is that we can do this loop, and looping is quite important. It's something we do a lot in all programming languages, and we're not always looping over arrays. Sometimes we're just looping a certain number of times to do something. Again, examples will be better later. You'll get this when you're actually using it in practice, but knowing the core idea is important here. Okay, so let's delete this and let's look at our function in the terms of using an array instead of these separately defined variables that we did last time. So at the start of our little pick a random word from an array function, we define an array which has our word 1, word 2, and word 3. Okay, that's cool. And then Here we'll console log the random number, which is the same thing we did previously. We just console log the random number. And the if statements are all the same. We have this, if it's less than half, return the first one. If it's less than half, return word 1. Now this is just like that reference I showed you before. It's getting the 0th element. That's what we call it, the 0th element in the array. If it's between 0.5 and 0.75, get the first element, which is actually the second element. I know. And if it's greater than 0.75, get the second element, which is actually the third. So again, that weird thing with the 0 is actually the first element comes into play here very importantly. But the core idea is that instead of defining them all individually, we define them up at the top in this little array, and then we can reference each one however we need, whenever we want. So now if I save that and I load it, we're going to get something expected. So we get our 0.66, which puts us right, oh, that's the wrong one, which puts us right into this greater than half and less than 0.75. So it returns word 2. Awesome. It works. It does the same thing we already did, but this time we're just using a new type of variable, which is called an array. And so in this video, we talked a bit about arrays, and we talked about the idea of looping as a concept, the idea of running some code repeatedly, probably on every element of an array, or in some cases, which we didn't go over, just a certain number of times. So as a concept, I wanted to get that to you. In the next video, we'll go over another type of variable called an object, which is even more crazy than an array. All right, into the next one. Objects. Now, objects are really important in programming in general, and every type of language is going to have something like an object. They don't all call them objects. Sometimes they're called things like dictionaries or other types of structures. But the core concept of objects is that they're very flexible ways to store packages of information. Okay, so what do I mean? Well, I think the best thing that this is analogous to think about is sort of the way we thought about divs. So when it came to HTML, a div was kind of like, it's kind of just like a structural basket that held your headings or your paragraph tags or your buttons or whatever. So an object is kind of like a basket that holds little pieces of information. Now let's see what one looks like. So if we comment out what we did before with an array, we're going to have our pick a random word from an object here, and we can see I define an object here. Now let's break that down a bit, and instead of looking at this one right off the bat, let's do what we did last time and make a sample object. Okay, so let sample object equals, and just to confuse you, we use these curly brackets to define an object. I know that's what we also do when we're making a function. We put everything inside those curly brackets, but here we are using the curly brackets to define, basically it's like the beginning and end of the object in this case. So this, again, it's just a variable. So this isn't like running a function. This isn't like actually a bit of code that will just do anything on its own. It's a variable. So it's just a stored piece of information, the same way we were storing a number or storing some text. In this case, we're storing like a basket of information. So a sample object might be, let's say, it's a student, right? So the student might have a name, so we might put Victor. Now they might have an age, so I am 35. So okay, and they might have a grade, which let's give me an A+, because why not? So in this case, you can see it makes sense for me to have put this information together. That's one student. I don't really want to put like let student 1 name equals Victor, let student 1 name or 1 age equals 35. You can see how that gets really crazy if we were to define each of these as their own separate variable. So instead, with an object, we can define like a little package that says name, age, and grade. Now, these different things inside the object are called properties, okay? So this name is a property, the age is a property, the grade is a property. They're all a property of this object, okay? So this little thing, the thing that says name, age, and grade, that's called the property name. So when we're defining our object, we can use any property name that we want. But it doesn't take every format. Again, we have to stick with the formats that we've seen before. So, like it's okay to have that camel casing, the lowercase uppercase. It's also okay to have the underscore, but we can't have a space in this, that will break it. We also can't have a dash in it, that will also break it. There are exceptions to this, okay? But generally try to avoid using spaces and dashes. You might sometimes see it later on in your career and you'll be like, hey, I thought he said you could never do that. Okay, there are ways around that, but generally to be a good programmer here and don't make everything more complicated for yourself and others. Just stick to using those basic naming principles that we've used, underscores or different casing. That's the easiest way to do it. So now we can see that that's how this object worked here. Now, just to make it really crazy and you start to see the flexibility of JavaScript coming out, or the kind of way that there's a lot you can do here, even though we've just talked about some variables, is that if I wanted to have, let's say, courses that I took, I might want that to be a list, and it might be math, art, and computer science, right? So I've just made an array as one of the values of a property in my object. Let me say that again. I've just made an array as one of the values of the property in my object. So an object can contain all these different types of variables. You can do objects inside objects inside objects, and you will actually sometimes even see that in programming. And you can put arrays inside objects, and you can put objects inside arrays, and then inside all of those you can have strings and numbers and blah, blah, blah. It gets crazy, right? So I just need you to know that, because you're going to be working with objects all the time when you're doing JavaScript, and we're going to work with them as we get into the mapping world. It's how we're going to do our geographies, it's how we're going to store information and reference it later, and there's all kinds of stuff about what we do with objects. So just as one more example here, if I wanted to have a sample class, it might be a list of students, right? So we had the list of students before, just putting their names. Now, if I wanted to, I could put a list, so we have our square brackets, and then as the first item in our array, we make it an object. So I have name equals, what was it, Sasha, and then age, let's say 30, right? And then we can have, for the second item in our array, we have another object, and this one is Dave, and his age is 32. Okay, great. And then on the third, we have name Victor, age 35. Okay, so now what we have here is an array of objects. This is a very common thing that you'll see when you're programming, because a lot of time we're passing stuff like this, like lists of students, and then we have to do some kind of thing like calculate grades or list them on a page for people to see every student. And we might have, oh, it's like a student and their age and what class they're in and how long they've been at the school. So we want all those pieces of information. So in a way, you can think of an array of objects as kind of like a table with headings at the top like you see in Excel, and then it's got some information for every row in the table. That's similar to what we're doing here with an array of objects, okay? Now we will be doing a lot more with objects in practice, and we'll see them all over the place, but let's just move on to seeing how it works in our example, and then we'll come back and learn more and more, and you'll keep learning about objects throughout your career, okay? So this time we're doing pick a random word from an object as our function, and we define a little object here, and we say, oh, the first property name is first word, the second one second word, third one's third word, and then again we just give our strings, word 1, word 2, and word 3. Now when we reference them this time and we return the value, how we did last time with the little square brackets and the array number or whatever, and previously we just returned the variable directly, or sometimes just the string directly. In this case, we have to reference the specific property in the object. So we use the dot notation here in order to do that. The little dot lets us pick the specific property that we want from the object. So in this case, we tell it, oh, get the first word, 1. Oh, get the second word. Oh, get the third word. And this little dot is what's telling it to do that, okay? So just to kind of like step back, and something we've been using all this time, we've been using this math.random. So actually, this thing called math is an object, and one of its properties is a function called random. So you can even make functions as the value of a property. So it gets really crazy. Objects are crazy, and there's lots going on. But the key thing here is this dot notation is very powerful, and it's something that we'll see and use all the time. So let's just let this run, and we'll see if it works kind of how we hope for. And as I load it, I see there's actually an error. So what's the error? Well, I forgot to comment out, uncomment the end of my function definition. So I screwed up and there was a little bug. Now the bug told me unexpected end of input, which is like, what does that even mean? It means that it didn't compile the code properly because something was missing, basically. The input ended when it wasn't completely closed. So in this case, I didn't close the function. So now by uncommenting that properly, I've closed the function and I can reload it. So let's reload it. And now we see, okay, we get the number 0.54, which is again between 0.5 and 0.75. So as we'd hope, we get the second word, and that's how we got it, by the dot second word in this case. And it gave us word 2 because this is the reference to get this particular value from our object. Okay, so we're using a lot of words now like object and value and property and return and looping and if statements, and there's all kinds of terminology being thrown around now. So hopefully the quiz can help you a bit with that. Definitely feel free to watch the video again, make some notes for yourself about these terms. There's not a lot of really good ways to get around learning these without just kind of repetitively using them and running into problems doing it. But through this course, we are going to keep going and make some practical examples. And I think that's the best way for you to just start getting this terminology rolling off your tongue. So in the next video, we're going to go over a little bit more about functions, just one more advanced concept in there. And then we're going to move into how do we actually make stuff happen on the page directly with JavaScript. See you soon. Hey, so next up, we want to go over one more little thing about functions and about variables and what we do with them in JavaScript. Something we kind of need to go over as we start to move on. It's very important. And what we're going to go over is the idea of passing a parameter. Here's another term for you to just stick in your head. A parameter into a function. Okay, so what am I talking about? Well, in this example here, I'm basically doing the same thing that we did in our last example. It's got its object and it's returning the object and blah, blah, blah. But you can see I've called it pick a random word from past variable. Okay, so what's a past variable? Well, that's something we call a parameter. So you can see here when I define my function, there's one difference from what we did before and every other time. Every time we define a function, we just put these little parentheses like this, and there was nothing inside them. They were just a parentheses, and that was kind of how we tell it, oh, it's a function. When we have function, the name of the function, and these parentheses, then we can make our little function and it can work. But those aren't just always empty. One of the big powerful things in programming is that you can pass information around all over the place so that, oh, I did something here with some information and got some result. Now I pass it to some other function and it does something, and all this chain of crazy information moves around. So the idea here is that this is called a parameter. So what I'm doing here, when we look inside the function, we can see that I don't generate the random number inside the function anymore. In every one of these, I was doing it here. I was doing this let random number equals math.random, and obviously we did that every time. But this time, it's not even in the function. So what's happening is that I'm giving the function the random number instead of generating it inside the function. Now, in this case, in the case of this example, it doesn't make a big difference because we're just writing this as something very simple. But I want to illustrate this concept of passing information to the function rather than the function doing it all internally. A lot of times you're going to want to do this. And when it comes to mapping, we're going to do this all the time. We're going to be passing information to different functions, and they're going to be doing stuff with the information that we give it. For a random example, if we want the map to zoom to a certain level, we have to tell a function to zoom to that level. And this is how it works. We give that function a parameter. We give it some value, and then it will do something with it. So in this case, just down below, I actually generate the random number here. You can see I'm doing it outside the function, which we went over a little bit before with the variables and that whole thing I called scope, where you can define stuff inside or outside the function. So I'm doing math.random outside the function. So this is now a global variable. And I'm passing it to this function when I call the function. So just like here, when I tell it to run the function, when I do what we call calling a function or running a function, here I pass it the random number. Now this could be a bit confusing because I actually called this here random number, and so it could be confusing, like, well, I'm calling a random number here and it's also a random number inside here. Is it not just getting the global variable? But let's just try changing it. Let's just try changing it to Victor's great number, okay? Now, what I have to do is this function doesn't have any, this random number, it doesn't know what that is. We have to give it the Victor's great number in all the places that we had random number before. So it's using this as the variable to check throughout. But we don't have to call it that when we pass it in. We can call it whatever we want. We can even put, like, 0.45 directly in there, and it will just run with that number active. So it's a little bit crazy, but let's just go with it. So let's try loading this. So we save this and we load it up, and we're going to get a similar example as we've got all these times. We get 0.85. Now where is that console logging? It's console logging right here. So that Victor's great number is console logging 0.85, but that was actually generated here. Now, just to make this really clear, we're going to console log the random number here, and we're going to try regenerating that, come back and check this out. And you can see this first console log, that's this one. So it says 0.29, da, 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 da. And the second console log, that's this one, and it's the same number because we're passing that number into the function. And then it decides, oh, that's under half, return, using that object dot notation we talked about last time, return the first word. So it returns word 1. And we console log that random word here. So I just wanted to go over in this video the idea of passing values into a function. In this case, again, it's not super useful, but we're going to see it over and over and over again, and it's one of the great powers of programming, is being able to pass information from one function to another function, and then here and there, and being able to do things based on some sort of input that's being given. So hope you learned a little bit about parameters and the idea of passing variables into functions. In the next one, we're going to go over how you interact with the actual page when it comes to JavaScript, and come back to our calculator and start to actually make stuff happen on the page. See you soon. All right, so we made it through a whole bunch of pretty theoretical crap there for the last, whatever that was, 6 lessons or something. Variables, functions, objects, arrays, parameters, blah, 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 strings. There's so much terminology that you got to learn. These are called languages, and there's a good reason, because there's a lot of crazy stuff going on. They have very particular ways you have to reference things. There's basically grammar in them, and there's all kinds of special words that you've heard before, but you don't really use in normal everyday language. This is why programmers can kind of make their own little jokes, and they're kind of all in their own weird little world. So now we've done a whole bunch of stuff that seems kind of useless at this point, adding up numbers or just picking random words from functions and stuff. So why is JavaScript in the browser? Why do we have to learn all this stuff? And what does this have to do with actual web development? Well, we're going to start getting into that. Some of the reason that we had to go over that is so that when I teach you this next part, you're not just totally confused as to what I'm doing, and all the language that I'm using isn't just totally out of left field. So the big reason that we use JavaScript is because JavaScript interacts with HTML the same way that CSS can interact with HTML. JavaScript can interact with HTML. It can pick specific elements that are on the page by specific tags. It can change the text in them. It can make them move around. You can change color. You can listen to see if somebody is clicking or not, and then do something when they click. There's all kinds of cool stuff that JavaScript lets you do when it comes to actually working with your HTML. And that's the reason that we actually have to learn JavaScript if we want to do web development. So let's try just doing a little bit of this stuff where we actually have something to do with the HTML we already made. So there are some functions that are super useful that are built right into JavaScript that let us target certain things on the page and do stuff with them. Okay, so what am I talking about? Well, let's just write some and kind of see what happens. So one thing I can do is I can listen for a click event. This is something that's really valuable overall, and we're just going to give it a shot. It's a little bit complicated in terms of how it's written, but I think it's good because it's just so useful. So we have to say document.getElementById. Now this is a predefined function that exists in JavaScript. The same way that we had console.log, we have one called document.getElementById. Now, you can guess what this does. It gets an element by the ID. Okay, so we have a couple things that we have IDs on. One is the equals button. So let's put that in here. We tell it what ID we want it to get, okay? And now we're going to do something that is a little bit crazy, which is we're going to do this thing called add listener, okay? What we're doing is we're adding a thing that's going to listen for a click event. So we're adding listener, we're going to call it a click event, which is again a predefined thing. And then we're going to give it a function, and we're just going to say console log clicked when the click happens. So what we've told this here is we've said, oh, document dot, when again, that's our dot notation from the object, get element by ID, which is a predefined like function in JavaScript, which then has an additional little thing on it that we can do dot add listener. We can tell the listener to listen for a click, and it will execute the function every time it's clicked. You don't need to know all the details about how this works. Why is there a dot after this thing that's a function, and why is it add listener? You can just get this answer online by looking up, how do I know if someone clicked something with JavaScript? That's the key. We're going for the functionality first, the practical thing. So let's see if this worked. We're going to save it. We're going to reload. We're going to open it up, and oh, we see I made an error. Add listener here is not a function. So it's telling us, hey, you're trying to do this function, but it doesn't exist. Now, I made a mistake here, and it's actually called add event listener. So how would I figure that out? Well, I look up how to add click listener JavaScript, and we would find that, and there would be, oh, there's an example here in the Mozilla thing. It says add event listener, and they'll probably have an example down here somewhere. I don't know where one is, but whatever. They have an add event listener example, whatever. Here's our example in any case. So I'm going to resave that, and we're going to reload it. So we have that here, and now if we are going to click the equals button, do we get it clicking? You can see here it clicked. I clicked it twice, and it twice said clicked. So we just connected our JavaScript to our HTML by adding this get element by ID, and then this add event listener thing, which listened for the click event. Now, there's other stuff we can do. Let's give an ID to our text input already has an ID. One thing that we can do with JavaScript as well is we can set the value of certain things. So, for instance, I can say document.getElementById, and I'm going to get this text input, and then I'm going to say .value equals hello. And we're just going to save that and load it, and you can see here, it changed this to hello. So that just happens right on load. I could set the value of this text input by doing this dot value. Okay, so you have to like know all this stuff. You can't just like guess at it. You have to look it up and figure out, oh, what's the command to put a value into the text input. And in the details of this, it's not really useful. Like, yeah, it's good to know how to add a click listener. We're going to do that in various ways, but there's easier ways to do it later on, and there's easier ways to set the value of a text input. We're going to look at those easier ways, and that's what we're actually going to use later. But the key here is that I want you to get the idea that we can do this, that JavaScript is used in order to interact with the HTML. Now, the term we use to describe the HTML is called the DOM, the document object model. You don't really have to know what that means, but that term DOM is basically short for the HTML and all the stuff in there. and JavaScript can do different things with it. And there's a lot more that we can do than I've just showed you here with setting value. We could change colors, we could make the page flash, we could draw things on the page. There's all kinds of crazy stuff. All the stuff that you see on the internet is ultimately boiled down to these kinds of things, of interaction between the JavaScript and your page. So I hope you get the general idea there. Again, don't worry too much about understanding exactly what the get element by ID and the event listener and blah, blah, blah. Just take the general idea. We will go into easier ways to do this that are a bit more intuitive using some other helper JavaScript later on. But you get the idea, and we'll see you in the next one where we start applying this a little bit to our calculator. All right, we're back. We're going to start applying the JavaScript stuff that we've learned to actually making our calculator work. I've got the calculator open in this other window here, and we're pretty much ready to apply this. So I know I said in the last video we're not really going to use this very much. We're going to have an easier way to do it in the future, but actually for this video we're going to use this, and we're also going to use the other thing I have there with the text input value, more to just demonstrate kind of how we put together different building blocks when we're programming. We will have easier ways to add click events and to set values, but it involves a little bit more learning to learn like kind of the theory behind using those, or like what goes into using those. So in this one, we're going to use these methods that we have along with some of the ideas like functions and variables and arrays and stuff like that in order to put kind of like all these pieces together. We're going to be tying together the HTML and the JavaScript and making our calculator actually do something. So that's pretty cool. So when it comes to this kind of thing, we have to kind of think about like, what is a calculator doing? And starting maybe with just one small piece. When you're more advanced, you'll be able to sit down and think out a whole application step by step and kind of almost imagine the whole thing in your head, and then you'll know how to approach it. But the best way for us to start, and the best way for us to do things like mapping later on, will be to start with little chunks of things we want to happen. So in this case, there's a couple chunks that I can think of that are quite small. One is when we press a button here for the number, we want the number to, appear in the text input. And preferably, if I press 9 twice, it does 99. It just doesn't, if I press 9, 8, it doesn't just go 9 and then change it to 8. It like puts them together. The next chunk of functionality would be to be able to add numbers together. But to start with, let's just have it so we're setting the number into this text input. So how are we going to do that? Well, we are going to use this click event that we've used, but we needed to target one of the numbers that we have, and none of our buttons have IDs right now. So one thing we're going to do is we're going to add IDs to each of these, and I'm going to call it button, let's say number 1. That's what we're going to call number 1, and we're going to copy that over for all the buttons. All right, so I've added IDs onto all the numbers. Now let's try making it so that one of them will do what we want. So we have a little bit of sample code here, and we have some sample code here. So this thing split it into multiple lines, which I think makes it look a little more confusing actually, but it's going to do it again as soon as I press save probably. Yeah, okay, it just did it. So this is just something we have to get used to looking at. Let's make the number 1. So we're doing if someone presses the number 1 button, we're adding a click that is going to change the text input here to 1. That's what we're going to do. Okay, so let's try, oh, there, this thing reformats code sometimes into different lines, but we just got to live with it. So let's reload this. You can see that thing that was setting hello is no longer doing it. And now if we press 1, it sets it to 1. Now if I press 1 again, it just sets it to 1 because every time it's clicking, a little function is running in here that sets the value to 1 inside. Okay, so that works. Now, how do we get it so that if I press 1 again, it will like add it onto what's already there? I can get the current value of what's in that text input. So here I'm going to have a variable that says get current let the current value equal. And that's how we get what the value already is. You can see here we're setting the value Here I'm just getting what it currently is. So now I'm going to have get current value, and I'm going to, a little bit confusingly, add 1 to it. Now this is a bit of a confusing thing, but let's see first how it works, and then I'll explain it a little bit. So if I go 1, now if I press 1 a whole bunch of times, it adds it on like that without actually adding the numbers together. So first of all, what the heck's going on? I got the current value, which was either nothing or 1, and then I added 1 to it, which in this case, since it's not a number, right? Like when I add this, I'm not adding the number 1. If I took that out and put 1, that would be a number. But here I'm adding a string 1. So when you add strings together, they just join with each other. It's what we call concatenate. They concatenate and become one string. So in this case, what I'm getting out of the value is a string, and what I'm adding is a string. Now this will even work if I do change this to a number, because this one is still a string. So if I save that, reload it, and do it again, it will still do that, because when there's a string and a number, JavaScript doesn't know how to add like text and a number, because text, you can't add text. So it just treats the number like it was a string. So that's why this works in this case. So it doesn't actually add for us. It just like joins them together, concatenates the strings together. Okay, so now that we have this function working for the number 1, we want to do this for, let's say, the number 2. So if we want to do this for number 2, we can copy this function, and we go that, change that one to 2 and change that to 2. So now it should all work with the number 2. So I've changed it. We can see here we have it going from 1 to 2. Great. So that's working. Now we could copy paste number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, and we could do all of them individually. But this is where there's actually a use for this thing called an array. What we have is basically a list. So numbers, we can call all the list of numbers is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And then we can loop over all the numbers. We can do that little for each that we went over before, which has a function, and then it'll give a number. And inside the for each, we run this little function, which is going to run on every single one of the numbers. And inside that, we can put this little thing where I'm creating the click listener. And now we have to do a little tricky thing, and you're going to see how we start putting together all these different pieces. Instead of number 1, because if this runs right now, it will just add a click listener 10 times to the number 1 element. So we can use this little concatenation trick that I just talked about to say plus number, because this is going to be the single number that we're looping over, either 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. And then this will bring them together, so that basically what you're saying is number 0, then number 1, number 2, number 3. And here we're going to do this current value, and we're going to add the number to it instead, which is again the current number of the loop that we're doing. So I hope that kind of makes sense, like what's going on here, where instead of just statically creating, okay, here's the click listener for number 1, here's the click listener for number 2, here's the click listener for number 3, we're using this loop to dynamically create all the click listeners without having to like rewrite the same code over and over again. I hope that makes sense. Feel free to go over it again, try playing it with it yourself. This is a pretty big concept, and I know there's lots going on here, but this is how we're going to advance and start seeing the power of programming. So okay, let's reload this, and we can see now that we can use any of the buttons and write a number in there. So that's pretty cool. It worked all of it in just a few lines of code. Pretty cool. We're going to add one more functionality, then in the next video we're going to go over doing the actual adding, which is kind of the next chunk of functionality. So the one other thing I want to add is the ability to clear this input, which is that C button. And that is kind of special. We can't really put it in this loop because it's not a number that we're adding in. It's a different pattern that we're doing. So for that, we're going to have the document.getElementById, and we're going to get the C button, and we're going to put that in as the ID. And again, we're going to look for click, And in this case, we don't care what the current value is because we just want it to go back to empty. And we're just going to set the current value to what we call a blank string, an empty string. It's just two quotation marks with nothing in it. There's nothing there, but that'll basically set it to be nothing. So when we save now, we can press this, and then I can press C and empty it. And I can do it again and press C and empty it. So we've added a fair bit of functionality here. We've got to use our array. We've seen some of this stuff with different types of variables coming back with strings and numbers and how they can concatenate together and how we can actually use that not only to set the value in the text input, but also to actually set the click listener in JavaScript by this dynamic way of looping and including the number. So again, look over it again, ask a question if you're confused, but in the next one, we're going to go over actually doing the adding, and that's going to involve, again, using a bit more of the concepts that we ran over in the last few episodes. See you soon. All right, hopefully that last video, you've caught up, you've kind of understood what's going on. Now we're going to do the actual adding. So this is going to be pretty fun. This is going to be the pretty crazy stuff. We're going to do some adding. We're not really going to worry about all the other functions. Maybe we'll look at them just a little bit, since the adding, the pattern of how we do the adding will kind of make the other functions make sense, but it could also be something that you maybe try to do on your own. So we're going to have to figure out how to add the numbers and probably also how to do the equals button at the end. So those are a couple things we're going to have to figure out how to do. So when we're programming, we want to think about, okay, how do I start with like the smallest little version of what I need to make, what I need to implement, rather than I need to build the whole thing, adding and equaling and minusing, and how am I going to build that all? Just start small, build a little chunk first, make it easy for yourself. Like when we did this clicking thing, we didn't start with doing the whole loop. We started with making one button work, and then we made a second button work, and then we said, hey, I'm just copying code. Maybe I can do this with some smarter way, which is this array. Now, bear in mind, there's nothing wrong with doing it. If you did find that confusing, you just couldn't get your head around it. There's nothing wrong with doing it. I'm having 10 different things of code, which each just have a different ID. There's nothing like really wrong with that. It's mainly you just get more advanced. You just get a little better at it. You start to do it in less lines of code. Anyway, that's enough of that. Let's get into this. Okay, so we're going to try to make the adding work. So first thing we're going to have to do is definitely add some kind of click listener for the adding button, which means that we probably need to add an ID to the adding button because we need to be able to tell when it's clicked. So we're going to add an add button as the ID, and then we're going to do it for the others too. We're going to have subtract, we're going to have multiply, and we're going to have divide. We're not necessarily going to do all those, but we might as well make those IDs. So this is going to be add button. Okay, and then when it's clicked, what are we going to have to do? Well, we have to think about this. So when we look at like the Google calculator, what happens when we press the add button? So if I have, let's say 78, and I press plus 63, okay, we got a whole thing in here where it actually adds them like that. Let's see a different calculator because that one's a little complicated. Now, if we go to this one, which is more like your typical calculator we had in school, we might have 63 plus 23. You can see the 63 disappeared, and now it just says 23. And now we would press, if we press plus again, it would show the sum of those previous two numbers. And now we can enter 63 and equals. So it's replacing what's in the text input. It blanks it out so we can write a new number and then adds the previous ones together. Okay, that all sounds kind of crazy. Let's try to figure it out by just like doing it. So when we press add, we need to like store what's currently in the text input because that's what's going to be the base for whatever the user is going to enter in next. So we're going to have something that's basically like let saved number equals, and that's going to be whatever the text input value is. Okay, that's kind of fun. And then what we'll do is we'll clear it so that we have it saved now, and then we're going to clear it. Okay, that's cool. So that works on our first step where now if I press 658 and I press plus, it just clears it, and we have saved that 658 somewhere. But now, what do we do? How do we, press, now if we're going to press equals, how do we get that saved number? So let's say we put something here, which is we want the equals button, and we want to basically add up whatever the user has just put in the text input to the saved number that we've stored, right? Just like here, where if I press 1 and now I press plus, it's saved that 1, and now I put 2. It has 1 saved here, and it knows I entered 2, so when I press equals, it takes the 2 that's in the current view, adds it to the 1 that it's holding, and gets 3, right? So we're going to want to do that same. We're going to have like hold a value, take the current one, and give them back as the sum of both of them. Okay, so I feel like this is confusing, but hopefully you're getting it. It's obviously a lot, so again, don't be afraid to listen to it again. So here we're going to want to get, on the one hand, our saved number. We want our saved number that we got from the add button. And the second one, we want the current value. So we want to get the current value out there. And then we're going to do something like current value plus saved number, and that's going to give us our sum. So we have a problem here, which is this saved number is saved only inside this function. So if we try to add the saved number here, and I reload it, and we go 6 plus, and I'm going to bring this down here, 6 plus 2 equals, and when I pressed equals, it says saved number is not defined. So we saw that before in some of like when we were developing, that is not defined means that it doesn't have this value. So that's that thing of scope that we talked about before. So what we can do is we can make a variable outside this that is called saved number, and we're just going to set it to 0 to start, because 0 is easy and we can, it's not going to affect any adding. And now instead of defining saved number inside, we're just going to change the value of this variable that's global, that is available to everywhere in the whole script. And now when this says saved number, we will get whatever was set by this as the saved number. So okay, let's just try it out. Let's see what happens here. So now we're going to get something. Let's say we say 1 plus 2 equals, says 21. Well, that's not what we expected, right? 1 plus 2 doesn't equal 21. What's happening here, right? Well, what I'm doing is I'm taking the current value, which was 2, because that was the second number I added, and saved number, which was 1, because that was the first number I added, and it's putting them together 2, 1. So it's doing that concatenation thing rather than adding them. So how can we get it to actually know that these are numbers and they aren't just strings, and we want it to add them? Well, there's a little function in JavaScript that does this, and it's called parseInt. And what it does is it will change a string into a number. Now, if you give parseInt like a word, like hello, it will give you an error that says like not a number. So it's looking for an actual number, and if it gets that, it will change the type of variable from being a string to being a number. So when they add up, it will actually add them. So let's try this again. Let's try this again, and we do it. 1 plus 2 equals 3. Okay, so it's actually working. So we had to save our saved number, we had to get the current value out, and then we had to actually add them together by changing them into numbers. Okay, so there's a few things. And then we might want to test this a bunch, right? Like maybe we want to test some different things. Maybe we go 1 plus 2 equals 3, and then we clear it, and then we want to go 3 plus 3, and what does it equal? 6. Okay, and then maybe plus 6 equals 12. Cool, it looks like it's working pretty well. Maybe I go 1 plus 2 plus 3, which should be 6, and it gives me 5. Okay, so why is it running into that bug? Well, because the last number that we're saving is just whatever number appears in the text input at that moment. So instead, we're going to have to save that somehow differently. So since with the add button, we're actually clearing the input, well, before we clear the input, we probably want to know if there was already another number that was saved, so that if this saved number isn't just 0, that we make sure that it's adding them. So what we can do is we can go plus saved number here, and we can make sure that this is parse int. Okay, so what we're doing is, in case there's already a saved number, we're adding it to whatever the value already was inside the text input, and that'll prevent us from like losing that value, so that we're keeping kind of a chain of the saved numbers. So now if I save it, I go 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 3 equals, and you can see here it's 213. Well, that's not right. So that reminds us of that other error. So, what we're doing here is we haven't parsed this original value. So maybe now we need to change this, get current value. We need to now parse int. We need to do the same thing that we do in our equals function. Parse int the current value, parse int the saved number, save that as the saved number, clear it, then do that all together in the equals button. Okay, so now we do 1 plus 2 plus 3 equals 6. Okay, it's working. We're saving the value. Now, there's a lot more you can do, and you'd have to do some changes if you wanted to make this multiply, because right now the equals is actually adding stuff. So this just kind of goes on and on when you're programming, and you get caught up and you start doing more and more crazy stuff. But this is the basic idea. I mean, if you can, see if you can make the subtract button work. Forget about having the add button still work. Just see if you can make the subtract button subtract values. You might have a bit of a hard time with the negatives and stuff. We didn't have a way to put in a negative value into this. So feel free to try the multiply instead. And again, it's helpful to have something like this to work off of, because ours isn't functioning quite the same. Ours clears every time rather than putting whatever the sum of the two numbers is. So maybe there's an improvement there to make. Try a few things, try giving it a shot. And in the next videos, we'll start going over, again, some better ways to use CSS, some better ways to use JavaScript. This is just a first sample, and we'll just be moving on from here. So good job getting through this. Hopefully you learned something. Hopefully we're still got you listening and you're still learning. All right, so you've made it through a bunch of JavaScript stuff. I know at the end it got a little bit hairy. It's just enough for you to have a little grasp on it, so that when we enter the mapping world, this isn't going to be just totally crazy. And it might even be a step down a little bit. We've talked about some pretty abstract things, adding up different numbers and things like that. And you can tell talking about programming sometimes gets quite confusing, because we have to talk about adding variables and all kinds of stuff. But we're ready to kind of step back a bit and just talk a little bit more about like how we program, how we organize files, how we fix bugs, this sort of stuff. How do you get a website online? And then we'll come back to a bit more advanced topics when it comes to doing layout and some JavaScript, some ways that make this whole thing look a lot simpler later on. So one thing we want to talk about is splitting up files. At this point, our little file here, this HTML file that we're working with, is kind of long. It's got a bunch of CSS at the start, and it's got a bunch of HTML here, and then it's got a bunch of JavaScript at the end. One thing we typically do is split these up into different files. It just makes it easier to manage. A lot of programming is making sure things are easy to manage. So even in CodeSandbox here, we can actually make new files. So it has here new file, and we'll create one. The standard one for CSS is called style.css, and a standard one for JavaScript is script.js. And now all we'll do is we'll move over all the stuff that's inside this style tag. We don't have to include the style tag itself, that belongs in HTML. We'll put that in the CSS, and we'll save that. And then we will take everything that's inside the script tag. We'll take that. We don't have to take the script tag. We'll put it in script.js. Now we can get rid of the script tag, and we can get rid of the style tag. Okay, cool, awesome. Except now all our stuff is gone. Okay, because it doesn't automatically know what file to load in. We might have a couple different files that we use for CSS. Maybe we want to split it up into a different, we want to have our styles for the buttons and our styles for the bottom of the page and our styles for the about page, and we want to put them all on different CSS files. Or we might have different JavaScript files. So we have to use some special HTML to actually link them in. So what we're going to do is there's one called link, and it takes this href, which we saw before with an A element a long time ago, if you remember, and we're going to tell it to take style.css. And I'm doing that dot, which tells it that it's to get it in the current directory. So it's in the same folder as the index.html. We have to add one little bit of attribute, which is this rel equals style sheet. I don't really know what that's about, but it makes it work. Let's save that, and we have it back. Everything's back. Okay, great. Now to load the script, we do it a little differently. If you remember, the style sheet was loaded here. We before had CSS here, and we had script at the bottom. You'll see in the future that this isn't always the case. We tend to put scripts at the end of the page. You don't have to worry too much about why that is, but just roll with me for now. So we have script. We use the same one for this one for some reason, and we will use script.js. We don't have to tell it that it's a JavaScript file. It knows it. So this time when we, if we reload, oops, I reloaded the whole page. I didn't actually have to do that. But if I reload, we have it working, and we can see if our little stuff still works. We can go 1 + 2. Oh, nothing's working. Right. We need to actually close this script tag with a different tag. And for some reason, it just works like this. There's some weirdness to things. So now if we do 1 + 2 + 3, we're going to get our 6. So it's back. So this is just important to know how to lay out the code a little. We can separate it out now. It's much easier to go into the JavaScript and manage it here, or the CSS and manage it here. Just a little thing. Now, in terms of laying out your code, you'll notice that I've tried to be pretty diligent with this whole nesting stuff. There's tabs. I'm actually pressing the tab key each time. I'm not pressing space a couple times. And this is kind of standard for what we do. You know, with the CSS, I've done the same thing. I've pressed enter and then tab. And that's kind of how I've laid things out so that it's nested. And same with this, although it broke up my little styling a little bit, it's still kind of preserved. I have like a top level thing, and then I press tab for anything that's inside that. I was also doing that when we were writing our functions. If you remember, there's kind of this tabbed layout. So each programmer has a little bit of their own style, but this is very standard that we kind of use spaces or tabs to indent so that it's easier to read. But if you're kind of messy at the start, there's things called linters online or beautifying that will just clean this up for you real quick. So if we go to like beautify CSS, and we can put in a bunch of messy looking CSS. In our case, ours isn't very messy, but let's see, it'll probably still change it a bit. And it kind of gave me the same thing, although it gave me some errors or whatever as well, and told me, oh, you can make this better. So there's these little helpers out there. Let's go to a JS beautifier. We go to a JS beautifier, and we can put in our JavaScript, and it'll probably reformat it as well. We drop it in there, and we say, let's see here, does it beautify code right there. See, it kind of changed it a little, changed the indenting. This is just helpful for you to know as you're separating stuff out into different files and you're starting to clean up the code and make it look nice and you're getting a bit professional. Using these beautifiers can really help you out. You will run into different practices. You'll run into different types of coding. Having your own little style develop over time is part of the fun. So, do what you want on this front. Use mine if you like. Use one of those beautifiers, and we'll see you in the next one where we're going to learn a little bit about debugging and fixing errors. All right, so something that's important to talk about at this point is debugging. Okay, so when you're writing code, and you probably run into it already if you've been following along and trying to kind of write your own version of this in CodeSandbox, you've run into errors. You've seen me run into errors. A couple times I didn't define something, and there was that red line in the dev tools, or something didn't work right, and I had to go back and try to figure out like what was the problem. We call that debugging. Now, it's kind of cool. I'm a history nerd, and the origin of that term is actually that in an early computer, like when computers were the size of rooms, it wasn't working properly, and they dug in, and eventually they found there was literally a bug inside the machine that was like preventing like some electrical contact from working. And that's the origin of this term, there's a bug in the software. So that's a really good way to think about it. There's just something that's making it not work, and it should work, and you feel like you did it right, and why isn't it working? Bug fixing can be really, really frustrating, but we're always making mistakes in there, okay? And there's lots of different types of bugs. So I'm going to give you some sense of some common bugs that you're going to run into and some way to kind of approach this problem of bug fixing. It can be really frustrating and really challenging for programmers at every single level. So for a beginner, you're going to run into a lot of bugs that are around syntax, that stuff we've been talking about, writing things in just the right way. Maybe you put an extra space somewhere and you shouldn't have. Maybe you forgot a semicolon and it shouldn't be there. And these kind of bugs are actually some of the hardest to find because they aren't always obvious. There was one that I had during the course of our work where it said like unexpected end of input. And that's basically saying that I missed a semicolon, or it's basically saying that I missed a curly bracket somewhere along the line. But finding out where that is, if I have a long thing of code, is really challenging. And so there's some helpful tools out there. The beautifying and linting tools that I talked about last time will lots of times help you find those little bugs. Same goes with HTML. You forget to close something, that won't even give you an error message. Things will just look wrong. At least with JavaScript, you get that dev tools console and it tells you when something's wrong. Or with CSS, it might not really make a lot of sense why things aren't working. And so one of the first things to do, especially as a beginner, is go back and look at the code. Maybe use one of those beautifying or linting tools, and they'll lots of times point out, hey, something's not right, maybe it's around this line. And slowly you'll get good at spotting things. And trust me when I say that over time you'll get really good at just seeing these, just like you would see a typo in a paragraph of text, only if you really know English well. Then there's the logic problems. Those are problems that aren't necessarily to do with the way you wrote your code, but to do with like the actual logic that you're using. So for instance, with our app, that's something like that the numbers weren't being added together, they were being concatenated, and we wanted them to actually be added. That's like a logic problem. That's not that we miswrote something, that's that we didn't do it correctly. We didn't parse the integers when we thought we should parse the integers. We were instead just adding strings together. That's a logic problem. And those are getting into slightly more advanced areas, and there's lots of ways to deal with them, but they can be a real mind bender to figure out sometimes. Sometimes it really helps to write things down step by step. Lots of times if you're trying to hold the whole process in your head, it can get really confusing, and that's where you should write little comments to yourself. Something I do a lot and is fairly common is called pseudocode. We basically write out every step that we're going to code before we code it. So for the adding, I might go, it's kind of like what I talked out with you, but we would write it down. You'd go, okay, first I need to make a click. Need to check for a click on an event. Okay, that's one comment line. Okay, now I need to change the value of the text input. Okay, that's another line. And then you write those all out beforehand, and then you just go through and code them. You're like giving yourself an outline. So you're not trying to think of it all on the fly as you're also trying to do syntax. So that's really important too for helping solve logic problems. And doing things like console logging and testing out things, and just, don't think, it's a kind of a joke amongst programmers that sometimes if something works the first time you do it, you don't trust it, because it's really normal that the way you wrote it isn't actually the way you want it to work. And I find myself sometimes even blaming the computer, saying that it doesn't make sense that the computer does this. But really, it's just, again, that the computer needs really, really explicit some instructions. And sometimes these languages have weird things going on in them, like that adding and concatenating, that aren't always obvious at first glance. Now, you're going to run into bugs that are just seeming unsolvable to you. You're going to run into logic problems where your mind starts to break and you feel frustrated. You get angry that it's not working. It might sound silly now, but just wait till you start running into it and it feels like this ridiculous thing that you're trying to get to work just won't frickin' work. And when you get like that, it's really important and helpful to develop some good tactics early on, some good habits that frankly a lot of top programmers don't have. And that's things like taking a break, go wash your face, go stretch, go for a walk. You'll be amazed how often you are sitting there concentrating on some problem, and then you go out to go for a walk, and 2 or 3 minutes later, as soon as your mind clears, you understand what the issue was and you're eager to go back and solve it. Learning to take breaks is really important. It's normal to feel really intense and get really like zeroed in, especially if you're kind of attuned to being a programmer. You'll really be like almost crazy about it. But getting emotional is not helpful. And so if you can, try to separate yourself from that. If you feel yourself getting angry or emotional, step back, put it aside for 5 minutes. You'll be amazed how much quicker you'll actually get it done in the long run. Now, some common issues, again, that you're going to face disorganized code, whether that's your own or other people's. Organizing the code will help a lot to be able to spot the syntax errors and to see clearly what is going on. Naming your variables well will help you identify the logic problems later on, so you're not too confused about that. Same with function names. To have them be descriptive is really, really helpful rather than just function 1, function 2, that sort of thing. Now, one other thing I want to mention that's kind of aside from those, but one you're going to run into, so I need to mention it, is something called a cache, like a browser cache. You know, like it's like comes from your browser history and that sort of thing. It's part of what lets the internet load things you've already visited really quickly. Well, when we're programming, we're making lots of changes all the time and refreshing the page and change, refresh, change, refresh, change, refresh. And a lot of like browsers or programs or different websites and stuff have like this thing called a cache built in. And so you'll make a change, you'll reload, and the change like won't be there, and you don't even know what's happening. Just so you know, that's a cache, C-A-C-H-E, something to Google if you run into a problem that sounds like this. We're probably not going to run into it in this course, but I really feel like you need to hear it in order to just know that it's out there, because it's going to hit you at some point, I guarantee you. So anyway, that's just a little bit of advice from a longtime programmer about bug fixing and the challenges associated with it. But I know you'll be able to do it, and you'll do it better than me. So yeah, we'll see you in the next video. All right, so what are we talking about next? We're talking about how do you get a website actually online. So this might seem like a secondary problem after all the stuff we've been looking at, splitting up files and JavaScript and HTML and all the code and everything. But how do you actually get this like onto a website so other people can see it? Like, what is a website at the end of the day? This is something that a lot of time we neglect when we're learning to code. We figure if I just get the files worked out, the rest will kind of take care of itself. But actually, this thing we call web hosting is kind of complicated and really trips up a lot of people. In fact, when I was starting out, this was mainly what I was doing for people. Sorting out problems with their hosting, sorting out problems to get them set up and their websites actually working on the internet. This is the part that a lot of people have trouble doing. So we looked at making our own files. We had an index HTML, we had a style CSS, we had a JavaScript file, and they were up on CodeSandbox, okay? One thing we're going to do in the next section, not the next video, but in the next section, is figure out how to have those working on your computer. So you're actually going to have those files like on your computer, and they're going to run. Now, they're going to be in like a folder on your computer, right? They might be like in a work folder or a downloads folder or a documents folder or something like that, but that's not accessible from the internet. So if you make all your nice pages, you're going to have to move those, copy them from there onto the internet somewhere. So how a website really works, I've used this analogy a bunch in the past, which is basically you have this thing called the domain name, and a domain name is our www.whatever.com, or there's a lot of other things other than .com nowadays, .net, .io, you name it, there's a whole bunch of them. And that's kind of like a room number. That's like when you go to the hotel and they give you a room number, that tells you where to go to get to your room. It's not actually the room itself, it's just like a label that helps you find the room. Then when we're actually going into the room, we're going to the actual website, there needs to be actual space where there's things like the bed and the desk and the chair and the TV. That's your hosting. Your hosting is the space where your website files are all organized. So when you go to a website, you go tell the browser, here's the number, here's the room number or whatever of the website, which is the domain name, and then it goes to that room number, opens it up, and shows you the files that have been put into that, that hosting. So that's a little analogy to help you understand. So you have to rent that space. You have to get that space somewhere and put it up so that the rest of the internet can access it. And there's a lot of ways that this is done, like I said. Right now, what I have open on the page is something called cPanel, which is one type of hosting that's fairly good for beginners. It's a good, straightforward way to do it. But there's things like AWS. There's more advanced things that are done through things like GitHub or services called Heroku, or really there's like actually dozens and dozens of ways to get your files onto the internet. And a lot of it depends what you're doing. Now, we're working with some pretty basic files, just HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. We're not doing databases. We're not doing any of that complicated stuff just yet. That's for some other course where we're a bit more advanced. So we just need a way to get like HTML files, CSS, and JavaScript files up on the internet. So our first step is to pick our domain name. So to get a domain name, you can Google a little guide on how to pick the best domain name. I'm not going to really explain that part to you, but I would recommend that you use Namecheap to get domain names. A really popular service out there is GoDaddy. I generally haven't really loved GoDaddy over the years. I find they're trying to constantly upsell you things, and the interface is kind of, I never really enjoyed it very much. I do like Namecheap, and I find them to be pretty cheap and easy to use, and it's a nice interface, and they're not constantly upselling me crazy stuff I don't need. So Namecheap, I would recommend you type it in, you grab the domain. They're usually something between $3 a year and $20 a year, and then you just renew that on an ongoing basis. Now, hosting is a little bit trickier. So most of these services, whether it's GoDaddy or Namecheap or whatever, offer hosting. They have all this different type of hosting: shared, WordPress, reseller, VPS, dedicated servers. Generally, no matter what you're going with, at the beginning, shared hosting is going to do fine for you. There's also services like HostGator. Like if you bought your domain name somewhere else, you can use HostGator and you can connect the two. You can connect this domain to the storage that's holding your files. You can connect them this way. There's also, I use GreenGeeks. I've used that for years. It's okay. It's not like something amazing, but it's all right. I've used it for years. And like I said, most of these services, HostGator or whatever, they also have domain registration tied in. So they're all kind of like working on a package deal. So if you just want to pick one, you roll with it. Shared hosting will generally cover what you need. You can start off with the lowest one. Trust me, these guys never mind if you're going to upgrade over time. You're not going to be stuck if you pick the lowest one and now you can't upgrade it or something. It's not going to be a big issue. You can see here they include an actual domain name. Now they're all kind of like, none of them are .com ones, but then they say 3 websites. There's some storage and a bunch of mail. You don't really have to worry about anything other than that you're actually getting hosting. You're not going to need a lot of this other stuff. 20 gigs, you don't need 20 gigs for what we're looking at doing in this course. Generally, at the start, you shouldn't really pay much more than something like this, or $5 a month. That's going to be fine. Now, hooking everything together is complicated. I'm going to give you just some of the terminology that you can look up if you end up having to do this yourself. There's going to be lots of videos about it. You're going to have these things called name servers that are basically on the domain, and you have to point these name servers to the right hosting. So if you get certain hosting, they'll give you 2 different name servers, and you have to go back over to where you bought your domain, and there'll be a little place where you can enter in special custom DNS information. DNS information is just the term that is used. And in there'll be a place you can put your own custom name servers. And so you'll put one, and then you'll put the other, and then you have to wait like a little while, and eventually they'll start hooking up. Okay, so again, look that up more if you really need to, or leave me a comment, and I don't mind doing a quick tutorial on an example of showing it. I just don't want to get too bogged down. Now, once you have a site hosted, a lot of them will use something like this cPanel. This is generally what's still used a lot out there for those shared hosting services. And in a thing like this, there's all kinds of stuff going on, and it can be confusing where to even go. There's stuff about databases, there's domain security stuff. There's places you can install WordPress in one click, which is really handy, but not really what we're doing. So where you're going to go in a system like this, you're going to look for the file manager. And you're going to go into the file manager, and this is basically the folder of your site. And there's all this information. It's really crazy, but you're going to look for a folder called public HTML. That's the basic root of your website. Now you can see here when I went into public HTML, there's an index HTML file. So the index HTML, the reason we call it that is that's like the default thing that the browser looks for. If I called it frontpage.html, the browser wouldn't know that that's what the front page should actually be. Index.html is just the default, so we call it index.html. Then you can see I have a bunch of folders here. I have JS folders, CSS folder. I also have a bunch of other folders that are related to other little projects I've done. But this is now replicating the other folder that I have like on my computer, which has these files in it. So anytime that I make those changes to my own version and say, okay, I'm ready to upload a new version, I would come here, I would maybe select this and delete the current one and then press upload and upload a new one, right? You can upload a file here. And that's roughly how you're going to get your stuff up onto websites. Now, there's a lot of other ways to do this. We're going to be going over in a little bit how to connect this up with something called SFTP rather than having to go directly to a file manager every time. I would recommend, for the sake of this course, if you're looking to make your own website or get this working, it's probably worth buying a domain and a little bit of hosting so that you can work on this together as we're doing it. We can go over the things like SFTP together. But if that's not really important and you just want to make something local, then this is just kind of good stuff to know in your general web development career, but you're going to be doing stuff totally different than this later on. One other small topic on this is something called SSL. This is when you have this little lock on a site, the little HTTPS that happens. This is a special, basically, setting that can be turned on. You often have to like pay a little more to have it turned on, but that used to be really complicated to do. But nowadays, most of these services, whether that's Namecheap or Green Geeks or whatever, you can just message support and tell them that you want an SSL certificate enabled on your site. A lot of them will just do it for free nowadays. So do that if you need it. You don't have to worry. Getting them all hooked up can be a real nightmare for someone who's new. I literally made money on it in the past because it's so complicated for people to do, but nowadays it's been simplified a lot. So hopefully this gives you some idea of how you actually get a site online. And feel free, like I said, to buy a domain, try it out, try getting the little bit of information we had online. But we're going to be going through this in a couple different ways in the future lessons. So we're going to come back to this later on. So we'll see you in the next one. Hey everyone, so in this video, we're moving into the next section, section 3, which is about developing your page. We've learned a bit about basically making a web page, doing some debugging, some HTML, JavaScript, CSS, and then getting that up online, at least in some basic overview of that. And now we're going to this is a bit more advanced topics. Now we've basically gone over the contours of that. Now, how do we actually make it better? How do we develop it further? How do we figure out the bugs? How do we make more advanced functionality? And the first thing I want to go over is some of the tools that are going to help us out a lot. What tools does a developer have in their toolkit that make this possible to do? Because none of us really understand everything about all these languages. They're way too complicated and there's way too much exceptions and rules to figure it out. Well, number one is Google. This one we're looking at right here. Google, it's a joke amongst programmers that the most important skill we have is knowing how to Google things. So what do I mean when I say that? Well, I mean knowing some of the right terminology to search when you're looking for how to solve a problem will get you really, really far with Google. So if I'm trying to figure out how to generate a random number, this is the way to do it. I might search JavaScript generate random number help. No, I don't even need to put help. Generate random number. And I'm going to get some good results. There's some documentation type stuff, and there are some actual like question answer sites out there that are very important. One of the most important, which we all visit almost every single day, is Stack Overflow. Stack Overflow is where we live and where we get a lot of answers as programmers. So here, if I want to generate whole numbers in JavaScript, I can go here and see that there's actually this question's been asked in some specific way. There's upvotes, and there's a few answers, and these answers include code, and people explain the answer, and in this case, really, really complicated way, but there's a bunch of stuff here. Stack Overflow, answers in Stack Overflow are going to help you a lot, and sometimes you got to dig through. Then there's also places like GitHub, which is like a place that a lot of code lives. People put up copies of their code there for storage, and we're going to talk more about GitHub in a future episode because it's fairly important, but we don't need to dig too much into it just yet, but know that it's a place where you'll go look at code. You can, of course, look at YouTube. There's lots of great tutorials out there. You are watching a video about this, so it doesn't hurt sometimes. I prefer to look at Stack Overflow because videos, you have to deal with all of this annoying person talking and filling up a bunch of space when I just want to get to the frickin' answer and what's the code. And also I can't copy paste from a video. So, I prefer something like Stack Overflow if I can find it. But you're going to be diving into a lot of things. So let's try an example here. So I have a couple examples. Getting a random element from an array. So we looked at arrays before. We had that square bracket with all the numbers in it, the list. And how do we get a random element from an array? Well, I could go JavaScript. We generally want to say JavaScript because if I just say random number from array, it could be any language. So random element from array. Okay, so knowing our terms is very valuable. So here is a random one from an array. Someone asked, how do I get a random item? And this person gives a really quick answer. Boom, there it is. They don't actually explain it. And then there's all these other examples, and the next examples give more. And sometimes you won't end up using the first one, but this is a really good place to start. You'll also see here, there's that var. I talked about that when mentioning you might see that out there in some other code. So a lot of times when you go look around, you're going to see somewhat unfamiliar things. You're going to see stuff that you haven't really looked at before. Look at this, like inside this square bracket, there's a math thing going on and another math thing, and then there's a multiplication going on and then another. There's a lot, but this is really how you're going to learn. You're going to learn to paste this stuff in, see if it works, and if it doesn't and you can't figure it out, you might actually have to start looking closely at it and see if it works for you. Let's look at another example. So let's say I want to make a nice grid layout of images. Not something we've done, but something that's fairly common on the internet is making a grid layout. So when I try to search that, let's say grid layout images, CSS, HTML, something like that, there's going to be lots of examples, and there's all kinds of stuff to go look into. Now you can see I've even clicked on some, I've gone into some, but in our case, I do have just something, I dug around in this before and found this thing on CodePen, which is like our CodeSandbox we were using. And this time we see, okay, he's got HTML and he's got some CSS. So we can use some of this example. Here's a grid. Here's grid template columns. A bunch of stuff I don't even really know that well, but hey, he's got an example. I can just take this, put it into my own HTML and stuff, and hopefully it will work, and then I can start modifying it. It's really helpful. So you can find whole systems that are designed to help you too. Something we'll be going over very soon will be something called Bootstrap, which has a whole grid system. And we'll be going into this much more soon, but you can see there's grid and they provide some HTML. And sometimes for things like this, you'll discover that there's whole systems that are meant to help you out. Whole things that we call libraries, which we're going to get into. Another example, just to keep going on here, is let's say I want to put the current time onto the screen. So like output current time JavaScript, right? It's all about learning what to exactly write down. So here's one example that says get the current date and time. Okay, we have one that gives us something about current date and time. If I look, it was actually asked many years ago, and it was recently edited, and some of these answers can be a little outdated. So sometimes for certain things, they get outdated. So there's easier ones out there. It's one of the issues with having a site like Stack Overflow, where it's weighted over time, because the more upvotes mean the higher it is, but that means less modern answers aren't always on top. But if you scroll down, lots of times you'll find newer answers that are a little more updated. In this case, actually, a better answer is something like we see here. I just know that because I've run into this problem before. But actually, the question is better phrased as how do I format a date? Because we might get a date and then have to format it properly. And this thing explains all these different ways to do that. So I don't want to dig into this and actually get confusing about like what do you actually do with dates in JavaScript. That's a whole field of landmines, let me tell you that. But be aware that sites like Stack Overflow and sites like Google are going to help you hugely. They should be the first thing you go to. You shouldn't be trying to figure this all out yourself. And I'd also say, really, I would generally not go to a site like these documentation sites, like the Mozilla sites or the W3 schools. I wouldn't generally go to those first. I would discourage you from using those in the first place. I would say you can go to those later as you understand more and you're just trying to like remember something that you learned before. But you're going to learn a lot more from a site like Stack Overflow, which is going to get you kind of integrated into the developer community and this idea of how to solve problems and that there's multiple ways of solving problems. And the idea of copying someone else's code and using it, and that's not bad in itself. It's actually how you learn. And that you don't have to learn and totally understand every piece of code that you copy. That's just overkill. You will understand it over time as you get to learn more, but you need to focus on making what you want to make. And then over time, develop that deeper understanding of what you're doing, and maybe eventually you start answering questions yourself. So that's a little bit about some of the resources out there that you should give a shot at using. They will absolutely help you do what you're doing. And anyway, we'll see you in the next video. Yes, something I forgot to mention as I was going through, I actually had it open, but I forgot to do it. So I'm just throwing in this little video after, is, we're in 2023 now. ChatGPT AI is super helpful and it's a good way to actually learn some stuff. So let's say I wanted to, again, go over like, how do I output a formatted date in JavaScript? ChatGPT is going to give us some really cool help here. So as it loads it up, it gives me some examples and it'll actually give me some code and everything. So I think this is a really good alternative possibly to using Google and Stack Overflow. I would still recommend going to Stack Overflow again to get that sense of community from the developer kind of world. But I think this is a really good alternative. So if you prefer to give ChatGPT a shot when you're looking at how do I add a polygon to my leaflet map? How do I add a polygon or how do I, make a calculator? Can you build me a calculator? ChatGPT is going to get you like a lot of the way there. A lot of the stuff that we've been doing, I probably could have just put it into ChatGPT and it would have thrown it out at us in a better way than I've coded it, right? But, that's a whole discussion for another day. The point is, definitely make use of this resource if it appeals to you, if it's the kind of thing you like, because I think it's really good and I think it's just going to get better. So use that. Hey there. Okay, so we're getting back into HTML, CSS, JavaScript in the next set of videos here. We're doing stuff that's a little bit more advanced, but also actually a little easier as long as you've got to understand some of the basics that are going on. So what we've done so far is we've built everything from scratch. We wrote the HTML, we wrote the CSS, we wrote the JavaScript, all from scratch, not using any kind of like additional helper things. So now what we're going to look at is some of the helper things that exist out there. Because a lot of times when you're building a site, you don't want to have to do it from scratch. You can if you're really into that, but a lot of times there's just like really, really basic small things that you'll forget about. Like, oh, making something work exactly just right in a special type of browser or a special type of mobile device, or just little things that you wouldn't even think about that exist out there, or just special situations where you wouldn't really want to have to run in and fix all that yourself. Now, also, you might not want to have to build everything yourself every time. Probably over time, what would happen as you built lots of sites is you would start building up like a kind of personal bank of CSS that you just pull and drop into projects at different times for some basic layout stuff. So these kind of big banks of CSS and HTML that can be dropped into a project exist out there. It's a whole thing that already exists that can help you like quickly put together a template for a site. We're going to look at a couple of these. A few of them exist out there, but these are really, really helpful from a web developer point of view to be able to build a site without having to write tons and tons and tons of CSS. This takes care of kind of the whole base for you, and then you can just write little customization things, changing colors, changing shadows, changing backgrounds, little things to make it your own site, but using a lot of like best practices when it comes to laying stuff out and some basic interface elements like buttons and things like that. So these are called frameworks. They're called CSS frameworks. They also include a lot of HTML. You don't have a CSS framework that has no HTML because there's all this classes and IDs and stuff that kind of get tied together. And there's a lot of them out there. We're going to look at two. We're just going to go over them and basic idea of them. And then in the next lessons, we're going to start actually implementing these because these are really, really useful and they're things that you're going to want to use when you build your sites. So just to get a quick idea of what this is like, my basic site here, my little Victor Temprano site, is built using a framework. I didn't code this background gray area or the size of this header or the size of all this different stuff or the color of the links. And this columns stuff here, I didn't actually have to code that. There's just built-in classes that I can tell this HTML to have that when I include the CSS from my framework, it just splits it up into the right kind of columns that work across all devices and screen sizes. Even here with this kind of like quotes stuff, there's this cool little left bar. I didn't code that at all. I just dropped it in using one of these frameworks. So it made it so that this site ended up taking me like all of half an hour to make, instead of if I had tried to write all this CSS and HTML myself, it probably would have taken a few hours, even though it's really simple, just to do all this little tiny detail work. So you can see these sites as you can see these frameworks as basically a whole bunch of building blocks that you can drop in. Now I built this site using Bootstrap, which is like the most popular, I mean, it even says it on their little thing, the most popular HTML, CSS, and JS library in the world. I mean, okay, whatever. But it's very, very popular. It's been around for a long time. We're talking like a decade or more here. And it's used all over the web. In fact, when we go look at some of the themes or some of the examples of Bootstrap, you probably recognize some of this, like these type of buttons, because you've probably just seen them on the internet before. This kind of layout or this kind of header, you might recognize that because that's really commonly used by developers. So there are different elements that this gives us. We can even see it in these examples. There's like a navigation bar here. And again, it's got a footer that can stick to the bottom of the page. There's things like sign-in pages that do all this layout, and you could just go to this HTML and there it all is. And then as long as you have Bootstrap, yours will just look the same. So, okay, we're going to be going over this in a bit more detail. I'm just giving an overview of what this is. And then there's another one out here that's newer that I haven't really used much yet. I think I've used it once, called Bulma. It's pretty cool too. It's up there as one of the top ones these days. And you can see some templates that people have built with it here. It's not, you know, like you can see the nav menu is a little different. The default font is different. The buttons are slightly different. It's not like this completely different world, but you can see there's some difference in some of the layout situations going on. So it's kind of fun. You can pick the building blocks that you want to use to build your site. So let's look. We're going to be using Bootstrap just because it is kind of the classic one, but the basic principles of how we use it are going to apply across any framework that you're going to choose because they're all built on the same basic idea. So when we go to the Bootstrap documentation, we're going to see on the left-hand side lots and lots of stuff here. We have to scroll down a bit, but once we go down, we can see there's stuff about containers, a grid. We've looked at grid, columns, and then as we go down further, there's forms. And down here in the components, this is some really good stuff. There's things like, let's see if there's buttons. I believe there's buttons here. Here are the buttons. So it tells you, oh, this is what you put for your HTML for the button. And you don't have to worry about what you should put for the CSS, because if you've just included the Bootstrap CSS, which we're going to do in the next video, it'll just look right. And then they tell you here, oh, if you want a button that's blue, you give it this button primary class. If you want a secondary button, you give it the secondary class, and so on. It becomes really easy to do this styling instead of having to like manually write all this. There's also a bunch of other stuff. There's things like drop downs. So this gives you just so many little things you can do, like this little button type menu. There's things called modals, which are pretty cool. So these, can we actually get one to open? Yeah, a demo modal. It's like this pop-up type of thing you've probably seen before. And there's just lots of them. Like, go look through check out the different stuff and you start getting ideas for how like to put these pieces together to build your own site. There's also stuff within the columns and a grid, so you can have, it shows you like how to have this whole column layout, and you don't have to worry at all about that whole display grid and learning the whole CSS grid if you just want to use Bootstrap to like make your column layouts using their classes. And there's some examples and it gets complicated and all that sort of stuff. We're not going to go over it in huge detail, but we're going to do it in a basic way to get a feel for this. There's also, which we're not going to go over just right now, we're going to focus on the CSS HTML in the next couple of videos, but after that we're going to come back and also do some JavaScript. And there's some special JavaScript that's included in something like Bootstrap. Like for instance, this accordion, which opens different elements like this. And you can see that must be using some kind of JavaScript to do this interactivity with the page. And yeah, so it includes this, and you just have to, again, set up the stuff with HTML, and it's all pre-built with Bootstrap to know, as long as you follow along with how they did the HTML, it'll work, which is just really, really cool, and again, adds a lot to your overall functionality on your page. One of the really important parts of this too is that it will break down mobile and desktop. One of the biggest things that we run into in web development is that when we build something, we're generally on a desktop computer. We make it look nice with a browser that is kind of this shape. And then on a phone, it's like, oh crap, it doesn't work at all. You've seen websites that aren't optimized for mobile and they're a nightmare. So the nice thing is that there's some special CSS where you say, oh, if the screen width is this much, then do the layout this way. And that way, and when you do that, you can change the layout of the website at different screen sizes. So normally, if you were to code this all yourself, it's a big pain in the butt. You have to make all these things for the different possible screen sizes and what are the layouts. The nice thing about Bootstrap and things like this is they're just built to do that already. So when you have, for instance, these columns, they are just going to break down in different sizes of screen. So normally they might be side by side, but as soon as you look on a mobile, they're one on top of the other. And you didn't have to do any of the work behind it. So hopefully that gives you some good sense of like why we're going to use these frameworks, why they're important. And now we're going to go back to the calculator and try loading in Bootstrap and try like applying some of these styles and see how it works to spruce it up or change it around a little. So I'll see you in the next video. All right, we're going to start integrating a framework, a CSS HTML framework, into our code now. So we're going to use Bootstrap. So first of all, how do we get it loaded? You're going to see me sometimes looking over here. I actually have like I pre-made this lesson, obviously. So I have some code to the side I'm sometimes going to drag over, or I'll try to take it from Bootstrap, but just in case you see me looking around, that's what I'm looking at. So how do we get Bootstrap, first of all, just like loaded in here? Like, how are we going to use this? Well, if we go to Bootstrap, let's close some of this other stuff, blah, 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 and we come up to the docs and it says introduction. Okay, so we want to load Bootstrap. Right up here in the introduction, it has include the CSS and JavaScript. So there is here this big long thing that looks like what we did here in our code when we linked our own CSS. So if we just grab this, this is loading it from we don't have to load it like from a local file. It's loading it from some place on the internet where that file is stored, but they've let anybody load it from there. So we're just going to paste that right in there. Boom, there, it's loaded in. We have this Bootstrap CSS loaded. It already kind of changed the page a little. We're going to be looking at this mainly in a new window. We can see it already changed like some of the fonts and stuff, and kind of now there's the margins are kind of a little bit wacky. So anyway, we're going to keep going. There's also some JavaScript that it tells us to load, and it tells us to load that, again, the similar way to what we've already seen with our JavaScript. We're going to put it above the JavaScript. Now, we do put it above our own scripts. So if we have the Bootstrap, and then we have our own script. And for CSS, we have the Bootstrap first, and then our own script. And that way, if we write some CSS that overwrites the Bootstrap, like if we want to change, say, the color of the primary button to be a different color rather than that bluish color that it has, our style CSS will overwrite what's already written in the Bootstrap CSS. So that's why we load it first. So, okay, we've loaded it in. Now, like, we can just kind of go to Bootstrap and be like, what are some stuff we can add? So actually, before we do that, we're just going to look really quick at this Bootstrap CSS and see what it looks like, because, you know, we've written some CSS and holy smokes, what's going on here? Well, this is what we call minified CSS. So it's really hard to read. It's basically making the file as small as possible. So it gets rid of all the spaces and all the comments, and everything is really tiny. Holy smokes, this is impossible. Luckily, you can still inspect things using our little dev tools, and it will kind of like break that out into pieces. So as we inspect, we can see probably here that there's some styles that are being applied from the main Bootstrap CSS. We don't need to really go into it, but just so you know that whole minified thing, and you can still inspect to see what's going on. Okay, so we can kind of just like start dumping stuff from Bootstrap in. So let's go over and let's look at some of the stuff they have. Let's look at navbar. That's always a fun thing. So down here with the navbar, they have this like example navbar here, has tons and tons of stuff in it. So why don't we just try like copying this whole HTML, and we'll just drop it in. We'll put it right at the top here, just paste, and make this aligned nicely. Okay, save that and see what happens. Let's load this. Cool, we have this exact same navbar up here. It's slightly different. Theirs is darker colored, but ours is light colored, and there it does mention that like, oh, a light themed navbar. So there's like theming that we can do to change the color of this, all kinds of crazy stuff. But okay, we have like a basic layout. There's something kind of messed up here. Now that's because our own CSS is overwriting the default Bootstrap CSS. So maybe we can comment out. We'll comment out, and fun for you, there's a different way to comment out HTML versus commenting out CSS. It's just done this different way. It's not a huge deal. But anyway, we reload that, and now you can see all our buttons are screwy, but this is properly done. So our CSS was actually overwriting some of the default Bootstrap CSS. Okay, so we have like a basic nav bar. We can probably pull out some of the elements. We don't need all this stuff, and we don't need the search bar or any of that kind of stuff. So we can go in here and be like, okay, where is that? We don't need the link. We maybe want one link to like an about page. We can take out the rest of these links. We can take out this disabled link, and we can take out all the stuff that's form. This is also a really good way for you to get to learn more HTML. You'll see what Bootstrap does. They use this UL and LI stuff. I'm not going to go over that in detail here. It'll just get confusing. But this is a really great way for you to start to get to see more HTML and get to use it and give it a shot and get too used to it. So, okay, we reload that. We could change that one that says link to something that says about instead, just for the heck of it. And reload. Okay, we have a nav bar, and we're going to call that, instead of having Mapster calculator down here, we're going to move it up to be up here. So we can get rid of that heading because now it's taken care of. And now it says Mapster calculator home about. Okay, it's kind of looking nice. Now we can go look at something like, how about we go next at making this little area? Well, some of this comes from just knowing Bootstrap and me having used it for a long time. But what we're looking for is a container. There's a container element that can kind of put things into a nice little space so it's not stuck to the edge of the page like this. So we have this thing that we've called parent container, but if we just call it container, that's the Bootstrap name, which we can see right here, div class container. And if I reload, now it's kind of like got a bit of spacing. It could probably be nicer. We could change it around, but we'll go with this for now. So, okay, we have this thing called container. That's nice. Now, what are we going to do? We're going to try changing the input area here to look a little bit nicer. So if we so for that, we have to go down. This is part of something that's called a form. Inputs, checkboxes, these sorts of things are included in forms in HTML. So that's where it is under the Bootstrap documentation. I don't want to get too, again, stuck in all this type of stuff. I just want to kind of give you an idea where to go. And as you get familiar with this kind of way that HTML gets classified, you'll find it easier and easier to navigate these documentation. Okay, so if we come in here to this overview of forms, we see there's all kinds of stuff going on. It's a little bit confusing. You could read through this and get to know it and see how there's different examples of how to use different forms. Now, I know where we're going, so we're going to go to find basically something like an email address here and see what it has for the class that we add, because we don't need to drag this whole thing in. We could just drag this whole thing in, but really what we're looking for is the class. We know, because we've done a little bit with CSS, that the class and the ID are what connect together the HTML and the CSS. So let's just try just changing the class here. So we'll go to our little input. We see it already has an ID. We don't need to change that because we're just adding a class called form control. Okay, we're going to save that, reload, and now it's like this big thing, and it's totally a different, it's got a different layout. Everything's kind of different here. Okay, that's cool, but it's a little too wide. So we'd have to go then and look around and figure out how columns work, which we're going to dive into a bit more in the next video. But for now, let's just kind of keep going over some basics. Let's change some buttons. So buttons, we already looked a bit at. They're down here. And there's this button type button class equals button. There's all kinds of repetitive stuff going on. So we're going to copy some of this type button stuff. It's not actually terribly important. But so now if we just add this stuff to our button here and save it, we're going to see that just one button is kind of different, and it's like there's nothing really happening with it, and that's because it says it's the base class. So it's nothing, it's transparent border and background color. So in itself, it's nothing. But maybe let's make it the secondary. I always kind of like the secondary one when we have a ton of buttons together like this. So what do? We put two classes together. Class, you can have more than one at once here. You can have button and button secondary. They're just separated by a space. Cool. So now we reload that. Cool. We have this like gray button. Now we can make that on, we can put this stuff onto all of our buttons. We can go, okay, let's copy this down into all of them. And then we get a consistent style across them all. Okay, we save that. Reload. Oh, cool. Our buttons are looking different. Now we can choose slightly different ones for the plus. Maybe for all the plus stuff, we'll have it be, I don't know, these info buttons. Let's do that. So we can copy over some of what we did already for the operations. Okay, so operations buttons, and we change this to info, and we can copy and paste that in here. Save that, reload. Cool, they're all this color, and then let's make the one of them green and one of them red. We'll make the equals red and the clear, or no, we'll make the equals green and the clear red. So we go over, and this one's called danger is red. So that's the clear, and success is green. Okay, so we'll reload this. Cool, our buttons are all looking different. Our page is looking different now. Pretty cool. So in the next video, we're going to go over like how to split this up into some columns, do a little bit more spacing, a little bit more making this look nice. And then we'll come back and start doing some more on this. But you can see already this takes us a lot farther than having to write it all ourselves. So see you in the next video. Okay, so we've started to use Bootstrap to do some layout. It's at a basic level right now, but there's some improvements we want to do. We want to customize this a bit. We want to make it look a little nicer. So what do we do next when it comes to doing that? Well, what I would generally do is I would look at what we've got, which has some very basic styles in it, and just kind of brainstorm, like, what do we want it to look like? I wouldn't mind if this calculator input wasn't like the whole width of the page. That would be nice. These buttons have some space on the left and right, but they don't have space up and down, so that's a bit of an issue. And they're all on top of each other. It would be nice if they were back in that kind of column layout that we had them in before. So maybe we can try giving that stuff a shot. And to do this, we're going to do a lot of things with the grid system in Bootstrap. So there's a lot of power in this, but it's also a lot of HTML, and it can get a little bit confusing. So we're going to try taking it slow, try moving along. So I've come over here in Bootstrap to the grid system. It gives you some information about how to do these column layouts. So I've already added, I realized because I'm just redoing this video because the last one got confusing. I had already added the container here. The container is just without this. We can see if I remove this container, we're all stuck up against the edge. We don't really like that. We want there to be some space. So here, the first thing in a layout is a bit about how containers work. Basically, they just move the content off the edge of the page and keep them inside a nice little div that we can start with. So next up is the grid system. So we're going to be using these things, rows and columns. So in Bootstrap, we can define rows and columns just using HTML. We don't have to write the CSS for it. So first of all, because I have a lot of HTML already here, It's going to get really confusing if I try to, like I actually did in the previous video on why I'm redoing this. It gets really confusing if we try to like put this in with our existing HTML. We have to find out like, okay, I pasted in the start of those divs, but when do they end so I can close them at the right place? And since we already have all these divs going on and it's really crazy, it's a little easier if we kind of just like create a little template for ourselves and then plug in the pieces of HTML that we need after that. It'll be a lot easier. Just roll with me on this one. So we're going to make a big empty space here. When we save, it removes all that space because we're not using our own code editor yet. We will be doing that very soon. All right, so we're going to be adding rows and columns. So let's just try pasting in this whole thing here. We'll just take that, rows and columns. We already have the outside container right there. We save that and we reload and we see there's column, column, and column. Okay, so I wouldn't mind if our calculator width was just inside this one column here. So what I can do is maybe I can remove the text from these other columns, first of all, and we can see the column, it's still there. We don't know if it's full width, but we can actually inspect it. And we can see, okay, the column is that wide, the next one's that wide. They're still there, they're just empty. Okay, so let's move in our text input. We're gonna just move in just the text input. Okay, great. Put it there, boom. Now we load that. And cool, it's the full width of just that one element because by default, Bootstrap makes it 100% width. We can see that here with this little form control thing. It makes it 100% width by default. Cool. So next we want to figure out how we're going to do our buttons. Well, I want there to be like 3 columns of buttons. This column, and this column. So to do that, we're again going to use this row and column thing, except we're going to put it all inside this existing column, like that, like underneath the text input. So if I save that, reload, we'll see now this is subdivided into 3 columns inside itself. Okay, so this one could hold the buttons, this one could hold the operations, this one could hold the equals. Now, maybe I don't want them all the same size. Okay, so what do I do with that? Well, there's lots of things we can do. There's lots of options for how wide to make different columns, and Bootstrap gives you some ideas here. Oh, okay, I have these special things that can variable width the columns, and there's all these crazy classes that you have to experiment with. I find them to be sometimes a little confusing, but some easy ones is to think of Bootstrap as always having a value of 12 for the whole width. I don't know why it's 12, but it is. But you can see here column 8 takes up here this much, and column 4 takes up this much. So this divides it into 12 divided by 8 and 12 divided by 4. So yeah, you get these 2 different sections in it. So we can use this column thing to separate out our own columns into the widths we want. So I think this first one, we could have it be, I don't know, like, we could try it being this like column, let's see, column 7. Now let's do column 8 for it. And then we do column, we need it to all add up to 12. So we make it column 2 and column 2. And when I reload, we see that this one's quite wide, and then there's 2 smaller ones. That's a bit more like what we want. Okay, so that's some basic stuff there. Now we want to plug in our buttons here. So first of all, we can come in and grab all our number buttons like that. Okay, number buttons. We paste them in there. Okay, great. So they're all in. We save that. We reload. Now they're in that column. Okay, we come back and we're going to grab these buttons, these like operations buttons, and put them in the column 2. Okay, and then we're going to grab these other operations buttons, whatever, and put them in column 3. Okay, now we can reload, and cool, we have these buttons and they're all in the right place. It still doesn't, I don't really like the layout that much. We could change a couple more things about it. So what else do we want to change? Maybe these buttons could be larger. Maybe this layout, I don't actually like it at the end of the day. Let's see what else we can do with the buttons. So for buttons, here we are. On the right hand side here, it has sizes. There's a lot to learn with all this, and you can add large. So it says add this class button large. So we're going to add that to some of our number buttons. Button large, button large, button large. Okay, let's see how that looks. Oh, that's actually pretty nice. That's a good idea. So button large, button large, button large. And we just have to paste that in all the way down. Okay, and we load that. Okay, that's looking a little bit nicer there. And I think in the end that column 8 is probably too wide. Maybe we should have it be column 6. And the other ones would be then column 3 and column 3. So if we reload that way, that's a little bit better. These are still kind of weird how they're like different sizes, but we can experiment with that. Another thing we want to do is that we don't really like how these have no like height space between them. So there's a couple ways to do that. We could dig into the whole grid and see how it works in terms of like columns and rows and blah, 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 blah. There's this thing called gutters, which is kind of cool, the horizontal gutters. But just to demonstrate the concept, we're going to show how it is to write our own custom CSS on top of this. So we have our CSS file, which right now we've actually commented out, so it doesn't load. So we're going to let that load again. And first of all, let's just let it load again and see what happens at all. Okay, we get it. Like a whole bunch of stuff goes a little wrong, right? Like the buttons do get the right width, but they're off center. The text input is weird. There's this random gray bar. So there's some of our CSS that is screwing this up now. So what we're going to do, I'm just going to delete like all this CSS, and we're going to work with it kind of from fresh here. So we're going to delete all that, and it's going to go back to looking like Bootstrap again. Now, I want to add some margin around these. So I have these number buttons, and actually pretty much all the buttons I want to have some margin. Maybe some margin on the top because I want them to have some distance here. So let's just try saying button, and maybe we'll be a little more specific because we don't want it to change any button on the page ever. We maybe just want it to change the buttons in our main area. So we could say for the container that, where is it? The container is also our Mapster calculator. Okay, so that gives us our own little class that we can work with to overwrite Bootstrap without messing with the defaults. So Mapster calculator button, and now we say margin top, let's say 5 pixels. Okay, we try that. That is looking a little nicer, like it gives that little bit of space. These all kind of look a little nicer. Okay, that's a start. Now, the width of the buttons, I also don't like that these buttons are kind of a weird width that doesn't make sense. Now, I don't want to make too often rules that apply to every single button on the page. So I'm going to inspect here and see, maybe I can give this div a class, and then I can make some kind of minimum width or set width like we did last time for just these buttons in particular. So let's go in there to our CSS. Actually, we have to go back to our HTML to add that class. So we go here, class equals operations buttons, which we actually did define in some of our extra stuff, which I'm just gonna get rid of all our extra HTML. Operations buttons. Okay, so we have a special class for that now. We say operations buttons, button, and we say width. Let's just make it like 50 pixels and see what happens. So we load it. They're a little too wide. Maybe we can make it a little less wide. We make it 40 pixels. And that's looking a little bit nicer. You know, this layout could still be better. These things could be more tightly arranged. Maybe we could make this column a little bit different. But this is a good start. We've done a little bit of customizing of Bootstrap. We've added some nice little buttons, and our functionality is still actually there, which is kind of cool. Because we've just changed the HTML and CSS. We haven't really changed any JavaScript. Now, the last little thing here is I mentioned how Bootstrap like just magically takes care of mobile, but you'll see on the side here that this thing by width is all screwed up. It's not just taking care of mobile. If we go wider and wider, we eventually see our own page, but the width didn't just work out. Okay, so that's a bit more advanced topic. You do have to kind of tell it a couple instructions for how to break it down in mobile. I'm not going to go over that here. Mobile is very important. I would recommend that you take some time to look into that. But for our mapping stuff, we're not going to need this like exact kind of bootstrap stuff. So I'm going to set it aside for now. Definitely something to pay attention to, make a note of, to maybe look up a little if you're just doing a general website. You do want to make sure that you figure out how things work in mobile on when it comes to web development. We're going to touch on mobile for sure with mapping, but it's not going to deal a lot with this like columns type stuff. So anyway, there we are. We've done some basic stuff with Bootstrap. We've done a little bit of layout, and we're going to move on to a couple other things to do with linking up pages and getting a little further along in the next video. See you there. All right, you might see that I have moved. Probably over the next set of videos, you're going to see me jumping back and forth between the place you saw me last time and this place. It's getting hot, it's summer, and so I moved back in my little hot apartment in Vancouver to try to get out of the direct heat that comes from my windows. So yeah, so you see my kitchen over there and whatever. Anyway, that's the story behind the sudden change of scene, and you might see that a bit. But the important stuff isn't happening on my little screen. It's happening down in what we're doing. And after the last video, I realized I tried to just brush off mobile development, but I can't just brush that off, not in good conscience, because mobile development is super, super important in our web development in general. It's important to bear in mind that a lot of times when you are looking at the analytics of your site, when you're learning who's coming to the site and who's looking at it, which you can do with some different tools out there, most of the people are going to be on mobile. Chances are most, as in 60, 70, 80% are going to be visiting on mobile. So really, when you're making stuff for the internet, you're making stuff for people on mobile devices almost all the time, unless it's very specialized. So for me to leave it out would be, yeah, kind of a disservice. Now, it's a bit complicated, but it's not the end of the world. We need to learn a little bit more about Bootstrap. And mainly what we're learning about here is more about the column layout. We're learning to tell Bootstrap what to do at different screen sizes. And the other side of it is being able to test this, right? So, okay, first of all, let's look at the testing it thing, and then we'll dive into the Bootstrap docs. So here, actually on our CodeSandbox thing, you can see on the right here, as I drag, we get different layouts. There's like these points at which the container jumps like that. And that's preset to set with kind of default width. So you have like your tablet in portrait and in landscape. You have phones in portrait and landscape, and you have desktops. And there's all these different like breakpoints. That's the term we use. And down here, as I keep going more and more, we eventually get to something that's kind of like a mobile device. Now, we can also do that on our actual screen here. When we go to the inspector, there's a little button up here, right here, that allows you to change it to a mobile type mode. And up at the top, there's different kind of presets. So I have on iPhone XR, but there's also, you can set your own responsive one or try out, you know, like an iPad Air, and you can try it in portrait and desktop. And this gives you some sense of how your site might look on those devices. It's important to mention that this is not a good substitute for a real mobile device. It's okay for like a quick view, but lots of times there are little weird things that are going to happen on your real device that aren't going to work that way. For instance, there's that notch here at the top that most of the time in the browser isn't going to be a big deal, but things like this, weird little layout things that affect the real phone versus your little ideal environment here in the browser simulating it. But that's really valuable for us nevertheless, okay? So we can see kind of what happens as we change things around. So, okay. So when I load this, actually last time I had just been loading something else that, you know, for this episode. But you can see, okay, it looks all wacky like this, the same way that ours looks all wacky here. So what do we got to do? We got to learn how to tell the columns that they shouldn't be split in 3 anymore, because right now the columns are still split in, oh, whoops. When I open DevTools now, it automatically opens in that mobile mode, so it changes my whole page. We can just look at this one. So when I look at this, it's still split into these 3 columns. But we don't want those 3 columns anymore because on mobile, it doesn't really make sense. On desktop, it made sense because the whole width was too much, but now it doesn't. So the grid system in Bootstrap has a way to tell it. You have a way to tell the grid system in Bootstrap, like when you want, what width you want the columns to be at certain screen sizes, okay? This is generally called responsive development. The idea is it's responsive to different screen widths, right? That's where the term comes from. And we call them breakpoints. I mentioned that before as the container was getting smaller. We have these kind of general sets of breakpoints, and Bootstrap has a number of them. There is the LG, which is large, MD, medium, SM, which is small, and XS, which is very small. And you can find that down here. If you want to read through this actual page, you'll find the specific breakdowns. Most of the time, what I would just do is for mobile and for most of the time iPad stuff, SM is going to do just fine. Basically, I have like my site. There's my cat down in the corner. I have my site at the plain desktop view, and then I have one for SM, which kind of covers my mobile devices. That's generally a very quick way to do it, but you can do it in more detail. So, okay, how do they tell us to do this? Well, they have these different things. It's like instead of just call, which we have as the current class for our general one, just call, meaning column. It says like column SM8, column SM4. Now, we talked last time about that 12 divisions thing that we actually used here when we were saying column 6, and actually this is part of what I'm going to be showing you. I'll delete that for now. But we have that column 6, and that kind of thing. So we have that same system in these smaller breakpoint. And they have one that shows here where you have two of them at once. Now, this is what we're going to be doing. We're going to be telling it what to do in lower screen sizes, like by default, and then what to do from a certain screen size and up. Okay, that's kind of how it works on the way that Bootstrap does it. The one you tell it that's just without any indication of the screen size applies from like the extra small to wherever the other one comes in. So, okay, why don't we just do it? So right now we have column, and it's just column. I'm just going to change it to column 4, which represents the same, it's the exact same thing, you know, column 4 and column 4. So when we save that, it should all be the same. And yeah, it's all the same. So that's out of 12, there's 3 of them, so each of them is worth 4 of the width. Now, in order to shift this around, what I was mentioning before is we have to tell it to switch to 4 only when it passes the small level. So we're going to make this call SM4, okay? And we're going to make the overall thing column 12, so that by default at the very small screen size, it's column 12, and then it changes to column 4 once it passes the small size. And then we can mess with this. So let's see what actually happens here. So we change it to column 12, column SM4. Okay, we save, and we see, okay, cool. Oops, I reloaded this whole page. We see, oh, did my changes get removed? No, they're still there. We see here, when I reload, it looks a little better. Okay, great. Now, if I change this to portrait, we again get it not at the right, you know, it looks a little wacky still. Or let's say I change to the iPad, it looks okay, but it could probably look a little better. So maybe what I would change this to is, instead of the SM, I would change this to the MD, the medium. So break to 4 columns once you hit the medium breakpoint. Okay, so now we save that again. We reload this. Okay, it's still like that with the iPad Air, with iPhone XR, it's still like that. Okay, so it doesn't seem to make a huge difference here. We might want to test on our mobile device, but generally the SM or the MD is kind of where we're going to aim for with this. So we can see it already looks better here. And this is pretty good. We don't need to break these into different columns. We can see as we move this in and out, at some point it becomes so small that it's ridiculous. But as we move this out, it will suddenly break. And see right there, it broke, and now it's in this column. And that doesn't actually look that good. So maybe we want to change it so that that would look different. If we reload this and have it be the full width, it still looks good. But everything up to that, it kind of doesn't look quite right. So maybe we even change this again to be LG4, so that it only happens at the very large screen size. And we change this one to LG. So in the end, we have this kind of like, okay, this is our sort of mobile view, and this is our sort of desktop view. And that gives you just a very general sense of how to mess with the columns. Again, you're going to want to read up on this a little. It can be a little bit mind-bending working out how it all works, but you will get it after trying it a little bit and throwing these different columns at it. Anyway, we'll see you in the next video. All right, so next up here, we're going to do something, step away from Bootstrap for a second, step away from JavaScript for a second, come back to just some functionality that isn't working in our current page, which strikes me as being something that's really, really, really useful to know about. And that's how to link different pages inside a single website. So in this case, I have this nav bar up at the top, which has home and about. And when I click on them, nothing happens. So how do we already looked at that href thing. If you remember way back when we were doing HTML, we had the href, and that let us link to some other page somewhere on the internet. But how do we link to like another page that we've actually made? So first of all, to do that, we have to like make another page, and then we have to change some of the links. So we're going to jump into doing that. So in order to do that, we have a couple things we can do. We come over to our nav bar, which is here, and we look down to where it has the about, and we can see it's already an HTML tag, and there is a href thing. Okay, so if we wanted to make this go to Google, we could just type the address for Google, save that, and then when we reload it, we click on about, and suddenly we are at Google. Well, that's pretty cool. That works no problem. Now, if we want it to go to our own little internal site, we're going to have to make another file. So we're going to have to come over here and make another file, and we're going to call it about.html. Okay, cool. That's a folder. That is not a file. Delete that. Make file about.html. Okay, great. And I might just copy over everything for now into this about.html, and then I'll just delete all the actual calculator stuff, since that's kind of special to the home page. And here would be, here's a bunch of about text. Okay, so we just save all that. It's loading in the same style sheet, the same CSS and everything, because it's right beside the index.html, so all the references stay the same. We just load that. Okay, we have the about.html and the index.html. Now, here in the href, there's a couple ways that we could link to this. If we actually have this uploaded on the actual website, like we did all the hosting, then we could have something like mydomain.com/about.html. That would work. Or we can just go about/about.html. That'll automatically go to like the base directory of the whole website. So if your website has like, oh, I have a folder here and another folder and another folder, and then I have something in here that's an HTML file, if you typed / it'll just go right back to the root of the whole directory of the website, which is a little bit confusing, but I think you probably understand what I mean. That'll just do that. Or you can do a ./about, and that will work inside the directory you're in. So since we're at the root of the whole website right now, because we don't have any folders, I could use either the ./ or just the /. So let's try doing the / and we'll see what happens. Okay, so we do that, we press about, and it reloads to say here's a bunch of about text. Okay, that worked great. Now we can't go home. And we can see that the URL also changed to now we're at the about.html. So every time I click the about.html, it'll load. But in the about.html, I actually included the about href is still Google, so you can see they're different pages. They're referencing different stuff. So instead, we want to have it be the same on every page. So we have it referencing about.html there, and we have it referencing about.html there. And now I'm going to just use the relative links just to show you that it still works. About.html, and I load it, and it keeps loading the right page. Okay. Now we have to change this one to reference the home page. So I can do ./index.html. Okay, and then I need to change that over in my other one so that it's happening on both pages, not just one. Okay, and then we reload this. And now we'll be able to navigate between our two pages. So now we've just made like the basis of what the internet really is, which is a series of links. So that's really helpful to see. And one little additional cool thing, you'll see with Bootstrap that it automatically does this thing with the menu where it collapses it. And there's this, what we call a hamburger menu. There's this little button, which I'm sure you're familiar with, which pops open the links here. So then I can click on one of these links, and it'll go over to the About page. I click again and it comes back. Really nice because menus are a real pain in mobile to actually make. So Bootstrap has this whole thing that breaks it all down for you automatically, and it picks the breakpoint so that on mobile devices it will work, and you don't have to worry about it too much. So that's just a bit of actually making this kind of like a real website with different pages in it and stuff like that. And in the next video, we'll start getting into, go back to JavaScript and starting to learn jQuery and what are libraries. See you there. Hey, so we're coming back to JavaScript now. So we're going to start using these things called libraries. If you remember when we went and looked at Bootstrap, on the home page of Bootstrap, it said, or in the title up here, it said the most popular HTML, CSS, and JS library in the world. But I was calling it a framework. So what's the difference here? Well, don't really worry about it, but a framework is usually about CSS and HTML, and a library is usually more about JavaScript. These terms are somewhat moved around. It's not a very strong distinction. You can kind of use each term to refer to each other depending on specific things. But in this case, I'm splitting them a little bit to have frameworks be more about our front-end design type stuff, and libraries to refer more to our JavaScript stuff now that we're going to plug in. So when I say we're going to plug it in, what do we mean? Well, a lot of the time you can imagine a lot of the problems we're trying to solve when we're programming are things other people have done before. For instance, generating that random number like we did. Now that was just built right into JavaScript. I didn't have to like write a function that would generate a random number. I could just do math.random and it gives me the random number between 0 and 1. So that's not requiring a library, that's just built into JavaScript. But imagine if it wasn't built into JavaScript, and theoretically we'd have to write it every time. Now there's nothing stopping someone out there from writing that function and then just sharing it on the internet, like when you go to Stack Overflow and there's someone who wrote the answer and told you how to generate a random number. So someone can already do that, and we know already that you can link in JavaScript from other places. You know, like we linked in here at the bottom not only our own JavaScript from our own site, but we linked in the Bootstrap JavaScript, which is just a JavaScript file that's loaded at some other place on the internet. So in theory then, someone could write that function that makes a random number, put a file up on the internet somewhere that has that function in it, and then we could just link that function in our script tag, and now link that script in our script tag, and now we'd have access to that function. So the idea is that people can share this code and this functions, and that's basically what a library is. A library is a set of functions that have some particular use for some particular thing you're trying to build, where someone's already done it before and maybe has solved lots of the basic problems that you would otherwise have to do from scratch. So that's why Bootstrap is a library, is because they have all these things like these nav bars, which are things that they've written and you don't have to do again. You just include, you put it in there, and it just works easily. But there's tons and tons of libraries. So what are some other examples of those kinds of problems? Well, there's things like date pickers. This is a common one, where when you click, and you've done this on bajillions of sites, in order to have this whole interface that tells you what day you're on, shows the calendar, you can imagine there's a whole bunch of HTML and CSS that goes into this, and it has to detect when you click different things, then it has to fill in this input. You can kind of imagine, you know, even if it would be really hard to write, like how this would work. Well, this is a library, and there's actually tons and tons of different ones. They look different, some of them. They have different functionality. Some of them allow you to choose like a range, like a start and end date, you know, like if, oh, I can come between these dates or whatever. There's so many functionalities. Even on the side here, it has a whole bunch of examples of different types of functions. Now, this is just inside this thing called jQuery that we could use this. We could plop this into our site and use it ourselves. Another thing that many libraries do is they have a type ahead, what's called the type ahead. So as I'm typing, it starts to give me examples of possible things that could be what I'm looking for. This is fairly common. I'm sure you've seen it also on Google Maps when you start to type, you know, the name of your town. You only have to type like 3-4 letters, and then it starts to be like, oh, are you looking for that town? And sometimes it gives you the same name of the town, but in a different place, so you have to type a bit more. But that's basically a library. It's something that makes this drop down and puts the examples nice and easy to see. You can click on one and then it does a thing, right? Another library, which is really what we're doing this whole course about ultimately, is the mapping. Mapping is basically a JavaScript library that you include. And, here's the CSS that we'll be including, and here's the JavaScript. And then we have a whole bunch of, it lets us do a bunch of stuff. It lets us load a map on our page and do all this special customization that we'll be doing. Now, those are some examples of different libraries. Now, a lot of the time, most of the time, libraries are open source. So that means that they're basically, anyone can contribute to them, anyone can fix them, anyone can comment and say what they don't like about them or what should be better. A lot of times there's many thousands of people involved in the very popular ones. And this is really great because, for one, it's free. You can just use them in your project. Most of the time, the licensing is just totally open. And second, it's really great because it's constantly being improved by a huge army of programmers. And generally, they're all using it in their projects, so they're quite motivated to keep it up to date and improved. On the other hand, it's also very a bit annoying because they're all very, very different in the way that they explain how to use them. So the documentation for Leaflet is in this website that they built. And when we're gonna look at this docs a lot more when we get to Leaflet, but there's all these links which then go to examples of stuff, and it can be a little confusing. Meanwhile, for this jQuery date picker, it's like, okay, it has this thing about documentation, and you have to go here, and it's totally different. It's a different type of layout. It's a different thing. Meanwhile, there's Bootstrap, which has its documentation, which is in its own certain way. And this can be a bit of a hassle because you never know with a library if you're getting to use like a good documentation that's going to make sense and be easy, or it's going to be like old and really hard to navigate through. That's just a major thing that it runs into. But nevertheless, we use these. We use these all the time. And eventually, as you really get to develop, you'll start to get a sense of like, is what I'm trying to do handled by some library out there already? And you'll start to get used to looking stuff up that you might do a quick search, for something, and then someone in the Stack Overflow will link, oh, there's a library that does that. And then you'll be like, oh, great, I'll just load that JavaScript into my file and use the library. It's not always that easy, again, because the documentation can be tricky, but this is what we do. We use them because it really cuts down on development time. You don't have to program all this stuff yourself. You can just, imagine if I had to build the whole thing to display a map myself, it would be huge. So I can just use this. It cuts down enormously on development time and gives me a nice interface, avoids some of those big complicated issues or edge cases or things like with Bootstrap, having this mobile thing. I don't have to think about that. It just does it. So that cuts down on development time hugely. A lot of the times, people have also thought out the solution way smarter. So you might think, oh, I need a date picker. And then you'll find one and you'll be like, wow, it's better than I could have ever made. And that's really great. It can make you seem even like a better developer than you are because you're just using other people's great code. That's awesome. We can also customize them, right? Like we can, just like we did with Bootstrap, we can add our own CSS to overwrite certain things. And there's ways to hook in JavaScript depending on the different libraries. Again, we'll get into that once we start using them. And we will be using them basically the rest of the course because the mapping that we're going to be doing is through libraries. So how do we find libraries for what we need? One, we stumble on them, like through Stack Overflow. Like I said, you eventually get a feel, so you might start searching, oh, generate random number library, JavaScript. And that'll help you Google and maybe find what you're looking for. So it's a general kind of like combination of this problem that I'm working on isn't extremely unique, and maybe other people have solved this. If you're trying to solve some problem that doesn't seem totally unique to you, chances are the library has been written that does it. And there are like millions of libraries. There's many, many, many of them. So let's take a quick look just at one of my own sites and see how much I'm using libraries on this page. Okay, so first of all, it's Bootstrap. You might be able to recognize it. The buttons look the same, so we're using Bootstrap. Second, we're using Mapbox here. That's a mapping library that we're going to look into. Third, I have these like switches. Well, that's a thing. I didn't build those myself. I linked in some other CSS and JavaScript. Then I have one of these type ahead things so that if I start searching for Squamish, I can find the Squamish nation, indigenous nation, or look for a place. That's another library. Okay, these drop downs, which allow me to type ahead and quickly find something, is another library that I'm using. It's just full of libraries. Like there's libraries all over the place in a website like this. So when we're building a site, we end up using a lot of these. We stack them together, we plug them in different ways, and it just makes things so much better than having to build it all yourself. Now, there are a ton of super specialized libraries, but some of the really big ones that you're going to see or you're going to hear about are jQuery, which we're going to use, React, JavaScript. You might have even heard of this before, but we're not going to use it in this course. It's what we call a framework, a JavaScript framework. That's a whole way to structure applications. Way too complicated for this course. That's something to learn maybe a month down the road for you if you're new. And also there's another one called Node.js, which is a whole other can of worms as well that we're not going to get into in this course, but is used to do kinds of back-end development with JavaScript. Those are some really big ones, but there are so many. So we're going to get into using jQuery. We're not going to get as complicated as this date picker, but jQuery is one of the oldest libraries that's been around. It simplifies a lot of very basic stuff. So back when I talked about, oh, we're going to make these click events look easier or they're going to happen more easily, I was referencing jQuery. The jQuery makes this, it's a little easier to read. It's a little easier to do it with jQuery. And many people actually confuse jQuery and JavaScript. They think that one is the other, or they're different things. There's JavaScript, which is like the language, and then jQuery is a library that we use to do some stuff in JavaScript. So in the next video, we're going to start using jQuery and start seeing like why we'd use it and get used to the idea of using a library and looking at documentation. All right, it is jQuery time. So what the heck is jQuery? Why am I making you use it? Why are we going over it? What's it going to do for us? Okay, so it's a good place to start with a kind of introduction into a library that's really widely used over the history of JavaScript and is still really useful, especially for beginners. Some people that you might talk to if you're doing web development, if you tell them you're using jQuery, they will go, why are you using jQuery? That's crazy. Because it's kind of old. It's not really used by web developers anymore. Not seriously, not in like big applications, like Facebook isn't using jQuery. Google isn't using jQuery. They're using other things that are more advanced, more modern than this. But it has been around a long time. I still use it for small little things that I make where I don't need to use a whole structured framework to build some one or two pages of some kind of site. And it's really handy for kind of getting used to JavaScript. And you're going to run into it a lot in Stack Overflow answers when you are building a simple site for your first time and you're trying to learn how to do some simple things. And it's much easier to start using jQuery than to have to dive into the complicated mess that is learning to use React or Vue or Angular or these other frameworks that maybe those words don't make any sense to you, but they're more complicated things than jQuery that are used to make whole websites. So you can make it a goal to move towards it, and probably chances are if you are moving down the web development path in 6 months or a year, you won't really use jQuery. You'll be using React or something else all the time, but I still think it's really great. And like I said, I still use it for simple things on the regular. So what's the basic idea of jQuery? Like, what's it about? Well, jQuery is around to really help management of things that are happening on the page. Okay, so what do I mean? Well, we talked about that thing called the DOM, the Document Object Model, which is this complicated term to refer to the HTML that's all here. And when we wrote our click events here, like where we're get element by ID, add event listener, click, blah, 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 that's basically manipulating the DOM. That's what it's called. Or when we say, oh, the value should be blank, we're using the JavaScript to manipulate the HTML. So jQuery does that and makes it shorter and easier to do that. Rather than having to write this whole complicated stuff every time, jQuery makes it much shorter. And then it also has a lot of little functions that are like helpful for things you might want to do. It can animate certain things. It can fade stuff in and out. There's lots of little things that it does that would be too much to go over all in detail. But it basically, all the stuff it does has to do with like messing with the HTML, moving it around, changing the values of things, emptying things, and doing stuff like that. So, okay, so we're going to start and just load this into the page and kind of see how it goes and start seeing what we can do. So in order to load it into the page at all, we have to figure out like, what do we do here? So over here, we have this button, download. Now we could download jQuery and load it into our page by including the JavaScript file right alongside these files. But we're going to use a CDN, which is basically same thing that we used with Bootstrap. And there's all these different files, Okay, it says download the compressed production version jQuery. So we're just going to right click that and copy link address. And we're going to come back to our index.html. And we're going to come down to right where we load the Bootstrap. And we're going to do script src equals, and we're going to paste that in. Okay, so now we've loaded the jQuery into our page. We can see here that it says jQuery.min.js. And if we go to this, just like when we looked at that CSS, oh, we need to actually go to the whole URL. Just like when we looked at that CSS, it's going to be completely impossible to understand. It's like a huge file with crazy stuff going on because it's that minified, right? You can't just go in there and just read it easily. So, okay. Now it's loaded in our page. Okay, great. That was easy. We didn't have to do anything. Nothing changed. So what can we do? Well, there's some basic stuff that they even have as examples here that are, it has here how to add a click event. We see this $sign, and then there's some something that looks almost like CSS. Then it says on click, okay, and then there's .show, okay, so there's .html. There's these different types of like something functions. Now, in the actual documentation for jQuery, I find it to be pretty confusing. It's really been around for a long time. There's a ton of stuff. It's not very easy to just move around the jQuery API documentation very easily. So most of the time, it's going to be much, much easier to just like Google stuff to find it. But they do have a little learning section that has like how jQuery works, which is over here. If we just Google how jQuery works, they'll give you some pretty basic examples. They'll say, normally, if you're waiting for the page to load, you have to use this window.onload. That's built into JavaScript. But it doesn't work perfectly. There's certain situations this doesn't work. Meanwhile, there's a jQuery version where they have this $document.ready, and that is better to use because of complicated, developer reasons, right? So, okay, we have this document.ready instead of window.onload. Here, they have a click event. So we did a click event already. We had this whole, get element by ID, blah, 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 add event listener. But in jQuery, they have this thing where you can just go this, then give it an identifier, which we're going to look at in a sec, .click, and then you have a function inside it. Okay, that's a little smaller, a little more straightforward. And then there's all kinds of other stuff. You can add classes, you can remove classes. It's not obvious to you yet why we would do this, but if you continue along, this will start being helpful, right? So imagine if you clicked on something on a page and it changed something else on the page. It changed the background color of something somewhere else. Well, that might be done by adding a class to that other element and then removing it if you clicked it off. Again, just imagining little things like this of why jQuery might be done that way. So let's try replacing one of these with a click event. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to use that $sign, because that $sign is kind of jQuery's little thing that means jQuery, actually. They register it in their script to be like a shorthand for jQuery. So we say jQuery, okay, and then we have to give it an element that we're tying it to. So here I've used the CID button, right? So that's this C button that we did back here in the index HTML. This button is called CID. Now the nice thing is we can use the same syntax that we use in CSS to refer to that element in jQuery. And that makes it really easy because we just have to know one of them. So we do this hash thing, CID button. Okay, great. And then we have a dot click. Okay. And then inside that click, we can put this function here. Okay, so we have this function that does the text input by, changes the text input to blank. So if I save this, and then we're going to reload, and we're going to see if that worked. So we're mainly looking to see if this still clears it. Okay, it still clears it. Easy. So we just made that a little bit easier to read. We just $, such and such, click, and there you go. Now we can also make this a little easier too, because there's another function that allows us to set the value of a text input. So we can change this to referring to that element, okay, the text input dot val, and then we just put blank in it. And that'll help us get rid of this piece. So now if we save and load this, let's see again if it works, 89, C. Okay, cool. It's still blanking the text input. So you can see how a library here, it didn't like fundamentally change anything we're doing, but it made it a little shorter, a little easier to read, and a little easier to select things. This also means that here we were restricted to getting them only by ID, but with jQuery, we could also change this to a class. If we had the class called CID, or if we had a whole bunch of buttons, and to each of them we wanted to add a click, we could refer to them all at once with a class because we've given classes to multiple elements. Okay, so that's all a little bit abstract, a little confusing. So in the next video, we're going to actually replace all of this code with jQuery, and then we're just going to jump around a bit and look at like some other cool stuff that exists out there with jQuery. Then we're going to throw some other random libraries into the mix and see how some of the principles of jQuery apply elsewhere. So see you in the next video. Hey everyone, we're back. And now we're just going to kind of just keep rolling with the jQuery and see what else I want to tell you about it as we go along for some basic introduction. So let's start replacing everything in here. So we can cut out all this document.getElementById, blah, blah, blah. And we can just add this as a nice little click thing. Get rid of this complication. Then for our current value, instead of where we get the value this way with this getElementById, we can just say let current value equals text input, and this time we don't give it the parameter, and it will just get the current value. Okay, cool. And then when we're setting the current value, we can again use this function to do it. We can say do it like that. So I'm just reorganizing the code a bit. This is called refactoring sometimes. So I'm just reorganizing the code to just look a little neater and be a little bit more readable while using jQuery. So you can see that cut down a lot of characters and it's a little easier to read. Now we can do the same thing down here. We'll change the add button, and again we get the current value using the text input thing. Okay, there we're doing that here. Then we do the save number thing doesn't change because it's not changing anything on the HTML. And then again, for setting the value, we just set it blank, just like we do here. Okay, cool. That's good. Now we can copy this again, and we'll do the equals button this time. Okay, and again, we get the current value, and this time we set the text input to the added value of the saved number. So again, I'm just copying over what we already did. And now I'm going to try to save this and see if it works. So let's go 90. Okay, so no, something broke right off the bat. Oh, I'm not giving it the little hash sign because we just use this getElementById, which in itself doesn't use that hash sign like our CSS does, like our CSS. Oh, here we don't have one, but you remember that we use this hash sign to refer to an ID from the HTML. I forgot to put that in the little click thing. So let's refresh that. Refresh, and we'll see 96 plus 6 equals 102. Cool, it seems to be working. So we just replaced it with some basic stuff. So what's a few other things in jQuery that are sometimes useful? Well, the jQuery docs that we looked at had something called the ready function, and that was document.ready function. Okay, so now it's very common when we're using jQuery to put everything we write inside this ready function. It just makes sure that everything on the page is completely loaded before our script starts running. For instance, if this button didn't yet exist, when we run this function on it, it wouldn't be able to add the click listener to it. Another thing that's common is that we can set HTML with jQuery. So, you know, if we wanted to change, for instance, what's inside one of these buttons, if I wanted to change, let's say the 7, I wanted to make it 71. Again, this is just to show off. We would go number 7.html and we'd make it 78 or whatever. Load that, and you can see it changed it. So I could run that on a click event, right? I could combine that and say, oh, when you click a number, make the number 778. So cool. So, and it just did it once because it's running it every time, but the HTML is just, this is happening every time, but it's always being set to 78. So that's just showing, trying to get you used to this idea that like, oh, jQuery lets you manipulate the page and like do stuff. Oh, when you click something, you can change another thing, you can do another thing, and jQuery makes it easy to write this. And let's see, there's a lot of other things that are pretty useful, but let's just Google a couple things. Something that's fairly common might be checking a checkbox. So you will search something like jQuery check a checkbox, and there's lots of answers on this kind of thing. You know, you can, when you're using checkboxes, sometimes you want to manipulate things across. Again, I don't really want to give examples or get too crazy, but this is a common thing that jQuery is useful for, is setting checkboxes. So another one is setting the input value, which we do. We change the value. Another one might be scrolling the page to the top. So let's say scroll page to top. Let's say you have a little button at the end of your page, like you see sometimes, that has a little arrow or it says scroll to top. You click it and it goes to the top. Nowadays, actually, you can just do that with JavaScript. There's a built-in method that lets you scroll up to the top. But jQuery is what we used to use, and it's pretty useful anyway. And it can make it kind of smooth and nice. And you can see you run into these answers on Stack Overflow. And that's kind of the best way to use jQuery. I find that's much easier than trying to use the documentation. I can't really remember many times that I actually used the jQuery documentation. And sometimes you might run into that with libraries in general, that they're easier to find answers using Google and Stack Overflow than it is to find answers like just by looking at the documentation. So it's worth giving a Google, you know, like library name and then what you want it to do, right? And you'll often find some good answers. So that kind of clears up our little look at jQuery. It's a nice way to use, to structure your application or get used to a library a little bit when you're just starting off doing some coding. It's not super crucial. Maybe you won't use it again, but we're going to look in the next videos at more libraries because I really want to introduce you to this whole notion of libraries and using libraries and looking at documentation or Googling how to figure out how to do stuff. So we're going to look at a couple more in the next video. So we'll see you there. Hey, okay, so we've used jQuery a little bit. Now we're going to just like kick around a little and try to find some other libraries to try out. So one that I've used before, it's a really complicated one, but it's also really cool to demonstrate some stuff, is called ChartJS. So let's say I wanted to make a basic like bar chart or line chart or something like that. I might look up, you know, can you imagine even how to build it? It seems really complicated. How are you going to draw all these lines? So you might look up chart library JavaScript. Okay, and the first one that comes up is ChartJS, and then there's all these best of. This is another good case for using ChatGPT, is ask it what are the best charting libraries for JS, and they'll give you a bunch. Google often ends up with these 15 best things, which are kind of a pain in the butt. Anyway, ChartJS is a really good one. So if we go to it, okay, so this is a huge library, so this is one that you can probably guess is going to be well maintained, but it's kind of like, okay, how do we do it? Okay, get started, and then how, okay, there's all this stuff, now we have to get started. Okay, installation. There's a type of installation we haven't gone over in this course. You're going to see this kind of stuff sometimes, this npm install. Don't worry about that. That's not for now. That's for later in your web development career. We're using these things called CDNs. That's where we load it directly into our page. So here's one. Here's a CDN. So we can click that, copy the link address, then we'll come back over to our index.html and we'll load in this script, src chart.js, okay, and that seems to, okay, hopefully load stuff in. installation. There we go. Okay, that's looking good. Now, how can we test to see if it's working? Okay, they have like integration. That's kind of complicated. No, step-by-step guide. Okay, that all looks kind of complicated. Okay, here's some actual stuff we recognize, some HTML and some JavaScript, although there's this thing called importing, which looks a little complicated. Anyway, let's see if we can maybe copy some of this. This is really typical to what we do when you're messing around with a library the first time. You're not really sure exactly how everything works, so you're kind of just trying to make something work, and then later you'll figure out the details, the really good details here. So what do we have here going on? We have this thing where it has a div called acquisitions, okay, and it's in this thing called a canvas, and then it has some script here, and that script does this importing thing, which we're not really familiar with, but here's a function. It says async, which is another thing we don't really know. Function, and then it has some stuff here. We recognize this. This is an array, and it's an array of objects, which we do understand, and it's a variable. And then it does this thing, new chart. It does a get element by ID. We have seen that. So that is somehow tied to this canvas ID acquisitions. And then there's a bunch of other stuff. It gives it some object that says type bar. So this is probably stuff related to this library, like options and things. And it says data. It has labels, which seem to correspond to this data that is defined up here. And then there's some more labels and stuff. So, okay. This could be a struggle if you're on your own, but I'm just going to kind of do what I would do, which I would just copy this function. Well, actually, I would first put in this bit of HTML because it seems important. So I would come over here, and let's just at the end of everything drop in this bit of HTML. We save that. Nothing should really appear. There's a scroll bar now, so something happened, and we can see it did have a width 800 pixels. This is just another attribute. It's another way of writing CSS. You can write it inside a script, a style attribute. I didn't really want to show you that because it encourages you to write CSS this way when it's generally better to write it inside your CSS document, but they're doing it here just to be kind of quick about it and not make you make a CSS document. But this is kind of what I mean, that as you start to use libraries and start to actually use JavaScript, you're just going to run into so much stuff that I didn't talk about and that would have been really distracting and confusing, that you just have to accept there's going to be a lot of it, but hopefully you can navigate your way through it, right? Anyway, okay, so we added this, and now I'm going to try to add this function, and we're just going to see if this works. Okay, so take that. We have our script.js. So after this stuff, I'm going to put in this function and just see, I don't know, let's see if it like does something. Okay, so when we load it, now let's load the page here. Didn't do anything. Okay, did we get any errors? Let's see here. It says chart is not defined. Okay, so that seems to be telling us that there's some kind of issue, that maybe this script didn't load what we wanted it to. Maybe this isn't quite the right thing or something like that. Maybe we can try adding that little import. I don't think that is going to work, but let's try and see if that does work. You never know, I might be crazy and wrong. So let's try putting in this import thing up here. Try loading that, and we load it. Still no luck. Okay, so what's going on? How do we get that to work? Do they have a different example? How are we going to make this work? It doesn't seem to be loading it right. So maybe it's something to do with this CDN that they gave us, this thing. So maybe we'll try doing it from a different CDN, because our code definitely looks right, but it's not loading here. So let's go CDN ChartJS. And okay, it gives us this example, but there's other ones. Maybe we'll go to this one, and we'll just see. This gives us a different type of script tag, so we try loading this in instead. Okay, so go here, we try loading that. Now we press save, and oh, a chart appeared. Look at that. So okay, so now we have this whole chart. So the issue in this case was something to do with their docs wasn't built for quite what we're doing. It looks like maybe this CDN.js, and then they have another CDN. So actually this is the one we should have been using, not this one. This is the kind of stuff that you run into that's a bit confusing, can make these frustrating, and takes some trial and error to muss around, look at the docs, try stuff, look at examples, Google things, you might end up finding your way through it. So now that we have this kind of working, and there's a bar chart that's actually showing on our page here, okay, how could we change some stuff on this? That's kind of the next step. Okay, so let's say we wanted to change it just to say acquisitions year by year and just see what that changes. Okay, we reload and it changed this little title. That's kind of cool. Okay, what if, wow, and there's some functionality in it where if I click, it hides stuff. That's just like built in. We could probably turn that off if we wanted. But let's go through and see, okay, chart types. Do they have other types? Maybe I want to make a line chart. Okay, so a line chart, they have an example here with some kind of setup. So there's a config and a setup. It's not totally clear what I do here. Maybe do they have just like a different example? Charts? No. Okay, maybe we can look up line chart, ChartJS. And there's a whole bunch of examples from there, but then there's also this example that is just on some website, some random website. So, you know, go in, let's see. Okay, this says just put this new chart thing here. Okay, so we take that. Maybe we'll get rid of what we had here. And instead, we'll put this in and we'll just quickly look at it. It's saying get element by ID line chart. And then type line. It has some data, which is some particular type of data. And then, okay, some display options. Now, we don't have something called line chart because we were using something called acquisitions. So maybe we'll just change this to be acquisitions instead. Now we'll save that and we'll reload. And cool, we got a little line chart. Okay, so what have we done? We have gone through the docs, been confused, done a little Googling, found some random website where something worked here. And now we could start actually looking, where are we? At the ChartJS docs to understand what is actually happening here. We can see this has something that says data and it has labels and data sets. And that's kind of similar here, labels and data sets. So by looking at this, we can start to understand how this library works based on what we want to do. Now, this was meandering, this journey I just took you through trying to use ChartJS. This is a big, complicated library like jQuery, and it's not expected that you're going to just understand it right out the gate. But the reason I wanted to show you this kind of library as opposed to some really, really small, simple one is because you're going to encounter libraries of all different sizes. And sometimes the ones you really, really want to use are the best ones, which are lots of times kind of complicated like this. So kind of getting used to this process of bumping your way through them and being confused and looking stuff up is a big part of it. We're going to do a lot with the particular libraries Leaflet and Mapbox, or Leaflet and Maplibre later in the course, and I'm going to take you through those in really close detail. But being a web developer means using libraries a lot and getting used to reading a lot of different documentation. So I don't want you to be too afraid of doing it. You should know that it's a bit challenging, but you know, just going through, taking a stab at things, throwing stuff at the wall, putting in code that you don't understand, trying to read through it, that's how you're going to become better, and that's how you're really going to superpower your sites. So hope this helped. Leave comments if you need any more help, or if you want more examples of libraries. I'll be happy to do more, and we'll see you in the next one. Hey, we're back, and you know what? We're through the basic library stuff. Now we're back to some kind of setup dev stuff. We've done enough of code for just now. We're going to be coming back to code when we start hitting maps. We're pretty much at that point. You're pretty much ready to make little websites and stuff like that. You know, as crazy as that seems, some basic simple stuff. You've got the building blocks. So what we still need to do is learn a couple things about like setting stuff up on your computer, and also like saving code, updating code, how that works. We went over that a bit with like hosting type stuff, but we can go in a bit more detail here. So one of the first things, a really important part of being a developer is setting up what we call a development environment. So that is how you use your computer to do development. So far, we've just been using CodeSandbox, but this ultimately isn't where we want to do all our development. You know, it's kind of uncomfortable. It's a little squished in here. I'm sure there's options for turning things off and on and moving stuff around, But the files, we have this file layout here, and I mentioned a couple of times, oh, it keeps reorganizing the code every time I save it because it's trying to make the syntax look nice and all the line stuff look nice. This isn't what we ultimately want to work on. We want to have these files privately on our computer. We want to work on them. We want to be able to test everything. And then we want to upload it or put it somewhere on the web whenever we're ready, whenever we update things. Maybe sometimes we wouldn't mind using a site like this to, again, make a quick idea and share it with someone without having to send all the files across. Or maybe even as a kind of backup for a simple site that we're making, like this saves it on their little servers and you don't have to save all the files yourself, but there are better ways to do that we'll talk about. But the point is that we want to have our own environment that is kind of like this, but is something we set up and is on our computer. In a basic way, what we use for those is code editors. So there's a ton of code editors out there. And really, you can use Notepad or TextEdit for this. You don't have to have something complicated. You couldn't use Word, because Word does all kinds of formatting, and it's not, you need something that's so basic that you can save any kind of file, you can write any kind of file, you can mess around in it and do different stuff. So yeah, Notepad and TextEdit are fine, but they're really, really basic, and they don't do any of the stuff like highlighting or changing the colors of texts, which makes it really easy for us to read the code compared to not seeing this at all. If you just put this straight in a Notepad document, we'll put that in there, yeah, that's a little harder to read because even, it's not colored, it's not shaded out when it's commented. There's all kinds of crazy stuff there that just isn't easy to read at all. So there's lots of code editors. Some common ones that people use are Visual Studio. This is a big one. I think there's a free and a non-free edition. I don't remember. I don't use Visual Studio, but I've heard it's really good, and everyone says this is kind of a very common one, worth checking out. Sublime Text is a totally open source share kind of thing that I think is open source. Anyway, it's all shareable and free. And it's also, text edit, it's the same kind of thing. You recognize this. It has the colors and stuff. Visual Studio has the same kind of thing. We can just go to the page here. And yeah, it's got all these same sort of layout that we saw in CodeSandbox. There's an outdated one that I still use, but now it's actually, they've put it sunsetting it. But I used Atom for a long time. I'm still using it. That's right here. And you can see that's my code editor. Okay, so I'm going to get you to go download one of these. I don't care which one you download, but one that, chuck around, see which one kind of suits you kind of nicely. Probably if Visual Studio is going to be a bit complicated to set up, Sublime is probably super easy. So, make your own choice there. But I'll wait for you to get set up. You can pause the video. Once you've downloaded one of these, installed it, and opened it up, then unpause the video. Okay, so once you've installed and opened up, your code editor, it'll look something like this, except you won't probably have the folders open on the left-hand side. So, okay, you probably don't have a folder set up, so the next thing I'll get you to go do is create a folder on your computer that's going to hold all your web development work. Mine is called Mapster, that's my company, so I put all this stuff in there, and then have clients and projects and products and stuff like that. So make your folder and just, make a subfolder that's for this course or for whatever the heck you decide. And then you're going to go something like File and Open Folder. I'm not sure exactly what your code editor will have, but it'll have something similar to this, add a folder. And then when you add that folder, you'll get a menu sort of like this on the left-hand side, probably. And then in there, you can start making files. You can left click and there'll probably be you can right click and there'll be something like a new file, new folder type stuff. And then when you make them, I'm going to be showing you how it looks in Atom, but, in your code editor, it'll probably be very similar. I could go new file, and then I can just make a file like new file .js or .html or .css, whatever I want. And it appears there. Okay, so that's pretty cool. So now we have this little thing of local files. Now what I want you to do is kind of make it so we're replicating the structure that we have here. We're going to have all these files. We don't need the package JSON or the sandbox config JSON. They aren't needed. but we want the about HTML, index HTML script, and style.css. And we want those all to go into whatever little folder that you just made. Okay, so once they're in there, they're not quite going to look like this just yet, but what I'm going to get you to do now is make folders. Make a folder called CSS and make a folder called JS, and then put the CSS in the CSS and the JS in the JS. Big surprise. And now what we have here in this little spot here, we have a little mini website. This is our local version of all the files. If we click on one of them and we open it up, we see we have the files in there. This is working from an older version, so it doesn't quite look the same as what you'll have, but no big deal. The principle is the same. So now what we can do is we can open this up in the browser. So if I was to go show an Explorer and open this up in my file Explorer here in Windows, I can just open this up. You can see it has like a Chrome symbol. Now, this is from an older version of when I was doing the course, so it won't look like the calculator that we've been working on. It'll look roughly like it, but let's just double click it and we can see it. It's a calculator. It's here. It, you know, like I said, it looks a little different, but it's the same basic idea that we were working on. And it's here. It's working. And you can see it's literally opening the file from my computer. It's not on the internet. Okay, so that's pretty cool. And it should still all work. Yeah, it's basic things, still works. So that's how we make a local file. Now, we are going to be doing more complicated ways of opening up these files in the next video, but this is the basic idea. Good job. We're working on your local computer in a local environment now. Okay, so we've set things up locally. Now, how do we move stuff from our local environment up onto a website? We talked about web hosting before and what is web hosting and how do you get it. And I mentioned in that lesson that I mentioned some way that you can upload files, which was through this thing called cPanel, which is fairly common. It's probably what you're going to run into when you're working on your first website, your first domain and hosting. And this thing called the file manager, which opens up a thing like this, and then we can upload files. So now let's actually do this. I'm going to have this thing projects, then in that we're going to call, we have to go here, folder, and I'm going to call it, let's see, GIS course. Okay, we have this thing called GIS course. Now I can double click on that and go to upload. Okay, now I have to find out where's those files. Here they are, local files. Okay, so now I'm going to take these and just drag them. And it says, oh, it's a folder. Okay, so the HTML uploaded just fine. If we come back and reload, the about and the HTML, the HTML are there, but we have to make another folder, CSS. Okay, and we have to make another folder, JS. Okay, then we have to go into this one, upload. And go into the other one and upload. Okay. And now our thing is all here. So now I know that this is on, you know, like what's the, let's see here. It has here what the URL is. So it would be at project/GIS course. So if I go now to victortemprano.com/project/GIS course, oh, it opens and it works. Okay, so it's actually, this is actually on the internet now. Like you can go to this URL and this thing will be there because I uploaded it onto my website through this file manager. Now that was kind of clunky. Like I had to make these folders, upload individually. Now if I made a change, right? Like if I made a change here in my JavaScript and made it so it says console log, yo, then save that. Now I'd have to go back to my cPanel, click on the JS, maybe delete this, probably delete this and then upload a new one. Probably if I upload a new one, it would say something like, it's already there. So we'd delete it, we'd upload a new one, we'd go back to the page and we reload and it would hopefully update all just fine. But I want to show you a better way to upload these kinds of files because chances are at the very start, again, you're not going to be working with the really complicated types of technologies that are used to host files. There's things like through this thing called GitHub, which we'll talk about in the next lesson. There's stuff through GitHub. There's stuff through AWS, Amazon Web Services. There's complicated things to do with Node.js and processes, and there's all these complicated ways to do this sort of stuff. A file manager, and FTP or SFTP that we're going to look at in a second here are kind of like the most basic starting points, I think. I find them probably to be the easiest for like a really basic project, and they're going to do you just fine for many, many, many types of websites. I still use them regularly, even for more complicated stuff. So what is FTP? Well, first of all, FTP or SFTP is just a word for it to be like secure FTP, is just a way that you can like look at the file system like this of a server, of a computer that's like of a server like your web server, your web host, and just easily upload files and download files back and forth between them. Kind of like this file manager, but without having to have this whole interface. So a really common program that's used for this is called FileZilla. This is free as well. You can see here, it's checking for updates before I drag it in. FileZilla, right up here, FileZilla. And that's a good one. It's fine. It looks a little complicated what we're looking at right now, but the basic idea here is that on the left-hand side is my computer, and on the right-hand side is the remote computer or the web host or whatever I'm dealing with. Okay, so how do we use FileZilla? Obviously, it's a bit of a complicated looking program here. There's lots of crap going on. Okay, up here, this little icon, this is where we're going to open a site manager and be able to connect to different websites. So if I click this, you can see I have a whole ton of sites here, different sites I've worked on over the years. I've added them. So we're going to add, I already have this particular site, this victortemprano.com added. You can see it's right down here. But how did I get this information? Okay, so what I did was in my cPanel here, if I look around, there's this thing called FTP accounts. Okay, I can go to that, click on FTP accounts. It tells me I already have a couple made, but if I want to make a new one, I just give it a name like, let's say FTP, or probably that's taken, so like uploader at victortemprano.com. That's what it will just give me. Then I give a password, and I have to make sure here that I don't set it to go into this directory it tries to give me. Instead, I would delete that and make sure it's just at the public HTML. So that's just like at the root of our host or whatever. And then the quota unlimited, no problem. You press create FTP account. And then just make sure you remember uploader at and the password that you have. Now you can go into FileZilla, and you're basically going to tell it to go ftp.yourdomain.com. So it doesn't actually say that down here, but if we go to this thing, says configure FTP client, and it gives me some information, but it's basically ftp dot whatever your domain name is .com or whatever, and then you put in the username that we just made, uploader at victortemprano.com, and the password, whatever you made the password, and then if we press OK, it should try to connect. Okay, so now it's trying to connect. Is it actually trying to connect? We'll just try this again here. There, okay, now it's trying to connect. It gives me this unknown certificate thing. No big deal, just press OK, and okay, we're in. Now this looks just like it did in our file manager. If we go back to the public HTML, here we are, Moodle projects, some different stuff, and there it is. It's looking the same. So now on my own computer, I have to go find out where I want to be on the left-hand side. So I go back and I'm in Teach, and I know where this is just because I know my file layout or whatever. And here we are, local files. So then I go in here, it was in projects that we made it, GIS course. Okay, so now if I want to upload, if I make a change and I want to upload something, I can quickly just delete the whole thing here, and it will just quickly delete everything. And I could just then re-upload everything at once, and it will just re-upload. Or if I just want to upload one file, if I make a change to index.html and I upload it, it'll tell me, are you sure you want to overwrite? And I'll overwrite, and it'll just upload it. And we'll see here that the code is still up here, but we made that change. So that's basically how you use FTP. And you can see it's a little easier than having to go into this file manager every time. You can just make a change, upload it, it'll go online, and then it's online right away. And like I said, this is a bit of an old school way to do things. This isn't, you're going to be your most modern. Once you've done web development for some time, you're probably not going to use this a great deal, maybe just for new ideas or quick ideas that you're throwing up there for clients or whatever. But it's a really good place to start, so you don't have to get like knee deep in some super complicated other technology and learn a ton of other stuff in order to do this. Now, just some best practices is that sometimes uploading this way can be dangerous. You end up maybe downloading the latest version from your computer and it overwrites your local one, which you were working on, and now you lost it, right? So there's some dangers here. There's also, if you upload something and it's broken because you didn't test it well enough, it will just instantly break your site. So sometimes it's really helpful to have like a staging folder. So I could say, let's make a new directory and we'll call it GIS course testing or staging, which is another common term. And then I could upload my files in there. And that way I have like a special kind of sub area that I go test everything first. And once I'm sure that it actually works because I tested it, then I upload it into the main area of the site. That's a really good practice to do. The only other kind of site that you're going to run into or that you might be using is something like a WordPress site, which, if you can go and do stuff with FTP, but it's much more complicated. So WordPress isn't really much of a substitute for this sort of stuff. You can upload custom JavaScript and CSS and HTML in WordPress, but it's a little bit of a different beast. So we're not going to be using WordPress in this tutorial, but it is a good option for making a simple website. Just this kind of stuff that we're doing with the HTML, JS, CSS needs a little bit of tweaking before you can easily like upload files to a WordPress site. So for the most part, we're just sticking with some basic HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. And now we have a local setup. We have the ability to upload files to our host, our web host, if we set that up. We know a bit about HTML, CSS, JavaScript. We're going to do one more little lesson on how to save your code and kind of make sure you don't lose old versions and this sort of stuff, archiving it and saving it. We'll do one more lesson on that, and then we're finally into web maps. Yeah, we're almost there. So see you in the next one. Hey everyone. So now we're going to do a bit of an advanced lesson. We just went over updating some stuff. We're doing kind of more general web development knowledge here. This one's a bit more advanced. You don't strictly have to know this, but it's something that you're going to get introduced to pretty quick if you start down the road of web development, and especially if you start to work with other people. Like if you're working on some kind of group project that might involve other developers at some point, this is going to be a good thing to know. So we're going to talk about version management and how you save different versions of your code. How developers generally do this is using a thing called Git. So Git is this tool that we install into our computers and allows us to like save the code at different versions. We basically tell Git to save the code when it looks like this, and then we make some changes and we tell it to save it, and now it looks like this. So you can imagine, like, if you add some new feature, then you tell it to save. It still has it when you didn't have that feature, just in case something breaks down the line and you need to get that feature out quickly and re-upload a working version. You still have that version saved somewhere using this tool called Git. Another really useful thing about Git is that it lets you have like parallel versions of your code. You're working on some new feature, especially if it's something really complicated that you're trying to add to your site. It might take you a little while to update it. And in that time, when you're working on that, maybe over a couple weeks, there might come in some more urgent request that you need to make some change right now. Like you need to change the background color, or you need to change, like the logo or something like that. And you need to do it right now. Well, you can just switch from the version where you're working on your new feature back to the current live version, make your change, upload your changes, and switch back to your new feature version. And then later on, you can merge them together so that they all are up to date and stuff. As you can imagine, a system like this can get really complicated really quickly. Even just mentioning, oh, you merge them back, and then it has to know like which changes are the newer ones and which overwrites which. It gets very complicated very quick. But this is a tool that's really, really, really important to web developers. And without this, like working in teams would be almost impossible, because you can imagine if I'm working on a feature and you're working on a different feature, and you upload something and I upload something and we overwrite each other in some way, it's going to be a real mess to try to figure that out. So Git is kind of the system we use to figure all that out. So Git itself, this actual thing called Git, is run from the command line, generally speaking. So that means that we open up either PowerShell or Terminal or something like that, and we type in some commands and run it. I'm assuming in this course that you have never used the command line and that it's very unfamiliar to you. So I'm not going to make you use Git, and I'm going to give you another alternative that still is using Git, but it's through an interface so that you don't have to use the command line. But I'm going to make you probably use the command line a little bit in 5 or 6 lessons from now. So get prepared anyway mentally for using the command line. And if you're brave and you want to get into using the command line, you can try installing Git. There's this website here. If you just Google install Git, you'll come to this site, and there's some stuff that you can type into your command line, and it has installing on Linux, Mac OS, and Windows. And some of them you download, some of them you install, and then there's some information about how to use it. Now, we don't just use Git and that's it. We also upload our, what are called repositories when we make a thing in Git, like one of these collections of all the versions of the code. We call them repos, repositories, and we generally upload them to a system like github.com. This is my company GitHub account, and you can see I have 105 repositories. That's like 105 different projects, basically, that are uploaded in here, and all of those have lots of versions, different things saved, different people have worked on them, and you'll really commonly see this. The reason I've had ChartJS open here is that up in the top right, they have a link to their GitHub. So if you go to their GitHub, this is the ChartJS like files, and they're all here. They're all listed here. All the files, you can go into the folders and look at them. You can see the changes. You can see here they have all like 4,000 what we call commits, which are just different. You did something, you made a change, then you commit it to this repository and save it in GitHub. And this kind of keeps all our code up onto a server somewhere, up saved on the cloud, so that, I'm not just making a GitHub repository, saving it on my computer, and hoping my computer doesn't break or get destroyed by water or something. And also I'm not like uploading it to like, I don't know, Google Drive or something. Like, this is built for code and many types of code, not just JavaScript. Like, all types of stuff is stored in GitHub. There's lots and lots of projects here in GitHub. Now, GitHub being the website isn't the same as Git. It's different. It's a hub for Git users, as you can imagine. So GitHub does have this program, GitHub Desktop. I used this at the very start when I was very uncomfortable with using Git. Now I only use Git by the command line because I've become familiar with it. But this is a great place to start. So if you're interested and you feel like this is something that you're going to have to learn, like whatever your path is to being a web developer, if you're thinking beyond just doing a project or two for interest's sake or for a very specific purpose, you should probably try out GitHub Desktop. You can make an account on GitHub. It's all free and everything. They do have a paid plan, but it's only, you won't need that. You really won't need that for a very, very long time. And then you have GitHub Desktop, and you'll be able to find some good tutorials out there on connecting them all. I don't really want to go over it in too much detail because it is a really big rabbit hole that gets very complicated very fast. But some of the terms that you'll want to know, are things like repository, this thing called a commit. There's also something called a branch, which is that parallel, making a parallel version. You can imagine a repository being a whole collection of these different branches, which have to come back together in different places, and it gets really crazy a lot of the time when you're doing stuff with Git with a lot of people. It really takes a lot of careful organization and project management. But if you want to give it a try, you can try creating an account. Then you can go to repositories and you can say new repository, and then you can create a name for it, give it a little description, and then create the repository. And there'll be some instructions in there on how you can start by putting your code up there. And that way you'll have your code locally, and you'll also have it up on this cloud. And then once you get really advanced, there's ways to connect in what's happening on GitHub to actually go to whatever, your servers. So that when you put something up on GitHub, it will just put it on the website somewhere. So it all starts to get all integrated together. There's actually one other term that I forgot to mention, which is pushing. So when you do a commit or you save some change in your code and then you want to put it up on GitHub, we call that pushing to GitHub. So that's just another little term that's useful to know. So don't try to become an expert in everything right away. Don't go too far into this. Just know it's going to be on your roadmap. You can give it a little try, give it a whirl, see if you can make it make sense. But if it's frustrating, if you get confused, don't worry yourself about it. You will get there eventually. So that's it for this section. Now we're actually going to dive into web mapping in the next bit. So you've done great. You've come along, you've learned a lot about coding, making sites, saving code, running stuff on your computer. It's all going to be pretty fun from here and actually building cool stuff. So we'll see you in the next one. All right, welcome back. You've made it through the real heavy coding part. We're going to be, over the next lessons, doing a lot more conceptual, kind of introducing you to the idea of web mapping. What is mapping? What are we doing when we're making maps? What are the kind of technologies and special things when it comes to making maps online that's different than making print maps? What kind of technologies are involved? What are different options? Stuff like that. We're going to come back to code after this, and we're going to be working in a couple specific libraries, one that I've mentioned so far, Leaflet, and another called Maplibre. But to start out, I thought I'd just open us up on a Google map and talk a little about some of the main differences. We're going to go over concepts like tiling, how you get data, what are different mapping libraries. But just to open up, let's look at some of the differences between paper maps and web maps. So one of the most obvious ones is that we can zoom. On a web map, we can zoom in and out, and the details change at different levels. Like a paper map, you can't do that. You can sure look at it closer, but the details are never going to appear and disappear depending how closely you look at it. You can scroll, you can hover over things, you can click them for more information. I can click here and suddenly I see all this information about Vancouver. There's pictures attached to it. There's ratings associated with things. I can change the layer. I can suddenly see this as a satellite view or as your more traditional road map. So we can turn off and on different layers. There's even Street View, right? Like we've all seen some of Street View. It's in a sense much more like customizable. Like when we're going to be making our own map, we can turn off and on layers. We can change colors of things. We can change them after we make it the first time, unlike print map, of course. It's much more accessible to make, obviously. We don't need a giant printer with tons of ink and tons of cartographic information. There's libraries that are pre-built for us to just make this, throw it on our website, and still do a lot of customization. But what we do need, instead of a big printer, is we need the stuff that we've just spent the last 2 or 3 sections going over, which is knowledge of programming, knowledge of making our way through these different types of software that are going to help us make a map. Now, you could avoid a lot of this technical stuff by using pre-built programs to do a lot of it. You don't need programming in order to make maps that are digital that can go on the web. Things like ArcGIS is a huge company that's been around for a long time, and you can do all kinds of stuff with ArcGIS. There's also Mapbox, which does a lot. It's not nearly as deeply featured as ArcGIS, but helps you get a long way towards like making a web map look and feel how you want without you needing to become a coder. Now, I'm assuming that when you took this course, you probably know something about mapping. You might just have a mapping project that you want to take on, but chances are that you in some way have done something with mapping. Maybe you've used ArcGIS, maybe you've used QGIS, maybe you are a geographer or a cartographer, but you're trying to switch over to doing things on the web because you heard that that's a good area to go into. It definitely is. You can do a lot when you become more advanced in programming. With programs like ArcGIS or Mapbox, you can take things pretty far, but you're always kind of stuck a little inside the confines of these programs. You can't totally customize things. It'll always end up looking a little bit like an ArcGIS map, like a Tableau map, like a Mapbox map, and you won't be able to get all the features in just the way you want. But when you're a programmer, you can totally do that. One of the other things about web maps, or just about mapping in general, is to remember when we're making our map that we are telling a story, or we have to have a purpose with our map. Especially when we're beginning as programmers, we can kind of forget about this because we're so busy learning things. But it's important when you're making a map to recognize how complicated a map is to look at for an average person. You know, this map that I'm looking at right now, it's been simplified to a certain degree. I can see the streets and roads and names, and then there's the names of locations, there's highway markers, there's geographic areas, there's mountains, and suddenly I realize, even though this has been simplified a lot, it's still a ton of information. And it is being done for a specific reason. It wants me, generally Google Maps is used to get from point A to point B, or to just like look up an address or something like that. So it's been done with that in mind. When I look at a satellite layer, especially if I get rid of the roads, I can't remember how you do that. Anyway, you can get rid of the roads. I forget how to turn that off and on. But then I'm just looking at it for a totally different reason, just to like see the land, right? And so when we're making our maps, that's something I'm going to be emphasizing a couple times, is the importance of remembering who's your audience, what's the point of what you're doing. Don't overcomplicate a map. It's already complicated enough. There is so much going on this Google map. There's all these buttons, there's layers, there's zooming in and out, compass stuff, 3D, street map. There's a lot going on, but they've managed to simplify it enough that you can just get to the core without being completely overwhelmed. And we're going to kind of try to do that with our map design. Now, a couple other just very minor key concepts before we go into a whole section about concepts is just different types of geography. We're going to be dealing with points, so just single locations like an address, lines, which are like these highway lines, and polygons, which are things more like oceans, or maybe sometimes like the area of a mountain or a lake, or the area of a city, a district, something like that. Those are our kind of key types of geography. Then we also deal with pop-ups, which we don't actually have happen on a Google. Oh, actually we do. There it is. We have a pop-up if I just hover over Vancouver. It's like a div essentially that jumps up when I hover or click, and info boxes, which are just another term for a pop-up. Those are kind of all our really core concepts when it comes to working on a map. Here's a polygon, by the way. You know, like I said, the next lessons we're going to go over a whole bunch of different concepts that are specific to web maps, but I wanted to do that just very high level introduction. All right, time to fly through a bunch of the concepts that are behind web maps. So first of all, we're going to be talking about basemaps. Basemaps are basically the thing underneath this map. It's basically what you're looking at, excluding the items that are on it, like these labels and some of the streets and stuff like that. The base map is like our underlying layer. So here where we have Google Maps and it talks about layers, we've just changed the base map. If I now change it to be the terrain view, if I can change it, that's a slightly different base map. Something like the traffic is not a different base map. That's just different data placed on the map. But we have a lot of different base maps or tiled maps available depending what we're working in. In Leaflet, you can see here this one looks different. There's also a whole schwack of them, which we're going to go over in more detail here at this little Leaflet provider thing. You can see all these different base maps that are available underneath. They have different looks. Almost all base maps include the labels in them. It's very rare that you see one that doesn't have the labels. The Google Maps one looks like it's not including that because we can hover over it and it's interactive, but it's a bit of an illusion. Usually these are actually like rendered as part of the map itself. It's some kind of image that's being rendered here as we zoom in and out. So that gets me to the next thing, like what are these base maps? Like how is this appearing on my screen? What is it? Well, most of them nowadays work with something called tiling. You can actually see here, I don't know if you can see, I'll try zooming in on the camera, but you can see there's actually a little white line, and you can see this little intersection here that seems to indicate that these are broken up into little squares, and that's exactly what's happening. Now, there are more complicated ways that things are done in modern web maps that aren't just loading pure images, but this is basically just loading a bunch of images depending on where you are zoomed on the earth. It finds out where you are and how zoomed in and zoomed out you are, and it picks a certain image to load, a certain set of images to load based on where you are. So what do I mean? Well, if we go to this leaflet map that I've loaded up and we reload it, and I'm in this little network tab of my my dev tools, I can see all the requests to other resources that are being made. So for instance, if I loaded a logo from somewhere else, this would tell me, oh, here's the image that you loaded. So you can see there's all these PNGs that are loaded. So if we open one of these in a new tab, we see it's just one tile that kind of corresponds to this section of the map right there. There it is. Now, if I zoom out a whole bunch, and then I look at this again, I can see that it requested a whole bunch more tiles. So if I open up one of these now, it's like this. So it's, I don't know, like one of these sections somewhere. I don't even know where that is exactly on this little map, Jersey. So it's somewhere down here. Yeah, it's right down here. It's actually slightly off the map because it's loading some that aren't on the map, so that when I zoom out a bit more, it's already there and there's no like lag in requesting it. So this is called tiling. This is generally how web maps work. Again, they find out where you are. That's all done by the library. You don't have to worry about that kind of thing. But it's somewhere on the internet, there's a huge folder of tons and tons of these different images, enough to account for the entire world. And depending where you are and how zoomed in you are, it grabs the right images and puts them into this specialized little container div and puts them in the right place so that your map looks like just a map. So that's pretty amazing. That's how that works. Now, I mentioned how important zooming is when it comes to maps. So zooming is obviously how it's an important part of this whole tiling process and this whole figuring out a base map thing. So zooming works sometimes on these discrete zoom levels, like you can see here. I'm just zooming out one click or one move of my mouse wheel, but it's the same as if I pressed in and out on these buttons. But then there's also Google Maps, which does zoom in and out in discrete amounts, but it's much smaller. It's a much smoother experience. And if we go to some Mapbox maps, if we go to the Mapbox Streets map, for instance, and we just look at this, there's even more smooth types of zooming. So we'll go preview style, and we'll see here that it still goes by discrete amounts, but it's very smooth in comparison. And it's not actually loading different images at every single time I move the zoom in and out. Whereas the Leaflet one, it's loading totally different images every time. It works on a slightly different system. We're going to talk about it more, but some of that you just really don't even need to know until you're far, far more advanced in all of this. And even then, you probably don't ever really need to know it that much. But getting back to some more basics, we need to know a little bit about latitude and longitude. That's, combining with the zoom, the map needs to know, okay, what are the latitude and longitude of whatever you're looking at, or when we're adding things onto a map, we need to know latitudes and longitudes. Lots of time people get confused because they give me a list of addresses and they think that I can just put that on a map. But of course, our maps don't work by addresses. They work by latitudes and longitudes. Now, there's a lot of different ways that we represent latitudes and longitudes on maps. Generally, you can think of the Earth as, split into a bunch of circles that run north to south. So a bunch of lines that run north to south and a bunch of lines that run east to west. So that's the grid that we've made out of the Earth in order to be able to tell you, oh, I'm at this line, and the intersection of those lines is called the latitude and longitude. You don't need to know a ton about them. They're pretty interesting historically, but that's because I'm a history nerd. But you can find a latitude and longitude by just going somewhere, like I look up Vancouver, and oh, it's saying I'm a bot. Okay, Vancouver, Canada. Is it going to say I'm a bot still? No, okay, it doesn't think I'm a bot. So then if I go to Vancouver, Canada, it's going to tell me the latitude and longitude, but it's the latitude and longitude actually of this exact spot, not of Vancouver in general. Vancouver in general doesn't have a latitude and longitude exactly. Every latitude and longitude is an exact spot on the Earth. The more decimals that you add to the end of it, the more exact it gets. There's a funny XKCD comic about this that I'll try to put in the links or on the screen now that just talks about how accurate it can get. You can get so accurate you're pointing to like a specific atom or something when you have a whole 10, 15 decimal places. So you're never really going to need much more than this. But it's also important to know that latitude and longitude aren't always given in the same order. Sometimes we give longitude and latitude, and sometimes we give latitude and longitude. We're going to see this when we actually get to working with these, that confusingly, there isn't actually a total standard for this. Also, the type of latitude and longitude that we use in web maps is a specific type of latitude and longitude, specific like type of measurement. The same way we use Celsius and Fahrenheit or meters and feet, we use latitude and longitude sometimes in degrees, sometimes in meters, and sometimes the projection that we give, which is a fancy word that geographers use for like the system that we use to do the X and Y coordinates, sometimes they're different. So an important thing to know is that we have to get them into this particular type of latitude and longitude format, which is called, just so you know the name of it, it's called the Web Mercator system, or the Web Mercator, however you want to pronounce it, system. And it's just one specific type of projection. That's just a good word to know. Either as a geographer, you already know the heck out of projections, or you've never heard it before. And in both of those cases, I probably don't need to talk a ton more about it. You just need to know it's a thing. Okay, now getting back to just maps in general, we have two types of data that we're generally dealing with when it comes to maps. We call these raster data and vector data. And at the end, this basically boils down to two things. Our raster data is like pictures and images. If you think of a satellite map, it's a bunch of images. Or if we look at our leaflet thing, this underlying stuff is raster data. It's images. If I was to place a big image on the map here, that would be a raster data. So it can be a JPEG, a PNG, any kind of thing like that. Vector data is something that's made up of those latitude and longitude coordinates. So that might be a line, that might be a point, that might be a polygon. The reason that we distinguish those is that raster data, it obviously works a little different. You know, if you're zoomed way into the raster data, if I zoom far enough into the satellite map, it starts to get a little pixelated, right? Like that's just, eventually it does that because it's an actual image. But no matter how much I zoom into like a polygon or a line, it's never going to get pixelated. You can see here the road gets pixelated underneath, but the actual line is always smooth because it's made up of these latitude and longitude coordinates. If I don't have a very precise line, then it will be jagged, but it will never be like pixelated because that's not the way that vector data works. It's always the same at every zoom level in terms of its precision, because it's just made up of different points. It's not a flat image. So hopefully that makes sense. Raster data, vector data. Finally, when it comes to web maps, we have to know that interaction is a big part of these. We have panning the map when we move it up and down and side to side. We have zooming the map when we move in and out. We sometimes have tilting the map. So I'm clicking around and stuff's happening. So if I press the 3D view, that's tilting the map. We also have rotating the map. That's another different thing. And finally, of course, we have actually clicking on something, and we have hovering over something, and we have anything else? I think that pretty much covers all our basic interactions. And we're going to be going over how to do these interactions, what are some important things to do when it comes to managing these types of interactions for users, but just important stuff to bear in mind. So that's a whole bunch of concepts just thrown at you at once. There's going to be some questions in the quiz section. If you're doing this on a platform that has quizzes or anything, try to get some of these concepts into you. You don't need to memorize all of them, but you got to get familiar with them, because in the next sections, we're just going to be moving along and these concepts are going to be embedded in what we're doing. And this way you'll know what you're talking about if you talk to somebody else about web maps. See you in the next one. Hey everyone. So now we're going to go over the different types of libraries that we use when it comes to doing mapping online, and a couple other small tools. We're going to go over more tools a bit later on, but just getting you familiar with the different libraries that are out there that can help us make maps. So we talked about libraries a fair bit, these JavaScript scripts that we can include when we're making websites that come with a bunch of different functionality depending what we're doing. Maps fall under this, and they have different documentation. They're different from different companies. They have a lot of similarities between them. Obviously, they all have to do with mapping, so they're going to have some of those similarities I talked about in the last episode. But what are some of the key ones? So we're going to go over 4 in at least some detail here. We're going to use 2 when it comes to actually doing the coding in the next section of the course. And for all of these on my YouTube channel, you're going to be able to find like much more in-depth discussions of all of them. I have like 10-minute videos on each of these. So if you're really needing to choose or, get into understanding exactly everything about them, you can look over there, but I'll just try to give a quick overview. So the granddaddy of them all is Google Maps. This is the classic one. People kind of just say Google Maps to mean an online interactive map. So, we've all seen Google Maps. We use it on a regular basis. Now, they have this JavaScript API, which has a whole documentation set up. You can add markers, you can add points, you can add, polygons, lines, all that stuff. You can add pop-ups. All the basic functionality is going to be in here. It's fairly straightforward to learn from a beginner perspective, but I do find the documentation to be really confusingly organized. I find it quite hard to navigate in, and even right now, if I just want to figure out how do I add, there's a marker. Okay, that's not so bad. So they have this thing, markers. Do they have examples? Here's an example. We go to this simple marker. There's an example. So that's not too bad. But I find it a little confusing, this documentation. You can see that what was on the left has now changed. So if I want to go back, okay, there's stuff with rectangles. Anyway, you get the point. We can also change the underlying map more than you might think. There's a special thing out there called snazzy maps, which is basically different styles for Google Maps. You can change how it looks. So Google Maps is nice. It's one that used to be used a lot, but is used less nowadays. But it's a good place to start, and it's very recognizable to people. And there's a lot of just great things that people are really used to seeing, like the Street View, and there's some other things like when you do the search, the autocomplete of a search, and the overall aesthetic is very familiar to people, so that can be a plus. Okay, another one that is kind of in the side of easy to use is this LeafletJS. This one's totally open source. We've looked at this briefly in a previous episode, just looking at tiling and stuff like that. Now, this is different than Google Maps in that it's not run by a company. It's run as an open source thing on GitHub here. We can see there's a GitHub logo. And so it's all here. Anybody can contribute to this. It has lots of issues that are open, and people, open things up and start to make improvements over time. So this has been around for many years, and it's been updated, and it's very flexible for doing pretty much anything you want to do with maps. But it is a little bit less modern in some of the ways that it's coding. So sometimes if you're doing things with many, many millions or many thousands of points, Leaflet may start to get slow. It's the same with Google Maps. It may start to get slow because it's built in somewhat of an older way of doing mapping. It's too complicated to explain unless you really understand this, but think of it, it's a little bit older. The documentation I find is quite good. It's not too hard to, from here, just find out where we want to go. We go find markers. We're going to find some code here, but it does have a lot of extra options that can be a little bit tricky to fully understand. So it's going to take a little while for you to really get used to working around in this documentation, but overall it's fairly clear. For the other stuff like directions and again type ahead searches and stuff like that, there's a lot of other plugins that people make. So again, since this is open source, a lot of people build things to contribute to Leaflet to add more features. And so you can see here there's things like routing, there's even a full screen button, there's other ways to do geolocation. We're going to talk about all this stuff later on, but there's a lot of other plugins. Now we're going to use Leaflet just because since it's open source and it's kind of similar to Google Maps in some basic ways. I don't want to get into it too much, but kind of the overall structure of how it works is somewhat similar to Google Maps. So I think if you are comfortable with Google Maps, you're going to find Leaflet not too hard, and vice versa. So I want to have that out here. It's really great in the open source way, so you don't have to worry about licensing or charging or any of that stuff. And we'll get into that a bit more later. The next one we're going to look at is called Mapbox, Mapbox GLJS specifically. Mapbox is a company that has an interface for mapping called Mapbox Studio, where you can build your own maps and use lots of data and upload data. But if you want to make your maps like really interactive, so when you mouse over things, pop-ups appear, or there's different layers that turn on and off, or points get added and removed based on what users do. To do that, you're going to have to use Mapbox GLJS. This is actively maintained by Mapbox. So this one does require a sign up and an access token, the same way that Google Maps requires you to have an access token. But it generally has a big free tier, which Google Maps also has. I forgot to mention that. But Google Maps and Mapbox both have like a big free tier. They're basically competitors in this space. Mapbox is a more modern type of mapping library. It can handle many more points. It's much faster than Google Maps in the sense of handling a lot of points. But it's also a fair bit different to learn. So if you are used to Google Maps and then you try to come over and just change a Google Maps map into Mapbox, it's quite different. There's a lot of different concepts at work, and we're gonna go over that. But overall, I think Mapbox is a pretty good option, especially if you're looking to make something very customized, very pretty with a lot of custom data on it. And if you're looking to get into mapping more generally, it's probably not a bad one to learn. I do think for a beginner, it's a lot more complicated. So we're not going to look at Mapbox, but what we are going to look at is Maplibre. And Maplibre is just as complicated as Mapbox. It's just that I want to use something to teach you some of the concepts of Mapbox and Maplibre. And Maplibre is the open source version of Mapbox. So basically what happened is Mapbox used to be open source years ago, and then they changed and kind of closed things so that you have to use this access token to use Mapbox regardless of what base map you load. Before, it could be like if you had your own base map that you hosted yourself, you could just use the library to move around the map and that sort of thing, which you can do with Leaflet. You can just load whatever you want. But Mapbox changed that sometime a couple of years ago. And so Maplibre branched off and basically took Mapbox at that last stage where they were still open source, and then people have been developing it. And it's supported by quite large organizations like Amazon, and I think Microsoft and some other companies support Maplibre. It's having a lot of work done. The concepts, it's basically Mapbox. Like everything is very similar. You can see even the documentation, they've mirrored it. So all the concepts that you learn with Maplibre apply to Mapbox. So if you can use one, you'll be able to use the other. It's almost a one-to-one across the two, with a couple exceptions. So I want to give you a sense of learning Maplibre as well as learning Leaflet, because I think these are the two main kind of forks that there are for doing mapping online. And then based on your project, you can choose the right one. Generally, as a total beginner, Leaflet is going to be a better place to start. And then moving into Mapbox and Maplibre as your projects get like more complicated and you're using them in more types of ways and with bigger data and that sort of stuff. There are lots of other types of mapping libraries. There's OpenLayers, which is another mapping library, but it requires quite a bit more understanding of programming to really get it working. You can see even here the quick start involves a lot of these import things, which we saw don't work just directly in code. We got to like set up a little application in order to make it work. There's also things like Apple Maps with MapKit.js, and these are pretty good, but it's just not as common. This is kind of like if you specifically want to make something look like an Apple map, then you use this. But otherwise, I think these four mapping libraries are really the standards that you're going to be running into out there and that you'll be wanting to use. So again, if you want to learn more about these, I go over them in a fair bit more detail on my YouTube channel, so feel free to check out the videos about those. But that's probably a good just basic overview. Lots of options. Mainly choices are around your skill level and the complexity of what you're building, but we're going to go over two of them so that you are prepared no matter which comes your way. All right, see you in the next video. Hey, a few more words on another concept here, which is called spatial analysis. Something that we do a lot when it comes to working with applications related to mapping is doing different types of analysis on the data that we're using. So this is something that can get really complicated, and I don't want to get hugely bogged down in the whole idea of like what is spatial analysis and what's some examples of spatial analysis. I am working on another course which is going to be focused specifically on doing spatial analysis, since it's kind of a whole world, but it's a concept you should know about. So to do it, we use data to find interesting observations, to deduce things from the data when it comes to mapping. So for example, in this little thing that's going on here, sometimes it's purely visual. Maybe someone has a few different points but wants to see what's the area that's covered by these points. And in our second thing over here, we have like a bunch of polygons that show the area covered by points. Now, in the abstract, that doesn't make a lot of sense. You really do have to have some purpose for what you're doing. So for an example, I worked for a few years on a golfing application where basically golf coaches could analyze shots and guide their students in terms of like what direction they should shoot for, or based on their past shots, how far they could expect to shoot, or what direction they should ideally shoot based on the wind and the center lines of the course, and some common errors. We'd even break the green down into a grid and color it like so that the red areas were like where you didn't want to go, because it was less likely that people who took shots from that area got it in the hole or got to an advantageous position. Showing people, like distances as they were making shots. So if they hit a shot and then they went to it, they would know instantly like how far they went. And these are all just basic spatial analysis stuff that get broken down based on different chunks of data. So a client might give me, the center line of a course, the end hole, the green as like polygons or lines, and then ask me, hey, can you break this down if I give you X, Y, Z other data? And I have to think about, okay, based on the data you gave me and what you want to have out, what kind of spatial analysis can we do? A common, easy example is something like, we have a whole bunch of locations in a state. We want to know which counties sell the most per capita or something, if we have fast food locations or something. And so we need to know some different data. We need to know how much population in every county. We need to know the boundaries of every county. We need to know the locations of all the different restaurants, and we need to know the sales of all the different restaurants. And then we're going to have to do some kind of like analysis, which places are in which counties, and how do we represent them on a map and color them appropriately so that at a glance, someone gets the idea right away of like which places sell the most and which are the worst performing. So there's simple versions of this all the way up to very, very complicated stuff, but there's all kinds of spatial analysis that's out there. I mean, I was even running last weekend a long distance race, and I had like one of those bibs on, and it has a little location tracker, right? So when you pass certain points along the course, it measures how fast how long it's taken you, and then it predicts how long you'll take to the next marker. And that's done with spatial analysis, right? That isn't done using a web interface, but spatial analysis is just done with any kind of geographical data and any kind of predictive information that's needed, or analyzing the information. The difference when it comes to web is that we tend to put these in visualizations, which is really helpful. And we also tend to chain things together. So we might find out, okay, I have the polygon of a green, of a golf green. First of all, I need to break it into a grid. How do I do that? Okay, we find out how to do that. Now I have to find out, how do I color the grid? How do I find the average? How do I do, this, that? So there's a lot of kind of like, okay, we start with this data, now we go to this and this and this, and at the end we get something brand new and something useful to whoever is looking at the data. So for this kind of thing, we tend to use this thing called turf.js. This is a library in JavaScript that's used for this. We're not going to go over this in detail. We are actually going to use it once or twice when we're doing maybe more than once or twice when we're actually doing our work. So I want to introduce you to it. It's got lots of crazy, complicated stuff going on, but at the core, they're like basic analysis tools that then you can use like tools in a tool belt to solve certain problems. Some that we're going to look at are going to be Bbox. We're going to use Bbox, and we might use something else in there. I'm not sure exactly what yet. I can't remember, although I have set up the course. But yeah, we're going to use this a little bit, so I want to introduce you to the idea of spatial analysis, that you might be using it. Maybe you already do it, but we're going to touch on it a little in mapping, and overall, it's something that you're going to face a lot if you go into mapping more broadly. Anyway, that's it for this one. See you in the next. All right, some more about introductions to mapping online. We're going to go over a couple useful tools that you might want to use. We're going to use in this course some of them, and it's good to just know about them so that if you go further into mapping and as you get deeper into it, you kind of know some of these really, really useful tools that are out there. This is another subject where I have made a few videos on these on my YouTube channel. It's the Mapster YouTube channel. So if you look up Mapster YouTube, you're going to find my channel on there. And there's a playlist, something like awesome map tools or something. And there's, 5 or 6 videos in there right now, which go over some of what I will talk about today, but not everything. I try to go over really the web-focused ones. So in this case, we're going to talk on a little bit more, just stuff that I think could be useful to you as you're kind of entering this world of working with maps on your computer and particularly on the web. So really great one is this geojson.io. This is something I use like pretty much every day when I'm actually working with maps. With this tool, it's very simple. We can create points, we can draw lines, we can make polygons and stuff, and we get a set of stuff on the right-hand side here, which is called a GeoJSON. And you can actually see, because we did some JavaScript together, that this is a type of object, actually. There's the curly bracket, and then here's the property name and the property value. Then here's another property name, and this one's an array, and it's an array of objects, which are then nested, and here's the coordinates. And this is a very specific format, which we're going to look at as we actually move into doing mapping. We're going to look at this format called the GeoJSON specification. That's why this is called geojson.io. They didn't invent the GeoJSON, but it's a very common one that's used as a common format across mapping applications in general. So geojson.io lets you create a GeoJSON very easily, like just using, if you just need to make a bunch of different points and get them into this format easily, that's great for that. If you just want to know the coordinates of a place, it's pretty good for that. It's also really great for doing testing of GeoJSONs or data that you've been given by clients. Sometimes you might get some data and, when we talked about latitude and longitude, they aren't always in the right order. So sometimes you might get something, and in this case, the GeoJSON format is always longitude, latitude, but if you put something in here and it's actually latitude, longitude, your points are going to show up in a totally different part of the world, and you'll know that it's the data that's the problem and not you going crazy in your, in your writing of JavaScript or whatever. So geojson.io, we are going to use it throughout. It's one to bookmark, really useful for drawing points, checking points, and just testing stuff out. Really good for that. Another really useful one I use fairly often is called MapShaper. Now this is a little different. This is for using a specific, more or less, it's for using different types of files than just GeoJSONs. But if I save here this GeoJSON, it's saved this shape. I can drag that into MapShaper and import it, and you'll see it actually has that shape here. Now it's totally empty. There's no background here. And that's one of the strengths actually of MapShaper, is that it doesn't necessarily put everything on a map right away. So you can upload really, really large files with many, many thousands of points, and they'll upload and show fairly nicely. They do have this Basemap tool. So if we want to turn on this Basemap tool, looks like there's a problem with that one. There we go. That one worked. And so we can see our stuff actually on a map. But, like I mentioned in the other episode, sometimes maps have different projections, so they're not always using latitude and longitude. And MapShaper can be great for dealing with those. You can drag them in, look at them roughly. Do they look like they're covering the right area? There's also really useful stuff in here, like when you simplify, you can apply simplification to something and make the shape more basic. So in this case, my shape is only like 5 points, so it doesn't really make sense. But let's say I had a shape that was outlining like the whole outline of Canada or the US. It might be like really detailed here, but no one's ever going to see it there. So I can just simplify it down using MapShaper, export it again, and then it's a much smaller file, which is a good thing. You can also change formats here. You can export it as a shapefile, as a GeoJSON, as different formats. We're going to talk a bit about formats in the next video, but just knowing that MapShaper allows you to move things around. You can change formats, you can simplify, you can view large files here. It's a really good, useful one. I don't use it as much as geojson.io, but ever since I first found it, it's been quite helpful for visualizing things quickly. A couple of desktop tools. ArcGIS is a really famous, really large. This is all by Esri, which is a huge geospatial company that's been around for, like generations at this point. It's very deeply integrated into academics and everything. There's ArcGIS Desktop, there's ArcGIS Online. Most academic institutions have access or have an Esri membership. So if you're in an academic institution, you probably can use Arc. It's very widely used across industry professionals. This isn't really something we're going to go over in the course at all. I've never really used Arc because I work with online maps kind of exclusively. And one thing about Esri and ArcGIS is it really kind of contains you inside their ecosystem. So if you become an expert in Arc and in Esri type systems, it doesn't necessarily translate super well to working in all the other systems. You will know all the concepts of spatial work, but their software is really designed to kind of be its own ecosystem. That being said, it's very useful. There's a lot of tools here to do spatial analysis, to build applications or build maps that you can put into your papers, or they do have quite a lot of cool online things like story maps and things like that. You just can't customize them quite as deeply as if you're building it from the ground up like we will be. But it's a great tool, something to check out if you just want to get into mapping more generally. ArcGIS and Esri products in general are great way to go. QGIS is kind of the free alternative to ArcGIS. So the same way that we saw Maplibre being the free version of Mapbox, QGIS is free version of ArcGIS. Now it's not the same, like they didn't branch off of each other or something, but it's a giant community effort that's kind of trying to replicate a lot of the functionality that ArcGIS would have, but in a free system that you can download and use. It's fairly complicated to learn. Again, we're not going to touch on it at all in this course beyond this video, but this is a desktop application, not something that builds things for the web, and just allows you to handle really large files, do really complicated things when it comes to spatial analysis. And once you're getting farther into this and you really need to start changing file formats or simplifying files beyond what MapShaper can do, combining files, doing crazy stuff with rasters and vectors, QGIS is a good place to start if you don't want to have to buy or if you don't have access to ArcGIS. So there are a ton of other tools out there. Like I said, check out the YouTube channel if you're just looking to learn more about other tools, but just to get you kind of in the world of spatial analysis. Next, we'll go over data in maps. Talk to them. All right, we're going to do a couple quick lessons here on data when it comes to maps. So I wanted to go over this before we actually get into doing actual mapping, because everybody underestimates data. Everybody tries to kind of tack it on after they've had their big idea, after they start working on stuff, when really data is so important, and it's hard to get across how important it is to have knowledge about data and what you're going to put on the map and how you're going to get that data in the first place before you start actively doing some complicated project. It's not to say you have to have everything perfectly sorted, but it really helps to understand about data before we get into doing real mapping. So we're going to do one video here, just kind of broad overview of spatial data when it comes to mapping. And in the next video, we're going to go over actually how you might get some data and trying to encourage you to not underestimate how complicated it can sometimes be to get data that you think might just be out there. So to start with, just what's about data when it comes to maps. First of all, like I said, data should always come before the map, even if you're just using placeholder fake data. So if I can't get the data yet, but I know it might be out there, maybe I go to geojson.io, I drop a bunch of points around, and I say, okay, that's good enough. Now I can start making my map with some data that'll be replaced later, but I can just try to like kind of make it so it'll be easy to drop in the new data once it comes. So, but we have to have something to work with. We have to have some data. Just for a quick idea of this, I've opened up a site that I made, which is called Native Land. I built this years ago, and it's got a lot of data on it. It's a map that's showing like different indigenous nations across Canada, first of all, then North America, then now it's the whole world, and it's expanding all the time and that sort of thing. But as you can imagine, there's a lot of data, like where are all these shapes from? Who says these shapes are what they are? What about the names? Look at the names. They're not all instantly readable and that sort of thing. So before the map comes the data. I didn't really have a great hand on how complicated this data was going to be, but I did get started somewhere. I basically just got started in the area where I live. I found some small bits of data and then just added to it over the years. But I had to establish basically some of the core ideas of like, where do I get data? What are some example data that I use? And basically all there is here is a bunch of polygons, right? There are a bunch of shapes that also have names. So I can turn them off and on, and we get different shapes. And then we get different shapes when it's for treaties. But they're basically polygons that have names attached to them. And that's really the core data. So I could use fake data for this to make it, but actually where I'm going to get the data, how is it going to be formatted, all that sort of stuff needed to come a little bit before I started doing the real map itself. So what are some types of terms or different types of data that we're going to use when it comes to working on our maps? Well, there's GeoJSONs. I've mentioned that briefly here in geojson.io, that this format here on the right-hand side is called a GeoJSON. There's actually a website, geojson.org, which contains the quote-unquote like specification, which is just like the actual details of the GeoJSON and how it was created and how, you know, what the layout of this data is. You don't really need to get into the deep details of that. We're going to use it. It's basically a different way to put coordinates of points, polygons, and lines into a JavaScript friendly format. That's basically the idea behind a GeoJSON, at least in the way that we're going to use it. So that's pretty straightforward. Now, this isn't the only format that geographic data comes in. There's also some other major types, and we can see them actually listed here on the MapShaper exporting tool. There's some really key ones. Shapefiles. Shapefiles are very common. You're going to see shapefiles all the time. Generally, they come through as a zip file, so as an archived or compressed file that has like a bunch of sub-files inside it, usually a .shp, and then like a I don't know what they are, like dbf, and there's a bunch of other files associated with it. So you can export to a shapefile here and actually see one, for example. Let's pop it up. And you can see here, it's all these sub-files that are inside this one unextracted file. So in this case, there's like a whole bunch of them. Normally, you probably wouldn't need to have this many. I don't know why, you know, whatever. Its exporter might be just doing some weird thing. But here's a shapefile. There's also KMLs. That's just another format that's fairly common. There's also CSVs. That's usually used for points. So that's like a spreadsheet. A spreadsheet might have like a latitude column and a longitude column. That's fairly common to see as well. And that's usually our basic ones we're going to run into. GeoJSONs, shapefiles, KMLs, and CSVs. Just so you know, hey, these are out there. Those are the type of data types we're probably going to run into when we're hunting for data or when we get data from someone who's asking us to map it, okay? A couple other terms. OpenStreetMaps. This is basically, this is like a huge, this is an amazing, huge open source project that's just taken on by citizens around the world to like map the world, basically. And it says here, it's a map of the world created by people like you. So this actually underlies Google Maps, Mapbox, and pretty much everything else you see online. Google Maps and Mapbox and these other companies augment OpenStreetMaps with their own data. Like Google Maps sends people out to check on, you know, oh, is a new road being constructed somewhere? And then they try to add it to the map, right? Because they have to keep the map up to date and it's changing all the time with construction and natural disasters and things like that. But OpenStreetMaps is usually faster than any of these companies could be, because these people are everywhere. There are lots and lots of these people. There are thousands upon thousands of people who map out the world and map out changes. So when there is a natural disaster somewhere, there's usually a huge cluster of people who start analyzing like satellite images and then updating OpenStreetMaps, because maps can be really useful in disaster situations. Anyway, all this data is available, but actually getting out this data with something like this export tool can be really confusing because there's so much. You know, you can imagine if I export this data right here, that's a big amount of data. All the places, all the names, all the stores, all the roads, everything, right? It's a lot of data, but it's good to know about OpenStreetMaps and that you can get this data yourself and do what you want with it. A couple other terms, there's a couple types of databases that might be useful to know about. This isn't stuff I'm going to go over in any detail. I might not even mention these again in the course, but just terms. There's, if you're working with databases, there's something called Postgres, which is a type of SQL database. It's just a type of database where we store data, obviously. And it has a little add-on called PostGIS. So if you're ever working with databases and someone asks you, hey, how do I do like spatial analysis with my database? I have all these polygons and points and I want to find out which one is in which, but like, how can I do that in the database? Often that's done with something called PostGIS, which is like a little add-on to a database. Just something to know about. I don't think we're going to go over any more stuff like that. The only other thing I put on here to mention, but I believe I've already mentioned, is projections. So I talked about that a little bit before, that we use the Mercator, the web Mercator projection when it comes to mapping stuff online, which uses latitude and longitude coordinates in degrees like we've used. You don't really need to know much more than that. You can reproject coordinates using different online tools or using something like ArcGIS or QGIS. You can drag in a file and then it's a little bit complicated, but you can go through some options and then reproject, because ultimately these systems can all translate one to another. You know, like one place on the world, it's just a measurement of where you are on some grid, and how that grid is constructed can be translated from one to another. So that's basically it for overall, like, what is data, what types of data are out there, and some basic concepts. In the next video, we're going to go over an actual example of like trying to grab some data and see how it can be kind of a mess, and hopefully that encourages you to kind of get your data, like get it so that's the first thing you tackle rather than it being the last thing after you've worked a whole bunch on a map. See you in the next one. Hey there, so we're talking a little bit about data, and I want to give just a little example of how complicated this can be, or kind of what to expect when you start really digging into finding data for making the maps that you might be working on. Now, a lot of the time, the data might not be an issue, right? Like you might be working with someone who collected the data themselves, or you might be working directly with data scientists who are able to provide just the files that you give, right? Somebody who knows all this stuff, some geographer, and you can just be like, oh, I need a GeoJSON, I need a KML or a shapefile, any of them will do, and they'll just hand it over to you. But honestly, even when you're working with people who do know what they're doing and are giving you data, there's still a lot of times extra stuff in it, and you need to get used to getting in there, getting your hands dirty in the data and trying to figure out just to get what you need. So in this case, I'm just imagining that we're doing some kind of work to do with census data areas. So a lot of times this is something people ask for. They want to color the map by some kind of demographic data according to the census from the US Census or something like that. It's a really cool data set that has like a lot of potential uses, but let's go through and just imagine like we're trying to actually get this data. So in this case, we'd have to get like multiple pieces of data. We'd have to get not only the census block groups like as a bunch of polygons, like as a bunch of shapes, but we also have to get the data that we're going to be like coloring it by, right? Like, I don't know, it could be like population, or it could be like income or something like that. And so you're going to have to find that data as well. So first of all, we might just look up something like census block groups, and we learn a bit about what they are, but it doesn't really help. We have this, oh, this census.gov. It's kind of just defining stuff. Okay, here's some boundary files. Actually, that's for Canada because I'm in Canada and it's searching for that. But Then I might look up census block groups boundary shapefile, right? Throw in some terms of the actual stuff we're looking for. And then we can go and we're going to find these shapefiles, which then, we have to figure out where in here we actually download them. Is it here, an FTP archive? What is that going to download? Now there's all these files, and like inside this, there's, what is this? We have to download all this and look at it. It doesn't really look like it's just obvious set of shapes, right? So this in itself is already complicated. And here I came across, another thing was like cartographic boundary files. Okay, here this might be more basic. There's counties, there's divisions. These aren't the census block groups, right? But here we are. Here's some block groups by states. So then we have to go around and, this looks like this is one. And we can check this on MapShaper. So that was for, what was that, Alabama? Alabama, so we drag that in. We check it out. And yeah, okay, it looks like Alabama. Okay, we got this shapefile that is basically Alabama. It's a shapefile, so to put it on a map, we know we're going to have to change that over. We're also going to want to look at like the data that's on it, maybe minimize it a bit. Maybe we can simplify this a little, right? We can reduce this down and the data doesn't have to change too badly. Okay, so there's all that. We managed to get something of some boundaries, but then we have to figure out like what are we doing with that data that's inside it. And to do that, we have to then look for, here's populations by zip code. That's not really what we're looking for. So if we want to go into census data sets now, we have to learn the whole way that the US Census organizes data sets. And I can tell you that how it actually works is they have giant CSVs that have all these like codes to represent certain questions or certain bits of data. And then it goes by census block group. And the data files are many gigabytes in size, depending on the section of the census. And so it's actually like really quite complicated. It involves a lot of data processing. But this is something that people sometimes think, just put it on the map, the census block by income, and don't realize how complicated it is. Another really common thing that people are imagining is that they can give you a list of addresses and you're able to just put those on the map as a set of points. I mentioned there's this thing called geocoding, and it's just mainly to make the point that data, whenever you're working with someone or whenever you're working on your own projects, you should really be ready for the data to cause more of a headache than anyone really expects. If you have a bunch of addresses, now you're going to have to find a geocoding tool to turn those addresses into points. If the addresses are missing some information, or if they're misspelled, or if they're in a country that doesn't have very good geocoding. For instance, I have a project I'm working on these days where we're geocoding all the mosques, a bunch of mosques like around the world. And the ones that are in America have really good geocoding data, because the geocoding services out there that turn addresses into points are very good for America. But the ones that are in Nigeria have a lot of trouble, because not only are the addresses kind of in the CSV in a kind of not so clean way, but the address precision for geocoding in Nigeria isn't very good with the same tools. So these are just problems with data I just want to bring up, so that you're aware that when you approach your maps, the data is going to be challenging and it's going to involve messing around with it. In some of the examples that we're going to do, I'm going to try to streamline that so we don't spend ages looking for really complicated data. But in real world projects, this is a thing. This is a thing you always have to do. You always have to really advise people. You have to look at the data before you really get started so that you know what you're getting involved in. So just a bit of a tip from a longtime mapper when it comes to working with data on maps. That's it for this section. Next, we're going to get into actually building web maps. So let's have fun. See you in the next one. Hey everyone, so just a quick introduction to this mapping section now that we're coming back and going to be doing actual code again. I basically want to give you a wide view of mapping so you can not only use this course to just get started, but get started in a good way depending on your path. If you're looking to just make a one-off map for some specific project, or if you're looking to kind of get into this industry and you do mapping as one of your specialties, I want to set you up the right way. or if you're just looking to make simple maps or really complicated ones. So we're going to do two libraries. I've mentioned these libraries before. I've mentioned already that we're going to do these both, but I just wanted to make a short video introducing them to you. One is called Leaflet and the other is called Maplibre. We went over that Maplibre is basically Mapbox, but kind of like the free version. And Leaflet is a bit of an older library, but you know, you can think of it a bit more like Google Maps, but like a free version of Google Maps. It's not at all as related as Maplibre and Mapbox is, but its principles are fairly similar. So Leaflet is a bit simpler to learn, a bit easier from a developer point of view. Maplibre is a bit more advanced, but really good for more intense projects where you're dealing with larger data or more complex visualizations. But both of them are perfectly good for probably like 90% of projects are going to be just fine whether you do them in either of these systems. And ultimately, they're both open source as well, so that's a nice place to start with the kind of open source model for learning your mapping. So we'll be going over all the following examples, or nearly all the following examples, in both systems. I'll be giving you a quick look at how to do them in both, and you can always visit the GitHub for this course if you need to look at the code for either of them. So one of them will be at LeafletJS.com and the other one will be at Maplibre.org, and we'll be going to various examples on both of those sites. So let's get into it. Alrighty, so let's get started with the actual code. Okay, so here in Leaflet, we have our little tutorial section here, clicking on tutorials at examples.html. And this first one is the quick start guide. So here they kind of walk you through how to add parts to your HTML in order to make it work. An easy way to just copy this whole thing is to go to where it says see this example standalone, click on that, and then we can go to view page source and just copy this whole HTML. And then we dump that into a document like I've made in my code editor. I've just dumped the whole thing in here, and here it is. And then I loaded this right here into my browser, and it looks just like their little example. You can see it looks exactly the same. So that's getting started with the Leaflet one. Now for Mapbox, we're going to come in and look up display a map. It's going to be in the example section right at the top. We have this display a map, and here they have the code right there. We just hit the copy button, and again, we open up a new file. I called it maplibre.html. I just dumped it in, dragged it into the browser, and here we are with a Maplibre one. Nothing more complicated, no API keys, nothing like that. So let's quickly go over the code that's in here. Okay, so if we go to the Leaflet one, we can see, okay, we have our basic HTML. We're used to this, some title stuff. Okay, it's loading some kind of style sheet. We can see that's loaded from a CDN from some remote place, and it's loading the JavaScript. Now you'll notice the JavaScript is loaded up here at the top. That is, you know, it's an option. You can load JavaScript up at the top like this. It depends on how that JavaScript is written. Then there's some other styling that goes on here. There's some HTML and body stuff. There's something about the Leaflet container. Now, we don't actually have the Leaflet container anywhere in this HTML, so this just looks like this doesn't actually need to be here, like this isn't doing anything, so okay. Then down here we have the map, and the map is given a style width and a height. We don't have to set this here. We could set this in the CSS instead, but that's what's making it be small like that, 600 pixels wide and 400 tall. Okay. Then if we just kind of look through, we are going to be going through and understanding all these different pieces as we go along, but let's just kind of give a high overview. It does something like L dot, and that's going to be standing for Leaflet, L dot map, and then map, okay? Then it has set view. These look like coordinates, like a latitude and longitude or longitude and latitude. And then this is a zoom level, which we're going to be talking about. Then there's a thing like a tile layer. This looks like something we talked about where it's like the tile layer, the base map, I said. It's using OpenStreetMaps, which we've mentioned before. And then there's, it adds it to the map. And then there's a few different types of geographies that get added. There's a marker with a pop-up like this. Then there's a circle, obviously right there, that circle. And there's a polygon, which is that shape there. And then there's some stuff with clicking. So actually, let's see what that clicking does.
So we have a thing that whenever we click the map, it tells us the latitude and longitude that we clicked it. So that's all in there in this little example. Okay, cool. So that's the leaflet example. Now the Maplibre example is actually a lot simpler. They didn't add any geographies or anything like that. It's just a map. So we have the same kind of thing, opens it up. We have the script up here, the JavaScript CDN, the CSS CDN, some stuff in the style. Here we have again a div called map with the ID of map. This time the styling is just done in the CSS. And it's different. They have they don't have width and height. Well, they have width here as 100%, but they didn't put height. Instead, they did this thing, position absolute, top and bottom. So again, with CSS, there's a lot you can learn, but basically what this does is it just tells it to make this div, the top to be at the very top of the page, the bottom to be at the very bottom, and then you say what width, make 100%. Okay, that's one way to make it this full screen width. And then we have this map thing where this is often what we call like initializing, this sort of first thing we do. So this would be initializing, as well as in Leaflet. This right here would be initializing. We're initializing the map here. There's some code to do that. We tell it a container, we give it a style. This is basically telling it a base map, the same way that this is saying tile layer. A center, that's going to be a latitude and longitude, or longitude and latitude, and a zoom level that we're going to talk about more. So, okay, and then it just appears. It just loads and it appears, and we're centered on 0, 0, which is right here. It's a cool little thing that geographers call null island. It's not a place that actually exists, but it's an imaginary place that's 0, 0 on a map. Okay, so that's basically our walkthrough on the code of these starting things. So you can see here why we had to go over a lot to do with CSS and JavaScript, even just to get started, even to just feel like we're not totally crazy when we look at this and we can see what is happening. So as we're going to be doing a lot of different things in this in the coming lessons, I want to just look briefly at the documentation of these two libraries so that we get a sense of like how things are laid out. So let's say like in Leaflet, we wanted to learn more about the markers. Okay, we're going to want to go to docs. That's going to be here. And we're going to have to look through this API reference. Okay, you don't really need to worry what API stands for. API is just a term for like kind of how the library works and the different commands you can use and different like functions that exist in it. So marker is right here. Do we see anything else that says marker? There's a bunch of stuff with polylines and polygons. Okay, so let's click on the marker. So we see a bit of what we had on the map there. So if we wanted to learn, like for instance, how to change the color of the marker, we have it here, L marker add to map. Let's see if there's anything that tells us that. Okay, so it tells us icons, and this is all looking a bit complicated, but the idea is it's all these options that we didn't give any options in our thing. We're just using some default. But down here, it doesn't look like there's really anything that we can find to change the color. And that would actually kind of make sense because this marker is like an image. It's not actually just like a dynamic color that is colored, you know, whatever you want. These circles and polygons are colored a certain way, but the marker is just an image. It doesn't really say that anywhere in here, right? So a lot of the times with documentation, we have to kind of mess around with the library and get to know it in addition to learning its options. Leaflet has this somewhat confusing thing where it shows you special options and methods for the thing you're looking at, the marker, but then underneath it shows that also it inherits other options. Don't get too caught up in what I'm talking about right now. We're going to be using this documentation, but just so when you're looking at this, you see that like, okay, yeah, there's a lot of these inherited things. They can be important for knowing the different functions. Now, in terms of the methods, so we have options here, and options are more like when we initialize, so when we start up the marker, we can tell it to use a certain icon or have it be a certain opacity, something like that. In terms of methods, these are functions that we can use after we make the marker to get its latitude and longitude, to set its opacity, to, let's see, remove it. You can see there's add to, right? And we actually use that one right here. We use add to map. So it is like literally using that same function for the marker. Okay, but it's not, but you can see here it's one of these ones in the little drop down. So, okay, this is all kind of crazy. It's a little confusing, but we have to kind of look at this documentation a bit and start getting used to it, okay? So now, if we wanted to look at something else, there's all these different ones, right? There's polygons. It gives you some information, and then down here, there's a bunch of options. Again, options of color and weight, opacity. Okay, we're going to be messing with all that stuff, okay? Now to look at the Maplibre documentation, I find this to be a little simpler compared to Leaflet. Leaflet, it is all there and it's simple compared to what I think Google Maps is. Honestly, I think it's simpler, but it is a bit confusing. I think the Maplibre one, first of all, they have their examples, which have some, a bunch of nice things in them for common use cases. So it's a good first place to look if you're looking for something specific to do. And then in their API reference, they also have this stuff. So they have the map and they have all the options you can give to the map here. We'll be looking at some of those. That's, again, in our initialization. That's these options. And then they have a bunch of other stuff. We're going to have to learn how we do markers in Maplibre. Now that I'm looking at this, it's not so different than the Leaflet documentation. I just find it a little nicer how they don't have all that stuff that's like inherited by. I find that confusing. And where were we? And here they have all the options up at the top for whatever you're working with. And then they have examples of the functions. Okay, so if it says, oh, we can get the latitude and longitude, here's how you use it. There's a little code example. And I find that really helpful for them to have these in these nice little drop down things. Now, it's very different how the geography works in something like Maplibre as opposed to Leaflet. So it's going to take us a little while to dig into it, and showing you it now will just be very confusing, but we're going to get there. But the key point here isn't for you to understand how this all works and what are options and what are methods and all that, just to see how the documentation is laid out, that generally you're going to be looking for something up at the top. You're going to try to find it, and then you're going to have to dig through it a little once you go to the specific area. And with Maplibre, you're going to find a lot in the API reference, and then you're also going to find a lot in this style specification that I don't want to get too far into now, but we're going to get into in a bit. So as you can see, we have a fair bit ahead of us. Don't worry, we're going to walk through it all together. You're going to know a lot about how this works by the time we get to the end of this. So we'll see you in the next one. Hey, okay, so next thing we're looking at after we've looked at the basic examples is we're going to start from the beginning. Basemaps, setting up the basemap. So the first thing that we saw in the examples, where are they, over here, from Leaflet, was right up at the top. There was the LMAP thing, and we set the center of the map, the coordinates, and the zoom level, which you'll just get used to seeing the zoom levels. Next was the tile layer. This is the base map. This is the tiling thing that we talked about before. And this generally is going to be providing some kind of raster like background for your map, essentially. So like we talked about before in the section about tiling, this is kind of where you specify it. So we're going to go over a few different examples of how to add these. There's actually lots of ways to do it depending on the library that you're using and your source for it, but I'm going to give you some ways to kind of be able to pick between a few different base maps depending on what you're doing. So for example, Google Maps will always use the Google base map. You can't do this kind of thing where you enter your own base map when it comes to Google. You are stuck using Google, but with Google, you can do snazzy maps, which allows you to style the base map. So basically, you have the basic Google look, but then, and the basic Google information, but you can style it using different kind of colors and stuff like that. So that's a good suggestion if you're using Google, but you want to have it kind of look your own. But you can't do this fully customized type thing that we're going to be doing with Leaflet and Maplibre, and to some degree with Mapbox, although it's kind of restricted now. So there's a lot of services. This isn't something that's just always free online. As you can imagine, it's hosting a lot of different images, and it's a lot of like grabbing the images. And so it costs money for most of these, for all of these services. It costs them money to host all these tiles and let you just call them for your map whenever. That being said, there are quite a few free services, but there's also a lot that aren't free that are worth checking out. I would recommend one being Maplibre. Maplibre is a pretty good, oh, we're in some weird thing here in Google. Okay, over to Maplibre. This is a thing you can sign up for. It's kind of associated with Maplibre. Like the thing that they use here by default in Maplibre is a map. Actually, it's just at Maplibre. Hold on. Another one that they have somewhere, probably these are going to be Maplibre right there. They add a Maplibre base map. So Maplibre is a good one. There's also Stadia, S-T-A-D-A-I, Stadia. And there's actually a lot. There's a lot of these kind of services out there. So yeah, you can't always customize these, like changing the fonts and things like that. Mapbox is a service where you can kind of build your own base map, style it up to look special, like if you want it to look old-timey, or if you want the, like the text to be a certain color and stuff like that. You can really do that inside something like Mapbox. And once you get more advanced, you can do it in stuff like Maplibre. But let's go back to the basics here. So there are these free tile sets. And this website, this Leaflet providers, you can Google Leaflet providers, or I'll try to put the link along with this, has a whole bunch on the right-hand side that are generally free. Some of them do require API keys. So here we literally have it's showing us this Leaflet way to add it. So just like we saw in Leaflet, this thing is literally built to help us put it into Leaflet. And there's all these different styles. Now, for instance, this one, Stadia Maps, it looks like it's all good. It's just open and free, but we're going to run into some a little further down that I think require API keys. Yes, access tokens here. So for this, you have to sign up at this website, whatever it is, and get some kind of access token in order to use their tile set. But other ones are just free. This one is also needs an API key. It's kind of a hilarious map, honestly. But this one from OpenTopOMap doesn't. So this is really worth looking through if you just want like a couple choices of different free maps. And you'll also see they have them in different languages, which OpenStreetMaps is amazing. We talked about it a bit before. So this is really a great place to find them. But you should check about the copyright and licensing and all that depending on your project. So once you're really advanced, you can like build and host your own of these kind of tile sets, but that's for a totally different day. I very rarely ever do that. So let's go through actually adding them. So the Leaflet one, not a big deal. It's actually already here. We just have to provide this kind of special URL, which has these funny little things in it here. This Z, X, and Y all inside these curly brackets. And the idea here is you're telling it what zoom level, what your and what your coordinates are. I can't remember if X is latitude and Y is longitude or what, but you're basically telling it zoom, latitude, longitude, and once it'll dynamically be fetching that so that it knows what what tiles to grab, what images to grab to put on your map. So this is how you do it with Leaflet. Okay, cool. With Maplibre, if you wanted to add something very similar, it's actually a lot bigger. Maplibre is set up to do something a little different. It's set up to do something called a style JSON. So JSON, we didn't really go over. We mentioned it when we talked about GeoJSON. A JSON is basically a JavaScript object. That's all. And so the style is set up to be this complicated object that has lots of information in it. For instance, in here we tell it, oh, you're going to get raster tiles. Then we give it that URL that we saw from the Leaflet side of things. We tell it some attribution, just like we saw in Leaflet where we gave it attribution. And then we have to do this thing layers, and we have to add those layers. We're going to get more into like what this all means. For now, I just copy this. Just copy this into a new project. If I'm using some custom tile set or using a tile set from one of these quick start Leaflet providers, you just grab it, you paste something like this in, and you put yours in that you want to use. So for instance, let's see if the Maplibre has a custom thing here. If we look up, here, raster tile source. So right here, they have that actual example that I used. And all I did was grabbed it and I just replaced the tiles URL and replaced the attribution with what I saw in the Leaflet provider demo. So you don't really need to totally understand what's going on, but it is more complicated than Leaflet. But just so you know, Maplibre does generally use something a little different. And like I said, it's called like a JSON thing. So this, where I put style here and just have this JSON, it's like a URL to a JSON. That JSON is going to actually be a really complicated version of what we have in the code right here. It's just a link to an object that has all this information in it so that the map knows where to fetch the tiles and that sort of stuff. So that's kind of like how Maplibre generally works, is you tell it a little URL that's going to have all this information, okay? So when you go back and look at maybe this one with the canvas source, did we see it here? Right, this API map tiler had a style JSON with a special key on it. Okay, so we're either putting a JSON, a JavaScript object, directly into this, this initializing thing, or we're linking it by putting a URL that represents that JSON. So if I do this and let's say reload the Maplibre, you'll see it will change. There, it changed the base map. So if I switch that back, undo, now we're using the full like literal JSON, then it's a different base map. So it's kind of doing the same thing. Now, just because Mapbox is different and how we use Mapbox, some of you might want to use Mapbox. I just wanted to throw it in that Mapbox, you used to be able to do this a lot more easy, but Mapbox kind of, I think they've restricted it more so that you're not, you get charged anyway if you use Mapbox with a custom tile set with one of these Leaflet provider sets. So generally you'll use Mapbox, and they have this special kind of different URL that they give you when you make a Mapbox style. So if you're not using Mapbox, you don't plan to, whatever, you can just kind of ignore this. But this just replaces the little style.json that gets called in something like Maplibre. This just gets the same thing, but gets it from Mapbox, and it's just a special way that Mapbox puts it in. So in each of these examples, we've put our own tile set in and had it load a special base map. With Mapbox, we can do a lot more. We can customize it using their online tools. With Maplibre, we can do a little less. We can have these special services that load these JSONs, which tell Maplibre what to do and how to style things, so we can do a bit more customization. And then with Leaflet, we don't really have this like special JSON thing. We just pick one of these Leaflet providers or like some custom place that has this zxy.png. We stick it in there and off we go. So that's about making base maps. Obviously, this episode's been a little bit long, but it's actually really quite straightforward. You just grab one, probably from the Leaflet provider or from one of these Mapbox demos or Maplibre demos, and just use it. And that's your base map. So hope that helps. We'll see you in the next one. All right, so in this section, we're going to do a bunch of videos on adding geometries, different types of geometries to our maps. So there's basically three types of geometries that we're going to be adding. There's points, lines, and polygons. So points, single thing, a line, obviously a line, and a polygon is like an area, a shape. So we're going to be looking at how to add each of these, how to get each of these, and then we're going to look at how to add them in Leaflet. And then next, we're going to go through all of them in Leaflet, and then we're going to go through all of them in Maplibre. And this is just so the concepts don't get too confusing and overlapped with each other, because they are a bit of different systems. So first of all, let's just start talking about points. So what are points? Well, points are the most basic type of geometry. It's one spot. It's a single pair of coordinates, a latitude and a longitude, or, as we learned before, a longitude-latitude. They're not always in the same order. And that's really important to remember when we're working with points, because all the geographies that we're working with, all the vector data, which is basically this data like points, lines, and polygons, is built of points. So a line is built of points. You know, you have a point here, point here, point here, point here, and you connect them all and it's a line, right? If you're drawing a circle, you have a huge number of points that allow it to be a circle. Same with a polygon. A polygon is just a whole bunch of points that then you draw so that they're closed and that the inside has some special styling so it looks like an area. But ultimately, points are what is the basic building block for all of these different things. So understanding points is really important. We tend to see them on maps as points of interest. So like stores or addresses, or in the map I'm showing right now, like countries, there's the country, and then there's also these capital cities. And the capital cities are represented with a literal point, but also the countries, you might not think it, but they're actually being represented by a single point. And that's where their label is. So where United Kingdom is here, as I move in and out, stays in the same place because it's being represented by some kind of point that someone has said, oh, like the label for United Kingdom is best, it looks the best if we put it on that point. You can see Belgium is in a different spot here. France is kind of in the middle of France. This isn't just automatically created. There are ways to automatically create it, but it never really looks quite as good as if you pick the best spot. So these are points, and London is a point. The countries themselves are actually polygons or maybe lines, but points are really core here. We tend to see them displayed in a couple of different ways. One is as markers. We've seen markers a lot. If I drop them right there, that's a marker. There's lots of different styles of markers. You've seen them in Google Maps. They're all over the place. Markers are this big thing in general when it comes to mapping. If I come here, there's the leaflet marker. We're going to see that more in the future. So yeah, markers are one way to do it. Another way is circles. A circle is basically, I mean, we have circles here on the map. A circle is essentially a point that then has some kind of radius to it, because a single point has no area. You can't like see a point. You have to have some width to it, some radius to it, so that it's actually visible to the eye. And so a circle is just an example of that. All these different circles here, they're probably actually images of circles, but they all are a point with a certain amount of distance, so it's actually a radius. Now, the third way that we tend to see these is like we see on this map with labels. Labels or icons, which are kind of like markers, but slightly different. This more specialized, don't have to worry about it too much. But basically, markers, circles, and icons / text. Those are our three ways of showing points in general. So it's good to come to geojson.io, click around a bit, make some points, and see how they appear on the right-hand side. This is our GeoJSON, which we're going to be getting really used to as we work with geographies on the internet. We're going to be using GeoJSONs a lot. Now, they're a bit complicated, but we've done a bit of JavaScript, so we know this is like an object, and it has a bunch of different properties in it, which have sub-objects and all kinds of crazy stuff going on. But the really meaty part is that there's something called type point here, and there's some coordinates here. Those are our really core information. So the coordinates here always come in longitude, latitude. That's how they always come when it's a GeoJSON. And from this site, you're always going to get longitude and then latitude. But we're going to see that's not always how we use these points to actually show them on different mapping systems. Sometimes we're going to have to reverse them. But it's important to know that in this case, they come in this way. Now, one thing to note that's kind of fun is the precision of this. So this is an actually extremely precise point. Like if I'm just trying to pick, like it's a point somewhere in Iceland and I just drop it there, you might think, oh, well, it's just some random point. So there's a cool XKCD comic about this that talks about coordinate precision and says something like, oh, once you get up to say, 6, 7 coordinates, you're pointing to a single thing on a page. Once you get up to something like 10, 12, you're pointing out a specific sand grain. Once you get up to something like 15, 20, you're pointing out individual atoms. Okay, so how many do we have when we come here? Oh my gosh, we're pointing out specific sand grains or more. So this is totally not the precision that we need. It just gives it to us because it's just mathematically just finding it based on whatever. But something important to know as you're working with databases and stuff is you don't need this many like numbers on your points. It's just not necessary. It'll cut down the data slightly, and you're giving like artificial precision. Okay, so it's not really important. Just something to know. Yeah, that's pretty much it for points. So from here on, we will now look at adding them into Leaflet, and then we'll add them later on. We'll come back around and add them to Maplibre. See you in the next one. All right, so now we're actually going to add points into a Leaflet map. So we talked about the different ways that we do points. There might be markers, there might be text, there might be circles. So first we're going to look at just doing markers. So I have here my code that you're seeing. First of all, let's just save it without doing anything, and we just load it up, and it's just an empty thing. We saw this with adding the tile set, so we know roughly what this is about. We know that somewhere these all have points, but these are just images that are being loaded, so we don't have any points on this map yet. So the first way to do it is to add a marker. A marker is generally always the easiest thing that is done in these mapping libraries, and Leaflet has their little thing in their documentation that has this example right there. L marker, you give it some coordinates, and you do add to map. Okay, boom, done. Here I've given it some coordinates that it might even be the original. No, I just picked these by going to geojson.io, emptying my cache there, and going to London and pressing the marker down. And I grabbed the coordinates. Now we should look real quick. The coordinates I have here are not in the same order that they gave here. And this is what I've referred to probably like a frickin' dozen times now. The latitude and longitude are flipped. Leaflet does it in latitude, longitude. Meanwhile, GeoJSON and Maplibre do it in longitude, latitude. Something important to know, there's a reason I'm drilling that into your head over and over, because it will screw you up. You will get these in the wrong order, and it should be something that you know that you have to look at whenever you get or you're working with some mapping system. Do they do longitude, latitude, or longitude, longitude? Because obviously your stuff will be completely different if you flip it around. I mean, let's just do it in geojson.io. Let's take this one and make it so now we're looking at it flipped and try to find out where the heck is this point. Okay, the point is somewhere here off the coast of Somalia. Like, it's totally different because that's 51.0 as opposed to 0.51. So now if I just reverse that again, okay, there, it's back in the right place. Important thing to note with Leaflet. Okay, so we just followed the documentation and added that. We refresh, boom, there's our point. It's showing a marker. That marker is basically an image, a default image that Leaflet has somewhere, and it loads that as the marker. We're gonna, later on, we're gonna look at how to change that. It's not like a super straightforward thing, but it is down here in the documentation for Leaflet. Their first one there says icon. So the icon is like the image that's being used for the marker. And then there's a bunch of other stuff here. There's opacity and some other things, but we're not really going to look at these yet. We're going to come back eventually to this information about how you change markers, but we're going to move on for now. And we're going to do circles. So circle is another way to represent a point. And this one, we actually have some options, okay? So let's go look at the documentation for a circle in Leaflet. Okay, so here we are at the circle documentation. And we see here there's another basic example. L circle, we pass some coordinates in latitude, longitude format. And then we have this little object. This is a little options object where we can say a radius and give it a number. And then we add it to the map. Okay, so I've actually added more options and I've broken it onto some lines so we can read it more easily. I have a color, I have a fill color, a fill opacity, and a radius. Okay, so the radius we already saw. What are the rest of these, and how do I know that these are options? Well, they're here in the Leaflet documentation. They're not really that clear. When you look, you don't see them immediately. All you see is radius, and it says it's in meters, by the way, which is kind of good to know. But we have to click this little thing to open it, and we see that options were inherited from path, whatever that is, and we can see there's stroke, color, weight, opacity, and there's little descriptions of what these are, right? So when I give color, it's actually the stroke color. So down here, there's fill color, and that's the color inside the circle. Okay, so fill opacity is the opacity inside the circle. So when we give it, when I'm giving it color, that's going to be the stroke or the border. And then the fill color is going to be the inside, and the fill opacity is going to be the inside. But all of these options can all be given inside this little object. So let's save it and let's reload it. Okay, there's our circle. So our circle is there, and let's just change the radius here so that we get something. We see that it changes. Boom, it's twice as big. Now, kind of cool, when I zoom out, it stays 1,000 meters. So the marker is always the same size in this, like, visually, but the circle changes size visually because it stays the same size geometrically, like it's 500 meters always, which is really cool to know. So those are our two basic different types of things in Leaflet. And the most important concept to take away here is, one, that it's all in the documentation, and two, that we can pass this options object, and that sometimes the options that are available aren't there just like showing. You have to open this little additional thing, and then you run into all these different options. And there's tons of them. We're not going to be going over all of them in this course. Some of those are just going to be specialized to take on to specific uses that you have for them. So that's basically it. We also have this circle marker. We're not going to worry about that. I've never really had to use this. I think the circle marker is just something that, like, it's like the circle, but it stays the same size as you zoom in and out. Let's just like add it anyway and just see what, I believe that's what it is. I've never really had to use it. So let's circle, and yeah, so it's big, and you can see it resizes to be the same size as I zoom in and out. Not something you're really going to run into, so don't worry about it. Again, but the core is just those options. So that's pretty much it. All we had to do was add a coordinate, add some options, and we got our circle, we got our marker, and now we're off on the next one to adding lines. All right, so next up is lines. Sometimes these are called polylines, sometimes they're called line strings, sometimes they're just called lines. So a line is basically a collection of points, as I've mentioned before. If we go to geojson.io, we can go here and we can draw ourselves a line, and we'll see what the GeoJSON looks like. So if I draw a line, there we have a line with 4 points, we see instead of just having a single point, let's put a point here too to compare it, instead of just having one array here that has 2 items in it, the longitude and the latitude, here we have an array of arrays. So it starts to get this nested thing going on where you have basically an array of points. So here you have an individual point, here you have an array of points. So the line is defined as like a list of points, and they go in the order from the first one to the last one. And you can see here it's called a line string. So this is a line just for the sake of being able to actually see what a line is like. But let's go ahead and look at adding them. So if we look at our leaflet map and we go look at the code, this is all pretty straightforward. Here we are with our tile layer, and down here we have our leaflet polyline example. So we can pop that in to our documentation. And again, you know, if you ever need to find this, just right up at the top, you're going to look around and you're going to see here's polyline, right? So if we click on polyline, we have this example where they have lat longs, they have a polyline here, and then they do this thing fit bounds, but we're going to learn about fit bounds later. So we have this polyline thing. So, okay, so one of the little things here, if we just copy this example, right, and we just put in our own lat longs. So what did I do here? Well, here I took some lat longs, like just by taking this and copying it by, you know, pressing copy, and then I went and pasted them in here. So I just went in and pasted them, right? I'm just going to use the ones I already had because it's a little easier, but I pasted them in. Now, one of the tricky things, again, since these come in longitude, latitude, and Leaflet uses latitude, longitude, we have to reverse the coordinates, just like we did for the individual point. And in this case, yeah, okay, we could take each point and manually, like, okay, I cut it, then I go up here and I paste it, and I could do that for all of them, but it's a bit of a pain. So instead, what we can do is do a little function where we take all these lat longs, we go over each one, and we run this little function that's built into JavaScript that's called reverse. And what reverse does is it just does what it says. It reverses the 2 items in the array so they're in the other order. So now we've basically taken this lat long thing, we've reversed each of the coordinates, so now they're in latitude, longitude instead of longitude, latitude. And then we add the polyline just like we saw in the leaflet documentation here. We just add the polyline with the lat longs and we make it red. And if we load it up, there's our little example polyline that I drew. So, okay, if I don't reverse it, let's just see what happens. So if I don't reverse it, again, it's going to be some crazy place on the other side of the world. There it is. And it's even like, it doesn't even look the same. It's all reversed in some weird way. So that reversal thing is quite important. Now we can also add in Leaflet, we can add GeoJSONs directly, which isn't a bad thing to get used to because we're going to be using GeoJSONs a lot. So this is kind of like the most direct way to add your Leaflet points, is using this straight up documentation in Leaflet. But there is also a way to add a GeoJSON directly, and it's down here. We're going to look for it right here. There's GeoJSON. And here they have an example of how to add a GeoJSON. So we're just going to look through that real quick as an alternative to adding the polyline the way we just did. It's really good to get used to GeoJSONs, and since what we do in Maplibre is really work with GeoJSONs, not a bad thing. So here I just copied the whole GeoJSON from geojson.io. So I just, went in here and I copied the whole thing, and I defined it as a new variable called GeoJSON, pasted it there, okay. And then all I have to do is this little LGeoJSON add to map. Okay, so if I do that, and we see that in the documentation, it's a little bit unclear. They have this data thing, which they don't actually show you what that is, but that's basically a GeoJSON object. Then they have this style stuff, and then they have this add to map. So it's a little different than some of the other examples, but here we are, LGeoJSON add to map. Let's see if this adds anything. So it does. It adds a line, just in some color, default color. We are not telling it what color to do. So if we want it to be red, we're going to have to tell it to be red. But since it's a GeoJSON, it's not the same as just having the polyline where it's one line and we're telling it to be red. In this case, this might have many lines with it, right? Because it's a GeoJSON, so I could have lines and points and polygons and all sorts of stuff. So what Leaflet has is this little function that's a little complicated. We don't really have to understand it totally now. You just have to know that's how you're going to style these things. Is you can tell it, oh, make all the features, give all the features that you're going to create this option to color them red. And if they have the ability to be colored red, they'll be colored red. And this is what they do right here, right? They have this style, function, feature, return, color, properties, whatever. So, down in these example documentation, it talks about style and that it's a function and that it tells you a little bit about it. I do think it's a little confusing, but you're going to get there. And it's more just to illustrate, hey, you can use a GeoJSON. And as you get used to things, this is a really good way to do things where you don't need to do any reversal of coordinates. Because in this case, Leaflet knows that the GeoJSON specification comes in longitude, latitude. So that's just straight how it works. So that's basically adding a line string in Leaflet. We'll see you in the next one. Okay, now it's time for polygons. So we're moving along and you've got the basic concepts now. So we can just kind of go over polygons relatively quickly. You already understand GeoJSONs a little bit. You've looked at Leaflet documentation. Polygons are basically going to be the same as lines. It's just a slightly different geography type. So here in geojson.io, we can draw a polygon. So when we draw a polygon, we see that it automatically connects the first to the last, so that it's basically a line, but just with the last points connected to each other. And if we scroll down, we can see that just as we had a point and it was one array, then we had a line, which is like an array of points, the polygon has another level of nesting. It's like an array of points. And I find this to be a little confusing. There are some kind of weird reasons why this is the case, but it's more important that you just kind of recognize, okay, there's one level of nesting with points, or there's no nesting, then there's one level, and then there's two levels with polygons, right? It's kind of easy to see the progression that way. But ultimately, we're still dealing with basically like a list of points. One of the key things about polygons is that the first point and the last point have to be the same. You can see here they're the same. If you don't tell it that, sometimes it'll still render it properly because you're telling it that it's a polygon, but sometimes it'll throw an error and say like, hey, the first point isn't the same as the last point. This isn't really a polygon. And that's just because that's how these work, is that it's a closed line, okay? So now when we're actually adding this to Leaflet, we're going to be doing the same thing, that we can come up here and look, and they call it a polygon. So there's their lat longs, polygon, add to map. It's kind of the same thing that we already saw. So if we go to the Leaflet here and we add it, we have again this lat longs thing where we add the coordinates. Now in their example, they don't nest them that extra level because that's the GeoJSON way. Whereas you don't, like I kind of said, you don't really need to do that. It's basically a set of points. But you can see also they don't make the first one match the last one. They know you're giving it a polygon, so they will just do that. Leaflet will just do that automatically. Now I took the points from my example that I had done before. I do the same reversal that we did with the line, and then I stick it in as the polygon. So if we do that and load it, there's our polygon. Okay, cool. So polygon, not a big deal. You treat it just like a line, and except you're doing l.polygon instead of l.polyline. Okay, pretty straightforward. Now, when it comes to the GeoJSON, it's even easier, I think, because you just do exactly the same thing that we did with the line. You don't actually have to tell it that it's l.polygon or l.polyline. You're just saying, hey, it's a GeoJSON, style it, right? So you told it already in the GeoJSON that it's a polygon. So Leaflet knows, oh, it's a polygon, I'll style it like a polygon because it says it's one. And we can also do the same thing where we can tell it this little style function that turns it red just by adding that in there. So it really works, pretty much exactly the same. You just have to know, again, to reverse it if you're doing it this direct way, or if you're doing it through the GeoJSON, you just plug it in. And just to kind of, bring it around, we're going to go and add into that GeoJSON also have a line. So we have a line, and a polygon. So here I'm going to add another feature here, which is, okay, now we have a line string and a polygon as one GeoJSON, and we're going to load it. And we can see they both appear at once. And we didn't have to do like l.polyline, l.polygon, and separate out the features and reverse the coordinates. So you can see why I'm trying to get you into the GeoJSON thing. Ultimately, it's a bit more tightly packaged, and it's also going to be how we approach things with Maplibre in the next few lessons. So getting used to GeoJSONs is good, but you don't have to do it. If you find it in Leaflet, it's easier. It is a bit more like directly straightforward. You don't have to learn this additional data format, and it's a fine way to do things. So that's adding polygons. Now you've got Leaflet points, lines, and polygons. You can basically be able to visualize different data. And from here, with Leaflet, we are going to learn like things like pop-ups, click events, and then we're just into making different types of maps. Like we're really done a lot of fundamentals. So now we'll switch over and we'll do the same thing we just did, but with Maplibre, because it's a slightly different concept. It's a different way that we approach it. And once you do that, you'll be able to choose from either of these libraries to tackle your mapping projects. See you. All right, so we're into doing Maplibre now. So we're just going to do the same thing. This might feel a little slow. If you're just interested in learning one of these systems, just skip over these videos and move right on. But yeah, we're going to go over Maplibre, a bit of a different system, but doing the same stuff, adding points. Okay, so here's the Maplibre site. I've loaded up a basic map. We went over this in the tile set stuff. Here's the code. And yeah, we can see here we load up the map. Then we have this onload function. Actually, we don't have to have this basic marker inside this onload function. So let's just look at this first. And we have this marker. It's very similar to the Leaflet way. They actually made this specifically to try to make it kind of similar to Leaflet. So yeah, there's a marker example. Very straightforward. We do the new marker, we set the long lat, and we add it to the map. So we can do the same thing where we go to geojson.io, we make a point, we come over and we drop it in with the coordinates there. Very important there that we actually have longitude, latitude. It even says set long lat, right, to kind of make the point obvious. And again, this marker is just a default marker in Maplibre. It's just an image, just like Leaflet has its own default marker. This is the one in Maplibre. Now, that being said, I think you can change the color of this quite easily. Yeah, it has a color option. So let's say we wanted to change the option. I think we can do it right here. We could say color, and let's make it red, and let's just see if that works. Let's see if we reload it. There it is, it's red. So again, here, this is the Maplibre documentation. It's different than the Leaflet one. And inside this, we have our options here. And there's all kinds of options. We're going to go over a couple of these, but most of these you should be able to, kind of muddle through if you kind of know what you're trying to do. There's an offset, there's the scale of it, and there's color, and really the rest of them you don't need too much. Okay, so that's the marker, pretty straightforward. That's not a big deal. That's not different than Leaflet, really. But when we get into adding a circle, in Leaflet, adding a circle was basically the same as adding a marker. We just did an L dot circle instead of L dot marker, and it made a circle. But in Maplibre, it's a totally different system. We have to add a source and a layer. And this is where working with the GeoJSON again proves useful, because the source tends to be a GeoJSON. This is actually a fairly complicated function, a fairly complicated thing that you can do in Maplibre or Mapbox, and you can add different kinds of sources. We're not going to get too deep into that in this course. We're just trying to tackle the basics. But really, most of the time when I'm using this in an actual application, I'm adding a GeoJSON. A custom GeoJSON, or one that I have loading from a file or something like that. In this case, I literally just went to geojson.io, copied the entire GeoJSON. So if I just went here, same thing that we did in Leaflet when we were adding a GeoJSON. We make a point, boom, and then up here on the right-hand side, we have the whole GeoJSON. We copy that in, and that goes into this data property. So we make this thing add source, and then we give it an ID. This is basically an ID, this first little string I put here. Then there's an object which tells it what the data is. Okay, you don't need to know this too well. There's just a couple pieces that you need to know. And then in the next section, we add a layer. So that source isn't visible. Nothing is visible with the source. It's just like a data layer that's on the map. It's just a data source, I should say, not a data layer. This second part is the actual visible layer. This is basically making use of the data. So in theory, a source could have points, lines, and polygons, and the different layers you would add would each style those different points, layers, or polygon differently. So in this case, we just have one point. Our GeoJSON is just one point. So our circle is just going to appear as a single point on the map. Now, the thing that ties these two together is this thing here that says source. So when I tell it our source, and I named the source that I created our source, this knows to use this data that's been added onto the map but isn't visible. And then I add a type of layer called circle, and I give it an ID. The ID is it just has to be there to make it unique. It's not really important. But the type is circle. So what is this about? Okay, well, these layers are actually pretty complicated, and we're going to have to get into it in steps when it comes to Maplibre, because as you see here, I'm here on this circle thing, and it says a circle style layer renders one or more filled circles. And over here on the right, we see there's these different properties. There's color, opacity, radius, stroke color. These are kind of similar to what we saw in Leaflet, but they're differently organized. And there's these little paint icons beside them and this little pencil icon. So these are different types of properties. We're going to be getting into that more. I just want to introduce it to you. We're actually going to get into it right away, pretty quick. But we don't have to add them if we just want to have just the default settings appear for a circle. So the default settings is for the circle to be black, and it is like a 5-pixel radius or something like that. So if we save this and we reload, we are going to get this little black circle, and it's in the same place that the point, that the marker was. So we're doing the same thing. We're just adding that GeoJSON and then adding a default circle layer. One important piece here is that you need to do this inside the load function. This is basically meaning after the map loads. So when the map is loading, if you try to add a source, it will give you an error being like, don't add a source until the map has finished loading. This is just a quirk of Maplibre. You just have to get used to this. You don't really have to understand this. Map.on, load function, blah, blah, blah. And then inside it, you do all your adding sources and adding layers stuff. Really important. Without that, it won't work. So, okay, we added a circle layer. Now, one of the cool things about Maplibre is we don't have to re-add this data if we also want to show it another way. So if I wanted to also have some text showing, because we can have this appear as text, we can have it appear as an icon, we can have it appear as a circle. There's a few ways we can make this appear. And in the future lessons, we're going to see it appear as a line and as a polygon. But it's a different type of layer. So you can see here I have type symbol instead of type circle. So if we go to this style spec here, I don't love how this is organized. I find it kind of confusing on the right-hand side here. There's, okay, fill, line, symbol. There's the symbol layer. And you can see here they have an example with a lot of icons. But you can also have text. There's all these look at all these options. There's just tons and tons of options. It's pretty overwhelming. But the one we're going to look for is text field for now. And this is basically the value to use for a text label. Okay, so I want to have a label because if I just add a symbol layer, the default isn't, there's no text by default. It's just empty. So in order to show anything, I have to put in some text to actually appear on the map where the point is. So in this case, I make it say label in all uppercase. Now I had to put this inside a layout like property. It's all a little confusing, but there's layout and there's paint, like I said, and this one is a layout property. So the ones that are layout have to be inside this layout thing, and the ones that are paint would be inside this other one. So maybe text color would be paint, right? So if I make this, let's do red again. Okay, so we have layout and we have paint properties, and we have these specific properties which we have to look up, and then we have to learn like exactly how to use them. So let's reload with that there. And we see there's some red text, and it's centered exactly in the middle of the point. Now there's all kinds of other stuff we could do with the options. We could move that point around, we can do other things. But the key here is understanding this data thing with the GeoJSON, and then these layers that reference the data that we added, and then add it visually onto the map in certain ways, whether that's circles, symbols, lines, polygons. So in the next couple of videos, we'll quickly go over what it is to do a line. It's going to be very similar here, and a polygon. And then we kind of done the same thing in Mapbox and or in Maplibre and Leaflet. See you in the next one. Hey, so in this one, these are going to be pretty quick because we've already gone over the core idea, which is just in adding this GeoJSON and then adding a specific layer. So when it comes to a line, we're going to basically do the same thing. I made a GeoJSON at geojson.io. I copied it, I brought it over here, and then I do this little add source, and I add our source. It's a type GeoJSON, and put in the data as this GeoJSON here. We have an example which does basically this exact same thing over at geojson.line, at Maplibre line. They do the same thing, adding a source, and then they add this whole line string, and then they add a layer with some options, right, with these layout and paint properties. We don't need to worry a lot about those. We're going to get more into that and a little later on. So here we just add our line layer. So as we reload this, you can see there's the line. Boom, there's the line. Now if we want to change the color, like we said, there's paint properties with lines. We have to come and look at the style spec and go look for line. Where is it? Line. And then here on the right, we see there's line color, and it's paint. It's got that little paint icon. And there's other ones, but that's the one we want to use. There's also a common one would be line width, which is another paint property. In this case, I do line color. You notice like just a JavaScript thing, I have to put these in little quotations because it's got this dash. So if I just try to put line color like this, it's going to break. I'm going to get a syntax error. It's going to give me an error. Let's just show that error. So as I load it, the page literally doesn't load, and it says unexpected token, and it shows me that little dash. So I have to do it inside those quotation marks in order for it to work. Just a little trick there. So that's pretty much adding a line. Same kind of deal. And as you can imagine, a polygon is going to be very much the same. So we'll just quickly go over that in a minute in the next video. All right, so here we are, last one in this tiny little series, adding the polygon onto Maplibre. As you can see with these, you just had to learn one concept and just do it over and over. Whereas with Leaflet, we had like, oh, there's different, like sub properties and different names, L polygon, L leaflet, all these different stuff. And then there's also adding a GeoJSON. In this case, it's always GeoJSON. That's just how you're adding it. There still is all these properties and stuff though. So, okay, I've made a basic GeoJSON, and it's a polygon this time, and I add it. It's got type polygon. Then I go add source, and then here in the layer, this time it's called a fill. I'm not sure why they don't call it a polygon. They decided to call it a fill. But yeah, there's symbol. We've looked at what? Symbol, circle, line, and fill. Fill is polygon. So type fill, again, referencing that source that we added right in this line here. And then we give it a fill color and a fill opacity. And that should be like that, just to clean it up. 2 paint properties. If we come to the style spec and we go to fill, we see here there's fill opacity and fill color. There's also an outline color, and there's some other stuff in there that, you know, we're not going to be going over all of them in this course, but we'll go over a couple. So we save that, and there, it's already there. We reload it, and there's our polygon. Now, a cool thing is that we can add multiple of these. So let's add the line string in. Okay, so if we add the line string in, now we have a line string and a polygon. First of all, let's just load and see what happens. Okay, so it added the line as a polygon because it was like, oh, everything that you're adding, we should add it as a fill layer. And so it didn't really know that you shouldn't treat that line string like a fill. You told it to render all the data as a fill layer, so it's trying. So we're going to go over a little bit in future episodes like how to filter this, because there's special filter properties that you can put on this that will let you tell it, no, only do the ones that are called polygons or the ones that are called lines. And that you can do that instead of adding like 30 different sources. Anyway, just a little bit of preview of where we're going with this as we get a little farther down the line. But hope that helps. Now, next we'll be getting into pop-ups in both of these libraries. See you soon. All right, we're back and we're going over pop-ups now. So pop-ups, what are pop-ups? What are they? Sometimes they're called info windows, sometimes they're called pop-ups, sometimes there's other words for them that we use, but essentially these are like the little boxes that you see come up when you're using a map and you click on something and it shows some information. These are important. It's basically a little div. So we've done this stuff with HTML and everything, so we know what a div is. And basically what a pop-up is it's a little div that will appear dynamically depending how you're using it, where you click or where you hover or something like that, in order for the user to have some more information appear. So why don't we take a look at a couple of them. Some of them are the kind that appear on click. So if I come here and I add a point to geojson.io and then I click this point, this is a pop-up or an info window. And you can see here, it's basically a div. We can inspect this and it brings up a whole inspector. And there's a standard div here, the pop-up content. There's also a little tip on there which kind of points to the marker. You can see that. And this one's filled with all kinds of information and it appears on click. And when I click off on the map, it goes away. There's no little close button, but it goes away if I click on the marker. No, just if I click on the map instead. So that's one example. Another example is from a website that I made, Nativeland, and this is on hover. Just as I hover over things, the pop-up continually changes. It's again just a little div. We can't actually get to it with our mouse to click on it to inspect it because as I move, it changes. And you can see it dynamically changes all the time. And as I move off, it disappears. Now, when I do click, I have this little sidebar thing appear, which is not happening from the pop-up itself. That's a different thing. I'm listening for a click event and then making this appear, showing it using jQuery, actually. So that's another type of pop-up. Another one is a complex pop-up. I wanted to show this one because this one has lots of stuff going on in it. There's colors and there's different kinds of data, and there's quite a lot being shown in this. And it's on hover, and I think, not on click, just on hover. So you can customize, obviously, whatever you want to be in them. And there's really cool stuff you can do to get information from the thing you're hovering over or the thing you clicked in order to fill this in with dynamic information. So in this case, as we move around, this data is in the geography in some way, or it's in the web page, so that when I hover, this is doing some comparing and getting the right information for the right county. So you want to be aware of a couple things, though, when you're making pop-ups. One is mobile. if you're trying to make pop-ups for mobile, be aware there is no such thing as hover. We easily forget this because, again, we get used to developing on our big laptops or computers, and we don't remember that like there's no such thing as hover. You can only press. So if you have some cool hover effect like this in a mobile device, this isn't going to work. Now, I think if we go into the DevTools and we do this little mobile thing that we looked at before, we can maybe see how this looks in a mobile version. And when we see that there's no hover effect left, so they have some good debugging here. And instead, when I click, let's see, when I click, the bottom here changes. So they've changed the mobile design a fair bit, and there is no more hovering. So that's important to bear in mind when you're doing that. It's also really important to just, be really careful about how you format this stuff. In this New York Times one, it's quite good because there's a lot of information, but every one of them is formatted the same. So they're not like changing continually in size and shape as you hover over things. Same with my one at Native Land. It gets larger and it gets smaller, but it's not like dramatically changing all the time in terms of what's shown inside it. And that's good because if you're having a pop-up with a lot of information, there's already a lot to take in with the map and the functionality, and then your pop-up has tons in it. It can be kind of complicated. You can definitely use HTML and CSS inside these, style them however you want. So that's totally up to you. This one from Mapbox has all kinds of stuff going on inside it with rows and columns and tabs, and you can put Bootstrap stuff in here, all that sort of thing. So yeah, we're going to go over now creating pop-ups, getting to use pop-ups in our examples. We're going to be using pop-ups occasionally. They're a big part of doing mapping, and there's different options. You don't always have to use a pop-up. You can, like I've done with Native Land, use a pop-up partially, but then mainly have more information on the side, because this is kind of like in a standard place. Users can see it and it's clickable. Whereas if I tried to make these clickable, I wouldn't be able to make it hover. It wouldn't work on hover anymore. So you have trade-offs. You have to think about, do I want to do it in a sidebar? Do I want to do it in a pop-up? But we're going to go over pop-ups in Leaflet and pop-ups in Maplibre and do a little bit of dynamic stuff with it and get to know how we can get information out from inside it. So we'll see you in the next video. Okay, so basic pop-ups in Leaflet. Now, this is actually all just in that basic default example that Leaflet had. So if we go again to the Leaflet examples and this basic example, the quick start guide, there's actually all kinds of pop-ups going on here. So we see it here. There's also some kind of weirdness where the pop-up is anchored in a strange place, so it appears kind of badly. If I click on it again, it appears better here. But that other pop-up that appeared when the map opened was kind of in a weird place. So pop-ups are not always super straightforward. So let's go over the code a little bit and see how these work. Okay, so here's our code, and we have some little things here. We have this, if we look, we recognize some of this, our map initialization with our longitude, with our latitude and longitude, and our zoom, our base map. Then we're making a marker, adding it to the map, and then we have this little thing that says bind pop-up. And then inside it, there's some HTML. This is an HTML tag we didn't talk about. It basically bolds text. This is another tag we didn't talk about. Basically, it's a line break. And then there's some text around it. So you can put HTML in there. And then there's this thing that says open pop-up. So bind pop-up is a special method in Leaflet that allows us to attach a pop-up to a feature when we're creating it. Okay, so if we go find, let's see, pop-up methods, bind pop-up, you can make it so that when a feature is going to be clicked, this pop-up is going to open. So you can see they do it again with the circle, and they do it again with the polygon. So you can do this in a few ways. Here they do what we call chaining, function chaining. So they create the thing with L circle, and then they do this dot add to map dot bind pop-up. But you don't have to do it that way. You could do it like this, circle dot bind pop-up, because you've made this thing called circle, and now you're attaching, it has a function that is available to it called bind pop-up, and then you just put the content in there. Could be text, could be div, it could be whatever. So that allows us to just attach a pop-up, so whenever it's clicked, it will open. And I think there's some defaults like, let's see, does it open more than one at once? No. By default, when you use bind popup, it will close any other pop-ups that are already open. That might be good for you, or that might not be good for you. You can see it also adds this little X, and that may be an option. Let's see if we can see in the bind popup. You can see bind popup itself doesn't really have any options. It just creates a default pop-up, and that has that X in it. So if we want to create our own pop-up, we're going to have to do it using this L pop-up. And then we have to set the latitude, longitude. We can set the content. And there's also some options, like let's see if it has that option. There's the close button option. So when we're doing the bind pop-up, I don't think that we can actually add that option to it. We have to create a special pop-up to do that. So down here, you can see in this example, they actually do create a pop-up. There's the L pop-up, and they set the latitude and longitude, and they set the content, and they open it on the map. And these are all functions that are detailed ultimately here inside the pop-up documentation. So in the events methods, open on map. There it is. And what were the other things? Set content, set lat long. That's here in the methods. We have to kind of open these up. Set lat long. And the other one was what? Set content, which, where is that? Let's see if we can find it inside one of these layers. No, don't find it in there. So this is, I do find this to be kind of a pain with Leaflet. There it is. Set, get content, set content. See? And it can be a string, like just text. It can be an HTML element, or it can be like HTML string. So let's try just changing this to, for instance, a div, and we'll give it a style, background red, and we'll just see if that does anything. So, okay, we've changed that. That should be the one that opens by default. Yeah, so there's the div with the red background. And now let's try getting rid of that X. So in this case, it says here that one of the options is the close button. So where does that option go? Well, just like when we were creating the polygons and the circles and giving them these options, it goes in this little pop-up thing here. So we can say, right here, we'll say close button false. And that is telling it, because it says close button is a Boolean. Boolean, these are all so many things with programming, is true or false. You tell it to be, it's true or it's false. And obviously if it's true, then it means have the close button. False means don't have it. So I put the option in here when I create the pop-up, and let's load it again. And you can see that little X is gone now. There's still all this padding around it and stuff. And maybe I could change that by giving it a class name in the options, or changing some other information in here and then messing around with CSS to change this. But that's roughly how we're going to create a pop-up in Leaflet, aside from using the bind pop-up. If we need a special pop-up, we can do it using this kind of thing here. Okay, so this is a good pattern to use in general, that you create the pop-up separately rather than using bind pop-up every time, just because you get a bit more control over the look of the pop-up rather than just using the default. So, but one of the pains here is you have to set the latitude and longitude. Now you'll have to listen for click events and stuff like that, and then set the latitude and longitude once the polygon is clicked, set the content once the polygon is clicked, all that sort of stuff. It's kind of a pain in the butt, right? So bind pop-up has its uses, but in the long run, we'll probably be using something like this a lot more often. You can see here how they've made it work is they've done this click event. So there's this thing map.onClick, and it'll run this function on map click. On map click is, I have two of them actually, but we're just going to erase that one so you can see the default one. The default one takes the pop-up that was already defined and is a global variable, sets the latitude and longitude to something that we got back. We'll look at that in a sec. Tells us we click the map at a certain lat long and opens it. So here we're just going to console log E, because it's kind of confusing. Where does this get E? Well, E is like a default, and it's shorthand for event. when it comes to JavaScript. It's a default bit of information, a default parameter, a bit of information that's passed into this function when it's attached to this click event. So, and it has some data on it. So anyway, let's reload and we'll click around. So when we click, you can see, so it's a different latitude and longitude slightly every time. And when I open up my little inspector and look, you can see that my console logging, that E, there's some information that's attached. We have a latitude and longitude and some other stuff, but the latitude and longitude are kind of the important ones. So you can see here, it sets the latitude and longitude to that e.latlong. And then it tells us that we clicked it. And this, there's going to be a little bit of new things coming in and out here. This is a special bit of syntax in JavaScript where you can put a variable using this $sign and curly braces. It's a bit confusing to try to throw this all at you at once while you're trying to learn about pop-ups, and now you've got this click event and you got this new function and now you got this event thing. But this is yet another thing. There's a special syntax you can use to add this variable in here that is kind of nice, and we're going to use it a bit, so you don't have to totally understand it right now. The most important thing is it's using this, like this character that's up on mine. It's the tilde character that's beside the 1 on my keyboard. It uses that instead of a quotation mark or a double quotation mark, and that's what it encases the string in, and then it uses this $sign, curly braces, and end curly braces. So you don't really have to know it too well. We're going to use it a little bit now and again just to get you used to seeing it, but this is just a special way to get this latitude and longitude into printing so someone can read it. Okay, so yeah, so that's a lot, actually, more than I realized. But yeah, so we have a fair bit going on here. Now, one other thing I want to show you is there's not just click events, there's also mouse moving events or hover events. And hover events, we generally use these terms mouse move and mouse out. So mouse move refers to any time your mouse is moving on the map, in this case, where it says map.on mouse move. And mouse out refers to whenever your mouse leaves the bounds of that map. So you could set this on a div, and anytime the mouse moves in the div, the function will run. And when the mouse leaves the div, the mouse out function will run. So in this case, I'm just having it do this same map on click when my mouse is moving, and when my mouse leaves the map, it'll just completely remove the pop-up. So and that .remove is one of the methods that's available, I think here. .remove right there is one of the methods for the pop-up that basically just takes it off the map. So let's just see this happening. So you can see as I hover around and mouse move, it's continually changing this pop-up. And if I get my mouse off, it disappears. One more little thing, we're going to be doing this again in the next lesson. So you don't have to have totally understood everything just now. I know I'm throwing a fair bit at you, but we're going to be doing this and we're going to return to these concepts a couple times. But one thing I want to just kind of get into your head is this idea that we're defining the pop-up outside of the function where we're opening it. So the pop-up is a global thing. There's one pop-up that's been defined, and every time the map is clicked or every time the map is mouse moved, it just takes that pop-up that was already defined and sets its lat long and resets its content. Now, this is a really important thing because otherwise, if you don't do this, if every time you create a new pop-up, look what's going to happen. Okay, I'm going to take this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to put that here and just say, okay, every time that I mouse move, it's going to create a new pop-up rather than using one that I already created that's like outside the function, and watch what will happen. So actually, when I was doing this, it didn't quite do what I actually expected. I was expecting it to just have a whole stream of pop-ups that would happen, but actually there's some built-in things to Leaflet, and you can see here it doesn't work as smooth because it's every time I move, it's like auto closing the old one and then reopening a new one. So anyway, you shouldn't do this. But if I change it so it doesn't do its auto close, which is one of its options or whatever, then this is what I was expecting. It's continually making new pop-ups. That's kind of what I wanted to show. The idea here is that you want to just make one pop-up and then just use that, change what's inside that pop-up. It's much smoother, it's just a lot easier, and it's not gonna like mess up your system with tons and tons of extra stuff. So, okay, that's a basic bit about pop-ups. In the next one, we're gonna go over a bit more with making them dynamic and review a couple things. We're gonna go over these things a couple times. So, you know, get in there, try making a little bit of pop-ups yourself, and we'll see you in the next one. All right, so we went over a bit in the last one, and there's a couple new things. There's that funny syntax. There's dealing with this mouse over stuff. There's a couple different things that we're kind of jumping into now that we're getting into sort of real programming and doing real stuff, and we're having to learn on the fly, and that's all part of it. So hopefully things aren't moving too quick. We're going to kind of continue along with some of these concepts. And as I kind of have mentioned, I'd encourage you to just kind of roll with it. Don't necessarily try to understand everything. It's a bit, again, like learning an actual language, where it's easy to stop and try to understand why the grammar is the way it is, or every little part. But in the end, you just need to say it a whole bunch. And after you say it a whole bunch, it somehow starts to make sense. So it's a bit like that. So we're going to go along now. Last time we were creating what we'd call, mostly we were creating static pop-ups. We did have an exception there where we were moving over the map and the pop-up was changing continually. It was changing this showing this latitude and longitude based on where the mouse was. So that is actually a dynamic pop-up. But there's a different kind of dynamic pop-up that we want to learn to make that's very common, that is about showing some information that's relevant to the marker that has been clicked. Because if we just have a thing that pops up and says this is a marker every time you click a marker, it doesn't really help. But it's very common that, for instance, our markers are showing like cafes or something, and when you click one, you want to show some information like about that cafe. Or in the US example I gave there, the politics map, you want to show some information about that county. So how do we get that information to show based on, like what one we clicked? So that's what we're going to look at this time. So I just have this very simple map here, and when I mouse over it, or actually I should have it when I click on it. When I click on it, it says I am 0.1. Okay, so how do we get it to do that? Well, in Leaflet, it's not too complicated. We're going to make it even more complicated when we get to Maplibre. Don't you worry about that. But we're just starting off here. So all we really have to do is use that bind pop-up method that we looked at last time. So here, if I bring over the code, we're going to see here that I made a quick array with some information of two different points in it. One is called point1. I gave it a property name point1, and the other has name point2. And there's two different coordinates. And all I did was go to geojson.io and grab some coordinates and just some slightly different ones or whatever. But basically, there's this little array, and it has two objects in it. One is the first point, and one is the second point. This isn't a GeoJSON, they're just points there. So then what I do is I loop over them. I go for each of these points, we're going to add a marker, and I go marker point.coordinate, so I'm referring to this, add to map, which is just what we saw in the other examples where we're doing markers. And then I have this bind pop-up, and this, could just be on one line to make it really clear that all we're doing is chaining these methods along. Bind pop-up, and it says hello world, line break, I am, and then there's that special syntax again with the $, curly braces, blah, 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 point.name. So what we're doing is inside the loop, we're both making the marker and making the pop-up. And this actually makes the pop-up dynamic in a way, because it's different for every marker that's created. It's a little different than how we'll be doing pop-ups dynamically later, where we have to get the information out of the marker in some way. In this case, we create it as we create the marker. And this is, again, one of the things that makes Leaflet a little bit easier. There's that syntax again with that special quotation mark and this thing, something, again, to just note. So, okay, so that means that I should have another point on this map. Well, it's here. I just have to zoom out a bit. I can't remember. Oh, there it is up there. So I can click. It says 0.2 and 0.1. So now we have different markers, different pop-ups depending on what marker is showing. Okay. Now, what if we want to make that happen on mouse over or appear as I mouse over? Well, there's this cool thing. Last time we did map.onMouseMove, which basically told the map to listen to every time the mouse moved to do something, to make a pop-up or change our pop-up. Well, the markers, you can also attach different events to. And in this case, I'm going to use mouse over and mouse out. Now, you're not just supposed to know these events. Again, you can Google this. You look up, event listeners JavaScript, and you're going to see a big list. There's clicking, there's, space bar pressing, there's key ups in input things, there's mouse overs, mouse move, mouse out. There's quite a few different of these event listeners. As you get used to using JavaScript, you'll kind of get used to knowing them. You can see here I've actually linked a specific issue from Stack Overflow or Stack Exchange that is telling me, oh, I want to show a pop-up on mouse over, not on click, right? And this person uses this mouse over method, and there's some examples here which does more or less what we do, right? So again, I looked this up, I found it, and we went with it. So I bound a pop-up, and then I just added these, and it says on mouse over, this.open pop-up, on mouse out, this.close pop-up. This thing is a bit complicated to understand, but essentially, for the purposes of right now, it's referring to marker. I could just put marker here instead, but I wanted to just show you this thing because you're going to see it in JavaScript sometimes. It's kind of a way to refer to, I find it hard to describe. It's a way to refer to the thing that is being moused over, this, right? So inside the function, what is this? Is whatever thing is kind of causing the function to happen. Okay, so it's confusing, but hopefully you get just a very broad idea that this is referring to the marker because the marker is the thing that's triggering the event, okay? It's this thing you're going to see a lot. It's a little confusing. I don't know. I think we'll run into it probably again a couple times in the course, but this is a little introduction again to JavaScript as well as to mapping. Anyway, we're using this.open pop-up, which again is just a method that's in the Leaflet documentation that if a marker has a bound pop-up, you can call this and it will just open the pop-up for you without having to click on it. So if you had a button outside the map, you could press that button and cause the pop-up to open because it's got this little method, and close pop-up is the same thing. So if we load that, and now we reload, on mouse over, it appears, and on mouse out, it disappears. Now, for instance, if we changed it so the mouse out wasn't there, we'd mouse over and then it would stay because there's no event listening for it to mouse out and then close. So you can see this is actually doing something. And again, it will work on both. If we zoom up, it'll work on both. And like we saw before, Leaflet automatically closes any pop-up that's open already when you open a second one. We saw that before. Now, there's a bit of a different way also to do this. You could do it with a GeoJSON instead of a list of points. This is getting into more complicated territory, but we're going there anyway because we're going to Maplibre, which we saw uses GeoJSONs a lot. So here, I've kind of made the same thing using a GeoJSON. All I've done is organize these points. So now they're in the GeoJSON format with their features and the coordinates and this whole kind of complicated way of laying it out. And then we use the GeoJSON thing that we saw before, right? We saw this GeoJSON method when we were adding circles and adding lines and stuff like that. I think it was mainly lines and polygons. So we use that and we bind a pop-up on it, and there's some crazy stuff that's going on here. So one is that when we give the GeoJSON points, it doesn't know what to do with them in Leaflet because points could be circles, they could be markers, you could do whatever, you could be adding icons to them. Unlike a line, which is just going to be a line, or a polygon, which again has some styling information, like what color do you want it, which we did with a different function, something like style. Points, you have to tell it what you want it to be. So here there's this function point to layer, which we're going to see in the Leaflet documentation as well. Point to layer Leaflet. We can just hop there. Where's our reference? GeoJSONs. Oh, we got this pop up here, GeoJSON. And down here, point to layer, right there. A function defining how the GeoJSON points spawn leaflet layers. And what we're telling it here is for every point, make it a marker. And we have to pass this little latitude and longitude. All I'm doing is copying this exact bit from the documentation, right? I'm not some genius that figured this out. I just went here, I read some of this, and I was like, oh, that's where it is. Okay, function, da, da, da. You have to know to put it in this way, but that's how it works. So that's going to make it actually make a marker. Now, we can also say bind popup to this whole GeoJSON, and that means that every single one of the features in there is going to have a pop-up attached to it. Now, we want the pop-up to show the name, right? Point 1 or point 2, the same way we did it with this bind pop-up here. But in this case, there's just one bind pop-up. We're not doing it in a loop. Where in a loop, we were saying, oh, for the first marker, use the first name. For the second marker, use the second name. Well, here we're saying, actually, we're only making the pop-up like once, but we have to tell it what it should show in the pop-up. And in this case, we refer to it this special way. Okay, so we're going to console log that layer so that we can actually see what information we get in that layer when we're attaching it with a GeoJSON. So if I do this and then I click, we get this layer. So this is like all the information that is attached to this point. Okay, you can see here there's lots of stuff going on, but importantly, there's the features, and this is actually the GeoJSON that we added, and there's the property, the name right there. So attached to this little point, there's a bunch of stuff, but one of the things that's attached is the original like GeoJSON that we gave it. So what we can do is use that GeoJSON and make a little div out of it here. So we can say, again, with that same syntax with the funny quotation marks and the $, we can say layer.feature.properties.name. And what that's doing is it's referring to this. This is layer, this, you know, I console logged layer, dot feature, dot properties, dot name. So that's how I'm finding that. I'm going down into the object to get the name, just this name property. And I know it's the same on every feature, right? Because I just have two features and each of them have a property called name. So, okay, so then I load it and there we get point 1 and it's a big heading, and we get point 2. So we have point 1 and point 2. And so we've added them now in a couple different ways. One was easier. You know, it's just you loop over them and you add them. This is what I'd recommend for a beginner. Like if you're brand new to this, this is an easy way to go. But as you get a little more familiar with things, I've been showing you this GeoJSON stuff for a reason, because this is kind of where you'll go in the long run and where we're going when we use Maplibre and stuff like that. We're going to be using a lot more of this GeoJSON type stuff where there's properties and you refer to the name, to the properties inside them in this kind of very dynamic way, where it just takes like one line and you are referring to this property that's on every single point. Anyway, I hope that made sense. Feel free to leave comments, ask questions, all that sort of stuff. And in the next one, we'll start actually doing the Maplibre stuff. So get strapped in. Here we go. Okay, so now we're going to Maplibre land to do the same stuff we just did in Leaflet land. So we're going to first add like a basic pop-up and look at some of the ways pop-ups are added, and then we'll do this dynamic thing. And in Maplibre, there's going to be a bit more overlap. Anyway, I think we might get through it a little faster than Leaflet stuff because I was introducing a lot of concepts, but here, you know, some of them are repeated. So let's see how it goes. So in Maplibre, we have something called a marker, right, which we've done, but there's also something called a pop-up. And down here, they have an example, which, okay, they create this pop-up. Okay, so just like Leaflet, there's a thing called a pop-up. Now, in the Maplibre one, we are, first of all, doing it with a basic marker, and they have something that's not so different than the bind pop-up, right? We have this set pop-up thing, and in that, we just do Maplibre pop-up and set HTML. And this is very similar to the bind pop-up thing that we had in Leaflet. There's a few more functions to do with it. It's not just like one, oh, bind pop-up. You have to actually make the pop-up and set the HTML, but set HTML is kind of the same thing. And in Leaflet, I think it's called set content, right? We ran into that. So basic same idea here. Now, that'll work. So let's just load that up and we will click, and it says marker pop-up bound, which is what we wanted. And of course, always you can check in the GitHub code that I've attached to this course. You can always check, and I try to put the links for things. So, okay, we have this marker. Now let's just add just a straight pop-up to the map. We can just do that directly by setting a latitude and longitude on a marker that we've created, setting the HTML, and adding it to the map. So if I just reload, it just shows up with a pop-up directly on the map immediately. Okay, so that's cool. Now, we can also do something similar to what we saw in the leaflet example, which was this whole thing of like when we click the map showing the latitude and longitude, right? We did the same thing, this like dynamic pop-up, but isn't from like a marker. It's just from moving around the map. You can see things are very similar. Map.onClick, okay? And then we have this pop-up. We have to make sure we actually made the pop-up. So we made it here. And now we're referring to it just that way we did in Leaflet, this global pop-up, and then we refer to it. We set the long lat, which you can see is reversed from Leaflet. Leaflet was set lat long. This one's set long lat. We pass in some information from that from that event, right? So in Maplibre, that's structured just a little bit differently. You'd have to look at it. But there's a property in it called long lat that has longitude and latitude. So we set the long lat, and then we set the HTML, and we do the same thing where we're turning it to a string, and we're using this syntax, whatever. We don't need to know exactly what's happening here, but it's turning it into a string from whatever data format it was in. So we have it on click. So let's do that first, and then on mouse move will basically be the same thing, just a different event. So it still loads in, and now when we click, you can say it's clicking the map and it's showing the latitude and longitude, which is changing. And then we change it to on mouse move, and we will take off the click thing. And this time, when it loads, we move this, and we can see that it works. There is some kind of different stuff where sometimes if I move quickly enough, I can get my mouse inside this pop-up, and that kind of screws it up. So it's not quite as simple, right? Because now it's not on the map, so there's no mouse move event happening. So maybe we have to make sure this pop-up gets opened at like a little farther away from the mouse or something like that. There's a bit more complication going on there, but the same basic idea is at play. Okay, so one thing I actually didn't mention in the Leaflet one is that it's going to be the same process whether you're adding it to a marker, a line, polygon, whatever in Leaflet. They're all treated the same, right? We have this L dot marker, L dot polyline, L dot polygon, and all of them have a bind pop-up method. You can do the same thing for all of them. But when it comes to Maplibre, it's a little different because we have this marker kind of thing, but it's not how our other geographies are made, right? Like we saw that before. To add the polygon and the line and to add certain types of points, we have to do this whole GeoJSON thing and make the source and make the layer. And once we do all that, then we get to deal with the pop-up. So here, we have to listen for events. That's really, it works kind of like we're listening for the events here. And like we saw in the more dynamic example of the GeoJSON in Leaflet, we had to listen for a click event and things like that. So here we're adding a polygon. So I'm just adding a polygon onto the map, okay? And then we do this, the map.onLoad stuff, right? So we wait for it to load, then we add a source, and then we add the layer, and the layer is called a fill type layer, and it's referring back to this source that was added called the polygon. If you're confused about this, just go quickly refresh and watch some of that Maplibre point or line, but hopefully this is all slotting in. I know it's, we're hitting Leaflet, we're hitting Maplibre, but the point is to get you used to both. And we add source, add layer, and then we have this on click, right? So we go map.onClick, okay? And then there's a second thing we can tell this, okay? So the map.onClick event that we've seen so far has just been map.onClick and then do a function, right? That's all we've seen so far. So every time the map is clicked, do a thing. Well, Maplibre has this thing you can do where you add a second parameter, you add a second bit of information here before you say the function, if you want. You don't have to do it. You can have just map.onClick. But what this does is it says, do something only if you clicked the layer I'm telling you about, right? Because here it's just click anywhere on the map. But in this case, we only want this pop-up to appear when we click the polygon that we added. So we're telling it here, oh, when you click the polygon layer, then run this function. So that's a little bit different, and you can find it in the documentation, but you can kind of just know that that's something you can do. You can do on click of a specific layer, then run something, okay? And then again, we can do things like console log the E from it. And we're going to get a little deeper into this because there's actually a bit more in the dynamic thing. We're going to get farther. But this is just to show you what you have to do when you add a polygon. You can't do a maplibre.polygon and just add a lat long. To do just a basic thing like this, or if we just say, we're just going to say you clicked the polygon. Okay, so now we'll load it and we'll see what we get. Okay, so we're showing our pop-up, and okay, there's our random polygon. And now if I click it, it says you clicked the polygon. And if I click outside it, nothing happens because it's listening specifically to see if I clicked on that layer, right? So, okay, that's fundamentally how these pop-ups are going to work in Maplibre. In the next one, we'll look at adding it so you can actually get information out of this. So if this had some property like name, like we saw in the previous one, how are we going to show this in this little map.onClick? Okay, hopefully it's all making sense. See you in the next one. Hey, okay, so next up is our dynamic pop-ups in Maplibre. So we already kind of touched on this, but there's one extra step that is going to let us get the information actually out of the map, you know? When we looked at the dynamic pop-ups with Leaflet, the idea is that we're trying to click the point and get some kind of information that's specific to that point or that feature. So in Leaflet, we did that just by like making the bind pop-ups dynamic, but we also had this thing with the GeoJSON where you could click it and get out the name property from the GeoJSON with some special methods when you're making the GeoJSON. So in Maplibre, it doesn't quite work the same. We do stuff on a click event, and then when the click happens, we basically query the map and ask it, hey, what did you find at the point where the user clicked? Was there anything that looks like the kind of shape I want to show a pop-up for? And if so, what's the information in it? So let's look a bit at the code. You see on my map here, I have two shapes. One, when I click, it says big square, and the other says little square. So I'm dynamically making a pop-up based on what I'm clicking. So we have kind of the same pattern that we've seen before here with Maplibre. Make our map, then we create that global pop-up. That's quite important here. Unlike Leaflet, I don't believe that Maplibre will like automatically close another pop-up. You can have more than one pop-up open on the map at once without setting some kind of option. So you really want to make sure you have this kind of like global pop-up defined. And then we're going to make a GeoJSON. And other than the usual thing, I'm just going to add this name property, just like we did in the example with Leaflet. The name here is going to be big square, and the name here is little square. And we put that inside this properties object on the GeoJSON. So we've seen that before. We're kind of getting used to that. Then inside our map on load, we do this thing. We add the source, we add the layer. You see why I wanted to show this to you right away. This is something we're going to run into all the time. So our layer is a fill type layer, which is the polygon, name for the polygon in Maplibre. And its source is this thing I called polygon, which is the name of the source up there. So that links them together. And this is just has a default, which the default is just to be black. Okay, but we could set, the fill color or fill outline or opacity and that kind of stuff, which we looked at very briefly in the polygon shape. Now here we have the map on click, and we're doing that thing where we pass that second bit of information to it to tell it, hey, if you click, check to see, only do this event if I clicked on something called the polygon layer. So then whenever there's a click event on the map, Maplibre will check to see if that click happened in this polygon layer, and only if it does, then it'll run this function. Okay, And then we have this little event thing. We're going to get back. We're going to look at this event that we get back. And we have this special function that's called query rendered features in Maplibre. It's kind of a complicated name. Basically what it's saying is, like I said, we're querying the map. It's saying, hey, whatever you rendered here, query it and see if there's a shape there, basically. Okay, so we're going to do map.queryRenderedFeatures, and we're going to pass it this point. We're going to look at that in a sec. And then if we get back any features, then we know that it's a feature from this specific layer because we only clicked on this case. And we know that we know that we can open the pop-up. So we do the pop-up, we set the longitude and latitude, and we set the HTML. And here you can see I get the properties name. Okay, so that's the rough overview. Let's actually look at it in action. Okay, so when let's reload this and let's click on one of these. Okay, so what we get here in the console is first we get that event, right? So the first thing I have here is I'm console logging the E. So it detected that I clicked on the polygon layer, and now it's going to tell me what is E. So E, you can see here, has a long lat. It also has a point, which is like an X and Y value, and then it has some other stuff. So the long and lat is kind of useful. We used that when we were creating our pop-up that was telling us the long and lat of a spot that was clicked. And this point is something that is more internal. Internally, you don't really use this aside from how we're going to use it here, which is just passing it into a function. And this just tells us basically like the X and Y value. So like how many pixels to the right and how many pixels from the top did we click, which isn't really important to us at all, but it is important to Mapbox because this query rendered features function, which we can look at by going to the documentation here, it shows properties of hovered over or of clicked over mouse elements or whatever. So when we click on this and see a bit more, it tells us what it's about, and it takes a point-like bit of information. So we don't really need to know. There's a lot of other details that we can pass to it, but the core here is just that we have to pass this E dot point. It doesn't take the E dot lat long or the long lat. It'll get confused. It won't work. So we do map.queryRenderedFeatures E dot point. Now, what do we get back when we query that? First of all, it's features, not feature. So I'm going to get back an array is one of the first things to note. So I click on this. I guess I already was console logging this. So this thing, yeah, right, I already console logged what we actually get back, which is the same thing as I'm console logging here. And you can see it's an array, and the array has a feature in it, which looks kind of like a GeoJSON. It's kind of a little bit weird. Here's the geometry, right? So the geometry is there, the coordinates, and here's the properties. So we also get this layer here, which tells us like the layer that this thing is part of, right? We created that layer. And then there's this other crazy thing, vector tile feature, that you don't need to care about. But it looks kind of like a GeoJSON. It just has some extra junk in it. So since we get that, we know we can get at this big square thing. We can get at it by going .properties.name on this feature. So in the code, I have to check, first of all, did anything come back? Because maybe it comes back empty, you know? It wouldn't happen in this case because we're making sure of something, but it's a good thing to just check. Oh, is the length more than 0? Is there more than one? Is there more than 0 things in this array? If there are, then set the long lat. And here I use the event.longlat because since it's a polygon, there's not a point, right? Like I can't just tell it, oh, open at the point of the marker, because there's no point. I'd have to find either the center of this polygon, but a good practice is just opening right at the user's click. So you can see it changes depending where I click, which feels natural. So I set the long lat to the event.longlat, so where the user clicked. And then I set the HTML using this, again, there's that syntax again with the weird quotation mark and the $ and stuff. And then I say features 0, so the first element in the array, .properties.name. And we know that's what I was getting from here. I was picking the first item in the array, which is this item here, .properties.name. And that's going to get us what we need. So that allows us to show big square or little square. So let's say you had a bunch of other information in your GeoJSON. You had something about the color it should be, or some numbers, or just like a different header or whatever. You can now do things conditionally, what we call dynamically, based on what is clicked. And you don't have to do it like creating individual pop-ups for every single one. You can just make kind of a rule like this, that no matter what, we're going to show the name in this special thing. This is really common for real estate maps. You know, you need to show the address of a property. Well, you can just put .address if you included the address in your GeoJSON. So hopefully that's clear. And now we're going to move on to one more thing before we do like a whole little example project, because with all this stuff in hand, we're pretty much ready to start tackling real maps. See you in the next one. Okay, so great job so far. We're steaming right along. Next, we're going to go over the idea of bounds. Okay, so what have we covered so far? We've covered loading in a base map, loading in shapes of different kinds, loading in pop-ups of different kinds into map technologies. That's quite a lot already. You can do a lot with that. That gives you a lot of tools. So one thing I wanted to just touch on, because I think it's important, even though it's a bit more advanced, and it's where we're going to go in the next couple sections, is making sure your map works in mobile. I know I've mentioned it before, but we're going to go over one little thing that kind of eases us into more advanced topics that has to do with making things work in mobile. And that's the idea of bounds, okay? So the idea here is that no matter what size screen your map loads into, it should show what you want it to show. So for instance, when I came here and we tested this, when I opened it, it just had one single point on the map, but I had to zoom out to see this second point. I had to zoom way out. Okay, so imagine that your map looks like this on your main computer, and you load it and it looks nice. But now someone loads up your map and they're on a little mobile device, which has a totally different screen size. So when it loads up, this looks totally different. And let's say yours looks nice like this, but their screen size is all squished, so they just see it like that. And they don't see that you have another point, which is currently outside the map right now. Well, that's what bounds are. Bounds are what we refer to when we talk about the kind of space that's made up by the four corners of your map. And what we want to do when we open up a map is we want to set the bounds so that no matter what screen size, no matter what size the map is, if it's stretched in some funny way because of the size of the person's screen, that it's going to show everything you want it to show. So in order to do this, we have to actually do some geospatial analysis, because bounds aren't just like this super simple thing that you just like give it 2 points and it'll just fix it for you. You do have to like calculate the bounds. Luckily, we have tools. I've mentioned turf before. So we have tools like turf, which have some like shorthand methods that we can do to just kind of make this work a lot easier. So when we come to turf, we're going to go to the getting started, and down here is a CDN tag. So this is that thing, we can just put that right in our code. So here I have a Maplibre example, and I have up here, I've just added the turf script, and that gives me access to all the turf methods. And then we're going to go to the turf thing called bbox. This is not beatboxing. This is a bounding box. That's another word for bounds. It's a box that contains the bounds of the whatever thing you're trying to show. So the idea here is that you give it a GeoJSON, okay? And it will figure out what's the bounds. And the bounds here is basically defined as the smallest rectangle, like geographically, that could fit all your points on it. So here, it would be something like this. You know, like this has to have all this extra space on the side just so I can fit these 2 points. I can't really make it smaller. If I make it bigger, that's too big. So it figures out kind of the minimal square or minimal rectangle, and it basically gives a couple of points to represent that. It gives like a northeast point and a southwest point, and that defines bounds. Okay, so we don't really need to know all that. We just need to know that turf does it for us. So down here in my Maplibre example, all I do is right at the bottom here, I say turf.bbox, and I pass it this Polygon GeoJSON that I was using for the source, right? Like I just had that GeoJSON, I just pass it to it. it gives me back some bounds, and I do this method that Maplibre has called fit bounds. It's built into every mapping library you're going to run into out there, because this is a really common thing. So you do fit bounds, and then the map will just fit, right? So again, before, when I didn't, you just got a preview of it. So before, when I didn't do this, I loaded it in, and you can see both because I set the center and the zoom far enough. But if someone's screen was all wacky, maybe they wouldn't see this the way I'm expecting. So what I can do is set the bounds, and then when I load it, the map will zoom in like that nicely to show both the features as close as it possibly can. And you can see here, it's like a rectangle that's minimum to fit that, right? So that's how we do it in Maplibre. It's very straightforward. We don't ever need to look at the turf bounds because it's just like, it just does it for us. Strangely enough, in Leaflet, it's actually way more complicated because they have a different format for the bounds than the one that turf gives us. It's like in a different order and sort of set differently. Now I've put the example here so you can just copy it, because trying to explain how it works is going to be way too confusing. So all I did is I got the turf B box, same thing. I just passed in the GeoJSON that we had made in our example where we were creating the markers using a GeoJSON, and all I did was pass in that GeoJSON, and then I'll console log the bounds just so we look at them briefly. And then you can see I've kind of like rearranged, because it comes back as an array, and I've kind of rearranged it. So I said here, it's kind of awkward, but basically here's the format from turf and here's the format from Leaflet. So I had to kind of readjust it. So I'd say just use this if you're going to use it. So here, instead of loading in at that one marker, now when we load, it loads in both. Great, so it fits the map. And just to take a quick look at the bounds here, we can see that what turf gives us is this thing. It just 0, 1, 51. So it's giving us basically like a longitude, latitude, longitude, latitude. That's what it's giving us, right? So it's giving just 4 points, 4 like pieces of points, basically 2 points in a certain order. And that's how we can use it to give it to the map so that it will set this bounds appropriately. So that's just something I really wanted to go over because I think it's really valuable to know right from the very start. It's something that can be a big point that really makes your maps a bit more professional, and making it work across those different devices is something I really want to emphasize by teaching this. Make sure you check things in your actual mobile device, not just in that little Chrome, that little preview thing. Check it in your real mobile device before you start shunting it around to people, and make sure your bounds are working. All right, in the next section, we're actually going to have a little sample project, so that's going to be fun. We're going to go over finding the McDonald's in the US per state and then mapping them in some way, and it's going to make use of all the different stuff that we've already done. So we'll see you in the next one. Great job so far. Okay, so now we're going to do a sample project. And I think this is important because not only are we going to go over some things that are really important, like kind of more advanced topics in terms of how to make your local environment work beyond just dragging files and opening them up in the browser, but also like going through the actual process of doing a project. How do we prepare to do a project? How do we get it organized in our head? What are the different steps? What are some typical issues that we might run into with such a project? So I think this is a really valuable little piece. So we're going to spend the next few lessons, I think there's 6 or so, that are going to be just making this project happen. And then after that, we're just going to move on to a bunch of general topics in map design, a bunch of general use cases that might apply to different maps that you do, and you won't have to watch all of them, but kind of on a case-by-case basis, depending what you think might be useful or apply to you, you can watch those. So this kind of serves as the capstone of the course in terms of really teaching you a lot. The rest is a lot of just extra detail to make you an even more advanced map maker. So we're going to do a pretty simple little project here. My goal is basically that we're going to map the number of McDonald's in each state in the US. And this is obviously, I'm just making this up, but I picked this, because there's a couple different things. We have to find the data. We have to find the US states. We have to find out how to count them within the right place. Like, how do we figure out how many McDonald's are in each state? How are the different ways that we can put that on a map? How do we color it or show it in some way? Maybe we do it with a pop-up, you know, we show the number, or we color the polygons like from green to red based on how many there are in every state. And it's ultimately like a useful thing, like rather than, let's say if you worked for McDonald's or whatever, and you know, obviously they already know how many are in every state, but if you really wanted to visually see how many McDonald's there are in different places in the US, you can see it instantly versus having a table of this data, which takes a little while to understand, and you have to actually deal with all the numbers. So, okay, what's the first thing that we do? Well, the first thing that I do when I think of a project like this is I create a README, what we call a README. And that's the first thing I want to do, is make a README where we're roughly going to talk about, like, where we write down kind of like, what do we need? And what are we making? And what's the design? And what's some of the tech stuff that we want to do with it? So my README, they don't have to be long, you know, they're trying to just get us organized so we don't get too distracted along the way. It's very easy when you make a map, as I've mentioned before, to get distracted with little bells and whistles and miss out the core center of our map. The core center of this map is to make it obvious to any viewer where the most McDonald's are in the US and where the least are, to see the concentration, right? And who knows why we'd want to do that. So what do we say? I write the overall goal at the top, and then what is the data we're going to need? Well, we're going to need different McDonald's. We're going to need their locations, either by an address, and then get lat and long from that. And then we can find out through geographic analysis what state they're in, or we can just get the number per state, like if we can find the list of that somewhere, okay? And maybe we'll make a spreadsheet. We'll look at the data shortly. We're also going to need to get the state boundaries, because we're going to need to put these on the map, and state boundaries aren't just like a thing that comes with maps. We're going to have to get like a GeoJSON or something that contains all those polygons. For design, well, we could show dots for every McDonald's, but that isn't necessarily very easy to count. If there's 5,000 in New York, it's just going to be like one big blob, right? We could show the states and show a pop-up on mouse over with the number of stores. So as we move around the map, we see in a little pop-up how many. We could also color the states incrementally, which is what I was talking about. This is somewhat like a heat map idea, that we're coloring them based on the number of McDonald's in them. I like this as our ultimate solution, but it involves a little bit more challenge. So that's why we're doing this. In terms of the tech, we want to kind of pick what we're going to use. Are we going to use Leaflet or Maplibre? Well, either would do fine for this. It's just going to be your personal preference. You know, I like using Maplibre. I think it's good for you to get used to those paradigms. They're a bit more advanced, but I think you would be able to do this in Leaflet. Probably a little bit easier in some ways, but yeah, there's going to be some parts that are trickier in Maplibre, but but for that reason, you're still with me, so I want to introduce you to those, because I think if you were to do this in Leaflet, you wouldn't need my help as much. You could just go watch the sections about polygons and things like that. But that's not to say this is easy. This is definitely, there are parts in this that are going to be complicated, especially if you're new, and there you're going to run into hurdles, right? So hopefully by going through this together, we can get a good sense of it. So let's get started in this first video on finding the data. Now, as I've mentioned before, you never want to underestimate finding the data. And I put it first here. I put it before we do the design or the tech. I'm not going to start a new file that's a new HTML file and start that way. I'm going to start with trying to get data. Okay, so how do I find this? Well, I know what I'm trying to find. So really, I just start going to Google. So I have a couple basic Google searches that I've just saved here that I'll just bring over. So number of McDonald's per state. And then that gets us to a bunch of places. Okay, so we could go to this Scrape Hero, the first result. But in this one, we have to like buy the data. So they say they have all these points, which kind of represent what the data is. So here's already kind of a cool little map. And to get the data set, well, they have some examples, but they don't have it all. So, okay, there's some stuff and there's a bunch of other data that they have, but we have to pay for it. Okay, so can we get around paying for it? Well, we can go, let's see, I found also when I was digging around, there's this Reddit post here where someone kind of did what we're looking to do. So this is kind of a cool example. So they actually show it with the number in it and they color it, which is kind of cool. Not a bad idea. So we could do it manually. We could literally make a spreadsheet and put in like Washington 251, Oregon 152, California 1165. We could do it all manually that way. Okay, but maybe we can find some kind of CSV somewhere. Maybe that could be a little easier to do, or something we can, we can't just like copy paste this. We have to manually write it, which is kind of a pain in the butt. I also found this. This is all from the same search, just some different results here. This is that Statistica one. And we see again here, there's some numbers. They have this expanded. So again, we could copy these numbers, but we can't just like actually copy it. But there are these like downloads. So what is one of these downloads? Well, let's download the PDF. Oh, we need to register. Okay, so maybe there's some kind of payment, some kind of registration that needs to happen. There's all this kind of stuff. Okay, then there's another example from this Google search, poking around. See how many McDonald's are in your state. And here we have this kind of, there's a big list here. It says the population and it says the number of McDonald's in them. And actually that might be cool, right? Like McDonald's per capita, maybe that could be more fun. This is a little bit more copy pastable, so this isn't too bad of a start. But again, we have to, if we paste this into a spreadsheet, it's going to be kind of a little bit wacky, right? So if I go to a Google Sheet, and let's just open on one that I'm using for a project here, and then we create a new sheet. Okay, and then we try pasting in this data. Yeah, it's kind of a mess. We're going to have to do a bunch of clicking around and fixing stuff. So that's a pain in the butt. So also not great. So maybe I would search for, tables of this data, try to find something that's more of a table. Now I ended up in all my searching eventually coming to a kind of spreadsheet, which is a bit out of date. It's nothing. This isn't something that's really... this website is clearly a little old, but this is like a table. So we can just really easily just grab this whole thing and just paste it into a Google spreadsheet. And that makes this really nice. Boom. And look at that. Each of them, it's in its own column. Okay, so this is a good place to start because we can change this into a CSV and eventually change that into a JSON, which we can use directly in JavaScript. Anytime your data is organized like this in really good columns and rows, it's going to be much, much easier to turn it into a usable format. When you just have text or whatever, you can start with a spreadsheet. We're not going to actually use the spreadsheet directly, but turning this into the data we want is much easier because it's so formatted. It's so clear what goes where. And there's a bunch of other stuff in here that we don't need. Payday lenders, they're doing some kind of comparison here. We just care about the number of McDonald's and the state. And there we go. Now, in terms of the other piece of data that we needed, we need the state boundaries. So this is actually quite a bit easier because it's a very common part of data. It's a very commonly thing that's used. So I look up state boundaries USA GeoJSON, right? I want to put GeoJSON because if I look up USA, I'm going to get pictures, I'm going to get articles about state boundaries, whatever. If I look up GeoJSON, that's telling Google, hey, I need that type of file. And there's, a few sources here. People are, okay, download it here. Well, this GitHub link, because we're used to GitHub, we know this is kind of like, this is going to be free, probably. And it's called usstates.json. So that's a good sign. So we open it, and actually it has, GitHub has like a map preview when it's GeoJSON data, when it's formatted like this. And so we can actually see this data. So here it is. We have Hawaii, and this data is not exact. Look at it. It's not right. It's not geographically exactly accurate. We have little chunkies that aren't quite right. But we have all the states, and it's not important for this map. Again, going back to the purpose, it's not important for it to be geographically exact. No one is going to look at this to try to figure out the boundaries of Hawaii. That's not what this map is about. So it's okay for it to be kind of inaccurate. So with these in place, with the, now we have like this spreadsheet that's just like this one, where we just copied this in, and we have the GeoJSON. Now we're ready to actually start doing the mapping itself, and we'll start that in the next video. See you there. So we have the data now, and it's time to learn how to get that data into our JavaScript script so we can actually parse it, so we can pull it apart, we can fix any inconsistencies in the data, and ultimately so we can like slot in the data together, so we can stick the CSV with all our McDonald's locations in, somehow get it working with the US state boundary stuff. So one of our first things is going to be changing this spreadsheet from its Excel format into a CSV and then into a JSON. Okay, so we have to change it from this plain spreadsheet isn't readable by a script. So the first thing we're going to do is, when we have something like this in Google Sheets, we can go to download, and right there it has download as CSV. So we can hit that, and we're going to end up with a file a little bit like this one I have here. So we can see here it comes out as a comma separated values. So there's just all the headings with commas in between them. And then we have all the states, and the first number will be the number of McDonald's. And all the rest of the numbers we don't really care about, but it doesn't really harm us to have the rest in there. Now we have it like this. Now we want to get it to be a JSON, and there's a couple of ways we could do it. We could use a library to do it, like we could download some JavaScript and then do some special stuff with it. But in this case, it's just one file. So using one of these sites like CSV to JSON, and literally all I do is Google change my CSV to a JSON, works just fine. So if I just come and I just Control A, Control C for highlight it all and copy it all and paste it in here, and then press convert, and boom, we can see it converts it over. We get it in our JSON format. So you can see here it's an array of objects, and each object has a property: state, number of McDonald's, number of payday lenders, and whatever. We only really care about these two, right? But now we can just download this or save it. We're just going to press download, and we get this file. We move that over, and we will have a file that looks like this. I just named it McDonald's per state, and I have it all in a little folder. I have our index.html, I have the CSV, which we don't actually need to keep anymore. I just have it there for the example. We have our US states as well, which I had downloaded from that website we looked at last time, where we have, it's just this big GeoJSON, and then we have our McDonald's per state. Okay, so now we need to load this data in. And this is going to involve doing a little bit more with our development environment than we've done so far. So far, when we've had our development environment, all we've done is literally just like open this file. So I've gone to my Explorer, gone here, and I've just like double-clicked this and opened it. But when I open it here, when I'm trying to load an external file, I'm going to get this error that just says failed, and it says blocked by CORS policy. Cross-origin requests. So CORS is this error that we run into a lot as web developers. I may have mentioned it before. It's been a while that I've been making this course, so I forget everything I've talked about. But the CORS error is a fairly common thing we're going to run into. Now, we don't have to totally understand exactly what CORS means. I mean, it's kind of complicated, but basically it's a security thing that browsers do, that you can only load files from certain hosts, certain servers, things like that. Basically, this file is not online. And so it's saying, oh, there's a CORS policy. You don't have permission to fetch this file. You can imagine if a browser tried to fetch a file from your local computer, that wouldn't be a good thing. It could like modify, get some kind of personal information or something. So it blocks it. So we have to then make a little mini web server on our computer in order for this to work fully. Now, there's a lot of ways to set up a little web server, okay? And the reason we're doing this is because I have this little thing called a fetch call, which we're going to look at a little bit more. But first, that's just what we're doing. That's how we get a bit of information from like an external file. We use this thing called fetch. But fetch won't work if we don't have a little server running. If we really wanted, we could just take this whole JSON and just paste it into here as a variable, like let big JSON equals, and then just paste this whole thing in, and that would be fine. In this case, it's actually probably fine. It might be easy, but I really want to demonstrate this fetch thing and making a little local server, because this is how you're properly going to do something like this. So there's a lot of ways to do this. I used to, before I knew how to do a local server, I didn't do this for years. I would literally upload via FTP, like we went over before, every single time I did a change, because as long as it's uploaded, all the files are uploaded on a website, you probably won't get a CORS error. But when it's locally on your computer, you will. So I would copy in the variable here, or I'd upload it every time. And it was a big hassle, and it was really slow, and it's just not the right way to do this in the long term. So we're going to have to use the command line. Now I'm working on a Windows machine, so I'm using something, you could use PowerShell, or you can use the, Windows has its PowerShell like this, which you can open up, and sometimes it looks blue, whatever. It's a command line thing. And if you open up Terminal on your Mac, you're going to have something very similar. Now, to run a local server, it's not necessarily just built in. You might have to, I'm going to teach you one way to do it. There's a few ways. I'm going to use something called Python to do it. So first thing you might want to do is just type in Python and see if this happens, if something pops up and it comes to this little kind of prompt. That means you have Python installed, and the rest of this is going to be really easy. If Python is not installed, then you're going to have to find a way to install it. So how do we actually quit this? Quit. Okay. Now, if you need to install Python, you might just want to look up install Python Windows or install Python Mac. Okay. So, and you're going to find some pretty easy instructions. You're probably just going to have to download something and install it, and that'll be that. And then you'll close PowerShell or Terminal, you'll open it up again, and then you'll type Python, and that kind of thing will happen. And then you can press quit. Okay, so once you have Python installed, and leave comments if you're, like, send me a note if you're having trouble doing that. If you do have it installed, then there's a couple things we need to know about the command line. We're not going to go in depth in this. You're going to get to know the command line a lot more as you become a programmer further down the road, but I'm trying to keep this very, very minimal to just do enough to get this working. The first thing we're going to have to do is navigate to our directory. So you can see here, I'm in the root drive C /users/my username, which is Tempra. And then I know if I was to open that actually up on my computer, and I go to, if I just go to File Explorer, and then I go to the C drive, and I go to users, and I go to Tempra, I'm in the same place. And now I know that my stuff is in the Mapster and then teach directory. So what I do is I use this command cd. That's just, I don't know exactly what it stands for, something directory, but cd, and then I go Mapster, and then I go teach. And what I'm doing is I'm typing in the first few letters, and then I'm pressing tab, and it checks. It's like, oh, is there anything that starts with TE? Oh, this one does teach, and it just goes to it. So you type in Mapster/teach, and then once I go there, I can type ls, and that gives me the list of the different files and folders. Ls is for list. And it gives me the list of different files and folders that are in that directory. Now I'm going into the Mapster teach directory, and then I'm going to list again, and then I'm going into GIS for beginners, which is for us. I'm listing again. Then I go to 5 sample project, listing again. Now I'm going to 2 loading data. So I'm going into a very deep subdirectory, but you don't need to go this far. You probably don't have so many folders. So you can just, cd to the directory where you have an index.html that you're going to be working on this with, or download the sample code from the GitHub or wherever you're using this, and put it in a directory that's relatively easy to get to. Now you can see that's where we are. We are at this specific place, and now I'm going to be able to run my Python script that's going to create a little server. So this is a script that's just worth writing down somewhere, putting on a notepad, putting somewhere near your computer. It's in Windows, it's Python-m http.server 8000. I'll just stop this from being line broken so you can see it clearly. Python http server 8000. And when I run that, it will say this, serving HTTP on port 8000. Okay. On Mac, it's Python and then -m again, simple HTTP server. Make sure you pay attention to the capitals, 8000. And that will work on Mac. If I put it on Windows, it just says it doesn't work. So I'm going to do the Windows one, and we get this little serving HTTP. Okay, So now what we can do is we can kind of leave this. This has to stay open. If you close it, it will end the thing. But we can go now to a thing called localhost 8000, like this on your computer. Localhost 8000. And that will open up. Now you're running like a little server on your computer, very light. And what it's doing is it's just running from that directory. So it's like inside that specific directory, that's now the root of the web server. So all the files are like index.html is the basic file, which is why it shows right away. If we changed it to a different file name, let's just do that. Change it, I can just do rename here. Rename this to, sample.html. Okay, and we reload, it'll say, oh, well, index.html is the default that it's normally looking for, like any web server, but it doesn't find it, so it lists them. And we could click on sample HTML and then it would load. So we now have this little web server running. I'm going to change this back to index. And you can see it's /sample.html. Although if I just go to this, index.html doesn't require that. It just always knows to do that by default. Okay, so as long as you have that little server running, let's just quickly look at the fetch calls. Okay, this is another bit of code that you're basically just going to get used to pasting. There's a little bit of complication with it, but you don't really need to pay attention to this part of it, really. We do fetch, and then because we're just getting the file name here, so we're getting it from this current directory, which is what this // means, although I could put just /, it doesn't really matter. /usstates.json, that's our shapefile type geography file. And then I'm getting the McDonald's per state JSON. And we saw before we were getting a CORS error. Now there's no more CORS errors. It just loads. If we go to the network tab in our little console, we can see it actually does load them. It loads this US state JSON, loads the McDonald's per state. And I also console log them after so we can see that they are loaded. I had to do this other stuff, .then, response.json with this little thing, then response. So this, just copy this in. You don't really have to know too much. Once you're farther in about, what are fetch calls and fetching different types of data other than JSONs, maybe you can learn about this. But for this meantime, this is what you see 90% of the time when you're doing web development, is this basic pattern. And inside here, we have access to the actual data. So, okay, that's basically fetching the data. So converting the data to JSON, setting up the local web server so we're able to fetch the data. And now you have a more advanced type of local environment. We're not going to make it more advanced than this. This is where it's going to end at this point. So you've used the command line a bit. Hopefully you didn't lose anything of your soul in trying to figure out the command line. And we'll go on to the next one now, where we'll actually start adding the shapes to the map. All right, so next up, we're going to add the shapes to the map. So I've made my little web server running, and we have a thing working at localhost. And going into the next file in the series here, you can see I've got rid of the CSV. I just have our 2 required files. I load things up, and I make the US states here. And we're going to add that. Basically, yeah, we're just going to add that right now, as well as a little pop-up that's going to tell us what state that we're in. Okay, so yeah, we make the map, we create the pop-up, and then inside our little load thing, we have to wait for it to load with Maplibre because that's how the shapes get added. We do our little fetch call with some code there, and we console log the response. Okay, then the response, when we look at it, is literally a GeoJSON. So we don't really have to worry about reformatting it. So we can just go map.add source. We call it states because that's what it is. Type GeoJSON data response. Literally just taking the file that was here and putting it as the response so that we're adding this source. Now we're going to add line and a polygon, and this is for styling. So when I load this file, you can see I made like a green look, and I also wanted to have these lines in between. Let's say I get rid of the lines just for the sake of demonstrating this, and I just load this. You can't really tell that they're actually different shapes, right? So we want to add lines as well. So this is pretty cool. We can use the same source to load 2 different layers. We don't have to like add them twice or anything, add this source twice. One of them we just tell to do as a fill type, and the other we just tell to do as a line type. So we looked at both of those, right? And I give them different IDs. One I call state fill layer, state line layer. but they both point to the same source, which is this source we created, states. Then I give the fill some opacity just because I felt like, you know, I wanted to have that. It's not really, it doesn't really matter. Made it a certain color, which isn't the most beautiful color. Then I gave the line some opacity and made them a color. Okay, that, you know, pretty straightforward in terms of stuff we've done. Now we have them all. So let's, you know, throw some interactivity in there so we can see a bit about the states, or use some of what we learned about not only bounds, but about the clicking and pop-ups to kind of have a little bit of interactivity. So first of all, yeah, I do the bounds thing, right, which we talked about. So it like zooms in to the right extent. Obviously, this isn't always what you want to do when you're showing the US. Alaska is super, super dominant in this look. And sometimes you just want to do it centered like this. So this might be a case where you are centering it with a center and zoom, or you're having a different kind of bounds or whatever. It's up to you. But in this case, I just wanted to use that anyway. We get Alaska, we get Hawaii, and we get the main part of the US there. Okay, cool. That's all loaded, fitting bounds. And then we have our click thing, and we're going to do this on the fill layer because the line layer is very small. It'll just be the lines around it. So on the fill layer, we do this query rendered features thing that we've talked about. I'm checking to do it just on that one layer. I check for the clicked features, and then I set the pop-up with getting the pop-up, with getting the property that's called name. And if we come to our file here, we see that each of the properties, we can also look here, it might be a little easier. If we open up this feature collection and see each feature, they each have a name and a density. Name and density. They all have name and density. So we can access the, you know, .properties.name to show the pop-up. So again, if you're not sure about this, if you forget a bit, just go back a few episodes. We went over this in adding pop-ups, as well as when we dealt with adding polygons and stuff like that. So okay, so that's our basic thing here. So let's reload now with that showing. And as we click, we say you clicked Alaska, Washington, Oregon, Wyoming. Okay, it's working. So on different clicks, we are showing different state names. So that's dynamic data so far. Great. Now in the next one, we'll start connecting the data with the McDonald's stuff and moving on there. See you in the next one. Okay, so now it's time to get a bit more complicated, do some stuff we haven't strictly done before. So what we're going to do now is we're going to figure out how to associate the data together. So we have this one piece of data, which is the shape file, which is all the state boundaries and names. And then we have this one, which is all the McDonald's information. And we basically have the state name as well as the number of McDonald's and a bunch of other crap we don't care about. So, okay, we want something in the end that's going to basically be like this. We click on a pop-up and we see, oh, clicked Alaska, which we had before, which has X number of McDonald's, X number, okay, and if we click Florida, 728, California is 1165. There's all kinds of different amounts. Cool, that actually associates them together in some way. Okay, so how are we going to do this? Well, there's a couple pieces. One, we're going to have to, since these fetch calls happen independently of each other, they don't just necessarily finish in the order that you expect. They're what are called asynchronous functions. That is, they aren't running and finishing in a synchronous manner. So like the fetch call doesn't like finish and then the next fetch call starts. And that's so that the browsers can be quick. Let's say you were fetching a dozen files at once. It doesn't like wait for every one of them to come back before the next one starts. It just fires them all, and then they come back whenever, in whatever order they come back based on the speed of different servers and stuff. So knowing that, we have this thing where we have to be like, okay, when the fetch calls run, we don't know when they necessarily finish, okay? So we don't need the McDonald's information when we first load the map right now for what we're doing. We just need the US states information because that's what we're putting on the map. So what I do here is I make this variable out here, a global variable, that's going to have all that McDonald's information in it once it comes back. So it'll be available to the application generally. And then when I fetch it, blah, 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 it comes back, and I just set that variable to the response. So now this variable has this file, basically, that has all our states and number of McDonald's. This variable now has that for later, for when we want to actually access that data and do something with it. Then I do the same thing that I did previously, where I fetch the US states, I put them on the maps, style them, all that stuff, set the bounds, everything, and then we start setting up our click event. Now, we're going to do one thing different in the click event than last time. We're going to associate this data together. So knowing that the name is the thing that ties them together, right? That's the thing that brings the two pieces of information to be the same. The name in here, Alabama, is the same name we get here, Alabama. We don't get some other kind of ID or anything. A lot of times web developers are looking for IDs, but in this case, the name is pretty reliable. The name of the states is going to be the same across all the states. There is possibilities of slightly different names, but we're gonna try this out. Maybe Hawaii has like an apostrophe in it or something. It's possible that people spell it differently, but for now, it's good enough to try, okay? So here, what I say is we can loop over the spreadsheet data to find the one row of that spreadsheet data that has the same name as the state we clicked. So we know the name of the state because we have it from that clicked properties.name, the same thing we used before to actually show the name, right? Like this is the name of the clicked state. Now we have this number of McDonald's, which I set to 0 every time it's clicked because we're resetting it basically. And what I do is I loop over the McDonald's information, which is what came back from the response that we stored in a global variable. I loop over this, I go for each, and then we're going to be looking at every, oh, not that one. We're going to be looking at every chunk of data. It's going to look at one after another after another. And we're going to say if the state, right, so dot state, if this piece of information matches equals the clicked state name, which is this one, then we set this number of McDonald's to the number of McDonald's that's given in the chunk of data where it matched. Okay, does that make sense? Basically, we have this little bit of information with the number of McDonald's, right? And we want to put that information here so that once this loop finishes, we've basically got not only the clicked state name, but the number of McDonald's that fit in that state. So yeah, basically we loop over this whole set of information. We look for the one that matches the name, and then we save the number of McDonald's. And we have to access this data in this special way because it has this apostrophe and spaces in it. So we have to put this sort of weird brackets and do it this way instead of just dot. If we did a dot here, it would just give us a weird syntax that's like, it's clearly broken in some way. That's how we have to do it when there's some weird character or spaces in there. I believe I've talked about that before. Okay, and then once we get that, we can just set our pop-up with that information. We can have you clicked the state name, which is the same that we had in the last video, which has the number of McDonald's, which is this variable here that's now been set to the matching information from our McDonald's per state JSON. I hope that all makes sense. Obviously, we're starting to talk through code, which is a little wacky, but just looking at it, we've looked at the for each, we've looked at if statements, checking things, checking, greater than, less than, that sort of thing. We haven't really done equals. Generally in JavaScript, you use 3 equal signs to check for an exact comparison. There are exceptions, but you're pretty much always going to use 3 equal signs to check to see, oh, is this thing exactly equal to something else? So here we're checking, is the state equal to the name that we found on the GeoJSON? And if it is, well, then get the number of McDonald's from that one that matched and save it. And then at the end, we come through here and let's check to see if we're actually accurate, right? So let's go click on Alabama. I think Alabama is what, this one? Yeah, I'm right. You clicked Alabama, which has 210 McDonald's. And if we come back to here, we see Alabama has 210 McDonald's. So we are getting the right, it's matching it correctly and it's saving it correctly. And we could check others, to make sure they're all working. Maybe the District of Columbia has some weird one. I don't even think, do we even have it? Is it there? Okay, District of Columbia is there, which has 0. So that might not be matching properly, right? So we could check District of Columbia, then we could go check our US states and see, does that show up? Yes, it does. So it's just that maybe the District of Columbia in here is not included in this data set. So we're missing one. We're missing the District of Columbia. Maybe that's somewhere here. No, it's just not in this. I could go through it and check, but hey, okay, we found a case that it doesn't work. So we know if there's 0, that means that this didn't find anything to match it. It found, oh, none of the states match the current name, so I just left it at 0, right? So you could make it show an error or something instead, but in this case, it just shows 0. Okay, feel free to watch this part again. I don't want to go over it repeatedly, but you can watch it again if you're at all confused about how we made this comparison and check thing. But in the next section, we're going to go over it using some of this idea of checking and matching to start visualizing the data, start showing things on the map in a way that is visually indicating the number of McDonald's per state. See you in the next one. All right, hi. Since the last video, you can see I got a haircut. You're seeing me go through all kinds of things in life. This course has taken a little while to record and make, so you see me in a lot of phases. Anyway, we are moving on to the next lesson, and this one is about actually starting to visualize the data. So we've gone over getting the data, we've put it on the map as shapes, we've done this pop-up that tells you how many, blah, 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 are in each state, in a fairly simple way by checking the names. And now we're going to do the more advanced part, which is actually coloring the shapes. So this is definitely going to have some advanced stuff in it. It might be a little complicated. Try to go slow through it. In a way, Leaflet might have been easier for this in that we can individually color every polygon. We create this L.polygon, we add everyone to the map, and we tell it what color to be. In Maplibre, we're going to have to do this kind of formula thing where we have to start learning about something we call Maplibre or Mapbox expressions, which are pretty complicated. So we don't want to learn how to do that. We don't want to learn all about expressions and everything, but we're going to just kind of copy paste one in. I'm going to go over briefly how it works, and hopefully we're sort of understanding roughly what's going on. Okay, so now what we're doing here is, let's go look at the code. I've changed things a little bit. So in the last one, I talked about how in here, we just fetched these and we stored one of them, and the other one we just did. They run at the same time, but they don't come back in any particular order. It sends out all these calls somewhere, and then they come back whenever they come back. Now, for what we're going to do, we have to put the data together in a form, in a certain way. So you'll see what I mean here. So the first thing I do is I do what we call nesting these calls. This isn't like the prettiest way to do this. As you get more advanced, you definitely won't do like a fetch call and then inside a fetch call, another fetch call. But it serves our purposes right now just to go over this and understand what's happening. So the idea here is that we fetch the McDonald's response first, which is all the information about how many are in every state. And then when that's done, we get the US state data. And the reason for that is that we want to actually, when we add the US states to the map, we want in the properties for them to already have how many McDonald's are in each state. Right now, in the way we've done it before, the states just get added to the map, the McDonald's data just gets stored, and then when we click, we do that like matching. But we want it in this case of what we're going to do, where we're going to color them, we want to match them beforehand, because we need, when we add the shape to the map, we need to be able to tell it what color it is. So we have to already know how many McDonald's are in each state when we add the shape to the map. So we can say, oh, you should be green, you should be red. If we don't know that already, then we have to do it when it comes back or on some other event. So in this case, we put these calls one after another like this so that we can do that association. So that's what we do first. It's a little bit wacky. And you can see here that I actually, in this one, I just call, I think here, I just call it response, and then response, response, response. And they don't override each other because the variables are inside this function. But I can't just call them all response here, because they'll overwrite each other or something weird might happen. So I call one of them McDonald's response and the other one state response. Okay, so that all has to do with like basic JavaScript scoping type stuff. It's probably a little weird to get used to, but you can name this whatever you want. just so that they don't overwrite each other, okay? Now, I do the same thing that I did basically when we did the click. Like, I go over the McDonald's information, I check if the state matches another state, and then I set the number of McDonald's. But in this case, I'm doing it for every state at once. So I loop over all the states, which are in this .features. And then for every state, I do the same thing we did here. I check to see, I then loop over all the McDonald's and check to see if the McDonald's.state equals this state.properties.name. Hopefully, again, whenever I'm trying to talk out code, I feel like it's a little crazy because there's all these terms, but hopefully this is making sense. I'm just looping over all the features in the GeoJSON, every polygon. Each of them has a property called name, and I'm checking that against all of the McDonald's information. Each of them has a property called state, or a property called state, and we check them. If they match, then I make a new variable in the GeoJSON, in the Polygon, called the number of McDonald's. I just go state.properties.number of McDonald's, which didn't exist before. I just create it right there, and I put in the number of McDonald's. So what that means is that after we do that, if we look at the console log, I'm logging that out right here. I log out the state response after I've modified it. And let's look at that again. Here are all the features, and if we open one up, we see Arizona, density, which was on the original thing, and then there's number of McDonald's. Because I've done that little bit of looping, there's number of McDonald's, number of McDonald's. So it's there, every one of them, it matches, and it gets there. Okay, so now it's all in the GeoJSON, right? That is now the GeoJSON that we're going to add to the map, and it already has the number of McDonald's in the data of the GeoJSON now. So we want that so that we can tell now when we're going to add the layer of the fills, we're going to be able to do this little thing where we tell it what to color it, okay? So, okay, we add the source as usual. It's a GeoJSON. We do that little adding thing. Now, we have this whole thing called expressions. We're not going to get too crazy into it, but there's a lot of types of expressions. What expressions are in Mapbox is they're like complicated ways to style the data that you're adding individually. So we added all these features as one layer. All these polygons are like one Mapbox layer, and we could tell them fill color black, fill color red. What if we want each of the polygons to have a different color? Well, then we have to use this thing expression, okay? And it's kind of complicated. Ultimately, it's one of those things that you're going to have to kind of find by Googling. If you were to look up, how do I have polygons have different colors? You're going to find people talking about expressions. Now, in this case, this person's trying to make an expression. They're having trouble with it. And this is an answer that lays it out. Let's just look at this. Okay, so this person's trying to have basically, based on some information in their GeoJSON, they want to color the polygons differently. So, okay, there's this thing interpolate linear. We're not going to worry about that. Then there's this thing number get, and then there's some property here, and then there's a bunch of colors. 1, this color, 2, this color, 3, this color. Okay, so if we look at ours, what we're going to do is do this interpolate linear. We're going to get the number of McDonald's, and then if it's 1, we're going to make it white, and if it's 1,000, we're going to make it red. Okay, so obviously between white and red, there's all kinds of colors. Like it could be all kinds of crazy stuff. So what we're doing then is we're telling it to interpolate between these colors, like between white and red. And I looked, and like our maximum number of McDonald's, I think is like I think we looked at it last time. California had like 1,000 something. Yeah, 1165, right? And then white would be 0, 1, right, would be 1. So anywhere in between, Mapbox is going to automatically say, oh, you have 600? Well, it's 60% white and 40% red, whatever color that is, right? And it's going to interpolate between them, okay? And this second part of the expression is just telling it to look at the property that we added called number of McDonald's. This is too complicated to go over right now. We're going to touch a little bit more on expressions in the more advanced topics, but the basic idea here is I'm telling it the minimum, I'm telling it a maximum, I'm telling it to check that number of McDonald's, and then pick the color in between, okay? Now it's a bit wacky. A couple of them are like green, which is weird. Like, why are they green? I think that's because, because there's like a little error going on here, right? So like something is wrong here. They shouldn't be like green like this, okay? So they're probably green because the green is like the underlying color of this map. Like if we were to just, let's just not add the layer and reload this, it's a kind of green, okay? So something is happening where like it's not getting colored properly, like it's getting colored as maybe black, probably as black, but with a fill opacity of 0.5. That's probably what's happening. So something's wrong with these, and you can click on this and see, okay, it has 1165 and this one has undefined. So something is wrong here. So these two aren't appearing correctly. So there's some kind of issue going on. Beyond that, everything else here is pretty much the same. We do the same kind of thing, although this time we no longer do this comparing in the click because we've already got that number of McDonald's on the polygon that we added when we did this whole thing. So we can just get the name and the number of McDonald's and put it directly into the pop-up. So we have the same thing happening, but it's a little simplified now here because we already did all that comparing up above. Okay, so now that we know this is generally coloring, right? Generally between white and red, bearing in mind it has this kind of green background. So let's just try removing the fill opacity of 0.5 and just see them actually from white to red. Okay, so there it is, like from white to red, and we can see those ones are black. So there's some kind of default. So from white to actually red, we can see Texas has the most, 834, and something like Alaska has very little, right? So the data visualization is fundamentally working. So in the next one, we're gonna go over like this errors with the data and how do we fix it? How do we find the problem? So we'll see you in the next one. Okay, we're back and we are now fixing up the data. So I was just doing the visualization one, and now we can pop open the fixing data one and take a look at what happens there. I'll just shift over my little server to the visualization data stuff, and we're going to load this up and we're going to see that it looks right now. We have California, which is even a brighter color than Texas because there's actually more. And Iowa is not saying undefined. So what happened there? Well, I had to go look in the data, right? I had to go, what the heck is the problem? None of the code here has actually changed, okay? Because there's nothing wrong with the code. The problem was in the data. So if we go back and look at the data and we look at the McDonald's per state, first of all, we can look at California, okay? So, okay, I Control F looked for California, and I'm trying to see what's different here. What's different with California between all the others, because all the others are working. In California, we got a number, so there's something not totally crazy. So, okay, this one has number of McDonald's, 127, and this one has number of McDonald's, 1165. This is not a number here. That's a string, right? So since it has this comma in it, we could have probably known that before, that when we clicked on this before, it had a comma in it. A comma is not a normal thing for JavaScript to show with a number. You have to like add that. You have to format it to show that. For some reason, this one, which would have a comma, doesn't, but the number of McDonald's right here has a comma. So if we were to just delete this and just have it be, we can't have it with this comma, that's going to break JavaScript. It doesn't do that. We just have it be like this, so it's formatted the same as all the other number of McDonald's. Now it'll probably work. Great. So that's that problem solved. That's the first problem solved. Now we have to go look for Iowa. So what's up with Iowa? And Iowa, we can see here what's different between it. Well, we have number of McDonald's looks fine. So it's not the same thing as California. We have state Indiana, state Kansas, state Iowa, corrupt data. Well, this is one of the problems with using the name as the comparing thing. I mentioned that, you know, if we have certain, like Hawaii, if Hawaii had the apostrophe, it wouldn't match because Hawaii in one of them might not have the apostrophe, the other it does. Well, in this case, Iowa, for some reason in the state name, they put corrupt data because they were trying to make sure you're aware that Iowa may not be accurate.
but this messes up our matching because it's trying to say Iowa is equal to Iowa corrupt data, and those aren't equal, so it just says, oh, there's no Iowa in the data, and it comes out as undefined in our little clicking thing. So if we just delete this, boom, now as long as it says Iowa in our shapefile, then it'll match with Iowa here. And we could have checked the US states to look as well. You know, if I go to look at Iowa and see, okay, it says Iowa, that's all we really need to know. Does it say Iowa? Is it Iowa? Okay, great. And California, we knew that California was matching, so it was okay. It was just the number. So with those two little things fixed, one was the number was misformatted, one was the state name was misformatted. With those fixed here, which I've done in this revised file, you can see I've done the same thing here. And with Iowa, I've done the same thing. I've just changed the name. Now when we load it up, we get this look, which is much better, right? And I think we're still using all the same scales. You know, since California is actually more than 1,000, we could change this to 1,200 instead, just to give it a bit more space. Kind of looks the same anyway, but that's just the scaling stuff. And now we see when we click on all of them, it shows it properly. So what we've done here now, we have basically done it. We've shown all this data in a very visually accessible way, much easier than looking at the spreadsheet. I can look at this and see, oh, where are most of the McDonald's? They're clearly in California. Texas has a lot of them. And then there's quite a lot across the Northeast, and there's in Florida and stuff like that. And there's very few in Alaska and whatever this area is called, Midwest. Yeah, Midwest. I'm from Canada, so I'm from here. So yeah, so we have all that. We also have, oh, it looks like here in the District of Columbia, we have undefined, so there's another error. We'd have to check for District of Columbia. New York has quite a few. Okay, cool. So this is working, and we can see that this has some reason to it. So yeah, this is involved going over some data, finding the data, adding things to the map, doing this kind of complicated stuff with matching things and fetching the data from external files, coloring stuff, and ultimately we end up with something that's more visually powerful than a spreadsheet. If we wanted to take this to the next level, we could look at doing this per capita, you know, like, oh, how many McDonald's per capita? Obviously, since California is hugely populous, it makes sense, and it's big, it makes sense that there's like a lot of them there, but how many is there per person? Maybe Idaho has more per person than California, who knows? But that's, you know, another kind of interesting way to visualize the data. So hopefully this has been helpful in walking you through that real world project and seeing that the skills we've learned so far take us pretty much the whole way. In terms of that one piece, which I think is a bit beyond what we did, which is expressions, we're going to move into in our next phase talking about like a bit more complicated topics. So we're going to be going over quite a few different things to do with hovering, spreadsheets, expressions, heat maps, APIs, a lot of things that will come up as you do mapping and you kind of move along to getting more advanced. But a lot of this is going to end up being, I give you enough of the resources that you can go out there and try to figure this out for yourself. Expressions are probably a whole course to do. And if you keep an eye out, I'll probably be doing a course on expressions at some point in the future. So anyway, I hope this has been helpful. I hope the course has been fun. Stick around for all the other one-off kind of videos. There's going to be, I don't know, 5 or 10 of them. And hopefully you are well on your way to a mapping career and your career in coding with JavaScript. So thanks so much for being a part of it. We'll see you in the next videos, and I hope you have a great day. All right, so you've made it pretty far, like I said at the end of the last video. And now we're going to move into a bit more specialized topics that you can kind of pick and choose from based on what your particular needs are or what you really want to learn for going ahead mapping. Or if you're looking to just become a mapping expert, just go through them all and maybe even hop into another course that's a bit more specialized after this. I'm not going to go any more into actual like web development basics, but maybe in some of the videos that will follow, we'll end up hitting on, well, we'll definitely end up hitting on some more complex things to do with JavaScript, HTML, and CSS, just because of the nature of some of these are going to require that. We're also going to be talking a bit more about just more complicated features of these mapping libraries, particularly Leaflet and Maplibre. So just as an introduction, you know, you can see on the screen a few
of the things that we're going to be going over. We're going to be jumping in and doing a video on each of these things, like loading data from a spreadsheet. Now, last time we took a spreadsheet, we turned it to a CSV, we turned it to a JSON. But what about when we just want to load it directly from a spreadsheet, and like as the spreadsheet updates live, it changes the data on the map, right? What about spatial analysis? We did some stuff with turf, this bounding box thing. What about more complicated types of spatial analysis? Hover effects, heat maps. You've definitely seen heat maps. We kind of made something like a heat map in our McDonald's example, but not quite. What about custom icons? Like if you don't want to use the normal marker that you find, that's a very common use. Animations, legends, geocoding, if people want to search for a location, or geolocation when you want to put the user's location on the map. Toggling data on and off, things like categories, turning categories on and off. So that's all stuff we're going to touch on. Things that we're not going to do and that we didn't do, and we won't in this course, are working on databases. So like spatial databases. I feel like that is such a big subject for someone who's new to web development that it's just too complex. But data development and management is too big for this course. But if you're going that way, a couple useful things you can look up would be PostGIS and PostgreSQL. Those are going to help you kind of develop different databases based on spatial data and spatial analysis. We didn't talk about how to create your own tiling server. So we talked a lot about tile sets and like the basemaps and that sort of stuff, but we're using them as other people have created them. We're not like generating our own sets of images or whatever type of data and loading it. Too complicated again. I don't even know if I've ever done that myself, although I've helped a lot in creating them with other people. Working with frameworks. Now, we've just used jQuery and some very basic JavaScript. We didn't get into React. We didn't get into Angular, but these are common things. Vue, Angular, React, these are all things that are being used across to kind of organize JavaScript code. And I'll probably be making another course on React and mapping specifically. So if you know that React is a direction you're going to go in, that's probably worth checking out. But otherwise, we're not going to talk about specifically integrating mapping with React. We also aren't talking about creating APIs, which is kind of like a little bit like database. We're not talking about how to get data out of a database and query something in a programmatic way. I just think it's too complicated. So I think they're good. Those are all good topics for you to hit more specialized courses on those. But I think at least this course has given you the backbone that you can use to, has given you the basics that you can use to launch into those courses or launch into more complicated topics. So some of what you're going to see, we're going to do with Maplibre. Some will be with Leaflet. They might vary quite a bit between them. So I might do both. For instance, with geocoding, it's a completely different thing between the two. I'll also point you towards some YouTube videos that I've made. I have a YouTube channel where I talk a lot about mapping stuff and also just make like mapping related content. So I'll point you to some of those for certain of these videos, or I'll just be uploading the video from YouTube directly because it just goes over the concept and I don't need to double up and do the exact same thing more than once here. But I still think it's helpful to just like include it in the course so you kind of have it all together as one big package. So yeah, so hopefully this is all helpful and we'll see you in whatever video that you hop into. And thanks again for taking the course. See you next time. All right, in this one, we're going to go over a very basic API, an API call. So we've kind of done this already. Like APIs are kind of complicated ways to say that we're getting information from some other file or some other database, some other place on the internet. So we've kind of done this already when we've just been loading data from another file. So when in our McDonald's example, when we loaded like the spreadsheet data or even the shape file or the states data, we were kind of doing the same thing that you do with an API, only we were loading it from our own files. We also weren't giving it any special information that would like reduce it. Like for instance, we didn't say, oh, give me the results just from Georgia, and it would give us that. Instead, we just got the whole block of information at once. But the underlying idea here is that the whole idea of the fetch calls, like where you're doing a fetch call and you're getting some information from some other place underpins the notion of using like an API for geographic data. So in this example, we're just going to use a fairly common API out there that's used to do some geocoding, which we touch on in the spreadsheet example as well. We actually touch on the same API, but this is just a bit more condensed, a bit more focused on the API side of things. So when it comes to this example, you can see I have this marker here. This is in a place, you can't tell because this map is so simple, but it's in a place called Kelowna, which is where I grew up. So we're going to be geocoding for that. So what I've done is in here, I've just made a very basic map. And what I have is I've put in the address. This is the address of the place I grew up at. And I'm fetching it from this URL, nominatom.openstreetmap.org. And I'm doing a search thing. And then in a little thing we call a parameter, a Q, it says Q equals. I put in the address to search, and then I tell it some other stuff like the format and some other stuff. Then I get back some information. So first, let's just look at what I get back here, and we'll come back into the API call. So I'm console logging what I get back, and it's actually a GeoJSON. You can tell because it has that type feature collection, and there's some features. There's also some other information on it here, but it's not too important. Inside the features, there's one feature, and that one feature is a point, and it tells me some stuff. It tells me the display name, Summerside Drive, in Kelowna, and it tells me all about the road and the postal code and all kinds of information about it. And ultimately, I use it in the code then to just create a very basic marker. I just put that coordinate in there and put the marker on the map. Okay, so we get the basic idea here. I'm giving it the address, and it's returning to me like the actual geographic location. This is geocoding. But what is this thing? This thing I'm calling, or this file that I'm fetching? We've used fetch for files. So it's a bit more complicated than a file. You're actually hitting like a little application, which will take your parameters that you give it, some information, in this case, the address and some other information. It'll take that, it'll process it, and it'll give you back a result, like an actual, almost like it creates a file on the fly that then you just read. So if I come back here to look at this and I just let this, let me see here, do we have the actual call that happens? Let's see, nominatom, right here. So we can actually open this directly in the browser. This is what I sent, when I did that fetch call. This is the same thing that's generated if I was to console log. If I was to console log this actual little string I created here, we would see that it looks just like what I have there. And if I copy this whole thing and I put it in here, there's some spaces, but those spaces get replaced with special characters. And this is the GeoJSON that comes back to us. This is the same thing as this, right? It's like it created a little file on the fly. So that's kind of what an API does. Now, this API is called nominatom. It's provided by OpenStreetMaps. It's actually completely free. It does have some limits on how much you can use it, because as you can imagine, when you hit it every time, it has to do some processing. And also, if there's millions and millions of people hitting it at once, it could cause a lot of costs, just like if you had to load a website millions of times. So there's some API documentation. There's some information on the usage policy and stuff. But they say, for occasional use, here's the API documentation and some stuff you can do with it. It says here you can find places by name or address, which is what we're doing, and some other stuff. But that's mainly what it's for. And then when you come in here, now every API is going to be documented differently, just like every library. In a way, APIs and libraries are kind of similar things a lot of the time. Sometimes those even get intermixed, those words. But an API here is, I think it stands for, application programming interface, something like that. It's basically a way to access the data that nominatom has by providing what you want, by giving some information to tell it the specific piece of data that you want. Nominatom has a database of like all the addresses and locations in the world, basically. And you're not going to get them all every time. You just need one or two. So you tell it what to do. So APIs have what we call endpoints. An endpoint is one of these things: /search, /lookup, /status, /details. And each of these has a slightly different function that it can do, a slightly different thing it can do. We're going to use the /search, and we do that. We know we're using /search in our example because right here I'm going /search. So it will tell me just how I am going to query this. Query it is when we ask for the information. It gives me the little URL here, which is really nice. Some APIs don't actually do that, and you have to kind of figure it out. And then there's this little question mark, and then it says params, okay? Now there's a special way that we format parameters so that a URL will work with them. We put this question mark, and then we put what we call a query string. There's like the parameter name or property equals, and then the information we want. And every time after the question mark, we separate more parameters with an ampersand, with an and symbol. A bit complicated, but it's something you'll see very commonly. So they'll have an example somewhere down here. I'm sure maybe they do. You can see this question mark, then Q equals, and then here's this whole address. And then there's that and, which basically says this is the end of the address. Now what format? Well, I want the format XML, and I want the polygon GeoJSON to equal 1. And that has some specific meaning in here. You know, it says, oh, polygon GeoJSON equals 1, or KML equals 1, or SVG equals 1. You give it different options, basically. So obviously this is heading into fairly complex territory, and my goal here isn't to teach you how the Nominatum API works specifically. The idea is these type of APIs are out there, and they're available in some different ways. You might run into them. You might be working with another programmer who has developed an API that you need to query, and they're going to have to tell you what some of this information should be, some of this kind of documentation. What are the parameters that I can provide? What are the type of things I can search? This query that I can search with Nominatum is very free form. It's very open. I can just type in an address and put it in. But for this output format down here with the like GeoJSON equals 1, I can't put GeoJSON equals yes, or GeoJSON equals 0. It should be GeoJSON equals 1, or I'm risking a problem. So you can see here I've put format GeoJSON, and I've told it to give me some address details, because that's down here somewhere as well. Address details equals 1. So I've pretty much just used some kind of like straightforward like example that they have here with, you know, one of these type of examples. I think I've just used this one and just replaced it and get some information. So this is the basic idea of an API. So I wanted to introduce you to using a fetch call. You can just use the same kind of thing. Constructing this URL using the query strings and the parameters, but those will change for every API that you're potentially using. Also, how to kind of look a little bit through the documentation to really try to find, you know, first of all, this URL that you're going to hit, the little endpoint you're going to use, and then how you're going to construct those parameters. And remember, you can always work on this just directly in the browser. You don't have to do it through this fetch call. You can usually just put them in right here and see what changes as we change different parameters, right? So you can see when I just removed that extra detail, that address details, the thing got shorter because it's providing less details. So that's an introduction to using APIs. And then once you get back this kind of response, you might have to modify it, you might have to mess with it to get it on your map, but that's all the stuff we've done with shapes and polygons and all that. So hope this helps. See you in another one. Okay, so a really common thing that people want to do on maps is locating the user. So we call this geolocation generally. This is using some sort of device the user has. It might just be their computer, it might be their phone that they're on, whatever, that we're trying to get their location so that we can somehow like provide information to them or zoom to them or like center the map around them. For instance, if we have a ton of data that's all over the world, we might not want to just show like the whole world out there like this. We might want to zoom into around wherever the user lives, you know, and kind of present them some results. Google Maps obviously does this. When you load up Google Maps, ideally it's kind of showing you roughly your part of the world. So what are the things that we have to do to make geolocation work? Well, first of all, you should really know that it's not accurate. And I don't mean that it's completely inaccurate, but it's not going to be accurate enough to do like complicated spatial stuff. You can figure out like what town someone's in. That's not a big deal. Maybe you can even find out what neighborhood they're in with reasonably good accuracy, but it's not a thing where you're going to be able to find exactly where they are on a street on a given at a given time. You'll have seen this yourself if you've used your browser in Google Maps at times. Sometimes it's kind of accurate. Sometimes it's like you're like 2 or 3 streets off of what it's trying to tell you. It's more accurate when you use apps because the phones have a little bit of a different geolocation thing inside them. But when you use the browser on your phone, it's not always using the same accuracy as you might get like directly when you're controlling using an app. So anyway, the specifics of that aren't too important, but you should know that when you're making like a web application, the geolocation isn't going to be to the meter accuracy or even to the 20 meter accuracy. And even though you may sometimes get results that are that accurate, you can't totally rely on them. So, you know, you're going to be able to find in various Stack Overflow type answers and things like that, that the accuracy can vary a lot, and that can depend on where you are. In the geolocation API from Mozilla here, they don't actually talk about accuracy, which I find a little strange. And they talk about, oh, you can have like 95% confidence in this result, but really, I just wouldn't trust that. So in any case, you can get the geolocation and experiment with it yourself. Now, when it comes to doing this in Leaflet and in Maplibre, we're dealing with a little bit of different beasts, but both of them have something that's basically built in that you can use, so you don't have to figure out actually how to do it from the Mozilla docs, although it's not that complicated, and they do have some good examples here of actually how to request information or like request permission if you need to do that, and how to load it. And the most important thing to know is that you need to have HTTPS. So what's HTTPS? It's this little lock icon. So it's called an SSL certificate. So when you do your hosting and you set up a domain name, by default, it won't have this little lock on it. When we load our local host, it doesn't have that little lock. But you can see that every major website does have that. And that's a little security thing, So the reason that you do that with geolocation is because it's sort of sensitive information. So they want to make sure that you have this sort of secure website or whatever. It's still, the information could be stolen. It's a bit of just this added security that they've put into web browsers where it will not work at all if you don't have HTTPS. So that's important to note. If you're having trouble with it, it's maybe check to make sure you're using HTTPS. Now, it will work in the local host just because that's kind of like an exception to the whole HTTPS thing, so that people can develop this without making a really complicated HTTPS setup on their local computers. So when it comes to Maplibre, it's quite straightforward what we can do. We can, just opening up the code here, there's literally just a control that we can add that does locating the user. And there's an example here where we don't have to load anything new with Maplibre. There's just a control called the geolocate control. It has a couple options, one of which is high accuracy. You know, we can probably check to see what exactly high accuracy actually means. It'll talk about some stuff here with just how accurate high accuracy actually means. They say 95% confidence level again, which might not be telling us exactly like how many meters it's off. But anyway, we just have to load it in and it'll make this little control up here at the top. And if we press it, it will zoom and tell us where we are. You know, this is actually quite a bit off from where I am. I'm way over here at this moment. So this is a good, oh, there we go. Now it popped to show me more accurately as I zoomed in. And this is pretty accurate. This is pretty close to where I live. So that's not bad. So once I have that there, I can do whatever I need with it. And there's some different stuff here in the documentation to let you actually track that if you need the specific coordinates. Now, when it comes to Leaflet, it's a little bit more complicated, but it's still not bad. So we can go to the Leaflet code here, and we see here there's a bit more code that we need to add. And basically, Leaflet has this map.locate thing that you can add. And I think that's also just built into basic Leaflet, so no big problem there. And they do have an example as well here at the mobile example that they have here. And see, it asked for my location there, so I allowed it so then it can show me. So in this little tutorial, they'll show you how to add all this, which is all the code that you'll find here. And you basically just do map.locate, set view true, max zoom 16, and that'll zoom me in. Now they set up a whole additional thing where they pop this marker down and they tell us the accuracy by building a circle with the accuracy stuff. Again, this is the same thing that the Maplibre gave me at first, but it's way off. I'm actually over here, but I'm in the range of accuracy. So that's going to be how you're going to add geolocation. It's not a huge complicated thing. The most important thing is to understand the actual accuracy of what you're working with and making sure you're using it for the right reasons. I think the right reasons is just to generally locate a user in a neighborhood or area rather than using it for really specific spatial stuff. You know, directions are okay, but again, Google Maps, you can fix it by entering in your own address. Anyway, you can work with all that. Hope this helps, and we'll see you in another one. Okay, next up, another fairly common thing we want to do is having hovering effects. So in the course of the course, we talked a fair bit about mouse over events. We experimented with those, particularly when it came to pop-ups, and I think it was mainly with pop-ups. So, but hovering effects are a little bit different. They're still kind of along the same lines, so they won't be really, really hard to understand. But basically what we're talking about is in something like a leaflet, it's just hovering over a polygon and having it change color or something like that. We already know how to open the pop-up by doing this, you know. And in Maplibre, we have some same kind of thing, like as we hover over polygons, it's a really good way to indicate to the user what they're doing, what they're hovering over at the moment before they actually click something. So this might have been a nice thing in our little McDonald's one if we wanted to make it even clearer to the user exactly which state they were hovering over. So how do we do this? Well, in Leaflet, it's fairly straightforward. We create our stuff. We make a polygon. Here we go. We created the polygon, l.polygon. We bound a pop-up to it. Let's just see that we have that pop-up. Yep, we do. And then we make a mouse over event on the polygon. So we do polygon.on, mouse over. And when we mouse over, I've console logged just so you can see, you know, whatever. There's the polygon itself is returned in that little event when we mouse over. So this e.target is the actual, right here, this is the actual polygon that we've hovered over, like the leaflet object that we create. It's basically, it's this thing here is what e.target is. So we can access that original polygon in the event where we mouse over it. So what we do is, here I've just saved it, but we didn't need to do that. I could have just done e.target.setStyle. SetStyle is what you can use after you've created a shape or a polygon or whatever to change some of its styling in Leaflet. So we have it here with setStyle. And the set style can do all kinds of things. It can change the opacity, it can change the color, the stroke, the weight, the fill color, all that. Any of the stuff that you had set when you created the polygon using like color or anything like that, you can use set style to do that later in a dynamic way on demand. So on the mouse over, I set the style to green, and on the mouse out, I set it back to blue. And that gives it this nice feeling of like, oh, I've hovered over and I've hovered away. And it just works very, very easily, no problem. And you can do this with tons of different shapes. You could, you know, set the style dynamically based on some property of them. Oh, they're a certain category, we change them to a certain color, that sort of thing. So in Leaflet, fairly straightforward. You just add events onto the polygons that you create or the lines you create or whatever it might be. Now in Mapbox / Maplibre, it's definitely more complicated. There's a specific kind of setup you have to do to really make this work quickly. And this is, again, because of that sort of fundamental way that Maplibre works, where we're not adding these features one at a time. Instead, this is a whole layer. This is one layer. So having one layer like this means that we have to have some like special code. In this case, we have to have a Mapbox expression like we used in our example project. We have to have a Mapbox expression that will do this hovering stuff for us. Now, I really think it's totally fine to just copy paste the example code for this, which is basically, I think that's exactly what I've done in this video. So really all you're going to do is look up hover effect Maplibre and just take the code that you find here. And this is what we're going to look at. So I'll just walk you through it, but this is basically exactly what I've done. And I still use this when it comes to doing this for my own projects. I more or less copy the part that has to do with all the mouse events and then just change things so that I'm pointing at the right sources and the right layers and stuff like that. So totally fine to just lift this from the example stuff. So, okay, we add a source. In this case, it's a GeoJSON of the US states. Fine, we call that states. Then we add one layer called state fills, which is the, the actual polygons. And we add another layer that is a line for the borders. Okay, we're kind of along those lines. And there's this special thing for the fill opacity, which is what is going to change when we hover over. If we look at what we hover, it's not actually the color doesn't change, it's the opacity. Like it goes from being a very transparent to being completely opaque. So that's what changes there. And basically that you create this little thing, whatever, it's feature state, hover, false. And then the first one you give, the first thing you give here in this little case expression is the opacity that it should be when it's hovered. And the second one is the opacity that it should be when it's not being hovered. So if we change this so that it became fill color instead of fill opacity, we would put the color it should be when it's being hovered and the color it should be when it's not being hovered. You don't really need to understand this part. That's not important. But you should know that the second last one is what it is when it's being hovered, and the last one is when it's not being hovered. And that's what you can change to make it your own. Like if I wanted to make them completely transparent when I hover, I could do that. And then when it loads, it'll go completely transparent, right? Because I'm telling it what happens, what opacity it should be. Okay. Now we have this series of mouse events. We have a mouse move event and a mouse leave event, which is basically the same as a mouse out. It's not really a big deal. In this case, we use mouse leave for particular reasons, so stick with it. No problem. No need to change it. We do a mouse move. We're only listening to it on the state fills. So this is one that you would have to change if you're using this in your own layer. We check to see if there's any features. And then we actually have had this little hovered state ID global variable that we're holding. And basically what that does is it's Maplibre checking to see if something else is already being hovered. Okay. And if something's not being hovered, if something is, whatever, it's doing this whole check. Then it does this set feature state. We don't really have to know what this does. We just have to know that states we change that from our original source. So if our source is called something different, we change that here. And then there's all this other stuff, we change it here as well. And then on the mouse leave, we change it in this one as well and change this layer. Now a bit about what's happening. You can see here that if it's hovered, it sets the hover to false. And then it sets whatever one you're currently hovering over to true, and on leaving it, it sets the hover to false. This is kind of a tricky bit that's a little hard to understand, but it basically has to do with like, oh, you were hovering over something, but now you're on a different feature on the same layer. So unhover effect the one you were just on. So you didn't actually like mouse leave the whole layer. You just left that one feature. So this is what allows us, if we comment this out, right, you'll be able to see what the effect actually is. It's that it won't unhover, because until I leave, it doesn't, it unhovers the one I'm leaving from, but it doesn't unhover all of them. And so this lets it de-hover when we're still mousing over in the same layer. One important thing here is that your original data should have IDs, unique IDs on the GeoJSONs. So here, do we have them here? I'm just looking to see if we actually have them. We have state properties. We have, right here, this ID, okay? So let's look at this in a bit easier way. What's an easier way to look at this? One sec. We'll move this into something that format JSON. We'll format this and we'll be able to look at it a bit more clearly. So it's really, this doesn't work unless you have something like an ID on the actual feature itself. So I'm going to make the geometry smaller. You see this ID here. You'll also see it here, and they're unique. Without this, it won't actually work. I don't know if they mention that in this. They don't really talk about it, but I think they say it. No, they don't say it at all. So this is something you need. If you don't have this ID, and it's not in the properties, you'll see it's just here on the feature. You can do this like as you're adding it, you can just use like math.random to create this ID or whatever, but you need to have it in order for this hover effect to work. So make sure to check that on your data if something's not working or it's not, or you're getting an error message that says you need to have a unique ID. Other than that, just like I said, copy paste this code. Don't worry about it too much. And that'll get you doing hover effects in Mapbox and Maplibre and Leaflet. So see you in the next one. All right, in this one, we're going to be going over legends, adding legends onto your map. So what's a legend other than being you because you're a great programmer? Gotcha, dad joke. Anyway, a legend is, we've all seen these on different data visualizations or whatever. It's a little spot on the map that has, a little rectangle that contains some text or some colors that kind of explain what things mean on the map. Right? If there's a bunch of different colors on your map, it tells you, oh, red equals, it means this, and blue means this, and yellow means that. So, when on an online map, we sometimes want to have that. We might have a ton of colors, and we want to tell someone, if we're having different crops or something, we need to tell them what each of the colors represents. So at the core, what this is in terms of us as programmers, is we just need to be able to put like a div on top of the map, and then fill it with some custom content. We're going to have to use things like Flex and CSS and HTML to lay it out properly. It might need to lay out side by side. We might need to lay it out in lots of different ways. For example, for one map that I've done here, we have this legend down in the bottom right, which kind of tells us what each coloration means in terms of cost, so that you can actually have some kind of sense of scale. But you can see I've had to lay this out with the HTML and CSS and everything. So there's all these different chunks, and I've laid it out, and I've had to give it colors, and I've had to give the text underneath. So it's basically just a little spot with some HTML. So that's what we need to know how to do. So it's not terribly complicated. There's a couple ways to do it. So I've done it in Leaflet and in Maplibre. But the way I do it in Leaflet also does apply to Maplibre. It's just a little simpler. So basically all I've done here is alongside my div that has the map, I've created a div that's called custom control, and I just wrote hello in it. And you can see it up here in the top corner. And all I did, nothing special with the map at all. The map is just plain. We don't do anything more here. I've just done some custom CSS. And I've done it positioned absolute, which we didn't go over, but that kind of means it's detached from everything else on the page. A Z index, which we also haven't gone over. And Z index is basically about layering on a page. So this being a high value makes sure that it's on top of everything. It's on top of the map and everything else. Some basic margin, which we have gone over. You can see the 10 pixels around the outside. I've told it to go to the right, completely in the top right, top 0 and right 0. This sends it to the top right. Given it a background that's white and some padding inside so the text has a little bit of space around it. So that's all I've done. Then I've just filled it with whatever I wanted for the rest of it here. And I could put in any kind of custom divs and do more special styling and everything like that. So this works on Maplibre or Leaflet, but I wanted to go over a bit of a more complicated way that we can do it in Maplibre, just for the sake of showing it to you, as you get more advanced and become even more of a legend yourself. So here is the little legend. It says here's some HTML, pretty basic. Now here, instead of just adding a straight div that's just completely styled through CSS, I add it through JavaScript. And Maplibre actually has a special thing that they've created to do this that allows you to have some of the same functionality that their other controls have. So if you look at some of the other sections in here, when we've added things like zoom controls, or we've added things like geocoders onto the map as controls, we can add them in the top right, top left. We just have to pass this little bit of detail. For instance, in this, let's say the geolocate control, it has these options, right? It has like, oh, where do you want to put it? You want to put it in the top right, top left, those sorts of things. Well, this special type of control that they have has some of that functionality, and it has a little bit of default styling as well. It's not terribly important to use, just kind of cool to show and introducing another concept, which is classes. I'm not even going to try to explain what classes are, but basically we're just making it this way. So in order to make this little custom control, we do this thing, class hello world control, and we have some methods that are inside it. One is called onAdd, one is called onRemove. Again, we don't really need to know exactly what this does. It's happy for you to use it without understanding it totally. What will happen when the onAdd works is that it will create this div. So there's this thing, create div. You'll be able to give it a class name. So it comes by default with this class name. If we look at the example here, it comes with that class name by default. And I've added another one called my custom control. And then in the inner HTML, we can give it custom HTML, right? We can write that all in however we want, whatever we need in there. And then we could write custom CSS to style it, right? I've here put my custom control and just made the background white because by default, I think it was just transparent or something. And then it returns it. So, okay, we don't, again, this is probably a little complicated. I think that's fair. Just as long as you get the core concept here that you can change the class and you can write some HTML here, this is kind of a bit more advanced way. And then in order to actually add that onto the map, you do the map.add control. Then you do this new hello world control and you tell it where you want it to go. Top left, top right, whatever. So that's not to tell you that you should do it this way. I think this way is actually totally fine. And I still do it this way often because it's just so simple and straightforward. But this is kind of the like fancy schmancy way as you become more familiar with this and you want to try something new. Yeah, give this a shot. You can start learning about classes this way. You can start learning about, injecting HTML with JavaScript and this kind of junk. That is great to learn as you move on. So that's a bit about adding legends, and hopefully that's helpful. We'll see you in another one. All right, so next up, we have animation. Animation's a really cool one. This is a really fun thing to do with your maps. There's not always a real purpose or reason, use case when you actually have to do animation. But once in a while, it's pretty cool. I've done some really fun animated maps related to making World War II maps, like animating bombing runs over Central Europe, or things like animating flight paths, showing things actually moving or traveling or flying along roads, things like that. It's very cool. So we're going to go over how to do it in Leaflet and in Maplibre. As you might imagine, it's a little bit different between the two. This is a bit more advanced topic, but you might be surprised how simple it is in principle, although to actually do it does involve a fair bit of like spatial analysis. So if you want to watch the videos that I've linked on spatial analysis using turf.js and things like that, there's a series that I started on YouTube, which I'm kind of dropping off at the moment. I'm going to turn it into a course instead. So stay tuned for that. Maybe when you're watching this, that course is actually done. Who knows? But this is going to involve some spatial analysis, so you're going to have to walk with me through that, and let's get into it. So as you saw when I started the markers up here, and then it moves along this line. So let's do it, and let's zoom in on the line. And we see that it zips along like that. Okay, so the basic idea here is that animation is just a really fast like a film is just a really fast series of still images. Nothing's actually like moving on it. It's just a whole bunch of images that tricks your brain into thinking that it's moving. And it's the same thing with this. We're just changing the point so rapidly that it makes it look like it's actually moving. So to do that, we have to find every single point that we're going to set this marker to and set it in some kind of timed sequence, like every half a millisecond or something. We change the position to a slightly farther point along this line. That's the basic principle of what we have to do. So how do we do it? Well, in Leaflet here, we fire up our map and we have a line. So that is this line here. And that line could be anything, right? You don't necessarily even have to make that line visible. You could just not add it to the map, but I've put it here as a guide just so we can see what's up. And a basic map, our basic line, I've added it just with our GeoJSON method. Then I've added our marker and I've added that, and originally it's up there in London somewhere. Okay, then once we get going, we're gonna have this little thing called a set timeout. Set timeout, we might have gone over earlier in the course, I can't remember, but basically it just tells everything to wait for the total number of milliseconds that you write at the end here. It's a bit of an advanced function. It's something to look up. I'm not going to go over it in huge detail here, but basically you do set timeout and the function inside will run after 2000 milliseconds, which is 2 seconds. Okay, so after 2 seconds, because I just wanted it to wait a little while, and you can see that in the comments too. Feel free to, again, look through these code examples. I have tried to comment them with some information. I get the line that we have up here. So I get the line feature. Then I use turf, which is that library we've talked about before, turf.js, which has a whole bunch of spatial analysis stuff. One of the things it has is length, which will give me the total length of a line. So I get the total length of the line. Then here I say we divide the line up into, say, 200 parts. It's fairly arbitrary. We could divide it into 1,000. We could divide it into 10. The more we divide it into, the smoother the animation is going to be, but also the more points it has to generate and run over. So you want to find a good medium where you're, like you're not generating too many points because then it kind of might slow it down or have to do too much calculation, but you're not generating too few, so the animation is choppy. It's probably better to generate too many than too few, unless you're animating like thousands of things at once. Anyway, so next I get a section of the line. So what I do here is I divide the line up into 200ths. So I find, okay, the total length of the line, what's 1/200th of that? Ultimately, we're going to have to do 200 of those to get the total length of the line, right? So a single section of line is whatever the length of the line is divided by 200. Okay, then we do this set interval. This is an important part. Set interval is just like set timeout, where it runs after a certain amount of time, but set interval runs repeatedly. So it will run every X number of milliseconds until you tell it to stop. So it'll just keep running. If you tell it to console log hello, it'll just keep console logging hello forever and ever and ever until you reload the page or it's cleared or it's told to stop. So what I do is I set an interval to run every 10 milliseconds. So that's every 0.1 second. Is that right? 2000, no, that's 0.01 seconds, right? Something like that. Anyway, it's a very short amount of time. And basically what I do is, we can ignore this first part. At first, I use this function called turf along. This is quite handy. What we can do is take a line string and it will return me a point at a specified distance along the line. So if we give it a line and we give it a distance, it'll give me the point on the line. So if we had a line that was 100 miles long and we wanted to get the point that was 20 miles in, it would give us that exact point without us having to like do some crazy stuff to actually find that point, right? This point is just along this line, but it gives me it just knowing the distance. Now, since we've had this section of line going on, we know that that distance is going to be increasing by that amount every time we do a new animation. So what I've done is every time that we run this interval, every 10 milliseconds when this set interval runs, I increase this animation count by 1. And that's telling it, okay, you animated once, now twice, now 3 times, now 4 times, now 5 times. And that will tell me how far along the line I have to go. Because I have this amount of the line, and I multiply it first by 0, so it's at the very beginning, next by 1, so it's this far, next by 2, so it's this far, next by 3, so it's this far, and you get the point. It's slowly going the whole length of the line. And then based on what I get back from turf, I have to do some stuff with the coordinates because, again, we have to reverse them, latitude, longitude for Leaflet, and I set the lat long of the marker. Okay, so hopefully that all makes sense, me walking through that code. So here we are at loads. Now I divide it up and it's going along each section of that line increasingly. And then at the end, I just say if the animation count is equal to the amount of, so if it's done it 200 times, I tell the interval to clear and stop. That's how that basically works. That's the principle behind what we're doing here. Now, we do more or less the same thing in Maplibre, only we use Maplibre methods, and there's a bit of a wacky thing you see here where it's not actually perfectly, it's not even close to actually being on this horizontal line. So, okay, let's go over the Maplibre one. We've already gone over the idea of the set interval and set timeout, so we're not going to go over that in huge detail. But there are a ton of examples with Maplibre on how to animate. So it's worth looking at these for detailed code examples of all of these. They have lots of them available because they know this is fairly common. So the first thing we do is we add a line. We make a line from, in this case, San Francisco to Washington. We just do a straight line. And we have a point which is starting at the origin, in this case, San Francisco, and that'll be our little circle. Okay, so we're adding two sources and two layers. One source is a circle, and one source is a line. Okay, so we add the source, circle, source, line. Okay, great. Now we do the same kind of thing. You see here divided into 200 parts, animation count, we do the interval. Okay, now we have to do this thing slightly differently here, which is instead of where we set lat long, there's this function where we can get the source that we've added and then set a new data into it. And we have to give it a whole new GeoJSON. So basically we're setting a new source for this. And this is a really handy little thing. So you could be animating a whole set of circles if you were to do this, because you're setting the data for the whole source, not just that one circle. In this case, our source is just one circle, but hopefully you kind of get what I'm talking about. Okay, so the basic thing that's different here is just that we're using this getSource.setData function instead of doing the marker.setLatLong. Okay, now just to kind of touch on why this doesn't line up, well, that's because of how turf works. Okay, and it's a bit of a bug, actually. I don't know, bug or a feature. It could be either, depending what you're doing. But the thing is turf is working off of knowing that the Earth is a sphere. And when I give it these 2 points, the closest distance, the closest way to get from one to the other isn't a straight line that you see like this, because this is a projected map, right? If we go to Google Maps real quick, and we hop on here and we zoom out and we look at going from California to New York, was it, or whatever, you know, it goes like this, right? It's kind of like a straight line, but on a curved surface. So that means it's actually a curved line when it's on the flat surface. It's actually like this, right? And so turf is taking the first and last point and finding the way along the shortest possible line. And I think this is a little bit of a bug. It should really be doing it along the actual line that you give, whether or not it's the closest or not. But just something to be aware of, that when you're using turf, you might have to add a more detailed line with more points in order to make sure it's actually moving along that line, not just these 2 direct points. And we do see this in the example from Maplibre. If we hop over there and look at its animated point along route, I think this is the one that does something like what I'm doing. Yeah, see, they have the same thing, but they put a curved line, right? And this is generated a special way. It's more turf stuff, more spatial analysis. Anyway, the core stuff isn't really about that. It's about this whole thing with the intervals and splitting things up. That's how you really have to focus on doing animation. Hopefully this has helped, and we'll see you in another one. All right, in this one, we're getting naked. Oh yeah, our maps are gonna be naked maps. I don't know why I call them naked maps, but I thought it was a cool name. They're basically maps that have no base map. And why the heck would you care about this? What's the point of a naked map? Well, sometimes this is actually super useful. Sometimes, you know, you get data and you don't want to be putting it on a world map. So what's an example of this? Well, I once had a client where we were mapping golf courses, and he got all the golf course information as GeoJSONs. So we had the perimeter of the golf course, we had the fairway, we had the sand traps, we had the green, we had each of the tee boxes, we had every single thing that you needed to make the map of the golf course as like shape information. So, and he didn't want to show the satellite because we even had the trees. He didn't want to show the satellites because sometimes they're grainy, and the trees are, you know, like they're kind of bushy because you're seeing them from above rather than how wide they actually are at the base or whatever. It just wasn't, it didn't make sense to show things from a satellite point of view. So he wanted it kind of like almost like a drawing, like a custom drawing for every golf course using just the GeoJSONs. So in order to do this, I had to have a map that had no background, right? So that's what I call the naked map. So it's useful for things like that, maybe floor plans or even data that's not geographic data that, you have some kind of other information. What's an example? Like I've done stuff that is geographic, but it's in like a fantasy universe, right? If I'm mapping like Lord of the Rings stuff, I want to use all the features of a mapping system, but I don't want to have like it be on Earth. So I kind of mess with the coordinates and make it kind of like fudge it so it's like a pseudo Earth map, but no one knows because there's no actual Earth on it, right? And in the end, we can put like a custom background, like a custom image on behind it that is like the Lord of the Rings map base or something like that. So that's all kind of fun stuff you could do with this idea of the naked map. So how do we actually make this? Well, in Leaflet, it's super simple. All we do is we don't add the tile layer. So in every other type of map that we've done with Leaflet, there's always been this tile layer thing, this thing where we give it some tiles and we load them in. Well, with the naked maps, we just don't do that. Everything else is the same. So super simple. Leaflet is super basic with this. We also want to make sure there's a background. Otherwise, it'll just, I don't know what color it would come out to by default, but it's nice to have it be whatever background you want, if you want it to be black or white or whatever. Great. In Maplibre, it's a little bit more complicated. We have to actually add an empty source. So this is a little bit wackier, but there's just how we've created these styles that we add with all this complex like JSON information, object with all this stuff in it. Well, basically I found years ago this example of like an empty one, and I just copy this. So I've put the link here in this example. If you look on GitHub and check this out, which you should have this all bookmarks for future reference, you can get to this empty V8 and you just drop that in as the style, and then you'll just have an empty map. And you can see here, it's basically just a background with the background color set to completely transparent. That's what this means. Completely transparent. And then I've loaded on a GeoJSON as a polygon just to show that we can have that on there. And as we zoom in and out, it's appearing there because the world is duplicated horizontally on these maps. So we're actually zoomed out to like the whole Earth. We're as zoomed out as you can get, but you can zoom back in and all that sort of thing. So with this, you could have multiple GeoJSONs and draw things and dots and everything like that without anyone having to deal with the actual world map. So that's a little bit about adding naked maps. Maybe one day you'll find a use for them. I do find it's helpful to know how to do this once in a while for the odd application. So I wanted to go over it here and get naked with you all. See you in the next one. Alrighty, next up we're doing geocoding. So geocoding is basically this really common thing that you see on maps, really common use, where people can enter in their address or a place or a city or a state or country or whatever, and they'll be presented with a list, or there'll be some kind of information that they can pick from, and then the map will move to that place. We've talked a little bit about geocoding in different ways, turning addresses into points. This is the same idea. It's turning some text, either an address or a country or something, into either a point in the case of an address or a bounding box in the case of like a country. Because when you're zooming to a country, you're not zooming to a specific point, you're zooming to the overall shape. Same with a city and some other things like that, a river, an ocean. These might not necessarily be points, they might be a bounding box. So geocoding is going to give you a way to let your users search for stuff. So in this case, we're actually not going to look at Maplibre, we're going to look at Mapbox, which is, again, they're basically very, very similar. But the reason I'm using that is because Mapbox has a geocoder plugin, but it is tied up with their API keys, because geocoding is generally a service that you have to pay for. Generally, and with the Leaflet, we're going to look at something that you can get around that. But usually you're going to have to pay for really good quality geocoding. And Mapbox has some really easy stuff to make this work. If we just go geocoder Mapbox, we're going to see they're add a geocoder. And all it is they have a special plugin that you just add some JavaScript and CSS here, add a control, and it appears up in the top right. So adding the control, we've looked at in a couple other videos, but it's just a little bit of code like this. You give it an access token and some other stuff it says, and it'll pop up in the top. So I just done exactly the same thing. So now I can search, Vancouver, and it'll present me this nice little list. I can click on one, and it'll do this whole flying thing where it adds a marker and it goes to Vancouver. And there's lots of documentation on this that if you wanted to modify this to do some slightly different stuff, you could, it's got all these options and everything like that. Let's see, it's parameters. You can make it so it's not going to show a marker. You can make it so it's in a different language, or that it only shows results from some countries. That's all going to be in the options here. So the Mapbox one is a really good thing you can use. It also does work on Maplibre. Like, you could just add this code or the code from the example and make it work on Maplibre. You'd still have to add the access token, and I think there's something in the terms of service that says you're not allowed to use this unless it's on a Mapbox map. So just bear that in mind. It will work, but you're not really supposed to do it. So, okay, the Mapbox one's super straightforward because they deliberately made it really easy. Leaflet, it's going to be a bit more. You can see this code is a bit crazier. Okay, now all of this I basically found by searching around to see what's out there. And this leads us into some cool stuff when it comes to Leaflet, which is that there's a lot of people that have built out plugins and additional functionality over the years. And it's because it's a big open source thing. So here in the Leaflet plugins database, one of the things we're going to find is geocoding. We're going to find lots of stuff here. And you know, there's animation stuff, there's full screen stuff. Anytime that there's something that you want to do that doesn't seem to be built into the core of Leaflet, it's worth coming to this little plugins database first and looking through it a little. Now, when it comes to geocoding, there's a lot of them. Look at all of them that are available. There's tons and tons. Some are older than others. You can see here 3 months ago, 9 years ago, 6 years ago, 5, you know, some of them just have errors. So that's the thing about the open source. Sometimes they get dropped. It's hard to rely on over long term, but some of these look like they're pretty well going. So let's see which one I chose to use. I chose to use one here that is from this thing, Tomic Gazor autocomplete. Oh, that's the actual autocomplete thing. I think we have some of this right here, Leaflet autocomplete, right there. That's Gregor Tomiki. Sorry, Gregor, I butchered your name. And if we go to the demo, we can see it is the same exact demo that I have. So look, I just lifted it directly. And there's a link to the GitHub. So we can go to the GitHub and see more about what how this works. So we're going to quickly go through the code, although honestly, just copy pasting it is probably fine. Let's see how it works here. I type in Vancouver and it pops down some stuff, and then it just flips the map instantly. It doesn't do that little zoom over because that's not how Leaflet works. Drops a marker, but fundamentally it's the same idea. And you could move this around, put it inside a little legend so that it appears in the top right of the map, or put somewhere outside the map, whatever you want to do. You can move this around. So let's look briefly at the code. Okay, so all I did was take what he had and dropped it into my example. So we can see here he's loading Leaflet, then he loads the CSS and JavaScript of the particular plugin. Then there's a bunch of custom CSS, and this is not too important. This is just to kind of make this little layout and make this stuff look nice and center it and everything. So not too important. We just kind of keep going through the code here. Okay, so we see here is the HTML for all this stuff. We can see here the ID of the input box is called search. That's probably going to be important. Then we set up the map, basic map setup, and then there's this whole thing, the autocomplete. So this is, again, just copied from his stuff. And there's some options here, which would all be documented in this. There would be some options with what you can, you know, okay, do we select it? The first one, if I press enter, how many characters until they search? Do they type 5? Do they type 3? Do they type 2? All that sort of stuff. Then on the search, you can use a different backend to power your geocoding. The open source one is Nominatum. We looked at that briefly in the API section of this part of the course. Nominatum, you can do a search and give it some information, and it will send back, you know, like a bounding box or a point if it can find it. So in here on search, which is basically happens after the type, he hits Nominatum and gets back a bunch of information. Then there's some stuff here that formats how it shows the results. Again, we don't have to look too much into this. It's going to blow your brain up if you try. And then on submit, this is a valuable part, which basically sends the user to the part of the map that for the thing they selected, for the place they selected. You can see here, It adds a marker, and it sets the view to a lat long. Okay, that's cool. That's basically how it works, and you can just kind of copy paste it in. You don't have to understand every little chunk of it. But that's going to get you doing geocoding on your various types of maps. Definitely more complicated when it comes to Leaflet because it's not something that's just built in. But using these plugins, you can get a functionality that's really quite good and still works like Mapbox to some degree. Or you can just use Mapbox and just drop that in, no problem, really quick to use. Anyway, that's pretty much it for geocoding. There's obviously a lot more that can be done with this topic, but I think that's enough for you to get started. So we'll see you in the next one. All right, so next up is custom markers. So this is a really common one because a lot of the time we don't end up wanting to use like the standard marker that comes with Leaflet or Mapbox. We want to have our own. Or in the case of Mapbox Maplibre, it might not even have that if we're using the symbol layer, which we didn't go over in too much detail, but we're going to touch on here. I believe we're going to touch on that. So we're going to go over a bit about how to do this in Leaflet, which has some nice tutorial stuff. And then we're going to go on in Maplibre, where we're going to introduce another type of layer, which is this symbol layer, which is a bit more advanced compared to the polygon, the circle, and the line. So let's dive right into it. So with Leaflet, it is a little complicated. It's not just super straightforward. They do have this nice little tutorial where they actually do it with some complexity because they have shadows along with the actual sample marker that they're making. We'll end up having to define like a little thing called an icon, and we're going to give it the icon URL, which is going to point to an image. And we're going to not bother with shadow URL because that's very rare that you'll actually use that. And then we have to usually tell it the actual icon size. And you have to give it in these kind of width and height things. But then once you actually have made this icon by using this kind of syntax, when you make your marker, you just tell it the icon that you made. So let's go in and see the example. So I've just done this little cat image because I think it was being used on some Maplibre example. So let's roll with that. So basically, in order to do this, the image itself is here. It's at this URL. So if I go to this URL, we're going to see this little image. And this is just a website called Place Kitten, where you can make an image. So if I wanted to make this 600 pixels by 600 pixels, it would come across as a giant cat. So in this case, it is just 60 by 60. So that's the size. We know the size is 60 by 60. So knowing that, we do this little l.icon thing. And this is pretty much exactly what they did here with the l.icon. The extend is just doing the same thing. You don't have to really worry about that. We could just do l.icon and have it look exactly like that tutorial. So if we just do that and we just get rid of this, and I'm just making it look just like that tutorial so there's no confusion. Then there's some options here, right? We have to give it the icon URL. Okay, so here I put it I moved things around a little. I made things a little extra complicated. We don't have to do it that way. Let's just do it like that. Okay, so we have this thing, custom icon equals l.icon, and then we follow along. We do the icon URL, and in this case, we do it with the kitten image. We do the icon size, which we know is 60 by 60. And then there's these other things, the icon anchor and the pop-up anchor. Okay, these are a bit confusing, and here I don't think I've put in the right values. The icon anchor is where the point is going to be. So if I have like a square image like I have with the cat, probably the point should be right in the center. But if I have an icon that's shaped like with a point at the bottom, I have to tell it to go to the bottom, right? So in this case, the icon size is 60 by 60. The icon anchor should probably be 30 by 30, you know. And let's see, I think it goes from the top left corner, if I'm not mistaken. We'll find out shortly. And then the pop-up anchor is telling it where, when the pop-up opens, like if you click on that marker and there's a pop-up, where should the pop-up open? You know, again, on a marker like this, you want the pop-up to open in the fat part of the marker up at the top, not the bottom, not the middle. In one like ours, where it's a square, it doesn't matter too much, like somewhere kind of at the top, right? So we might say 0, and then like maybe 10. So let's just see what this does when we load it. Okay, we load it up and there's nothing there. Do we get any errors? Okay, there's like some errors here with something to do with calling init hooks, which is kind of a confusing thing. So let's see. Oh, I didn't pass it in properly, the custom icon. So let's try reloading that now. Still nothing. Okay, in whatever I was doing before, the previous example, I had capitalized icon. I think I was using maybe something slightly different from here. I was using this farther one, this icon class, which is a bit more of an advanced. I probably just scrolled down and grabbed the icon, the full example, but let's do the simpler one. Let's stick with that. So yeah, that's why things weren't working right off the bat. There's our icon. Okay, so now if we zoom out, we see it sticks to the center of the image. It doesn't move around in a weird way. Let's try changing the icon anchor so that it's at 0, 0, and we'll see kind of what happens. So now when I zoom out, you can see that that little, it's kind of like it's in a different place all the time, you know, like now it's somewhere in France. And now it's kind of like, so it's this little corner here that's actually stuck to the point. You can see that part sticks. So that's the 0, 0 point. And if we now go 30, and we'll be able to tell where it's sticking to now. Now it's like the top center is what's sticking, right? So that means that we're going across with an X value here, and we're going down with a Y value there in the second one. So, okay, that tells us a bit about how to, you know, if we have a marker, like if we had a different shaped marker, we could set the icon anchor so it's pointing at the right place. You don't want to put a marker that's shaped like this, and then it just moves around all over the place. You want that bottom to be stuck to the map at the point it's representing. So that's how you use the icon anchor. You take the image, so with a marker, it's generally going to be half the width and the full length to get to that bottom point, right? So, you know, try playing with that, try adjusting it. If we press this, we can see the pop-up opens there right in the center. And actually that is a tricky part, right? This used to screw me up too. The pop-up anchor is not relative to that corner place. It's relative to the icon anchor, just to mess you up a little bit. So I actually have to put -20 here if I want it to open above the center. See, now it opens up near the top. Whereas if I just put it at 0, 0, you'd think that would open up in the top corner because that's what 0, 0 was. No, it opens in the center because it regards the icon anchor as the 0 point. Okay, all that's a little much, but this is all important if you're actually doing custom icon stuff. It's all stuff that can trip you up. But if you mess around with these values a bit, know that the pop-up anchor is relative to the icon anchor, and make sure this icon anchor is in the right place, you're pretty good to go. Let's try going to Maplibre. Maplibre is a little different. So here again, we're using the same image. This time it's got it's done in a circular way. We'll take a look at that. Now, what we're doing here is we're actually making a plain marker first, and next we'll do it as a symbol layer. So we're going to do it two different ways. If you're just making a plain marker, what you'd have to do is this kind of crazy thing where you make a div programmatically. So that's kind of, we haven't done that much in this course. We touched on it a couple very minor times. But there's this example here where they create a div using JavaScript, and then they give it a class name, they give it a background image, which is like kind of a little crazy for what we've been, the place we're at. They give it a width and a height, and then when they create the marker, they've called this thing L for element, they pass in the element that they created, which has this background image, it has a width and a height and whatever, and they put that on the map. So that's the first example that we did here, where it's just sticking it on the map. Literally, that's a div. So if I could inspect this, let's see, what's the custom, I called it marker. That's great. If I can control F, okay, so go down marker, and down here, if we are to mouse over, we'll see we're actually mousing over a little div called marker, which has a background image, a width and a height, some other stuff. Okay, so that's doing it just by using the typical marker way. But, you know, if you're just doing that, Leaflet does your job pretty well too. The more complicated way with Maplibre is to do it as a symbol layer, which is more advanced and gets us introducing the symbol type layer. So we've done line, we've done polygon or fill, and we've done probably something else. I don't remember. Circle. But symbol is another one, and symbol is one of the more complicated ones because we have this whole crazy list of properties that there are for symbols. If we look at the symbol section, it's really long. It covers icons as well as text. You can actually add text to the map, which I think we did in our very first example with Maplibre. But icons is what we're after here. And this one will allow you to add thousands or millions of icons at once. Because if you're adding them using these elements, you're adding like a little bit of HTML for every single image. And when you have millions of them, it will slow down the page or crash the page. But this doesn't do that. This adds them in kind of a way that jives with the map more closely. So there's a good example here from the Maplibre documentation. And if we go to it, it talks about, okay, you have to do this thing. You have to load an image, then you have to add an image, then you have to add a source and add a layer. So we're going to be going through all those. This video is going to be a little bit longer because I want to really hit this stuff. So we do onload like we always do when we're adding sources and layers. And then the next thing we do, we actually have to like preload the image into the map. So it's really, like I said, you're jiving with the system of Maplibre rather than just like sticking a div on top. So you actually have to give it this image. And as part of giving it this image, you do really want to use a PNG if that's possible. If you try using an SVG, you might run into problems. A JPEG is probably going to have problems because it's not going to be properly transparent on the sides. So really use a PNG, convert your image to a PNG using an online like SVG to PNG converter, and just stick with that. It's going to make your life easier. So load image happens. Then we have to do this little thing where, you know, it's doing a kind of fetch call. And then we wait for it to return. And one of the things it returns is an image. Then we have to do this add image. And we give the image a name. And then we load in the thing that came back from the fetch call. You don't really have to know exactly how it works. This part is just like, you have to do this. And this could load from your local installation. It doesn't have to, local installation. It doesn't have to be an image that's up on the internet like already, like this one is. So, okay, once we've added this image, now we can add the source and the layer. So we add the source as usual. We add it, we're calling it point. We just give it a single point in this case, whatever. That's not a crazy part. Then we add layer. And add layer here is a symbol type. And here for the icon image, which is one of the properties we have here, icon image, it's a name of an image to use for drawing the background. So here we give it the same name that we gave when we added the image, because it's basically now stored in the map in some part of the maps thing. And the map knows, oh, cat image. Yeah, I know that one. So if you try to put this URL for this, which might be intuitive, you might think, oh, icon image, I'll just give it the PNG. It won't work. It'll be like that image doesn't exist in the map. That's why we have to add it using this add image bit of stuff here. And then wait for that to get added to the map like we do, and then make our point layer with the icon image. And if you're loading multiple images, you have to do this. You have to wait for all of them until you start adding all of them. Sometimes it works that even if you load them after the layer loads, they still load in, but I would really say wait and make sure all the images are loaded in, because you're asking for bugs otherwise. So, okay, let's actually see that loaded. There's the big cat. You can see it's a totally different cat, but that's the one they use, I think, in this other example from Maplibre. Yeah, there it is. And the cat is added in there. And as part of all the other stuff, we do have stuff like icon anchor as well, right? And they have some shorthand stuff for it, bottom, center, things like that, which kind of makes it a little easier. And then there's just tons of other properties. Icon opacity. Is there padding? Do you want to rotate it? You could turn the icon. You can change the size of it directly, you know. So if we wanted to go here, I could go, oh, icon size. Oops. Icon size, and we're going to go 0.2, and that's going to make it 20% of what it was. So now when it loads, it's only 20% of the size, and it stays that. So there's lots of options to explore as you start using icons and text more. As I said, this is one of the more complex layers, so it's one of the ones that, you know, if you're going to be using a lot Maplibre, maybe go look for a specific course on Maplibre or Mapbox. You know, shameless plug, I have a course on that, and you'll really learn how to use this in more detail. But in the meantime, hopefully this has been helpful to get you to adding your custom icons in at least a basic way and improving your understanding of these libraries. We'll see you in the next one. All right, next up we have drawing on the map. This is one that can be helpful in a couple ways. Sometimes you might be getting users to submit points or submit polygons, like if you're trying to collect information from people. It can also be helpful if you need to do spatial analysis on the fly. So, if you have some kind of map, like let's say the City of London, and you want to have the ability for users to measure how long roads are or things like that, you might want to add this, and then they could draw a line that covers a road, and then you'd be able to measure that using turf and things like that. Obviously, we're getting into like complicated mapping applications, but that's where you're going. So how do we add this basic drawing? And then how are we going to get the shapes out once they're in? Like, what's going on here? Well, luckily, there are some really good libraries for this, because this is normal enough, common enough thing that you see happening, that there's really great libraries. And we're going to see those for Leaflet and for Maplibre. So for Leaflet, it's something called Leaflet Draw. And we're going to have something called Maplibre Draw or Mapbox GL Draw. It's actually not Maplibre, it's a Mapbox thing. So there's where they're interacting again. So LDraw is set up. It looks like it's actually part of Leaflet. It might actually be part of the Leaflet GitHub now. And it's all the documentation is set up to look exactly the same. So it's very familiar. It's a very core part of this library. That being said, I do find the documentation is a little imperfect. It's kind of gone a little out of date, and some of the things about it are off, right? So for instance, in the usage example, it doesn't actually tell me like how to include the files. So I'd have to go to the full demo to really figure that out. And I did find the documentation to be kind of unreliable in some places. I was kind of adding some stuff and then it didn't work right off the bat. And I had to go look around in the GitHub and I found that there's some errors in it. So I just use my example if you can. It might make it a little bit easier for you to do. So, okay, at the start, all that being said, the documentation is there. So, you can dive in. So, okay, the first thing I did is I added Leaflet as usual, and then I added Leaflet Draw, which I went and found from a CDN. Again, look at these files in GitHub to just quickly grab this instead of having to search around for it. Once I added that, there's just one more little option you have to do to add the draw control to the map. You just add this little thing. Let's see, right here, draw control true. So I just did that, lmap, and then it was one of the options we set draw control to true, and that adds this thing on the side of the map. And there's various options we could tell it to, like where we should put it, and should we only show some of these types, like maybe you only want them to draw lines, you don't want them to draw points or circles or whatever. That's all possible to do. That's down here in the documentation in various places here with the toolbar and what's going to be on it and all this crazy stuff. We're not going to get too far into that. Now, other than just adding this to the map and doing your options, the other really important thing that you're never really just having users just draw. You're usually doing something with what they drew. So you need to be able to like capture it once they drew it. So if they draw a line, when they finish the line, you want to like get the line, and then you can save it or you can analyze it or do something. So what we do here is we listen for a special event that the draw library adds called l.draw.event.created. It's got a special name. I don't know what it is, but this is what we put in. We put map.on this created event. Then we have to run this little function. And in this case, I'm only looking for the marker. So in here, I can say, oh, if I got a line, then do this. If I got a polygon, do this. In this case, if I got a marker, console log the layer that was added and add it to the map. Okay, so let's just do that and then come back to it. Okay, so we're going to the marker. We click that, we add it. It adds a marker to the map. And did we console log? We console logged a layer here, which has the latitude and longitude here. Where is it? Underscore lat long, right there. There's the latitude and longitude of this marker, as well as some other information about it, the icon. Really, all you really need is the latitude and longitude for this case. So we could do the same thing with a line. If we wanted to change that to type equals line string or whatever, we might have to look around. We might have to console log type and see what are the different types called. Maybe it's not called line string, maybe it's called line. Anyway, we want to check if type is marker, then do some stuff with it or add a special marker that we want to add onto the map. Okay, so that's the basics of drawing in Leaflet and doing something with the shape you get back. Whatever you might want to do with it, that's up to you. That's on the spatial analysis side, but this is how to actually get it. Now, when it comes to Maplibre, it's actually very, very similar and quite straightforward as well. We have this thing on the side in the top right, which is our line drawing. You can see it's a little different, and it's still got all the basic same things, and it shows them a little differently. It by default puts them on the map. So this uses Mapbox GL Draw, which is a Mapbox library, but is still open source and you can use on any map. So it's okay to use it on a Maplibre map. You don't need a Mapbox API key to use this library. But it's quite extensive, and I've used this many, many a time, and I find it quite good. Its API is quite well documented. It's much more reliable than the Leaflet Draw one, but this is a library where there's a lot of complication going on. It's doing a lot of like adding layers and sources in the background. Like while you're drawing, there's a special layer being added and removed. There's special sources. Then when you finish the drawing, it removes the original and adds a new one and hides and shows. And when you click it again, it does stuff. So it's fairly complicated to really, really get in, but if you're just using it kind of like we were using the Leaflet one, draw and get some information or save some information, it's quite good for that. So for that, we can use this Mapbox GL Draw, so we just make our map as usual. Of course, we've included the code here. This is all like pretty obvious on their example here. They have it quite helpful. They even show you how to measure the area of the polygon that you're drawing. So this example is quite good. So we add the scripts. Okay, that's great. And then what we do is we add the Mapbox GL Draw. There's again some options for what we want to show. Do we want to show polygon? Do we want to show all the default controls, whatever? And then what we do is there's again these events, map.onDraw.create, map.onDraw.delete, and draw.update. This is when you create a shape, this is when you delete a shape, and this is when you edit or change a shape. So if I click on this and then I drag one of these points, map.update will fire. So we can see I've had events firing throughout here, and it'll tell me, oh, they created something, oh, it updated something. It'll give me the feature as a GeoJSON, which is really nice. I can just use that however I want and analyze it. And that basically covers our using these drawing tools on a very basic level, getting you introduced to them. Again, when it comes to doing complicated stuff, you're going to have to dig in and get your hands dirty in that documentation and playing around. Always open to having questions. Fire it at me if you need to. And as always, we'll see you in the next one.